World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 278 to Chapter 312. It was a scorching summer day. While the outside world was still engaged in heated discussions, Fong Ping had already driven back to Magic City. Shanghai was bustling and lively as usual. On the streets, there were more girls in skimpy clothes. Fong Ping could not help but steal a few glances. He was used to seeing the valiance of female martial artists. Compared to these ordinary girls, it was a completely different feeling. Female martial artist. In the car, Fong Ping drove slowly, shaking his head slightly. Female martial artists were almost equivalent to terrifying creatures. Yang Xiaoman headbutted Han Su, Zhao Xuemei kicked his crotch, and Ling Yi carried a heavy axe. Even the seemingly weak Xianxia would be a terrifying creature if she really exploded. Sister Ro is not fated to be a female martial artist. Fong Ping felt slightly regretful. However, for martial artists like him, it would be best if their other half was also a martial artist. Talking about the catacombs, martial arts, dedication, and sacrifice with the other half, everyone could be unbridled. If he were to talk about this with an ordinary person, the other party might not understand at all. The generation gap would be huge. As he thought about these things, Fong Ping was also pondering a very serious problem. His wealth was gone. Only cash, 35 million in cash. On this trip up north, he didn't earn much, but he did earn some money. After a few advertising fees, he earned 28 million. However, his wealth, which had been used to hone his torso bone marrow, had been depleted after a few challenges. I still have to prepare for a breakthrough to rank 4. That'll cost money too. Where can I earn money? Without wealth, how could he beat up a rank 4 martial artist? With his current physique, beating up a rank 3 martial artist was no problem at all. In terms of vitality, his vitality was not weak, and his recovery speed was fast. If he fought someone of the same rank, even if his opponent took pills, they would not be his match. However, this referred to one-on-one battles. If a few more peak rank 3 martial artists surrounded and attacked Fong Ping, without powerhouses like Ling Yi and the others, Fong Ping could still fight 1 against 10. If more came, however, he could only rely on his physical body to resist. To earn money. Fong Ping felt a slight headache coming on. Students like them were forbidden from entering the Magic City catacombs. Fong Ping did not really want to do normal missions. The company had sold some of its shares not long ago. It would be difficult to make money now. Mekmo. The huge MCMAU was now so quiet that it was as if there was no one there. Once the summer vacation arrived, almost all the students below rank 3 went home. Of the rank 3 students, some were out on missions, while others went to various places for internships. Currently, in MCMAU, which was comparable to a small city, there were probably less than 500 students on campus. The school gates were still shut, but a small door had been opened to the side, if a 4 or 5 meter wide door could be considered a small door. At the sentry post outside, the school guard who was on duty saw Fong Ping's car. He stuck his head out and smiled. "Student Fong, you're back. You've really made MCMAU proud this time." "It's nothing much," Fong Ping said humbly, then smiled and said, "Uncle, are you a grandmaster? When I was in other martial arts universities, I heard that the powerhouses in their schools were either guarding the door or in the library or the combat techniques room. You're a grandmaster powerhouse too, aren't you?" MCMAU's school guard was not too old. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. When he heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then, he could not help but laugh. "If I were a grandmaster, would I still be here? I would have gone to the catacombs a long time ago. But thanks to the school's blessings, after all these years of grinding, I've also reached rank 3. I've embarrassed you guys." A rank 3 gate guard was actually very strong. If the school guard went to a small city, even if he was lacking in other aspects, he could still be an assistant in a prefecture-level city's Department of Investigation Services. There was no need to think too much about being an assistant. In the Department of Investigation Services, a simple thug would do. However, these people were used to staying in MCMAU, so they were not willing to leave. Fong Ping was slightly regretful when he heard that. Then, he chuckled. "Uncle, you're also very powerful. If you go to other martial arts universities as a rank 3, you can even become an instructor. The uncle smiled and said softly, I'll retire in MCMAU. When I'm old, when I die, I hope I can be buried in MCMAU. As he said that, the uncle looked toward the southern area. That was the home of MCMAU's instructors. Although he was not an instructor in MCMAU, he had contributed almost all of his life to MCMAU. Even if he died, there should still be a place for him there. Fang Ping saw him looking toward the southern area and could roughly guess what he was thinking. He smiled and waved his hand, not continuing the conversation. After returning to the dormitory, Fang Ping sat for a while. The dormitory area was unusually quiet. Most of the freshmen had gone home. Fu Changding and the others were not there yet. I'll be a sophomore in a few days. Fang Ping sighed. After some thought, he stepped out of the door and walked toward the logistics department. Lu Fengru was not back yet. He still had to ask Old Manly about breaking through to rank 4. Logistics department. Nowadays, the logistics department was no longer deserted. There was almost no one in sight. Old Manly, who had always been in charge of the logistics department, was actually not there. The only staff member who stayed behind saw Fang Ping and quickly informed him that Old Manly was working in the School of Weaponry's instructor building. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Work? What an unfamiliar term. Old Manly was working. Without thinking too much, Fang Ping turned and went to the School of Weaponry's instructor building. There were still instructors in the school. After asking around, he found out where Old Manly was. A few minutes later, Fang Ping knocked on the door and walked in. His face was full of shock. Instructor, you're the dean now? Old Manly tossed a document aside and rubbed his head. Deputy. When Fang Ping and the others entered the catacombs, the old vice-chancellor had made arrangements. Huang Jing was the deputy vice-chancellor while Tang Feng and Li Changxing were the deputy deans of the School of Weaponry. Because of the catacombs incident, this matter had not been announced until now. Wu Quishan had not officially taken over as vice-chancellor. Naturally, these deputy deans would not take up their posts publicly. However, Huang Jing and Tang Feng had not returned yet. As the deputy dean, Li Changxing had no choice but to step out and start handling the school's affairs. Fang Ping's face was full of joy. You're the deputy dean, and the deputy dean of the School of Weaponry at that. That's good news. Why don't I ask Dean Huang to let you be the dean? What are you thinking? Old Manly said impatiently, MCMAU's School of Weaponry is both a signboard and a facade. If you don't have Grandmaster level strength, becoming the dean of the school will lower MCMAU's standards for no reason. Don't count on me as the dean. It's more like the School of Social Sciences. Having said that, Old Manly glanced at him and nodded slightly. Not bad. Your aura is much more condensed. It's not as sloppy as before. You look much more pleasing to the eye. Fang Ping smiled proudly. Of course. No one in rank 3 is my match anymore. Alright, stop showing off. You're still too inexperienced. Old Manly did not think much of it. He gestured for Fang Ping to sit down and said lazily, when I return to school, I'll go to the research institute and collect some samples. When Fang Ping heard this, he felt a little awkward. Instructor, do you really have to go? Collect some samples and make a backup sample. It doesn't matter whether or not we can get anything out of it. It's still a contribution to mankind. Some rank 7, 8, and 9 powerhouses will voluntarily provide some blood and bone samples for the research institute to study after they break through. Old Manly pursed his lips. Although we didn't get anything too good out of it, do you think that all kinds of pills are developed out of thin air? It's based on these that we did some clinical trials before we developed them specifically. Fang Ping did not say anything after hearing what he said. Since even grandmasters were doing it, it would not be too awkward for him to provide some blood and hair samples. As he said that, Fang Ping thought of the official reason for his return. He said, Instructor, I want to break through to rank 4. Is there anything I should pay attention to? Rank 4, Old Manly was slightly dazed. That was fast. It had only been less than a year. He remembered when Fang Ping entered the school and participated in the school division competition at the start of the school. He was not a martial artist yet. However, in less than a year, he was about to break through to rank 4. After being dazed for a moment, Old Manly came back to his senses and said, "Rank 4 is actually a process of building a bridge." Fang Ping nodded. "I know." The instructor mentioned it once. Build the bridge between the inside and outside, communicate vitality, and continue honing the internal organs from the outside to the inside. After honing the internal organs, achieve half a golden body, step into peak rank 6, start nurturing mentality, unite the essence, spirit, and soul, and officially step into the Grandmaster realm. Old Manly rolled his eyes. "I don't need you to teach me. What are you interrupting me for?" Ignoring Fang Ping, Old Manly continued, "If you want to step into rank 4, first, you must cultivate the methods of honing, internal organs. I know. The methods of honing are divided into internal and external chapters, but I haven't learned the internal organs chapter." "Shut up." Old Manly flew into a rage and scolded, "If you interrupt again, get lost now." Fang Ping looked embarrassed. "I really know. I'm just asking how to break through to rank 4. There's no need for you to repeat such basic knowledge." Old Manly let out a humph and continued, "The cultivation of the internal organs chapter is the process of opening the bridge. The internal organs are just a general term. The 5 viscera have a clear definition: heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney. As for the 6 viscera, there are different definitions. The commonly mentioned 6 viscera are gallbladder, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, bladder, and Xianxia. However, Xianxia is more of a concept for those below rank 6. Therefore, when building the bridge, we only need to build 5 bridges that connect the 5 viscera. When you build a bridge and successfully connect the inside and outside, then you can be called a rank 4 martial artist. At this point, you can be called an early stage rank 4 martial artist. When all 5 bridges are successfully built, we will set you as a middle stage rank 4. When you start honing the 5 viscera, the first thing we have to hone is the heart, because the heart is one of the most important organs in the human body. Only a strong heart can withstand a martial artist's high burden. Once the heart is honed, then you are an upper stage rank 4 martial artist. Peak rank 4, on the other hand, you have to hone 4 of the other 5 viscera. Only when the 5 viscera are completely honed can you be a peak rank 4 martial artist. Fang Ping nodded. Old Manly was unhurried, continuing, rank 5, on the other hand, is honing the 6 viscera. Or rather, you can't say it like that. It is honing all parts of the internal organs other than the 5 viscera. This is what rank 5 martial artists have to do. Fang Ping continued nodding. Old Manly continued to speak. He did not know much about these things. Middle-ranked cultivation was not part of the basic curriculum. It was taught by the instructors alone. Because there were too few middle-ranked students, there was no need for the school to set up large classes because they were almost not needed. Of course, after you graduate and step into the middle ranks, you can also return to school to ask for guidance. At peak rank 5, at this point, the human body can be said to have completed honing other than the skull. Then, what should a rank 6 martial artist do? Old Manly answered his own question, smiling. Strictly speaking, a rank 6 martial artist is no longer honing the body, but integrating the strength. Didn't I say it before? Xianxia is very mysterious. It's a concept, but it's also not a concept. What a rank 6 martial artist needs to do is to seal off the Xianxia, forming a true internal circulation system. A martial artist's vitality overflows. As they grow older, their vitality will also decline. However, if a rank 6 martial artist can seal off the Xianxia, forming a natural internal circulation, then their condition will no longer decline. Fang Ping only understood half of it. After thinking for a while, he said, "What you mean is that rank 6 is actually cultivating an illusory organ. In the eyes of many people, the Xianxia doesn't actually exist. Just like mentality, it refers to other empty cavities other than the visible organs." Old Manly laughed. Actually, it's not illusory. When you cultivate to peak rank 5, you'll realize that after the human organs have been honed, this part exists in the body. However, before you reach peak rank 5, you won't be able to feel it. At that time, the Xianxia is actually 3 doors. What a rank 6 martial artist needs to do is to seal off these 3 doors. Forget it. You can't experience it now. It's useless to say it. Let's return to rank 4 cultivation. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. I'm asking about rank 4 cultivation. Old man, you're so talkative. Why did you have to talk about rank 5 and 6? Breaking through from peak rank 3 to rank 4 is actually not difficult, but it's not easy either. For you, it's actually relatively simple. To build a bridge, the first thing to build is the bridge of the heart. There's definitely some danger. This is opening a channel in the nothingness of the body to communicate with the inside and outside. However, in reality, the heart is closely related to the outside of the human body. There are still traces to follow. Following this path, opening up an energy channel or vitality channel will make you a rank 4 martial artist. However, this process consumes a lot of vitality. Under normal circumstances, the vitality pool is much easier. You don't need it, Fang Ping wanted to say, I need it. Right now, he had depleted his vitality and had nowhere to replenish it. Buy a few viscera shielding pills to protect your internal organs. Don't let your internal organs get hurt. Let your body be at its peak. Open up the channel and build the bridge. Anyway, that's all. Your physique is very strong. I don't think it'll be a big problem. Of course, if you're really afraid of death, I can protect you if Lu Fengru hasn't returned. Fang Ping's expression darkened. I'm afraid of death. Who's afraid of death? I didn't say I needed someone to protect me. But Old Man Li insisted. I can't do anything about it. I can't turn down the old man's good intentions. I understand. Instructor, I don't have the methods of honing internal organs. Do you have it? Of course. You're breaking through too fast. Lu Fengru isn't around recently. It's the same if I give it to you. Old Man Li tossed a book to Fang Ping. Without waiting for him to open it, he laughed and said, Fang Ping, actually, cultivating step by step isn't what a genius should do. Isn't your vitality extremely high? You can try building 5 bridges at once and step straight into middle stage rank 4. That works too? Of course it works. If you're capable of honing all 5 viscera in one go, then I'll consider you impressive. You'll be at peak rank 4 immediately. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his face fell. No. I don't have money. I lack wealth. Where am I going to find wealth to replenish my vitality? Just by hearing it, he knew that building 5 bridges would definitely consume a lot of wealth. Otherwise, he would not have specially divided them into early stage and middle stage rank 4. If he was not mistaken, without a vitality of more than 10,000 cal, he could forget about building them in one go. If other rank 3 martial artists needed to go to the vitality pool to assist in cultivation after building a bridge, it meant that their vitality was insufficient. Replenishing 10,000 cal of vitality now would require tens of millions of wealth. This was still Fang Ping's own estimation. He would not attempt to complete it in one go if he did not have more than 20 to 30 million. Old Man Li gave him a slightly strange look. After a while, he said, the danger isn't too great. Is there a need for you to be so afraid, kid? Fang Ping continued to roll his eyes. I'm afraid? If I can enter middle stage directly, what am I afraid of? The key is that I don't have the confidence. Does this old man really think that vitality comes out of thin air? Ignoring Old Man Li's thoughts, Fang Ping took the methods of honing internal organs and stood up. Then I'll go back and read some books. I'll find a time to break through. I'll let you know when the time comes. You've met the requirements now. Actually, you only need 1 or 2 days to prepare. I'll prepare for a few more days. Fang Ping knew his own difficulties. He also wanted to break through now. The key was back to square one. I still need to earn money. Fang Ping walked out of the office with only this thought in his mind. Rank 4 was clearly at hand, but he was troubled by money. Spending money to go to the vitality pool was fine, but Old Man Li's suggestion of building 5 bridges in one go still tempted Fang Ping. The first time they were built, the interference between the bridges was not strong. It was easier. Otherwise, if the first passageway was built successfully, there would be some energy interference and rejection if they continued to build. This was also the advantage of building in one go. Earning money is so hard. Earning money was really difficult. When Fang Ping mentioned financing to Xianxia told him that it was not the right time. Even if they did, they would not have much money. Fang Ping could only give up on the idea. Doing missions. Magic City catacombs were sealed. The other missions in MCMAU were not big. They were a waste of time and the rewards were average. Going to other catacombs, Fang Ping almost got lost in the familiar Magic City catacombs. If he went to other unfamiliar catacombs, the chances of him not coming back were high. Unless he familiarized himself with them for a while, or moved with others. I can't do missions. I can't go to the catacombs. I can't get financing. Fang Ping's head hurt. What should he do? 35 million was actually enough for him to break through. However, Old Man Li insisted on building 5 bridges at once and entering the middle stage to tempt him. This made Fang Ping reluctant to build the internal and external bridges slowly. Xianxia spent a year to complete the construction of 5 bridges, Xianxia said. Actually, Wang Jinyang also spent quite a lot of time. These people spent a lot of time building 5 bridges. They're all geniuses. I might need half a year or even longer. If I can build it in one go, then I can challenge Xianxia as a middle stage rank 4. It'll be fun to beat him at the same rank and level. Of course, the key is to shorten the distance between me and old Wang. He's only upper stage rank 4. Fang Ping thought for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and accepted advertisements. While he still had some fame, before the middle-ranked ranking list appeared, he was now the most famous practical martial artist below Grandmaster. Maybe he would be rich after accepting a few advertisements. In order to earn enough wealth, Fang Ping was going all out. He asked Xianxia to contact people. While he was still famous, he would make one last profit. Not long after, Fang Ping received a few advertisements. Today, Fang Ping was still famous, and it was not a small one. The investors knew this too. While Fang Ping was still popular, they could make some crude advertising and publish it immediately. It would still be effective. Therefore, only 4 or 5 days had passed. Fang Ping's advertisement was broadcast. Fang Ping teaches you how to fight monsters. No matter how strong they are, one slash will kill them. Welcome to Little Monster World. A man like the wind. Wear Dick sneakers and walk on air. Use soft shampoo. That's how confident you are. When Fang Ping's advertisements were all over the internet, Fang Ping's advertisements were everywhere. Many people broke down. Kmo. Martial Arts Club. Ling Yi and the others were speechless when they saw the advertisement on the screen. Hansu lamented, the first in rank 3 has run off to fight little monsters. This feeling is simply indescribable. Ling Yi gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. I lost to this guy? Everyone was not discriminating against celebrities in the entertainment industry. Some of the heavenly kings and queens were merciless when they killed the catacombs creatures. But you, Fang Ping, can't you be a little more shameless? Why don't you take on a few big-name advertisements? You're even accepting advertisements from roadside stalls. Sun City. Fang Yuan was devastated too. What's Fang Ping doing? Fang Yuan's expression was blank. Was her brother that desperate for money? When the advertisement came out, everyone was a little confused. Are you that short of money? Fang Yuan mumbled, but there was nothing she could do. Although she had quite a lot of money in her little vault, that was only relative to herself. Now that her brother was asking for tens of millions, there was nothing she could do. Should I recruit more members? Fang Yuan propped her head, thinking hard. They could charge for recruiting members. Meanwhile, Skmao. Xianxia said sympathetically, Fang Ping really needs money. A rank 3 number 1 powerhouse had fallen to the point of picking up small advertisements. How short of money could he be? Xianxia sighed softly. Perhaps this was the reason why Fang Ping was getting stronger and stronger. So what if he came from a poor family? So what if he was embarrassed? As long as he could go further on the path of martial arts, even if he lost face today, when he stepped into the Grandmaster realm in the future, it would only become a legend. In the past, Grandmaster Fang was born poor, but he still became a Grandmaster. This was a classic example of motivation. Mekmo. Faced with Old Man Li's murderous gaze, Fong Ping explained helplessly, "Instructor, it's not easy to take on big-name advertisements. I'm just self-reliant. I didn't steal or rob. I didn't take on those fake medicine advertisements, and I didn't take on those deceptive training classes advertisements. It's not a big deal to take on a few advertisements for games, sports shoes, and shampoo, right? I want my reputation." Old Man Li gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think we don't want our reputation? You're the first-ranked rank 3 powerhouse in actual combat. Isn't it embarrassing to take on these small advertisements?" Fong Ping said sheepishly, "Reputation isn't as important as money. These companies may be small, but they're really happy to pay. Guess, I took on 12 advertisements. How much did they pay? I took 4 to 5 advertisements a day. In just 3 days, each advertisement cost at least 2 million, and the most was 5 million. They all have money, so they're happy to pay. In 3 days, I've earned 42 million. Instructor, if I were to take on missions, how long do you think it would take? 42 million. Old Man Li was stunned. He muttered, "Is it so easy to earn money now?" Fong Ping smiled. "They're all thinking of making use of the last bit of my enthusiasm. A few million per company is actually not a lot, and I can earn some quick money. After this one, I'm afraid no one will look for me next time. I've overdrawn my potential." Old Man Li snorted. After a while, he said, "You're that short of money?" "I can't help it. It's because of my family, don't give me that." Old Man Li snorted again and said, "If you're really short of money, I can lend you some, forget it. Save it for your retirement." Fong Ping rejected him directly. Actually, what he lacked was not money, but wealth. Although money could be converted into pills and other things, there was an additional process in the process. Digesting it into strength required time. What Fong Ping needed was time. The borrowed money was not counted as wealth. Old Man Li did not mind Fong Ping's rejection. He stared at him for a while and asked, "You've dragged it out for so many days. Are you ready to break through?" As he said that, his gaze was a little dangerous. "Forget about me. I'm not your instructor anyway. But if Lu Fengger comes back and finds out that you've taken on so many trashy advertisements, she'll hammer you to death. Do you believe that? But if you become a middle rank, she probably won't care about this." Lu Fengger was about to become a grandmaster. It was indeed embarrassing for her own student to take on advertisements. Of course, it had not reached the point where she would have to punish him. However, Fong Ping would probably be beaten up. Martial artists valued strength, though. If Fong Ping became a middle rank, Lu Fengger would probably have no objections. Her student had achieved 4 ranks in a year. What was wrong with taking on some advertisements? Fong Ping's goal in taking on these advertisements was to break through. How could he say no? Upon hearing that, he quickly said, "Of course I have to break through. I'm even prepared to challenge Zhang Yu after I break through. I don't know what to say about you." Old Man Li shook his head helplessly. Meeting a student like Fong Ping was a headache. However, the advertisement matter had already happened. There was no use talking about it. This kid's mind was set on making money. Perhaps he really lacked these resources. However, seeing that he was a rank 3, wielding a B-class Chongdao, and wearing a middle stage rank 5 leather armor, Old Man Li just could not associate him with a lack of money. Without further elaboration, Old Man Li quickly brought Fong Ping to the vitality pool. Fong Ping did not refuse, although the vitality pool consumed a lot. However, he might need the vitality pool's help. Unless there was no other way, he did not want to use his wealth. He did not have much wealth now. Although he had earned more than 40 million, he spent it very quickly. His skull hadn't been tempered yet. Vitality pool. Although it was called a vitality pool, it was more or less the same as an energy room. Fong Ping looked outside for a while, then turned around and asked the instructor in charge of this place, "Instructor, what if my vitality isn't concentrated enough when I cultivate? The vitality force here doesn't seem to be very concentrated. Can I replenish it in time after I've absorbed it?" The instructor in charge said with a faint smile, "I heard that your bone marrow is like mercury, and your mentality can move particles. Maybe. You can really deplete the vitality here. However, the amount of vitality force supplied here is fixed. They say it's on time, but in reality, it's based on quantity. Fang Ping immediately said, but some seniors can't absorb it all. Can they charge less? Of course not. It's their own fault that they can't absorb it all. The instructor laughed. Don't think too much. The supply of vitality force is very difficult. Energy ores are needed to convert the energy particles into vitality force. In order to maintain its activity, the energy hearts of catacombs powerhouses are also used. As he said that, the instructor said lightly, the hearts of living catacombs powerhouses. Fang Ping's pupils shrank slightly. Old Manly said nonchalantly, catacombs martial artists can be resurrected if they die on the surface. However, if they don't die, they can't be resurrected. Powerhouses might not die even if their hearts are cut out. Kid, the cost of building a vitality pool is higher than you can imagine. It's not easy for MCMAU to build a vitality pool. Don't think about taking advantage of the university. Fang Ping exhaled. They won't die even if their hearts are dug out? Who said anything about digging? Old Manly chuckled. I said that they might not die even if they're cut out. It doesn't mean that they have to be cut out. There are buildings underground. What do you think old Lu was guarding when he guarded the southern area? Fang Ping was shocked again. There were living catacombs powerhouses under the vitality pool. This was too risky. Don't worry. They're all rank 4 and 5 martial artists. There were rank 6 martial artists before that. After old Lu left, they were all brought back to the catacombs and killed. Lu Polu went to Nanjiang. MCMAU suffered a great loss. At least, a few rank 6 catacombs powerhouses had to be killed to prevent trouble. Even if something happened to rank 4 and 5 martial artists, it would not cause a stir in MCMAU. Fang Ping did not ask further. These were actually MCMAU secrets. It was not easy for Old Manly to tell him so much. Without credits, Fang Ping paid 5 million in cash and stepped into the vitality pool. As soon as he entered, the instructor in charge said softly, "That's fast." It's very fast. I wonder if he can build 5 celestial bridges at once. Oh right, activate the rank 5's vitality supply. The instructor in charge chuckled. You have to think about it carefully. If he drains this rank 5 to death, you'll be responsible for capturing another one. Tisk, he's just a rank 5 brat. Old Manly said it disapprovingly. The instructor in charge did not say anything either. Killing and capturing alive were two different concepts. Old Manly could kill rank 5 martial artists like it was child's play. However, capturing one alive and bringing him back to the surface was not as simple as he made it out to be. If Fang Ping extracted too much vitality force and depleted the rank 5 catacombs martial artist's vitality reserve, his energy heart would collapse, and the other party would die. Unless the vitality supply was interrupted in the middle of cultivation, however, this was the biggest taboo in the middle of cultivation. Without further ado, the instructor in charge operated the system and informed the powerhouse in charge of guarding the underground to change the catacombs martial artist's vitality supply. Inside the vitality pool, Fang Ping checked his stats: wealth, 41. 54 million vitality, 1,420 calories, 1,420 calories plus, mentality, 579 Hz, 579 Hz plus, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. I wonder if the vitality pool can keep up with the speed of my consumption. Building 5 bridges isn't that easy. In the past few days, Fang Ping had roughly cultivated the methods of honing internal organs. It was not much different from his previous breakthroughs. Breakthroughs in the 3 lower ranks required clearing some meridians and minor vessels. As for breaking through rank 4 from rank 3, building bridges could also be considered as creating a few meridians out of thin air. These meridians did not exist initially. Now, they had to rely on the martial artist's own vitality force to open them up and stabilize them. If I can't complete the construction of 5 bridges, I'll have embarrassed myself for nothing this time. Fang Ping was actually ashamed of filming these small advertisements. It was definitely a dark history. He said he did not mind, but how could a person like him not care about his reputation? Everything is for the sake of strength. Actually, I'm just like a celebrity. It's nothing. After comforting himself, Fang Ping emptied his mind. In the next moment, Fang Ping began to circulate his vitality according to the internal organs and began to impact the heart bridge. His vitality was also being depleted rapidly. Outside, Old Manly and the instructor in charge watched without blinking. Going from rank 3 to rank 4 was actually a qualitative change. Middle-ranked martial artists could speed up the recovery of their vitality even without relying on pills, mercury-like bone marrow to speed up recovery, or mentality to capture energy particles. When the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were honed, martial artists' cultivation would mostly rely on the free energy particles between heaven and earth. The methods of honing internal organs also involved the capture of energy, unlike the 3 lower ranks, which mainly relied on pills to cultivate. Deanly, can this kid build 5 celestial bridges? I don't know. Then why are you encouraging him to try? Old Manly snorted. What do you know? This kid has no motivation without pressure. If he's under pressure, he'll be motivated. I'm just saying. If he really succeeds, it'll be a pleasant surprise. The instructor in charge did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not say anything more. They would know soon enough. If Fang Ping really skipped early stage rank 4 and entered middle stage rank 4 directly, it would be amazing. During Fang Ping's golden cultivation period, saving a small step would definitely be more than beneficial. Although they would still need to spend some time to stabilize and make up for it afterward. If he succeeds, this kid will really become MCMAU's leading figure. The instructor in charge murmured. Today, the strongest powerhouse in MCMAU was only upper stage rank 4. There was not even a peak rank 4. If Fang Ping became a middle stage rank 4 martial artist this time, maybe in the next 2 years, MCMAU would have a rank 6 student. Since the founding of MCMAU, there had never been a rank 6 student. CCMAU did have one. In the blood and chi pool. Fang Ping gradually sensed that a blood-colored vitality passageway had appeared on the periphery of his heart. It was connected to the meridians that had been opened up in his body. However, this passageway was extremely dim and illusory. It's not stable enough. It will collapse soon. Fang Ping had no choice but to continue expending large amounts of vitality force to strengthen this passageway. When the passageway was reinforced, Fang Ping could almost hear the strong thump of a heart. The throbbing sound became clearer and clearer, however, as the heart beat, the power of blood began to flow, and the heart bridge showed signs of shaking again. Still not enough. Fang Ping no longer paid attention to it. He continued to pour in more vitality force and began to use his mentality to capture the vitality force that filled the cultivation room. This was not energy particles, but vitality force that was directly converted from energy particles. When his mentality moved slightly, Fang Ping realized that it was much easier to capture than energy particles. The blood qi he had consumed was rapidly recovering. 500 cal. 800 calories, Fang Ping kept circulating his vitality, filling up the celestial bridge. The qi and blood power in the qi and blood pool was also constantly being absorbed by him. Outside. The face of the mentor in charge changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Deanly, have you made it clear to him? Old Manly said nothing. He had forgotten one thing, of course, it wasn't something too important. There was no need for it to be too stable the first time he built a heavenly bridge that connected the inside and the outside. It was fine as long as it could form a passageway on the whole. It would not collapse, and he could slowly reinforce it in the future. However, this kid Fang Ping's vitality was almost depleted, and he was still absorbing the vitality force from the vitality pool. Up until now, not a single passageway had been constructed. They were probably reinforcing it, right? I'm fine. Old Manly said lightly. The instructor in charge was close to tears. He said helplessly, this time, this rank 5 must die. So be it. Sigh. The teacher in charge sighed. You make it sound so easy. If he dies, it will be troublesome. Right now, not even one passageway had been built successfully. If this went on, the rank 5 would be exhausted to death very soon. So difficult. How did the others do it? Fang Ping was also a little confused. His vitality was more than 1,400 calories, coupled with the absorption of the vitality pool's vitality force. His speed was also extremely fast. However, even he found it so difficult. Could it be that the others were crazily popping pills and eating rank 3 vitality pills as if they were rice? Those casual martial artists don't have chi and blood pools. They can't even replenish themselves with pills, can they? That's not right. Even some martial arts universities don't have vitality pools. Could these people be more talented than me? Bullshit. Fang Ping did not understand. His own vitality had been depleted by 1,300 calories. He did not count how much the vitality pool had replenished, but he had a general idea that it had replenished at least 600 to 700 cal. With 2,000 calories of vitality, not even one channel could be stabilized. Other peak rank 3 martial artists had 1,000 cal vitality upper limit. Consuming 900 calories at most and taking a few pills in such a short time would be considered impressive if they could recover a few hundred cal. A vitality of more than 1,000 cal was successfully built. Why couldn't he? This is too strange. Could it have something to do with my powerful physique? Although Fang Ping did not understand, seeing that the vitality pool's replenishment rate could not keep up with the rate of consumption, he could only start converting his wealth points. Outside. When he saw Fang Ping's vitality flowing endlessly, the expression in the instructor's eyes changed. He said in a low voice, "The vitality pool. In order to maintain the purity of the vitality force, it prevents energy particles from permeating it." Old Manly let out a soft humph and said lightly, "So what?" Isolating the infiltration of the energy particles was actually very meaningful. Did Fang Ping's vitality replenishment come from nothing? The fact that he absorbed the vitality force so quickly could be explained and understood. However, after absorbing the vitality pool's vitality, he could still maintain his own vitality force, unless it was supplied by himself. However, there was a limit to a human's recovery ability. Even if he recovered, he would still need energy particles to replenish it. In other words, this vitality really came from nothing. Old Manly then said, "His bone marrow is like mercury. Maybe it's because he absorbed energy particles previously and stored them in his body. Grandmaster-level powerhouses can maintain combat strength even when energy is isolated. This is all because of their own reserves. We haven't reached Grandmaster yet, so it's normal that we can't understand this." The instructor in charge did not say anything else. Could Fang Ping really do it? It was hard to believe. However, since Old Manly had given such an explanation, you had to believe it whether you wanted to or not. Moreover, Fang Ping had gone to the research institute 2 days ago and provided some blood, hair, and some bone powder to the institute. At this time, the results of the research were not out yet. They could only assume that Fang Ping's brain had mutated. In fact, the instructor in charge believed that Fang Ping's brain had mutated. The human body was the most complicated. Mentality was the embodiment of complexity. Where did mentality recovery come from? Mentality did not need to extract energy particles to recover. Grandmaster-level powerhouses' mentality consumption seemed to be recovering naturally. This could not be explained. Perhaps it was a higher-dimensional energy that humans had not discovered. Fang Ping's ability to create something out of nothing was similar to mentality recovery. Old Manly was actually also suspicious. He was even sure that Fang Ping's brain had indeed mutated. His mentality had also recovered extremely quickly last time. Brain mutation, he mumbled in his heart. This time, unless he really cut Fang Ping's brain open and studied it, otherwise, he would not be able to find out anything. He did not have any hope in the research institute. Whatever. Let him be. I hope it won't develop in a bad direction in the end. Old Manly shook his head lightly. Mutation might not be a good thing. At the same time, Fang Ping chose to break through. The Alloy House's door opened in Magic City catacombs. Lu Fengru and the others stepped out one after another. As soon as they stepped out, they heard a familiar voice. "Using soft shampoo. That's how confident you are." Lu Fengru was slightly stunned. She tilted her head and glanced at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was currently leaning against a chair. There was a computer on the empty table in front of him. When they were bored, they would also watch movies and television dramas. Just like back then, when Fong Ping and the others participated in the championship, these people would also choose to watch the fun. Lu Fengru tilted her head slightly and glanced at the screen. On the screen, Fong Ping was flamboyantly fiddling with his short hair, holding a bottle of shampoo in his hand. Seeing this scene, Lu Fengru's expression kept changing. The gatekeeper also knew that they had come out. Seeing the situation, he laughed and said, "Instructor Lu, the advertisement that your student filmed is not bad. It's quite interesting." "Right, there's something else. It's quite funny. It's much more interesting than those television dramas." Lu Fengru looked at him for a while. After a while, she said faintly, "You knew that I would come out, so you purposely played it for me to see?" "Ha ha ha, yes. I just wanted to share my happiness with everyone. The Catacombs War has finally ended. It's not good to be too depressed. It's easy to make us depressed. This kid is interesting. Look at the advertisement that he filmed. I'm not depressed at all now." "What advertisement?" Tang Feng, who had just walked out, still had a strong smell of blood on his body. He asked casually. The gatekeeper seemed to be showing off. He picked up the computer and showed it to him. He chuckled and said, "I'm planning to make a small collection. Later, I'll hang a small TV on the mission display in the hall to make everyone happy. It's too quiet here every day. It's too dead. Sigh, martial artists are getting more and more depressed now. I showed it to the soldiers in the military department this morning. They were quite happy watching it." "Haha." Lu Fengru smiled without saying anything. She walked away. She had just taken a few steps when the computer in the gatekeeper's hand suddenly shattered. The gatekeeper's expression changed slightly. The expressions of Tang Feng and the others also changed. The gatekeeper's expression was slightly shocked. A peak rank 6 martial artist's mentality that could move some items was considered top-notch. As for Lu Fengru, she directly shattered his computer. Tang Feng's expression kept changing. He was a little distracted. Lu Fengru's mentality had become stronger. If this went on, she would not be far from being able to release her mentality completely. At least 800 hertz. Tang Feng mumbled. The expressions of the other instructors beside him changed. 800 hertz. She can officially release her mentality at 1000 hertz. Doesn't that mean, even if she doesn't have the unity of essence, spirit, and soul to break through the barrier, once her mentality reaches 1000 hertz, she can also forcefully break through the high-rank barrier? The instructors did not know whether to be happy or worried. The vice-chancellor died in battle. MCMAU had one less grandmaster. Now, they could not even guard the school. They had no choice but to kill some rank 6 catacombs martial artists to prevent trouble. If there was one more grandmaster, then this would not be necessary. Lu Fengru breaking through to grandmaster was a good thing for MCMAU. In other words, anyone breaking through to grandmaster was a good thing for mankind. However, Tang Feng exhaled softly. He looked at Lu Fengru, who had gone far away, and said in a low voice, "This time, that guy from Skygate City has fought with Guardian Wu many times." Lu Fengru should have seen the gap between them. She probably won't act rashly. This is a good thing. In the past few days in the catacombs, because 7 of Skygate City's high ranks were killed, the city lord went crazy and fought with the Southern Guardian who had been guarding the place. Both sides had fought more than 10 times. Lu Fengru was also there. She had seen the gap between them. She might not continue to seek revenge with the determination to die. "I hope so." The few instructors murmured to themselves. As long as Lu Fengru did not court death, it would be MCMAU's blessing if she became a grandmaster. However, looking at the current situation, even if she wanted to break through, it would take at least 1 or 2 years. After talking about Lu Fengru, Tang Feng suddenly thought of Fong Ping. He snorted softly and said, "What is Fong Ping doing now?" The gatekeeper did not think much of it. He laughed and said, "This kid is quite famous now. First in rank 3, invincible among rank 3. He's filming a few advertisements and having some fun." "Why care so much?" for people like us, if there's wine today, we'll get drunk today. Who knows if there's a tomorrow? Lion Tang, don't make too many rules. It's so boring. First in rank 3? Tang Feng was stunned. Luo Yichuan, who was still bleeding, laughed and said, really? That kid is first? Really? It happened a few days ago. You guys weren't here. This kid is quite interesting. He's not as old-fashioned as you guys. I quite like him. Why don't you send him over to keep me company and guard the door together? Luo Yichuan chuckled and said, forget it. You let him guard the door. In a few days, we'll probably have to pay a fee to enter the catacombs. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. The gatekeeper also laughed and said, that can't be. Tang Feng snorted disdainfully. Don't doubt me. Maybe if the catacombs humans want to come out, he'll have to stop them and charge them a fee. Ha ha ha. If he really had that kind of strength, he would be more than happy to do so. What kind of ability did he have to be to dare to collect toll fees from catacombs martial artists? If the catacombs martial artists were to charge out, there would be no shortage of rank 9 martial artists. If Fang Ping dared to charge a rank 9 powerhouse, it would mean that he was much stronger than the other party. Even Commander Li might not be able to collect a toll. Everyone roared with laughter again. The death of their comrades and the sacrifice of their friends seemed to have been forgotten at this moment. Let him keep the sadness in his heart. Other than affecting others and affecting morale, what else could they do? As for Lu Fengru, who had gone first, everyone had forgotten about her. This half-grandmaster powerhouse should be going to deal with Fang Ping now, right? Tang Feng was gloating a little. It would be best if he could beat the kid up. Motherf asterisk Kerr, he had just come out of the catacombs and he was already infuriated by this kid. An invincible rank 3 powerhouse went to shoot a small advertisement. He did not even know what to say. At this moment, Fang Ping naturally did not know that Lu Fengru had returned. He also did not know that everyone would tease him, saying that he would block the passageway entrance to collect fees. If Fang Ping knew, he would definitely complain about it. If he was not invincible, he would not dare to collect fees. He would not even have time to run. However, when the day came when the catacombs were pacified and this world was conquered, Fang Ping felt that this suggestion could be considered. At this moment, Fang Ping was still building the celestial bridge. After putting in close to 4,000 calories of vitality, the heart bridge was gradually stabilized. Doesn't this mean that I need 20,000 calories of vitality? Fang Ping groaned inwardly. The supply of vitality from the vitality pool was getting lesser and lesser. He would die if he could only supply a total of 2 to 3,000 cal. In this case, he would need to spend at least 20 million wealth points to complete it. Forget it. 20 to 30 million is enough to let me pass the early stage. I've earned it. After comforting himself for a while, Fang Ping started building the liver bridge. When he started building the liver bridge, both Old Man Li and the instructor outside let out a gasp of surprise. The speed of vitality absorption is even faster. This kid, did he stabilize the celestial bridge? I think so. He's a little too much of a genius. Maybe it won't be long before he can start honing his 5 viscera. The instructor in charge sighed repeatedly. Comparisons were odious. Old Man Li did not care about this. Instead, he rubbed his chin and muttered, he's already so strong. Are there any students in MCMAU who can restrain him? Without anyone to suppress Fang Ping, he would turn the world upside down. Before this, Zhang Yu and the others could suppress Fang Ping. If they could not suppress him anymore, this kid's strength could even be compared to some instructors. Would he not turn MCMAU upside down? Old Man Li felt that he was not worrying for no reason. This kid wasn't too honest. Just look at the things he had done. Selling pills for a profit, establishing a society, tricking people into doing free work, setting up a loan platform, provoking the president of the Martial Arts Society, all of these were not things that an honest student could do. Who will restrain him? Old Man Li racked his brains. Chen Wenlong? Zhang Yu? Qin Fengqing, none of them were reliable. He used to count on Xiaolei, but now, it was difficult. Xiaolei was still lacking a little to achieve rank 4. However, it would not be long. If everything went smoothly, Xiaolei might achieve rank 4 when junior year started. It all depended on Xiaolei's decision. Don't tell me I can only rely on the instructors to suppress him if he causes trouble in the future? Old Manly pinched his beard, slightly dissatisfied. Instructors suppressing students was a sign of the school's incompetence. Motherf ****, the MCMAU students are getting more and more useless every year. There's not even a rank 5. Old Manly cursed. The instructor in charge beside him twitched his mouth. Sorry, I'm only a peak rank 5 too. I always felt that Deanley was scolding me indirectly. Qi and blood pool. With his first experience, Fong Ping quickly began to build the second celestial bridge. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were also known as the divine organs. The 5 organs could store the spirit, by connecting the inside and outside and building 5 celestial bridges. Martial artists could officially step into the spiritual realm. Middle-ranked martial artists could cultivate their own spirit. Of course, cultivating one's own spirit usually required one to reach peak rank 6. The main reason was that one's mentality was too weak. Those with strong mentality could also cultivate their spirit at rank 4. However, such a situation was extremely rare. When the first celestial bridge was built successfully, Fong Ping sensed that his mentality had become more active and stronger. With the bridge of the 5 viscera built, his spirit began to strengthen. The second celestial bridge was the liver bridge. The bridge of the heart was successfully built for the first time, but the energy channel was not completely stable yet. There was not much energy flowing through it, but there was no sign of rejection. Once the energy passageway was stabilized, building a celestial bridge next to it would have to consider the rejection of the heart bridge and the shaking of the energy radiation. Fong Ping continued to expend large amounts of wealth to produce vitality, rapidly outlining the prototype of the bridge. Half an hour later, Fong Ping's body was already entangled by blood qi. It was as if a layer of blood cocoon had appeared on the surface of his body, trapping him within it. At this moment, outside the vitality pool, it was not just Old Manly and Old Manly. Lu Fengru stood with her arms crossed and said faintly, "Can 5 celestial bridges be built successfully in one go?" If I remember correctly, Xueli only managed to build 3 bridges in one go before he lost both his energy and spirit. Xueli, a top-notch powerhouse who had just graduated this year, a rank 5 student. Now, he had graduated and joined the Shanghai Department of Investigation Services as the deputy director. Shanghai was the economic center of China. There were many grandmasters there, including the governor of Shanghai, the commander of the Shanghai Military Region, the director of the Shanghai Education Department, and the director of the Shanghai Department of Investigation Services. As the deputy director of Shanghai's Department of Investigation Services, he was comparable to the deputy governor of Nanjiang and other provinces. Old Manly chuckled. Just try it. If it really fails, there's still the viscera shielding pill to protect your organs. You'll just need to rest for a few more days. Compared to directly stepping into middle stage rank 4, if one's internal organs were injured, the worst that could happen was to take one more resurrection pill. They would not die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, no one would hesitate to choose. Instead, she looked at Old Manly. Her eyes were sharp as she asked, "Did you instigate him to shoot those commercials?" Old Manly's expression stiffened. "What does it have to do with me? I'll remember this dead on your head." Old Manly almost cursed out loud. Was it my fault again? The instructor in charge at the side kept a straight face, forcing himself not to laugh. Right now, there were 2 people here, both peak rank 6. One was the school's deputy dean, the other was the biggest thorn in the school's instructor's side. He could not laugh. If he did, he would be beaten to death. Old Manly snorted and said nothing more. Inside the room, the blood cocoon on Fong Ping's body was getting thicker and thicker, almost wrapping him up entirely. After a moment, Lu Fengru suddenly said, 3. Before Old Manly could reply, the instructor in charge checked the instrument outside the door and sighed softly. His heart has collapsed. It was as if Lu Fengru and Yi Zichen did not hear anything. The instructor's face stiffened again. He said dryly, "The rank 5 martial artist responsible for supplying energy is dead." The 2 of them still did not reply. "Deanly, Instructor Lu, so what if he's dead?" "I'm not deaf." Old man Li replied impatiently. He said exasperatedly, "Why are you so long-winded? So what if a rank 5 is dead? What the F***ck is a rank 5? The instructor's face darkened. I'm a rank 5. Old man, can you not say these things in front of me? However, compared to a peak rank 6 powerhouse, a rank 5 was indeed nothing. A peak rank 6 powerhouse's Sanjiao gate had already been closed. The human body formed its own circulation. Half of a golden body was formed, and combat strength was sustained. Old man Li's mentality was damaged. He, a peak rank 6, was still alright. He was not considered too strong, and he had major flaws. If he encountered a grandmaster with strong mentality, or even a peak rank 6 of the same rank, he might be severely injured in an instant due to insufficient mentality. However, a peak rank 6 like Lu Fengru, compared to a typical middle-ranked martial artist, was really too far apart. She had almost no flaws, even if her head was already showing signs of turning into a golden body. The two peak rank 6 powerhouses did not care. The instructor in charge could only shut up. Everyone continued to wait. Lu Fengru suddenly said, "Turn off the energy ceiling barrier." The instructor in charge immediately started working. The walls in the vitality pool floated slightly, as if an invisible membrane had disappeared. The moment the membrane disappeared, energy particles in the surroundings began to rapidly converge toward the empty area. As for Fang Ping, he quickly began to capture, or rather, capture was not suitable. Energy particles automatically converged toward his body. Seeing this, Lu Fengru raised her eyebrows slightly. The celestial bridge has stabilized. It's starting to actively absorb energy particles. This was a characteristic of a middle-ranked martial artist. Energy particles were automatically attracted by the celestial bridge, actively honing the internal organs and flesh. It was not too obvious on Earth. In places with abundant energy in the catacombs, martial artists improved very quickly. Among the 3 people present, the weakest was a peak rank 5. Lu Fengru, who had mentality, could almost see the movement of energy particles. Although Old Man Li and the instructor in charge could not see it, they could clearly sense this change. Middle-ranked powerhouses could actually sense the strength of energy. Looking at this speed, the stability of his celestial bridge is not low. Maybe after some time to adapt, he can start honing his 5 organs. Old Man Li laughed. Before the end of the year, he might be able to achieve upper stage rank 4. Before the end of the year, Fang Ping would only be in the first semester of his sophomore year. If things went smoothly, he would finish honing his 5 organs in the second semester of his sophomore year and achieve peak rank 4. If he spent a year or a year and a half in his junior year, he might be able to achieve peak rank 5. Before he graduated in his senior year, he might really achieve rank 6. As for the few rank 5 students who had graduated before, they were all beginners. They were still far from rank 6. Lu Fengru did not utter a word. Old Man Li said again, "His bone marrow is complete, and his mentality is not weak. After achieving rank 7, as long as his skull is honed, he will soon become a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. As for rank 9, it might not take many years." That day, you asked him to help you kill Skygate City's city lord. I think your idea is not bad. There is also hope of realizing it. Compared to yourself, I think this kid has a higher chance. Lu Fengru was silent. You should know the difference between rank 7 and rank 9. If you go, you will be courting death. If your student avenges you, I think it will be a good story, enough. I don't need you to teach me. Lu Fengru let out a soft humph. Old Man Li sighed and said in a low voice, "This little girl is getting cocky now." Back in the day, Lu Fengru's expression was a little dark. Old Man Li was not much older than her, but strictly speaking, Old Man Li was half a senior to her. Old Man Li was the vice-chancellor's student. Lu Fengru was not entirely his, but Lu Fengru had also graduated from MCMAU, and the vice-chancellor had taught her for a period of time. When swordsman longevity became famous, Lu Fengru was indeed not that old. Back then, she had also admired him as a child. However, her daughter had followed Wu Quishan and Li Chongxing into the catacombs. According to her original plan, these were MCMAU's most elite instructors. Her daughter's safety was absolutely guaranteed. who knew that an accident would happen? After that, Lu Fengger was not very polite to Li Changxing. Although she did not cause trouble for him, she did not give him a good look when she saw him. Now that Li Changxing had spoken in such a tone, Lu Fengger's expression darkened, but she did not refute. After a moment, she said, "He's a rank 3 to protect his path. Sorry to trouble you." "Don't mention it." Old man Li grinned. "I'm still waiting for this kid to become a grandmaster and take care of a few of my old enemies. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to see it." Lu Fengger replied mildly. Old man Li smiled again. "Then tell me during the holidays. When are you leaving? Nanjiang's catacombs are opening. You'll be sending yourself to your death if you go, idiot." Old man Li grinned. "It's the same if I die sooner or later. I'm not like you, who still has something to work towards. As for me, I don't have anything to work towards. If it weren't for the fact that the old man didn't let me go this time, I would have left already." As Old Man Li said that, he sounded slightly sorrowful. "Don't hate anymore. Those people back then are almost all dead. The 12 people who came out alive have all died in the past few years. Last year, other than Old Wu and me, Nan Wushang was still alive. During the trip to Tiannan's catacombs, Nan Wushang died too. They're all dead. Once I die, it's your family's business. There's nothing to hate anymore." Lu Fengger's expression did not change. Old Man Li chuckled. "You're still so headstrong and prideful. I hope Old Wu can live a little longer. He's already dead. You don't even have someone to hate anymore. As for me, I'm really afraid that you'll collapse just like that." "Shut up." Lu Fengger shouted coldly. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worth my hatred? It's better if you're all dead. Little girl, you're still so stubborn. I'm afraid that if I die, you'll hide and cry for a few days." Old Man Li chuckled. "When Nan Wushang died, you secretly went to watch, didn't you? Did you cry? Get lost." Lu Fengger was furious. Her mentality erupted instantly, shaking Old Man Li so much that he froze on the spot. Right after that, Lu Fengger kicked him until he disappeared without a trace. The instructor in charge looked down and did not move an inch. It was as if he had become a wooden man. He did not hear or see anything. After a while, the instructor in charge seemed to have sobered up. He said in a normal tone, "Instructor Lu, I'll go do something else first. Please take care of things here." Lu Fengger did not say anything. The instructor in charge did not waste any more time either. He turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really be hacked to death. MCMAU today was becoming more and more abnormal. Even peak rank 5 instructors were in danger. The instructor in charge sighed in his heart. With the old vice-chancellor gone, these troublemakers were hard to suppress. Would Vice-Chancellor Wu be able to keep things under control? Sometimes, being strong did not mean being able to keep things under control. Fang Ping, who was indoors, naturally did not know these things. The third celestial bridge was built successfully. For hours after entering the room, the fourth bridge was built successfully. The construction of the fifth celestial bridge was more difficult than the previous ones. The first 4 passageways began to produce a weak sense of repulsion. The passageways that were built were repelled a few times. The illusory bridge shook continuously and collapsed after a while. Fang Ping tried a few times. He kept injecting vitality. His mentality no longer captured energy particles. Instead, he began to suppress and soothe the other passageways. After a few tries, the last illusory bridge finally appeared. When the 5th bridge appeared, Fang Ping's body trembled. His internal organs began to absorb the drifting energy particles rapidly. His vitality began to recover rapidly. Middle stage rank 4 martial artists can already actively absorb energy particles and quickly recover their vitality? Fang Ping recalled the martial artists he met. In the catacombs, most of the ones he killed were early stage rank 4. He did not have a strong feeling about this. The middle stage rank 4's battle endurance seemed to be stronger than the others. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had wasted a lot of time on the other party, but the other party still maintained a strong combat power. No wonder rank 6 powerhouse's vitality is almost limitless. Middle stage rank 4 can actively absorb drifting energy particles. What about peak rank 6 powerhouses? After sealing off the Xianxia gate, vitality will no longer overflow. In addition, mentality is strong enough to actively absorb energy particles. With so many layers of protection, peak rank 6 powerhouses should be stronger than I expected. Fang Ping had a vague judgment in his heart. Fighting a peak rank 6 powerhouse might be more difficult than he imagined. To kill a peak rank 6 powerhouse, he either had to hit the vital head and kill him in one hit, or he had to rely on mentality to crush him. Exhausting the other party to death would probably be a strenuous task. While thinking about this, Fang Ping did not delay the stabilization of the fifth passageway. After another half an hour, the 5 transparent passageways with a hint of blood in them gradually stabilized, no longer shaking. As for Fang Ping, he only felt that his internal organs were constantly shaking slightly. Some of the impurities in his body seemed to be falling off. The surface of his skin also seemed to be forming scabs. A thick layer of jet-black bloodstains solidified on the surface of his body, wrapping Fang Ping's entire person inside. It's not considered a rebirth yet, but there's already a trend. Forging a golden body. The 3 lower ranks and the 3 middle ranks were actually all a process of forging a golden body. At this moment, Fang Ping's path of cultivation was gradually becoming clearer. The human body was the foundation of martial arts. Practicing martial arts was actually not the pursuit of external strength, but the pursuit of the strength of the human body, breaking through one limit after another. In other words, it was also completing the process of life evolution. When humans reach rank 8 and complete the transformation of the human body, perhaps they really can't be called humans anymore. Rank 8, maybe it's a new beginning. A rank 8 golden body powerhouse had already completed the transformation of the human body. In what way was a rank 9 powerhouse stronger than a rank 8 powerhouse? Fang Ping's heart was slightly puzzled. He could already see and touch the path from rank 1 to rank 8. However, the path to rank 9 was still a blank. It's still early. Let's not worry about this for now. Fang Ping did not think about it anymore. He did not exit the vitality pool either. Instead, he observed his changes. Wealth, 18 million vitality, 820 calories, 1,550 calories plus, mentality, 410 Hz, 619 Hz plus, bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. His wealth was slightly more than expected. He had spent more than 23 million. This was because Fang Ping could also recover his vitality quickly in the later stages, plus the supply from the vitality pool. Otherwise, he would have spent at least 30 million wealth. How can a typical rank 3 martial artist achieve 30,000 calories vitality? Building 5 celestial bridges at the same time, unless his family has a mine. Whoever had an energy mine and an open supply of cultivationating energy stones might be able to do it. Or the vitality pool could allow high-ranked powerhouses to continuously supply vitality. Otherwise, building 5 celestial bridges at the same time was not something Fang Ping could do. As for himself, he was a special case. Geniuses were different. My vitality limit hasn't increased by much. It's the same for my mentality too. However, while Fang Ping was watching, his vitality limit increased from 1,550 calories to 1,551 calories. It was still rising. That's right. My vitality force and energy particles are being absorbed by my internal organs to refine them. This is a long-term process. During this process, my body keeps getting stronger. During this time, even if I don't actively cultivate, the upper limit of my vitality force will still increase rapidly. Fang Ping finally experienced the benefits of building a celestial bridge successfully. His physique was actively becoming stronger. Today, he could be considered to have entered middle stage rank 4. However, because he had crossed the early stage, the transformation time was still short. His physique and vitality might not be stronger than other middle stage rank 4 martial artists. Others progressed step by step and had already completed the transformation and honing in this process. However, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Other people's water bottles are already filled to the brim. I'm just starting to fill them up. I'm getting stronger every day, while they can only wait to break through to the next rank. Very good. Middle stage rank 4. Fang Ping was a little happy. Initially, he only thought that breaking through to rank 4 would be enough. Once he entered the middle ranks, he would be in the same rank as Old Wang and the others. He did not expect that he would actually enter middle stage rank 4 directly. He was only one step away from Old Wang. It's only been a year. At this moment, he had been practicing martial arts for a year and 4 months. From a completely ordinary person, he was about to catch up to peak rank 2 Wang Jinyang. Soon. Maybe I can surpass him very soon. Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, Chen Wenlong. I will surpass all these people of the same generation. Maybe I should change my target to someone else. For example, Brother Ma? Fang Ping suddenly felt that he should change his target to someone else. How could someone of the same generation be his target? In less than a year, he would be rank 4. In 2 years, he might be rank 8. If there was a rank 12, he might be rank 12 in 3 years. While he was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a cold shout beside his ear. Still not coming out? Are you preparing to go into closed-door seclusion? Fang Ping's spirit was shaken. He stood up immediately. The blood cocoon outside his body collapsed. The solidified blood cocoon fell off piece by piece. Even his clothes were torn to shreds. Fang Ping's eyes and hands were sharp. He took off his leather armor in an instant and put it on like a pair of pants. He let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Fengru sneered. As she turned around and walked away, she said mildly, "You dared to shoot such a shameful advertisement. Why are you afraid of this?" Fang Ping looked embarrassed. He did not even take off his pants when he was shooting the advertisement. How was it shameful? Maybe I should buy a pair of leather underpants. Fang Ping's imagination ran wild. In the future, if he were to tear his clothes at the drop of a hat, forget about his upper body, he still had to take care of his lower body. In the past, when he bought a pair of shoes worth 1,000,000 yuan, he found it unbelievable. After exiting the vitality pool, Fang Ping was clad in a set of black martial arts attire. The instructor in charge of the vitality pool was much better than Song Yingji, who was in charge of the energy room. He had given it to Fang Ping for free and did not charge anything. Perhaps he was afraid that Fang Ping would overtake him and settle the score with him. Outside the blood and chi pool, Lu Fengru stood at the door and waited. Old Manly was nowhere to be seen. Fang Ping stepped out and asked hurriedly, "Teacher, when did you come back?" "Just now." "How's the catacombs now?" "As for East Sunflower City?" Lu Fengru did not hide anything this time. She said directly, "Sky Gate City attacked a few times, but they were defeated. We killed more than 50,000 of their 200,000 soldiers. On the martial artists' side, 7 high ranks had died in battle, which was a loss of more than half. There were also a few high ranks who were injured. That bastard had also been injured by Guardian Wu. Ever since East Sunflower City had retreated for the first time, they hadn't sent out any more troops. If nothing goes wrong, Sky Gate City might have to move. Migration? They've lost half of their high-ranked powerhouses. Almost everyone is injured. They're so close to Hope City. Aren't they afraid that we'll kill a few more of their high-ranked powerhouses?" Lu Fengru laughed coldly and said, "It's not that Sino Nation is powerless to destroy him, it's just that they're unwilling to do so. They don't want any unforeseen events to happen. But now that East Sunflower City has sent troops, we have a new opponent in Magic City's catacombs. Skygate City is no longer as important. What about the other 11 cities? Are there any movements?" "Not yet." Lu Fengru shook her head. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment before asking, "On our side, they've also suffered heavy casualties. A large number of experts from the military have fallen this time." Lu Fengru's tone was calm. She paused for a moment before continuing, "On MCMAU's side, a large number of instructors have also fallen. Today, there are less than 400 middle-ranked instructors in MCMAU. In reality, there are only 380 of them. At the catacombs, there were still more than 50 instructors left to guard the place. There were also more than 30 people guarding MCMAU's various industries. Some of the instructors were carrying out missions in various places, After school started, there were less than 300 middle-ranked instructors in the school. And the number of students is close to 7,000. There were less than 300 teachers in the school, which meant that each of them had to teach at least 20 students. In recent years, the number of tutors in the school was probably the lowest. Lu Fengru did not continue talking about this. She said as they walked, in 2 days, Wu Quishan and the others will return to the school. Wu Quishan will take over as the vice-chancellor, and Huang Jing will take over as the vice-chancellor. The school will probably summon the students back in advance. What do you think? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Instructor, this is the Grandmaster's business. What opinions can I have? I want to be the vice-chancellor myself, but it's impossible. Lu Fengru stopped in her tracks, as if she was hesitating if she should kick him to death. What I'm saying is, in this phase where the old and the new are alternating, learn to fight for your own interests. Didn't you want to challenge Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu had the intention to relinquish his position as president of the Martial Arts Society, but it was rumored that his preferred candidate was Qin Wenlong. However, Qin Wenlong was the same as him. They were both students who were about to enter their senior year, and they were not in school for a long period of time. As for Qin Wenlong taking over the position of president of the Martial Arts Society, I'm afraid some of the instructors will not agree. What I'm trying to say is that you can try to fight for it. Once you become the president of the Martial Arts Society, you'll have a greater say in MCMAU. You want me to fight for power? Wrong, I want you to fight for resources. Lu Fengru said calmly, it's not just resources. The Martial Arts Society is said to be co-managing the school with the school leaders. It's an important part of the school. Zhang Yu was a soft-hearted person, so under his management, the Martial Arts Society was not strong. In reality, the power of the Martial Arts Society is greater than you think. You can even impeach the school leaders and communicate directly with the Ministry of Education. You know Wang Jinyang. He's an NMAU. What do you think? Do you think it's purely because he's a rank 4? Wrong. It's because he's the president of the Martial Arts Society that many people support the reform of NMAU. Fang Ping said in surprise, the vice-chancellor and the others are grandmasters. The Martial Arts Society only has a few rank 3 and 4 students, however, the school is basically made up of these rank 3 and 4 students. As the leader of the students, you don't just represent yourself, but the entire school. MCMAU hasn't reached the point of decline yet. So what if you're a grandmaster? There are hundreds of grandmasters in Sino Nation. There are also some idle grandmasters. Wu Quishan doesn't want to be the vice-chancellor, but there are plenty of grandmasters who are willing. Of course, we just don't want to. I'm asking you to fight for the position of president of the Martial Arts Society, not to impeach Wu Quishan and the others, but to participate in some school system reforms. People like Wu Quishan and Huang Jing are different from the old vice-chancellor. You don't have to worry about the old vice-chancellor, but don't trust these guys too much. Fang Ping laughed dryly. Actually, I've thought about fighting for the position of president of the Martial Arts Society, but I've talked to Instructor Li before. He said that the school might not be willing to let me take over. Also, if I take over the position of president of the Martial Arts Society, I might have to give up on the Pingyuan Club and MCMAU's platform, that was before. Now that you've stepped into middle stage rank 4, the significance is different. Also, I support you, Li Chongqing supports you, and Lian Tang supports you. These are all not a problem. MCMAU has 3 high grandmasters now, but there are only 8 peak rank 6 martial artists in total. Other than the 3 of us, the deans of the other 3 schools are all peak rank 6. Of the other 2, one is stationed in the catacombs, and the last is Luo Yichuan. Luo Yichuan still thinks highly of you. Convince him and 4 peak rank 6 martial artists to support you. Becoming the president of the Martial Arts Society is not a big problem. Fang Ping muttered, Big Lion might not be willing. Then you'll beat Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman up every day. Fang Ping felt awkward. This was not appropriate, was it? Lu Fengru was a mentor after all. How could she encourage her students to do such a thing? It was not right. Lu Fengru continued, actually, apart from this, there's another reason why I asked you to fight for the position of Martial Arts Society president. Go ahead. In MCMAU, other than the vitality pool and energy room where you students cultivate, there's also a cultivation ground. Usually, it's where instructors cultivate. It's called the pressure room or the mentality training room. Of course, it was very dangerous. The pressure chamber was constructed using a high-ranked powerhouse's heart core and brain. It simulated a high-ranked powerhouse's mentality impact. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists rarely went in. Rank 6 martial artists usually went there to train in order to feel their mentality. Except for me. Lu Fengru snorted coldly. MCMAU's pressure room is not open to me. This is a decision made by the High Grandmasters. However, as long as you become the president of the Martial Arts Society, you can raise an objection and vote again to decide. In the university, the only people who had the right to object were the Grandmasters, the deans of the 4 major academies, and the president of the Martial Arts Society. The few deans were almost all the old vice-chancellor's students. That's why I've looked for them all these years, but it was useless. However, the situation has changed now. The old vice-chancellor died in battle. I'm afraid the other people's thoughts have changed too. Some people might be willing to have another grandmaster. However, Wu Quishan is in charge of the university. Even if they have such thoughts, they probably won't bring it up. You're different. You're my student. It's only right for you to bring it up. When the time comes, the university will hold a meeting and vote anonymously. If nothing goes wrong, I should be unbanned. Fang Ping was speechless. Instructor, are you grounded because you want to snatch those heart cores and brain cores? Bull*T. Lu Fengru swore and said exasperatedly, they're afraid that I'll become a grandmaster. These people are extremely stupid. Can I become a grandmaster after entering the pressure room? Of course not. However, sensing these powerhouses' mentality pressure for a long time is beneficial for mentality breakthroughs. Fang Ping nodded slightly. That's quite unfair. They grounded you. That's too much of a bully. Oh right, instructor, are the hearts of high-ranked powerhouses expensive? Lu Fengru suddenly looked at him. After a while, she said, I'm not even thinking about these things. Do you have a death wish? Fang Ping said sheepishly, I was just asking. Don't think too much. President of the Martial Arts Society, are you interested in fighting for it? Are you giving up on the Ping Yuan Club? No need. Of course I'm interested. Fang Ping chuckled. Is it enough as long as I win against Xianxia? If I win against Xianxia, it'll be an opportunity. I'll ask Li Chongqing and the university to bring it up. What about Chen Wenlong? Chen Wenlong is about to enter his senior year. He's currently training in the military department. He probably won't participate. Fang Ping nodded and said in high spirits, that's not a problem. I'll challenge Xianxia after I get used to it for 2 days. There's no rush. Wait for Wu Quishan and the others to come back and gather the students to return early. When he's done with the vice-chancellor's handover, you can challenge Xianxia in front of all the students. Fang Ping said with a bitter face, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? With the grandmasters around, I'm a little. Lu Fengru reprimanded him. What are you afraid of? Do you think they'll attack you? As long as you gain the students' recognition of your strength and let the instructors see your strength, Wu Quishan won't dare to go against the general trend. He needs the support of the people to get rid of MCMAU. After saying that, Lu Fengru continued, you've entered the middle ranks, so you can cultivate high-ranked combat techniques. Also, you can continue cultivating pole standing at this point. Do you want to cultivate the flight step or the bodybuilding technique? Think about it yourself, the flight step. Fang Ping did not hesitate. Lu Fengru frowned slightly. Why? The bodybuilding technique is more beneficial to improving your combat strength. In the past, Fang Ping would have thought that the bodybuilding technique was not bad. Now, however, he could increase his vitality. As his vitality increased, his physique would also become stronger. In that case, the cultivation of the bodybuilding technique would become dispensable. As long as he had enough wealth, Fang Ping felt that his physique could be as strong as a golden body. At this time, of course, he had to cultivate the more eye-catching flight step. Of course, it was not just about being eye-catching. cultivating the flight step would make it easier to run away. Although Fang Ping could step on the air now, it was only for a short period of time and he could not fly too high. The Earth's gravity still interfered greatly, and he would soon fall. Once he mastered the flight step, and he had enough vitality, he could really fly in the air. When that time came, powerhouses who did not cultivate the flight step would not be able to hit him. Even if he cultivated it and ran in the air, if the other party's vitality was not strong enough, the chances of catching up to Fang Ping would not be high. The speed of flying in the air might not be faster than on the ground, but the key was convenience. If Fang Ping had mastered the flight step and used it to run, the rank 6 martial artist who was chasing him might not have been able to catch up to him. Even if he chased him on the ground, Fang Ping could choose a place with obstacles to escape to. It was still the same premise. If he had enough wealth, he could tire that rank 6 martial artist to death. Lu Fengru frowned slightly, but she did not say much. She said, "Come to my place when you get back. I can teach you the flight step. Also, pick 1 or 2 high-ranked combat techniques. Instructor, is there a big difference between high-ranked and middle-ranked combat techniques? I've said it before. The cultivation of combat techniques depends on the degree of mastery, not the level of one's own rank." Lu Fengru continued, "Of course, there is a difference between high-ranked and middle-ranked. In summary, there are 2 characteristics. First, offensive vitality release techniques." Fang Ping's gaze flickered. It's equivalent to an additional long-range attack, and not just a simple close-range attack. You can understand it that way. Lu Fengru continued, "Second, penetrating power." Penetrating power? Fang Ping looked slightly doubtful. As Lu Fengru walked out, she said, "Didn't you experience it when you fought with martial artists in the lower 3 ranks? When you fight, most of the attacks are on the outside. Did anyone manage to shatter your heart with 1 punch without breaking through your body's surface defense? High-ranked combat techniques have this kind of use of penetrating power. Of course, you can also think of it as tremor force. Or to put it more clearly, you can think of it as hitting a cow through a mountain. Martial artists at this stage can release their vitality, which is also a basic requirement for penetrating power. When you punch, the vitality force penetrates the body surface and explodes in his body. Among the catacombs rank 4 martial artists I met before, none of them had this kind of martial artist. First, the middle-ranked catacombs martial artists you met usually did not cultivate high-ranked combat techniques. Not everyone in the catacombs has the right to cultivate it. Second, they did not cultivate it well enough, so they could not reflect this kind of penetrating power damage. Third, the rank 6 martial artist who chased after you last time actually cultivated high-ranked combat techniques. However, you had the defense of leather armor, and your internal organs were stronger than the average person's. In addition, his cultivation level was not deep enough, so he could not shatter your 5 viscera and 6 bowels. However, didn't you notice that your internal organs were severely injured that time? As for him, the intensity of the vitality he used might not have been that high. Perhaps he was at a critical juncture when the Xianxia gate was sealed, so it was not convenient for him to use his full strength. Fang Ping looked confused. The Xianxia gate was sealed? Yes, rank 6 martial artists can notice that there are 3 gates in our body. Our essence, spirit, and soul are actually flowing continuously. At this time, what we need to do is to seal these 3 gates, so that our essence, spirit, and soul can only enter and not exit, strengthening ourselves. However, when you seal the gates, if you use your full strength, the sealed gates will open. Very few people will use their full strength to kill a rank 3 martial artist like you, wasting their own hard work. Of course, it also has to do with your own strength. Under normal circumstances, even if the gates are sealed, a rank 6 martial artist can still kill a rank 3 easily. This can only mean that the other party is very useless. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he is only 1 step away from sealing the gates and is unwilling to delay his cultivation because of you. Fang Ping immediately retorted, "I think the other party is still very strong. The key is that my strength is also very strong." Denying the strength of the enemy was denying himself. Fang Ping felt that the chipped brow guy was still very, very strong. This also meant that he was also very, very strong. Lu Fengru could not be bothered with him. At this time, she had also walked out of the southern area. Seeing that Fang Ping was still following her, Lu Fengru waved her hand and said, "Why are you still following me? Go back and consolidate your realm. Take a shower. You're stinking. Come back later." Fang Ping hurriedly sniffed himself. He did not smell any stench. Seeing that Lu Fengru was walking quickly, Fang Ping hurriedly shouted, "Instructor, I'm middle ranked now. Don't you have any rewards? Go to school. Middle ranked rewards are 1,000 credits. What about you?" "I don't have money." Fang Ping almost choked. "You're a peak rank 6 martial artist. Aren't you embarrassed to cry poor to me? Give me some." Fang Ping jogged all the way, chasing after her. He always felt that he was at a disadvantage if he did not get some from Lu Fengru. Old Lu was too stingy. After chasing for half a day, he was almost at Lu Fengru's door. Lu Fengru probably could not stand Fang Ping anymore. She threw a bottle of pills at him and quickly closed the door. A loud bang rang out. It was obvious that she was telling Fang Ping to get lost. Fang Ping opened it and immediately cried tears of joy. It had not been easy. He had finally gotten something from old Lu. Resurrection pill. Although the big bottle only contained 1 pill, Fang Ping was about to cry. He knew that crying babies get milk. If he did not chase after her, this pill would be gone too, right? The school needed 200 credits to exchange for a resurrection pill. Moreover, this thing was very effective in healing internal injuries. It was very effective. Fang Ping had obtained a few before, but in the catacombs, he had been injured repeatedly and used them in the end. This is good stuff. I'll have to visit more in the future. Fang Ping held the pill, his face full of joy. His wealth had also increased by more than 4 million, recovering to more than 20 million. Right, the school has a reward of 1,000 credits. This is a big deal. I can't forget it. After leaving the logistics department, Fang Ping had an additional 1,000 credits. The reward for a rank 4 martial artist was great, and the university would not skimp on it. However, Old Man Li was not at the logistics department now, and Fang Ping did not redeem the pills. He would save the 1,000 credits first. After receiving the 1,000 credits, Fang Ping's wealth increased by another 20 million. His wealth had reached more than 42 million, just enough to make up for what he had spent previously. For this breakthrough, he had spent 5 million on the vitality pool and 6 million on a few viscera shielding pills. At this moment, Fang Ping still had 65 million in cash. 65 million in cash, 1,000 credits, 1 resurrection pill, 3 vitality outburst pills, a guandao, an inner armor, and a pair of combat boots. This was all Fang Ping had now, excluding the company. If he were to convert the company and equipment into money, Fang Ping's current net worth would probably be 300 million. It's only been a year. Fang Ping was actually very proud. Since he came to Magic City in August last year, he had come almost empty-handed. His entire net worth was more than 1 million. Now, a year had passed. This year, he had cultivated to middle stage rank 4 and accumulated close to 300 million in assets. Among the students, not only was he the most profitable, but he was also the one who improved the fastest. Dare I ask the heroes of the world, who can compete with me? Fang Ping tossed out these lofty words, shocking an instructor who passed by, leaving him speechless. Since when was a rank 4 martial artist so confident? Fang Ping broke through on the 18th of August. On the 20th of August, students returned to school one after another. Those who did not receive a notice from the university. Before the 23rd of August, unless there were special circumstances, everyone had to return, including some students who were practicing locally. The old vice-chancellor died in the catacombs. Now that the MCMAU instructors had come out of the catacombs, the university was also facing a major change. Unlike other universities, the change of leadership did not require students to witness it. MCMAU was a martial arts university. The relationship between students and instructors was not just that of students and teachers, but also that of comrades and friends who could rely on each other for life and death in the future. Under such circumstances, the martial arts university students would also participate in some of the changes in positions. As the students returned, MCMAU finally became lively, not as desolate as before. These few days, Fang Ping was not idle either. After visiting Lu Fengru, Fang Ping started learning flight step. As for high-ranked combat techniques, Fang Ping had yet to learn them. Rice must be eaten bite by bite. Although there were high-ranked combat techniques, it did not mean that middle-ranked ones were useless. His manic explosions 7 slashes into 1 was still not proficient enough. Once he was proficient and mastered the rank 4 outburst, those who had just learned high-ranked combat techniques would not be able to compete with him. High-ranked combat techniques could release vitality externally, but so what? Releasing his vitality did not necessarily have much power. If he could not hit the enemy, and his explosive power was not strong enough, Fang Ping could still kill him with 1 slash. Purely releasing vitality was useless. Back in the catacombs, the long-range archer knew how to release vitality, but he was still killed by Fang Ping. Mastering it deeply was the true meaning of combat techniques. Fang Ping's progress in learning flight step was fast. He knew cloud steps, and his pole standing had entered the elevated stance a long time ago. With both of them working together, his progress in practicing flight step was rapid. Even Lu Fengru sighed inwardly. Why was it that Fang Ping could cultivate these cultivation methods so quickly, but real combat cultivation methods were not so fast? The methods of honing, internal organs and flight step were the 2 cultivation methods that Fang Ping was currently focusing on. While cultivating, Fang Ping's mentality and vitality were both increasing. Fang Ping realized that his progress was very fast when he tried cultivating his internal organs for the first time. However, at this moment, Fang Ping's priority was to stabilize his middle stage rank 4. Honing the heart could not be rushed. Strictly speaking, honing the heart was the most difficult and dangerous for the 5 viscera. Therefore, from middle stage to upper stage rank 4 was also the stage that everyone took a long time to achieve. On the contrary, from upper stage to peak, honing the other 4 viscera was faster than honing the heart alone. CCMAU's Li Hansong had only spent a little more than 2 months to go from upper stage to peak rank 4. Wang Jinyang had spent a lot of time going from middle stage to upper stage, but it was much faster to go from upper stage to peak. On the 1st of July, the ranking list was released. Fang Ping was peak rank 3. Wang Jinyang estimated that if Fang Ping entered rank 4, he would probably be able to enter peak rank 4. It was clear that Wang Jinyang was also very confident in his speed of entering peak rank 4. On the 22nd of August, Fu Changding and the others returned to the university. As soon as they returned, Fang Ping took the initiative to treat them to a meal. It was simply beyond everyone's imagination, first floor of the cafeteria. Fang Ping greeted everyone enthusiastically, smiling. Everyone, eat up. If it's not enough, order more. Fu Changding sighed softly. I knew it. Hoping that Fang Ping would be unreliable. On the first floor of the cafeteria, the normal dishes were all free. As he greeted everyone to eat, Fang Ping smiled. Zhao Lei, you're rank 3 now. Congratulations. Zhao Lei nodded slightly and did not say much. They're all geniuses. Fang Ping exclaimed. Zhao Lei entered rank 3, Yunqi is also rank 3, and Fu Changding has also entered rank 3. Yan Xiaoman, you're a little embarrassing. Peak rank 2, Xuemei has already caught up. Yang Xiaoman lowered her head and gnawed on the chicken drumstick fiercely. So what if I did not enter rank 3? I'm an eyesore, and you still have to hit me. Tang Songting is already upper stage rank 2. He's still a little away from peak, but it'll be very soon. Jean Lei and the rest of you are also almost upper stage rank 2. Work hard and strive to reach rank 3 as soon as possible. Our batch is much stronger than Xia Lei's batch. When we enrolled, were there any rank 3 martial artists in their batch? As for us, we have 3 now. There are still a few more days until the new batch. Xuemei might be able to break through too. Fang Ping was all smiles. Zhang Yu's batch isn't good either. Last year, when we enrolled, there were rank 5 martial artists in the senior year. That's considered strong. This batch of seniors doesn't even have a peak martial artist. I wonder if Chen Wenlong has broken through. Speaking of which, our batch is still the strongest. It's time for the school to change its style. Fu Changding was amused. Just say it. What do you want? Also, just say it directly. You've broken through to rank 4. Why do you have to calculate how many rank 3 martial artists there are? Are you afraid that no one will ask and you'll be left out? Fang Ping said righteously, nonsense. Do I look like that kind of shallow person? Although I've become a middle stage rank 4 martial artist, have I ever told anyone about this? The entire table was silent. They had seen people who pretended to be weak, but they had never seen someone like Fang Ping, who took the initiative to gather everyone together and then put on a show. Middle stage? The others did not cooperate. Xianxia could not help but ask softly, you said you're middle stage rank 4? Fang Ping smiled reservedly. It's nothing. It's just that when I broke through, I built 5 celestial bridges at once. It's nothing. Cough, cough. Zhao Lei coughed softly. He said tiredly, all right, we got it. So what? Fang Ping glanced at him. His gaze was unfriendly. Middle stage rank 4 is really nothing, right? Motherf asterisk Kerr, aren't you going to exclaim a few words? Zhao Lei's expression darkened again. After a while, he said, very powerful, very powerful. If you dare to hit me again, I guarantee that my dad will come to the school. You're a middle ranked, and I'm only a low ranked. Bastard, do you really think I can't handle you? You're in the 3 lower ranks, and I'm in the 3 lower ranks. You're a middle ranked, and I'm still a low ranked. If you dare to hit me again, do you think I'm useless? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He coughed dryly and said, what are you talking about? How can you call it a fight? Between classmates? Right, I forgot to ask if your dad is an early stage or upper stage rank 5. Peak rank 5. Zhao Lei said unkindly. If I can't beat you, then I'll use my dad. Peak rank 5 is enough to beat you up. Peak rank 5, huh? Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Then let's wait for a few months. I'll talk about it after I've achieved rank 5. Zhao Lei was completely exhausted. He lowered his head and drank his soup. I don't want to talk to you. Fang Ping laughed for a while. He continued, all right, these are off topic. Between classmates, we should help each other, love each other, and support each other. There's no reason for us to fight. It even escalated to the point where we have to call our parents. Isn't that embarrassing? This time, I'm treating everyone to a meal to discuss serious matters. Yang Xiaoman raised her head. Are you sure you're treating? Nonsense. Isn't the food here? Martial artists have to be frugal too. We can't waste. Fang Ping changed the topic immediately and said, everyone knows about the Vice-Chancellor's incident. Vice-Chancellor Wu is now the new Vice-Chancellor. I think it's time for the Martial Arts Society to be replaced. Actually, it's a consensus among the universities that seniors should not be the president of the Martial Arts Society. Zhang Yu should have taken the initiative to step down. Now, Zhang Yu is actually plotting to let Chen Wenlong take over. This is reversing history. The seniors are about to graduate and go their separate ways. Chen Wenlong is training in the military department in order to plan for after graduation. Does he have the time to lead the Martial Arts Society to a better future? As for me, I'll only be a sophomore in a few days. I still have a long time in school. I think it's very suitable for me to take over Zhang Yu's position as the president of the Martial Arts Society. As for you guys, you're the representative students of your sophomore year. You guys also have a certain say in the selection of the president of the Martial Arts Society. You guys represent the sophomores, so you have the right to do so. As for my seniors, they can also represent the juniors and seniors to say a few words. To put it more realistically, I might be a rank 5 soon. Is it really feasible for the university not to let me be the president of the Martial Arts Society? It's not like I'm going to graduate soon. I'm spending most of my time in school. How can I tolerate those who are weaker than me criticizing me? So, for the sake of the university's stability, for the sake of a better role model for the students, Fu Changding raised his hand and interrupted him. Alright, we know what you're trying to say. Don't flatter yourself. Supporting you to be the president is not a problem. The thing is, we don't have the final say. It's the general trend. Fang Ping chuckled. You guys represent the more than 1,000 sophomores. Your support is, of course, meaningful. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Zhao Lei. What do you say? Whatever. Yang Xiaoman, what about you? Before Yang Xiaoman could finish, Fang Ping's gaze turned dangerous. I haven't settled the score with you for tarnishing my reputation. If you say another word of objection, we'll become enemies. Yang Xiaoman looked furious. After a while, she said sullenly, I have no objections. Yunqi, you don't have any objections either, right? Chen Yunqi shook her head. After thinking for a while, she asked, why haven't you been selling pills recently? Fang Ping was stunned. What's with the topic? Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the Martial Arts Society. Zhao Xuemei cut him off immediately. What are you talking about? We have no objections to you being the president of the Martial Arts Society. Let's eat. You talk too much. Fang Ping was stunned again. Can't you guys be more excited? I'm going to lead all the students in MCMAU. Then you should at least have the demeanor of a student leader, okay? Fu Chongdang was speechless. At least treat us to something nice. Are you trying to fool us with this? Also, if you become the president of the Martial Arts Society and peddle pills, do you believe that the instructors will hunt you down all over the world? Those who don't know better would think that you've embezzled a lot from the Martial Arts Society. Also, Fu Chongdang paused and said awkwardly, I say, can you stop shooting the small advertisements? I can't afford to lose face. Some of my high school classmates asked me if I knew Fang Ping. I said I knew him. In the end, he didn't ask anything else but if I could walk on air and dick. I almost went crazy. Tell me, you have such a big black spot. How big is the impact? An invincible rank 3 has been ruined by you, Fang Ping said exasperatedly. I didn't steal or rob. What's wrong with shooting some advertisements? I'm a child from a poor family. How can I be the same as you guys? If I don't earn some money, how can I cultivate? The cultivation of rank 4 can easily cost a few million. Where can I get money? Whoever dares to talk about this, I'll teach them a lesson. Chen Yunqi said sympathetically, it's not easy. Actually, I think it's good this way. There are people online who are slandering you. Oh right, I don't know how that reporter found out my QQ. He even sent me a private message saying that you were the one who asked him to spread the rumors online. This kind of person is really shameless. He has no sense of responsibility at all. Fang Ping nodded quietly. Lu Dali, I'll remember you. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, just wait for your death. Fu Chongdang and the others looked at Fang Ping strangely. Chen Yunqi did not believe him, but they were starting to believe him, at the same time. Lu Dali, who was thousands of miles away, sneezed loudly and muttered, there's big news in Magic City. MCMAU's vice-chancellor is going to change. Too bad, that guy is in MCMAU. I'm upper stage rank 3 now. I wonder if I'm his opponent? Lu Dali was still quite confident at this moment. He had broken through to upper stage rank 3 and felt his body transforming. He was much stronger. Previously, Fang Ping and the others walked in the midair step and split rocks with one slash. At that time, he felt that the gap was too big. Now, Lu Dali felt that he could do it too. Should I go or not? If I go, will I be able to enter MCMAU? One of the big two has a change of vice-chancellor. It's almost the start of school. It'll definitely attract attention. Lu Dali hesitated for a moment. Magic City was a good place. There was a lot of news and big news. He could not give up on Magic City, a treasure land, just because of Fang Ping, could he? I'm not afraid of him, but he has a backer. Lu Dali sighed. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. From the 22nd of August, Fang Ping began contacting the students. The Martial Arts Society was going to be restructured. The Pingyuan Club members once again played their role. Inside MCMAU's campus, Senior Zhang Yu is already a senior. Logically speaking, the Martial Arts Society should elect a new president. That's right. It's a consensus among all schools that seniors don't become the president of the Martial Arts Society. Senior Zhang is a little obsessed with power. Senior Zhang and the others are already preparing for their future. They don't have time to manage the martial arts society. Now that the martial arts society only exists in name and Senior Zhou Yan is managing it, what's the point of the martial arts society's existence? There's a change. A new president. I think Senior Xiaolei is a good choice. He can be the president. I think Xiaolei is a good choice too. For a moment, a gust of evil wind blew through MCMAU. Everyone cheered. Xiaolei should be the president, inside the martial arts society. Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair and asked softly, "What do you guys think?" Xiaolei said in a low voice, "I didn't instigate it." Xiaolei isn't that kind of person. Zhang Ziwei, who had entered rank 3, chimed in. Zhang Yu chuckled. I believe it wasn't Xiaolei's idea, but the students are right. Under normal circumstances, seniors don't become the president of the martial arts society. Zhou Yan continued, the president isn't greedy for the president's position. It's just that the second martial arts championship will continue in the second half of the year. If the president leaves now, he can only leave the martial arts society. When the time comes, the president won't be able to fight anymore. Qin Fengqing, who had just returned, said impatiently, at the end of the day, it's still a matter of strength. If you're strong enough, who dares to make a fuss? Qin Fengqing said, if I'm not mistaken, I know everyone in the Pingyuan Club. They're the ones spreading the news. Ignore him. If this kid wants to be the president, I want to be too. Xiaolei, you want to fight me? Xiaolei frowned. After a while, he said, Qin Fengqing, I have no intention of fighting for President Zheng's position. However, if you or Fang Ping want it, you'll have to ask for my opinion. Who do you think you are? Qin Fengqing snorted coldly. Don't think that just because you've broken through to rank 4 that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you're not convinced, let's fight it out. You think I'm afraid of you? Xiaolei's eyes were cold, his eyebrows raised high, making him look even colder. Enough. Zhang Yu growled and massaged his temples. Shut up, all of you. Since we know that Fang Ping did it, it means that Fang Ping has his sights set on the president of the Martial Arts Society. Everyone, what do you think? Liang Fenghua, who had also just broken through to rank 4, said mildly, I don't think there's a problem. The president is already in his senior year. It's true that he doesn't have much energy to spend on the Martial Arts Society. If that's the case, it's not a big deal to change the president. Xiaolei frowned. Senior Liang, how much do you know about Fang Ping? Don't be selfish just because he's Instructor Lu's student. I will not elaborate on Fang Ping's character. But he valued his own personal interests more. This was obvious to all, whether it's distance platform, his reselling of elixirs in the school, or those small advertisements, they've all seriously affected the school's atmosphere. Liang Fenghua smiled but didn't say anything. Yi Qing sneered and said, what a joke. Does the school have a rule that students aren't allowed to shoot advertisements? The vice-chancellor can even say it, but you're denying it with just one sentence. Junior Fang's family is poor. The catacombs are sealed, and he has no funds for cultivation. Relying on his own money to exchange for resources is an original sin? That includes reselling pills. That's his freedom. It's his own credits. Who cares who he sells them to? There's also the platform. He controls the platform and obtains benefits for the students. You, Xiaolei, can't do it, so you denied Junior Fang's credit? What, you, Xiaolei, are thrice-honed, 1 year ahead of Junior Fang. Now that you're inferior to him, is it because you're jealous? If you say that Junior Fang is selfish, what about you, Xiaolei? Do you dare say that you're not targeting Junior Fang because he stole your limelight and hit your girlfriend? Xiaolei, we're all martial artists and smart people. Don't treat anyone as a fool. Xiaolei sneered. If you want to think that way, then think that way. Whether it's public or private, it's up to the people's hearts. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his heart. Yi Qing said mildly, don't talk about useless things. If Fang Ping wants to be the president, it'll depend on his ability and whether he can convince the public. I don't have any objections. I suggest that the seniors don't express their opinions. As for you, if you want to be the president, I don't have any objections either. The prerequisite is that you can beat Fang Ping and be more convincing than him. Qin Fengqing suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "Why can't I express my opinion? I want to be the president too." Zhang Yu's head was about to explode. Zhou Yan, who had not spoken much, said helplessly, "You're about to graduate. Is there a need?" "Why isn't there a need?" Qin Fengqing snorted. "Capable people do more work. If I think I can do it, then I can do it." Zhang Yu is being roasted on the fire now because he can't convince the public. He took over as the president of the Martial Arts Society during the holidays last year. It's been a year since then, and Zhang Yu has not shown any outstanding performance. That's why the school is criticizing him now. If Zhang Yu became a rank 5 martial artist in this year, who would doubt it? Would Fang Ping dare? Would Xiaolei dare? Saying so much was all nonsense. The Martial Arts Society was a martial arts society. If it did not focus on martial arts, would it be a joke? I feel that my martial arts realm is strong, so I can be the president. As for management, there are a lot of people in the Faculty of Liberal Arts, and there are a lot of people studying management courses. I can just randomly find a few people to manage the school. Qin Fengqing's words were crude, but Liang Fenghua smiled and said, "Old Qin's words are crude, but they are not. That is indeed the case. President, what do you say?" Zhang Yu glanced at Xiaolei, then looked at Qin Fengqing, and sighed, "Indeed, as the president of the Martial Arts Society, I have not achieved anything. I am responsible for this." MCMAU's Martial Arts Society was weak now. The so-called co-governance of the school had become empty talk. "You guys should be dissatisfied with me. I will also take the blame and resign, giving up my position as the president of the Martial Arts Society." Now, however, in CCMAU Martial Arts Society, Li Hansong was a peak rank 4. NMAU Martial Arts Society, Wang Jinyang, upper stage rank 4. Huawu Martial Arts Society, Lu Shiji, upper stage rank 4. Even SCMAU Martial Arts Society, Chen Haoran, is a middle stage rank 4. Everyone, it is not that I am greedy for this position, but I feel that this position should be held by the strong. Let Chen Wenlong take it. Chen Wenlong had been there all along. However, Chen Wenlong did not say anything, sitting in the corner. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, Chen Wenlong was silent for a moment, and said, "I have already discussed with the Magic City Military Branch. After I graduate, I will enter the Magic City Military Department and be the Commander-in-Chief. After this, I will spend most of my time in the Magic City catacombs." "Old Zhang, I am sorry." Zhang Yu frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "I will not force you, but if the Martial Arts Society really wants to go to war at the end of the year, I hope you can participate." "That is for sure." Chen Wenlong said in a low voice, "I have wanted to compete with others for a long time. Since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Whether people like Li Hansong can truly be invincible among rank 4, I will have to ask your opinion." Zhang Yu nodded slightly, and lightly knocked on the table. After a while, he said, "Then let's do it this way." "What do you mean this way?" Qin Fengqing was dissatisfied. Since Fang Ping wants this position, he chose this timing. If nothing goes wrong, he will make trouble in these 2 days. Zhang Yu said softly, "Since everyone wants this position, then we will have to rely on our own abilities." "What about you?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "Me? We will talk about it after you beat me. If you can't beat me, even if I resign, the Martial Arts Society's president position will be vacant, waiting for a more suitable candidate." Qin Fengqing and the others did not say anything else. They would have to rely on their own abilities. On the 24th of August, MCMAU held a campus-wide meeting. Field 1. Early in the morning, thousands of students gathered, their vigor soaring, 3 batches of students, close to 5,000 people. Both the civil and martial arts instructors, close to 1,000, with so many martial arts powerhouses gathered together, their vitality filled the air, pressuring some rank 1 martial artists so much that their faces turned pale. Now, the new students had not arrived yet. MCMAU students had enrolled for at least a year, and almost all of them had become martial artists. There were aspiring martial artists too, but they were either twice honed or thrice honed. Their abilities were not much weaker than the average rank 1 martial artists. Although a large number of middle-ranked instructors did not deliberately unleash their vitality, their years of killing had also overflowed with killing intent, shaking the void. When all MCMAU students and instructors gathered, the entire Magic City could feel the pressure coming from MCMAU. 5,000 to 6,000 martial artists, including middle-ranked and high-ranked ones, MCMAU's strength could be said to be terrifying. There were no seats on the rostrum. Wu Quishan stood in the center, flanked by Huang Jing and a skinny old man, Lu Polu, who had rushed back from Nanjiang. On both sides were 7 peak rank 6 powerhouses. At this moment, only these 10 people on the rostrum were from MCMAU. The other instructors, like the students, stood on the field. Other than the people from MCMAU, there were also a few powerhouses from the outside world on the rostrum. The central government, the Ministry of Education, the military department, and Magic City had all sent powerhouses over to witness the election of MCMAU's vice-chancellor and to announce the appointment from above. Instructors, fellow students. Wu Quishan was the first to speak, saying loudly, 2009, June 28. Everyone, please remember this day. On this day, many adorable and respectable people have left us forever. Including, our vice-chancellor. In this life, his greatest wish was to lead MCMAU to greater heights. In this life, his last regret was that he could not grow with MCMAU. After working hard for 60 years, even in his last moments, he could not let go of MCMAU. There was a commotion below the stage. Many people seemed to be slightly at a loss. The vice-chancellor was dead, a grandmaster-level powerhouse, dead just like that. Not everyone knew that the cenotaph was built that day. Some people went back, some were not qualified to go to the southern area, they did not know. Many people no longer cared about what Wu Quishan said. After a moment, Wu Quishan shouted, the dead are gone, but MCMAU cannot stop moving forward. Today, Wu Quishan, in accordance with the vice-chancellor's last wish, has officially assumed the position of vice-chancellor of Magic City Martial Arts University. Wu Quishan was very straightforward. He did not elaborate much, nor did he need anyone else to announce it. He directly announced the fact that he was taking over as vice-chancellor. There was silence below the stage. There was no applause. Wu Quishan did not care either. At this moment, there was no need for applause. Standing between him and Huang Jing was a middle-aged man slightly behind. When he finished, he did not need anyone to introduce him, taking the initiative to introduce himself. He was a martial artist from the education department. After the self-introduction, the other party began to announce the new appointments of MCMAU. Wu Quishan, appointed vice-chancellor. Huang Jing, appointed vice-chancellor. Lu Polu, continued to be the honorary vice-chancellor. In reality, he did not participate in the day-to-day management, which was also a practice for many years. There were only these 3 people's appointment notices. As for the choice of dean, that was the school's business, the business of the 3 grandmasters. As for Wu Quishan, after the other party finished his announcement, he announced the new appointments. Huang Jing continued to be the dean of the School of Weaponry, Tang Feng and Li Changxing became vice-chancellors. There were no changes in the School of Social Sciences. There were no changes in the School of Production either. However, there were changes in the School of Tactics and Strategy. Luo Yichuan, appointed as the dean of the School of Tactics and Strategy. Dean Jing sacrificed himself on the 16th of July. There was a commotion below the stage again. Some of the School of Tactics and Strategy students' expressions changed. The dean was dead. What was going on? The vice-chancellor, a grandmaster powerhouse, was dead. The dean of the School of Tactics and Strategy, who was also a peak rank 6 powerhouse, was also dead. There were also some familiar instructors who were nowhere to be seen. Normally, the school would not gather students and instructors together, so everyone did not feel too much about it. However, now that the school assembly had begun, everyone was very clear about who was missing. Fang Ping, who was below the stage, had a hunch when he saw that there were only 7 peak rank 6 powerhouses on the stage. Previously, he had guessed that Dean Jing might stay in the catacombs, but Fang Ping also understood that the possibility was very low. The powerhouse who guarded the catacombs had returned. How could Dean Jing not return? At this moment, when Fang Ping heard the news of Dean Jing's death, he sighed softly. He was not too confused. Fu Chongding's teacher, Luo Yichuan, was appointed as the dean of the School of Tactics and Strategy. If it were any other time, they would have congratulated him. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others were not in the mood. Among the 7 peak rank 6 powerhouses, 3 were the deans, and 2 were the vice-deans of the School of Weaponry. In fact, the vice-deans of the School of Weaponry were more important than the deans of the other schools. As for the remaining 2, one was stationed in the catacombs and did not hold any position. The other was Lu Fengru, who also did not hold any position. This was not unexpected. In terms of ability, Lu Fengru might be the strongest among the 7. However, Lu Fengru was not suitable for a high position. Sometimes, Lu Fengru was very crazy. Although this kind of craziness only targeted a few people, because of this, the school dared not let her hold a high position. After the announcement of the appointments, the other department leaders did not need to be announced. In MCMAU, or in martial arts universities, only these positions were truly high positions. The vice-chancellor, the 4 deans, and even the logistics department were not considered important. After the announcement of the appointments, the school assembly ended as usual. Martial arts powerhouses would not have too many words to say. There would not be an inaugural speech either, because it was not needed. However, this time, Wu Quishan and the others did not announce the end of the assembly. On the platform, Lu Fengru looked at Fang Ping. The president of the Martial Arts Society was also an extremely important position in martial arts universities. It was not easy to gather all the students and instructors. In the crowd, Zhang Yu and the others also looked at Fang Ping. Now was the right time. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, Qin Fengqing suddenly stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Ping saw him and said loudly, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, Vice-Chancellor Huang, I shouldn't have bothered everyone today. However, I still have the courage to ask everyone to be witnesses. When I founded the Ping Yuan Club, I said that before the start of sophomore year, I would challenge the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, Zhang. A gentleman keeps his word. Now that school is about to start, it's time to fulfill the challenge. That's not all. The school taught us that martial artists must fight. Today, I also want to fight for the position of a martial arts society president. In MCMAU, the strong are respected. This is also the philosophy that Dean Huang taught everyone at the start of school last year. Therefore, I want to challenge President Zhang Yu and fight for the position of the Martial Arts Society president." As soon as he said this, the crowd became noisy again. Today, things happened one after another. Was MCMAU going to change the world? Before Wu Quishan and the others and Zhang Yu could speak, an instructor scolded, "How can the position of the Martial Arts Society president be given so casually? Fang Ping, today is not the time for you to fool around." Fang Ping said loudly, "Instructor, do you think I'm fooling around? Now that MCMAU's 3 high grandmasters, thousands of instructors, and thousands of students are here, how can you say that I'm fooling around? The president of the Martial Arts Society, the leader of MCMAU students, Fang Ping, what have you done for MCMAU? Zhang Yu is conscientious and conscientious. How can you dismiss him without doing anything wrong?" Fang Ping said loudly again, "In martial arts universities, being weak is the biggest mistake. Martial arts universities are not universities. We've been reminded of this time and time again since we entered. Vice-Chancellor Wu, Vice-Chancellor Huang, and the deans of the various schools, who isn't a powerhouse among the powerhouses? The president of the Martial Arts Society is naturally a powerhouse among the students. In CCMAU Martial Arts Society, Li Hansong has already reached peak rank 4. In other martial arts universities, the strongest powerhouses are also the president of the Martial Arts Society. In MCMAU today, rank 5 students have graduated. The situation is different. We can't be as lazy as before. I think my strength is better than President Zhang's. Why can't I use my strength to prove myself?" After saying that, Fang Ping continued, "As for contributions, at the beginning of this year, I led MCMAU to victory in the championship. Is that considered a contribution? I'm invincible among rank 3, sweeping through all the schools, and raising MCMAU's prestige. Is that considered a contribution? I brought back important information for Sino Nation. Is that considered a contribution? If instructor denies my right to challenge based on this, I don't think it's appropriate. The instructor who retorted was about to continue when Wu Kuxian said lightly, Xianxia, what do you say? Among the crowd, Xianxia stepped forward. He raised his head and said, I accept the challenge. Fang Ping is right. Times have changed. MCMAU needs a stronger student to be the president of the Martial Arts Society. Even if Fang Ping didn't say it, I'd have this thought. Of course, defeating me doesn't mean you're the strongest. Fang Ping, if you win, do you dare to accept other people's challenges? Fang Ping smiled. Senior Zhang, you don't have to provoke me. You can challenge me. I, Fang Ping, will not refuse anyone. At this moment, Xiaolei suddenly shouted, Fang Ping, if you want to challenge the president, you'll have to go through me first. Zhang Yu was about to stop him when Fang Ping said loudly, I've wanted to spar with you for a long time. Xiaolei, since you can't wait, then you and I will fight first. What's the harm in warming up? Arrogant. Xiaolei was furious. Fang Ping's words about warming up had completely infuriated him. Xiaolei leaped out of the crowd. Fang Ping ignored the others and leaped out as well. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Fang Ping shouted softly. He did not wield his saber. He was barehanded. Long weapons like the guandao were not suitable to be carried around. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Xiaolei was completely enraged. Their conversation ended. Fang Ping's toes touched the ground and he leaped into the air, pouncing like a tiger. In the air, Fang Ping growled. His palms turned crimson. Chop. His shout was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. In the next moment, many people came back to their senses and looked forward. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Fang Ping's palm chopped down. Xiaolei was unwilling to retreat, so he raised his fist to take it. However, Xiaolei, who had just entered early stage rank 4, had not stayed at peak rank 3 for long. He was no match for Fang Ping at the same rank, not to mention that Fang Ping was 1 rank higher. Manic explosion's 7 chops combined into one. With one chop, blood splattered from Xiaolei's fist, and the bones in his fist emitted an ear-piercing crack. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Ping roared again. Freeze! A roar rang out. Xiaolei's expression froze. In the next second, Fang Ping turned his palm into a fist and punched Xiaolei's chest. Xiaolei flew out and fell to the ground, speechless for a long time. Senior Xia, thank you for letting me win. Fang Ping's expression was calm. Including the mentality intimidation, Xiaolei was defeated in 3 moves. The first move was only to let Xiaolei know the difference between them. Otherwise, Fang Ping, whose mentality was above 600 Hz, would have no problem intimidating Xiaolei. Under mentality intimidation, 1 move was enough to defeat him. The entire field was silent. Xiaolei, who was also thrice honed, was 1 year older than Fang Ping. He was also one of MCMAU's geniuses and was once known as the best successor to the president. However, at this moment, he was defeated by Fang Ping in about 2 seconds. He was defeated too quickly, too badly. This scene was something that none of the students had expected. Even the instructors probably didn't expect this. On the high platform, Lu Fengger was indifferent. Li Chongxing chuckled. Everyone else's expression changed slightly. Others might have thought that this was a battle between 2 peak rank 3 martial artists, but they knew that this was a battle between 2 middle-ranked powerhouses. Yes, a middle-ranked could be called a powerhouse. However, Xiaolei, the prodigy of MCMAU, was defeated in 2 moves. Mental intimidation didn't even count. Spirit intimidation, Wu Kuxian murmured softly. Beside him, Huang Jing said with rapt attention, his mentality is much stronger than before. When Yaqingjun was at rank 4, his mentality could be released and exceeded 600 Hz. Fang Ping doesn't seem to be weaker than him. Huang Jing actually knew how strong Fang Ping's mentality was. The first time he saw it, it was when Fang Ping tried to disturb him. At that time, it was not too high. The second time, Fang Ping had broken through to upper stage rank 3. His mentality had also achieved a breakthrough. At that time, Fang Ping had actually reached the standard for external projection. Of course, it was not the kind of external projection that a grandmaster could achieve. Instead, it was the ability to break away from the limitations of the body and capture energy particles. How long has it been? The progress of mental power was extremely slow. It was not like vitality, where a breakthrough in a realm would result in an increase of a few hundred cal to 1,000 cal of vitality. It was extremely difficult to increase one's mental strength. Without the assistance of medicinal pellets and cultivation techniques, even if Fang Ping had reached rank 4, it was reasonable to say that his mentality would not increase too much. But now, Fang Ping's mentality had indeed increased extremely quickly. He had intimidated Xia Lei, who was also a rank 4, and almost made Xia Lei unable to fight back. MCMAU's last grandmaster, the skinny Lu Polu, laughed and said, "The kid went to Nanjiang to visit Zhang Dingnan. Zhang Dingnan also thinks highly of him. I'm afraid the position of the Martial Arts Society president will really fall into his hands." Beside him, Old Manly laughed and said, "Old Lu, it's not just Zhang Dingnan. Vice-Chancellor Chen of SCMAU is also full of praise. I think the position of the Martial Arts Society president is going to fall into his hands." On the other side, Tang Feng frowned slightly and said, "Can he manage the Martial Arts Society well?" "Why not?" Old Manly laughed and said, "It's his own business. I think he can manage it well." Tang Feng shut his mouth and said nothing. In his eyes, he also felt that martial arts universities respected the strong. If Zhang Yu was not as good as Fang Ping, then it was reasonable for him to give up the position of the Martial Arts Society president. But, he just felt that it was awkward for this kid Fang Ping to be the Martial Arts Society president. Forget it. He could not be bothered. Tang Feng did not speak again. The other deans did not speak either. Wu Quishan saw the situation and looked at the silent Lu Fengru. At the front of the crowd, Xia Lei seemed to be in a trance. It was Zhang Ziwei who went up and helped him back into the crowd without saying a word. When martial artists fought, victory and defeat could sometimes happen so quickly. This also proved the difference in strength between them. Zhang Yu exhaled softly. Qin Fengqing, who was at the front of the crowd, clicked his tongue. This kid Fang Ping was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Amazing. Is this the strength of the first rank 3? President Xia lost just like that? Unbelievable. Xia Lei was quite famous. Before Fang Ping came to MCMAU, he was the only thrice-honed martial artist in MCMAU and the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. Before this, Xia Lei's ranking in the rank 3 combat strength ranking was not low. However, at this moment, everyone saw the difference in strength between Xia Lei and Fang Ping for the first time. They were both thrice-honed martial artists, but Fang Ping defeated Xia Lei easily. At the front of the crowd, Zhang Yu's expression was slightly solemn. "Junior Fang is rank 4 now?" Fang Ping smiled. "Senior Xia is also rank 4. I'm not suppressing him with my rank, am I?" Fang Ping considered this as an explanation, lest everyone thought that he was bullying others. However, this sentence ignited the flames again. Rank 4 martial artists. Fang Ping is rank 4, Xia Lei is rank 4 too. They are both true prodigies. This is too fast. One is just a sophomore, the other is just a junior. Xia Lei still has 2 years to graduate, Fang Ping still has 3 years. Are they going to be rank 5 or 6 students? Whether it was Xia Lei or Fang Ping, they were currently in the golden cultivation period. In 2 years' time, it would not be difficult for Xia Lei to advance another rank 5. As for Fang Ping, he might be able to reach rank 6, or at least rank 5. The battle between the two rank 4 martial artists ended faster than anyone could imagine. "Senior Zhang, it's our turn now, right?" Fang Ping said with a smile. Zhang Yu took a small breath and stepped forward, nodding. "Junior Fang, please. Please." This time, the two of them exchanged a martial arts salute. After the salute, Fang Ping leaped into the air again, releasing his mentality instantly. Zhang Yu's expression was slightly dazed, but he reacted quickly. With a light palm, he blocked Fang Ping's palm saber. After blocking the palm saber, Zhang Yu took a few steps back. Fang Ping pressed forward and growled again. Zhang Yu's movements were slightly sluggish. At this moment, Fang Ping's palm turned crimson, and he slammed it down. Bang! Zhang Yu's reaction was a beat slower, but his body turned golden as he blocked Fang Ping's palm saber. Fang Ping did not care at all. His mentality continued to intimidate. Zhang Yu growled, and a blood-red glow appeared on top of his head. His killing intent was exposed. That time with Ling Yi was different. Fang Ping laughed lightly. That time, he was blocked by Ling Yi, and even his mentality was destroyed. That was because he had not made up his mind to replenish his mentality. Moreover, he was unprepared the first time, and his mentality was not as strong as it was now. Right now, Fang Ping did not care if he replenished his mentality when he challenged Zhang Yu. The killing intent had neutralized some of the effects of mentality. Following that, however, Fang Ping's mentality seemed to be endless, suppressing Zhang Yu continuously. Zhang Yu growled again and again, trying to get out of this situation. When martial artists fought, life and death could be decided in an instant. Zhang Yu was a powerhouse who had cultivated bodybuilding techniques, so his body was strong. However, no matter how strong his body was, when Fang Ping's palm saber turned crimson and slashed several times in a row, Zhang Yu could not take it anymore. His clothes were torn, and his chest and arms were bleeding. Fang Ping did not want to waste too much time. With a low growl, the power of his palm saber increased by 30%. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive loud bangs, Zhang Yu was forced to retreat from the slashes. His body was bleeding profusely, but his reaction speed could not keep up with Fang Ping's. He could only take the hits. Sigh. Among the instructors, someone sighed softly. Zhang Yu had lost. He was almost completely suppressed by Fang Ping, and he had no way to retaliate. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, Zhang Yu was not that weak. He had entered middle stage rank 4 and was not too far from upper stage. However, his mentality was not strong enough. Although a rank 4 martial artist could not sense mentality, it still existed. However, Zhang Yu's mentality had not been enhanced. Although he had killed many people in the catacombs and had a strong killing intent, he was now completely suppressed by Fang Ping. If his reaction speed could not keep up, he could only take the hits. At this moment, Fang Ping did not use his ultimate killing move, but with 7 combined slashes, even if the vitality outburst was not too strong, Zhang Yu would not be able to withstand it for long. Senior Zhang, it's just a sparring session. There's no need to do this. Fang Ping saw that Zhang Yu had no intention of leaving after being slashed more than 10 times. He also knew that he would not admit defeat. In the next moment, Fang Ping was no longer hesitant. Both his hands were crimson red. With a roar, both palms struck out at lightning speed. Bang! Zhang Yu stomped hard on the ground, creating deep pits in the lawn. He kept retreating. After retreating more than 10 steps, blood dripped from the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth, dyeing the lawn under his feet red. Freed from Fang Ping's mentality suppression, Zhang Yu's mind was clear. His gaze was slightly complicated. Fang Ping's mentality was so strong that if he encountered someone of the same rank, he would be completely suppressed. Even an upper stage rank 4 martial artist would be suppressed. Peak rank 4 martial artists who had honed all their organs might not be so suppressed, but they would still be affected. If he encountered a martial artist with such a strong mentality, it would be difficult to resist. Of course, someone like Li Hansong could. Not only had his organs honed, but his skull was also naturally formed. Fang Ping's mentality could not affect his reaction speed, nor could he suppress him. I've lost. Zhang Yu did not feel too dissatisfied. He only felt a little regretful. He did not even have the chance to show his strength before he was defeated by Fang Ping. He had been taking the hits from the beginning until the end, so he felt a little regretful. He did not see much of Fang Ping's strength in martial arts. It was a pity that Fang Ping was not willing to compete purely in martial arts. Mentality was also a manifestation of martial arts strength. Complaining now would only make him look like a joke. Thank you for letting me win. Fang Ping cupped his hands, turned his head to look at the crowd, and smiled. Those who want to challenge me, you can do so now. Qin Fengqing was tempted. Chen Wenlong was slightly hesitant. After a while, Qin Fengqing shouted, I'll challenge you in a few days. He had to wait a few days because he had not mastered high-ranked combat techniques. This also meant that he could only fight in close combat with Fang Ping. If he fought in close combat, he would also be affected by mentality intimidation. However, once he mastered high-ranked combat techniques, he could fight with Fang Ping from a distance. The saber aura would be used to compete in true combat techniques: control, vitality, strength, and speed. Qin Fengqing did not hide these from Fang Ping. Right now, however, Qin Fengqing was not sure if he would be affected. If he was like Xianxia, standing there and taking the hits, that was not his style. The Martial Arts Society's two big thorns, Xiaolei, was defeated in an instant, and Qin Fengqing voluntarily gave up. At this moment, everyone in the Martial Arts Society fell silent. Chen Wenlong glanced at Xianxia, hesitated for a moment, and retreated. He would not stay in the university forever. Even if he fought with Fang Ping now, even if he won, so what? MCMAU Martial Arts Society needed powerhouses to keep up appearances. If he did not want to stay, then he did not need to challenge Fang Ping now. No one challenged. Xiaolei was defeated, Xianxia was beaten the whole time, Qin Fengqing gave up, and Chen Wenlong did not fight. The other rank 4 martial artists, like Liang Fenghua, did not say anything because they had entered the senior year, and they did not think that they could easily defeat Xianxia. Wu Quishan did not look at Fang Ping. He said, "Is there anyone who wants to challenge?" After a few seconds, seeing that the audience was silent, Wu Quishan looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, do you have anything to say?" Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head lightly. Fang Ping wants to become the president of the Martial Arts Society. Do you have any objections? Wu Quishan looked at all the students. In the crowd, some rank 1 and 2 martial artists had no right to speak. For Fang Ping's cohort, Fu Chongding said loudly, "We have no objections." Fu Chongding spoke on behalf of the sophomores, and the others did not refute. No objections. Liang Huabao, who had just broken through to upper stage rank 3, also replied loudly. Upper stage rank 3 was one of the strongest in the juniors. No objections. Yi Qing replied loudly. No objections? Wu Quishan asked again. There was a slight commotion in the crowd. Someone said in a low voice, Fang Ping attacked his classmates too harshly. He killed a classmate from the same university as a freshman. Wu Quishan looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said calmly, "Fists and feet have no eyes when it comes to sparring. I had just enrolled and became a martial artist not long ago. I don't have any family heritage, and I have never participated in actual combat. The seniors I sparred with were stronger than me. I could only give it my all, and casualties were inevitable. That's too cruel." Fang Ping did not even turn his head. He raised his head and looked at the high platform, saying loudly, "Once you enter the arena, you are responsible for your own life and death. Do you expect the weak to hold back?" The Vice-Chancellor challenged a rank 6 martial artist today. Do you expect the rank 6 martial artist to hold back during the sparring? If the strong challenge the weak, the casualties will not be investigated. Wu Quishan heard that and thought for a moment. This is the rule. Once you enter the arena, you are responsible for your own life and death. This time, the audience was completely silent. Seeing that, Wu Quishan spoke again, "Xianxia and Fang Ping will complete the handover work soon." Having said that, Wu Quishan looked at Fang Ping deeply and said in a low voice, "I hope you can lead the MCMAU students to greater heights. Teachers and students will govern the university together. You and I will work together." "Thank you, Vice-Chancellor. I will not bring shame to MCMAU's name." Meeting adjourned. Wu Quishan said softly and strode away. The other higher-ups left one after another. Lu Fengra did not speak to Fang Ping. She glanced at Fang Ping and smiled. None of the students came to congratulate him. Zhang Yu was still there. He was the previous president of the Martial Arts Society. Losing his position as president was not something to be happy about. Many people still had complicated looks in their eyes. Among the crowd, only Qin Fengqing did not care about this. He said loudly, "Fang Ping, this position is yours for now. I will take it back in a few days." Having said that, Qin Fengqing strode away. Fang Ping smiled. "Next time you challenge me, Remember to repay your 20 million debt first. Otherwise, I won't accept your challenge. Qin Fengqing stopped in his tracks. All the teachers and students were here. What did this bastard Fang Ping mean by mentioning that he owed him money? Moreover, where did he get 20 million from? Qin Fengqing had a bad feeling. He said softly, it was only 10 million last time, then I remembered wrongly. It was 10 million. Remember to return it to me next time. Everyone remembers. Fang Ping said quickly. Then, he shouted, all right, everyone is dismissed. Martial Arts Society members, meeting tonight. Qin Fengqing wanted to say more, but Fang Ping had already left. #yen, Qin Fengqing cursed under his breath. He looked around at the people around him and said angrily, what are you looking at? I don't owe him money. Zhang Yu, who still had some bloodstains on him, walked past him. He heard what he said and chuckled. It's fine if you don't owe me, but if you don't owe him, it'll be hard. Fang Ping was not a person who was easy to talk to. Qin Fengqing was slightly angry. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't remember borrowing money from him. You said the same thing when you owed me money. Zhang Yu shook his head slightly and said no more. Qin Fengqing was a scoundrel. It was fine if he met him, but he would be entangled with Fang Ping's debt. I really don't owe him. Everyone turned a deaf ear. Who would believe that? Both of them were not good people. Fang Ping purposely asked for an extra 10 million. Qin Fengqing wanted to renege on the 10 million he owed on purpose. It was not like everyone did not hear about it. I really don't owe him. Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief and indignation. He really did not renege this time. He did not know how he ended up owing Fang Ping 10 million in a daze. And now, the whole school knew about it. I really don't owe him. Qin Fengqing mumbled again. He said in self-denial, anyway, I didn't borrow 10 million. I might have borrowed 1 or 2 million. I forgot, 10 million was definitely fake. But 1 or 2 million, he might have really forgotten. When did you borrow it? At the same time. MCMAU's entrance. Lu Dolly said loudly, I'm really Fang Ping's friend. Brother, let me in. Then ask Fang Ping to pick you up, or call the security office. There's no need to trouble him for such a small matter. As he spoke, some students were already walking over. The security uncle saw them and said, the meeting is over. You can call Fang Ping. He should be free. MMP. The meeting was over. Why would he go in? Besides, what if he called Fang Ping and the guy asked someone to beat him up? Lu Dolly did not pester him anymore. He turned and left. If he missed this chance, he would come again next time. Too bad he did not make it. Lu Dolly left regretfully, but he did not know that Fang Ping did not know he was there. This guy was tired of living. He actually dared to come to him, too bad he did not meet him. Now that Fang Ping had entered rank 4, he was so desperate for money that he wanted to fleece anyone he saw. Even the innocent Qin Fengqing had to take the blame. Lu Dolly, this guy who had taken advantage of Fang Ping, did not meet him. If he did, he could only wait for death. The school meeting ended. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to go to the Martial Arts Society. He did not want to appear too impatient. He wanted to give Zhang Yu and the others some time to grieve. However, Fang Ping arrived at the Martial Arts Society in the afternoon. Zhang Yu had already changed his clothes. His previous disheveled appearance was nowhere to be seen. When it came to demeanor, Zhang Yu still had it. Seeing Fang Ping, Zhang Yu smiled and nodded slightly. The people beside him had complicated looks in their eyes. Without excessive pleasantries, Zhang Yu said, you don't know much about the Martial Arts Society. I'll briefly explain the situation to you so you have a general understanding. Sorry to trouble you, senior. No problem. The Martial Arts Society is in your hands. Zhang Yu's tone was slightly complicated. Then, he smiled and said, MCMAU Martial Arts Society has a total of 1 president and 4 vice presidents. Right now, the 4 vice presidents are Qin Fengqing, Xia Lei, Chen Wenlong, and Liang Fenghua. Brother Liang is also a vice president? Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Zhang Yu nodded. There were a few vice presidents before this. They were all students from the previous batch. Liang Fengwo broke through to rank 4, so he became the vice president. The current 4 vice presidents were all rank 4. As for MCMAU's rank 4 martial artists, including you and me, there are a total of 9 people. So little? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. For vice presidents, including himself and Zhang Yu, that was a total of 6. Did that not mean that there were only 3 left? Zhang Yu sighed. Xiaolei is the only one who has broken through to rank 4 in his batch. You're the only one in your batch. In our cohort, 7 people are actually not too few. But before that, I needed a few more people. It's a pity that the last trip to the catacombs, during the previous trip to the catacombs, MCMAU had lost a few rank 4 students. 2 of them were from Zhang Yu's cohort. Otherwise, the number of rank 4 students in the double digits when the new students had just enrolled was not a small number. Wang Jinyang was a special case among normal martial arts universities like Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Many schools did not even have a single rank 4. Zhang Yu did not say anything more. He continued, other than the few vice presidents, the Martial Arts Society also has 6 major departments. Office, External Affairs Department, Internal Affairs Department, Finance Department, Discipline Inspection Department, Admissions Office. Wait. Fang Ping interrupted. Admissions Office? Zhang Yu smiled. Yes. The Martial Arts Society is actually in charge of admissions. The school instructors cooperate, including the setting of standards. They are all set by the Martial Arts Society and submitted to the school for review. After that, the Martial Arts Society is also in charge of admissions. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. The Martial Arts Society had delegated the task of admissions to them. He remembered Qin Fengqing saying that Xiaolei was busy with admissions. Fang Ping thought that Xiaolei had gone to work with the instructors. Now that he thought about it, it was the instructors who were working with the Martial Arts Society. What were the school leaders responsible for? Come to think of it, it seemed that the school leaders only had to be responsible for becoming stronger. Of course, important matters were decided by the school. Although the Martial Arts Society was in charge of setting the admission standards, they still had to get the school's approval. Zhang Yu continued, Zhou Yan is the director of the External Affairs Department. She is also the office director. Zhou Yan did not say a word. After hearing Zhang Yu's introduction, she said, I'm already in my senior year. I will step down from my position in the Martial Arts Society. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and smiled. Senior Zhou, why do you have to do this? It's my first time here, and you want to leave right away. I'm going to have an internship in a company soon. I'm afraid I won't have much time to stay in the Martial Arts Society and deal with these matters, Zhou Yan replied. Fang Ping chuckled. Then I wish you all the best, Senior Zhou. Zhang Yu sighed softly. A new ruler brought his own ministers. Zhou Yan held multiple positions, and there were rumors that she and Zhang Yu had an ambiguous relationship. Her decision to step down now was not just because she was angry. It was better than being kicked away by Fang Ping. Fang Ping saw that she was determined, so he went with the flow and began to wish her well. Zhang Yu did not care about this. He continued, the office is in charge of the Martial Arts Society's internal affairs, including the establishment of the society and the daily meetings. The External Affairs Department is in charge of the Martial Arts Society's external affairs, such as arranging competitions, sparring, student exchanges, as well as contacting some MCMAU graduates and providing them with internship opportunities. I don't need to say much about the admissions department. The finance department is mainly in charge of the operations of some of MCMAU's businesses. The school actually has a department in charge as well. We are mainly responsible for assisting them. The other thing is the distribution of benefits to the Martial Arts Society members. The Discipline Inspection Department is in charge of rectifying the school's culture, including some of the school's daily patrol arrangements and on-duty issues. The Internal Affairs Department, speaking of the Internal Affairs Department, Zhang Yu thought for a while before saying, the Internal Affairs Department is just a name. It should be called the Catacombs Affairs Department. There are very few people in the Internal Affairs Department, including me and a few vice presidents. We are all members of the Internal Affairs Department. We carry out some catacombs missions and bring newcomers into the catacombs. You can also think of it as the Martial Arts Society's martial arts department. Fang Ping understood and asked, "Are they all rank 4 martial artists?" "Not really. Upper stage rank 3 can apply to join. Sometimes, when there are some team missions, we can organize the school's student powerhouses to work together." After saying that, Xianxia hesitated slightly, but he still said, "The president of the Martial Arts Society's Internal Affairs Department can force members to participate in some missions. Of course, he has to get the majority's approval." "Fang Ping, you are in charge of the Martial Arts Society. I hope you won't lead everyone to their deaths." Fang Ping heard that and laughed. "Senior Zhang, you worry too much. I'm not that kind of person. That's for the best. After all, everyone's ultimate goal is to solve the catacombs' troubles." After introducing the Martial Arts Society's general structure, Zhang Yu brought Fang Ping upstairs to patrol. On the way, they met some Martial Arts Society members. They were silent when they saw the few of them. Their gazes were complicated as they watched them carry out the handover. When they reached the president's office, Fang Ping could not help but sigh. How rich and imposing. Although it was called an office, the office was unexpectedly big. There was an office area, a guest area, a bedroom, a training room, and a bathroom. It had everything, and the space was huge. It was obvious that Zhang Yu often stayed here. Daily necessities were everywhere. The office was very clean. Looking at Zhou Yan's reluctant expression, Fang Ping suspected that it was this woman who had helped to tidy up the office. Zhang Yu was a man and a martial artist at that. Where would he find the time to tidy up these things? After looking around the office, Zhang Yu brought Fang Ping on a stroll around the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society was huge. This was not just a single building, but an entire building complex. It included many battle arenas, training rooms, office areas, and so on. Just walking around took Fang Ping a lot of time. Strictly speaking, his Pingyuan Club's office was also part of the Martial Arts Society's territory. After looking through these things, Zhou Yan handed Fang Ping a few documents. They were very simple documents. There were 3 in total. The first was a list of Martial Arts Society members. There were 215 members in the Martial Arts Society today, including Fang Ping and Zhang Yu. There were 9 rank 4 members, 51 rank 3 members, and the rest were rank 2. At its peak, the Martial Arts Society had more than 100 rank 3 members. The second was the Martial Arts Society's financial report. There was a balance of 50 million in cash, a certain number of pills, a certain number of weapons, and 5,000 credits. The third was a list of old members. The Martial Arts Society had grown up with MCMAU. After 60 years of ups and downs, there were countless members, all of whom were outstanding graduates of MCMAU. This list was also the most important one. Zhang Yu's tone was solemn. As a member of the Martial Arts Society, even after graduation, you will still be a member of the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society and the school leaders jointly govern the school is not empty talk. When the Martial Arts Society encounters some problems, such as corruption by the school leaders, embezzlement of the Martial Arts Society's benefits, weakening the Martial Arts Society's authority, impeachment of the school leaders, and so on. At this time, we can call the old members back and make a joint ruling to put pressure on the school and the Ministry of Education. This is also a trump card for us to keep the school leaders in check. Otherwise, how can we, a group of rank 3 and 4 students, balance those grandmaster powerhouses? Of course, the goal is not to divide power. We still hope that the school can do better and obtain more benefits for the students. MCMAU's Martial Arts Society has been established for so many years. The members are also students of the school. They are loyal to the school and the Martial Arts Society. As long as it is reasonable and the evidence is conclusive, we can even carry out a change in the school's leadership. Fang Ping picked up the list and glanced at it. His pupils shrank, 12 grandmasters. Zhang Yu said in a low voice, "Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't call these old members back. You have to know that they have all graduated. Some have entered the military department, some have entered the government, and some have started their own businesses. If we call for them to return, these people will return. However, once they return, there may be some unexpected situations. For example, seizing power. Zhang Yu lowered his voice again. MCMAU is not an ordinary university. MCMAU has shares in pill companies and weapon manufacturing companies, including some cutting-edge research institutes. We also have our own pill and weapon production lines. In addition, we have the martial arts dojo, vitality pool, energy room, and the combat technique room that is open to the public and not open to the public. This includes some information about the catacombs. The catacombs is our common enemy, but sometimes, everyone will keep some information, such as the location of some energy mines, the location of some human powerhouses training in the catacombs, and so on. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He had a general understanding of the situation. After some thought, Fang Ping asked, as the president, what are the benefits and benefits? Zhang Yu was speechless. Zhou Yan frowned slightly, but still said, as the president of the Martial Arts Society, you can collect 100 credits of resources from the Martial Arts Society every month. So little? Zhou Yan said unhappily, it's not little. The school will allocate 20 million cash and 2,000 credits to the Martial Arts Society every month. That's a total of 80 million, and it will reach 1 billion annually. However, the Martial Arts Society also needs to maintain its daily expenses, including organizing some championship matches, activities, and distributing benefits to the members. Also, if some members die in battle, we also need to be responsible for compensating them. The school will provide a portion, but the Martial Arts Society will also provide an additional portion. Now, the Martial Arts Society has 50 million cash, some pills, and 5,000 credits. These are all saved by the president. He doesn't have it himself. Fang Ping, if you want to take more, then negotiate with the school. You'll have to depend on yourself. Zhang Yu interrupted Zhou Yan. Fang Ping did not care about her attitude. He smiled and said, if that's the case, the funds on the Martial Arts Society's books are all saved? Senior Zhang, it's not that I'm trying to nitpick, but I feel that rather than reducing expenses, why not open up more resources? If I'm not wrong, when you took over, the previous president probably didn't leave any stocks for you, right? Zhang Yu did not say anything. Zhou Yan complained, when the president took over, the Martial Arts Society was penniless. They had nothing. Fang Ping smiled and nodded. That's how it should be. Zhang Yu did not dwell on this. Instead, he asked, now that you're the president, what are your future plans? First, earn money. Second, increase the benefits. Third, increase the strength of the members. Fourth, it's no longer limited to the Martial Arts Society and non-Martial Arts Society students. MCMAU students must become stronger. Zhou Yan sneered and did not say anything else. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. Fang Ping made it sound easy now. When the time came, he would know that it was not so easy to do. Zhang Yu did not say anything. He said, I hope you can succeed. When I was the president, I didn't set a good example for MCMAU. My own realm is also one step behind others. After the handover, I'll go to other catacombs to train. I hope that when I come back, I can see a brand new martial arts society. When Zhang Yu entered his junior year, he had achieved rank 4, similar to Xiaolei today. However, a year had passed since his junior year, and he was still a middle stage rank 4. It had to be said that his cultivation speed had indeed slowed down a lot. People like Wang Jinyang were actually surpassed by those who came later. When Zhang Yu was rank 4, these guys were only peak rank 3, including Chen Wenlong. A year later, Zhang Yu's realm was the lowest. It was obvious that the position of the Martial Arts Society president was not that easy. Not only Zhang Yu, but the Martial Arts Society presidents of other schools had also slowed down in their cultivation speed. Everyone had a lot to worry about. Their cultivation time was shorter, and they had less time to go to the catacombs. Compared to being alone, leading a group to become stronger was actually much more difficult. Fang Ping smiled. I will. I wish you a safe journey, senior. When you come back, you'll be a rank 5. Thank you for your auspicious words. Zhang Yu smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he talked about the meeting that night. Tonight, the two of them would officially hand over. Martial artists did not procrastinate. Now that things had come to this, Fang Ping had become the president of the Martial Arts Society. Zhang Yu also had the intention to go out and train. The earlier the handover, the better. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He was the one who mentioned the meeting earlier. When it was time for a martial artist to stand up for himself, he would not refuse. Wu Quishan took over the position of vice-chancellor, and he did not decline modestly. Soon, Fang Ping left the Martial Arts Society with a few documents. After he left, Zhou Yan bit her lip and looked at Zhang Yu, who looked a little sad. She said softly, "If it wasn't for the Martial Arts Society dragging you down, you wouldn't be weaker than anyone." Zhang Yu shook his head lightly. "I'm the one dragging MCMAU down. In the past year, MCMAU has become more and more weak. MCMAU was strong in the last batch, strong in the next, but not in his batch." It had to be said that this was something that Zhang Yu felt extremely regretful about. "That's not your responsibility." Zhou Yan comforted him. Zhang Yu did not say anything else. He stood by the railing and watched Fang Ping walk away. It was not just Fang Ping. He looked into the distance. The old vice-chancellor had left, and Vice-Chancellor Wu had taken over. A new era had begun. 7 p.m. In the Martial Arts Club's conference room. There were 215 people in the club. Other than a few who were away on business, everyone, including Chen Wenlong, had arrived at the Martial Arts Club. When they saw Fang Ping sitting in the middle and Zhang Yu sitting on one side, many people's expressions turned sour. Off stage. Fu Chongding whispered, "Fang Ping, this guy, he's not reserved at all. Isn't he just looking for trouble?" Zhao Lei said indifferently, "Why do martial artists care about these things?" "You're really thinking too much." Fu Chongding was speechless. Zhao Lei, who was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and had a high IQ, was already dead. He was killed by Fang Ping. He had beaten up an outstanding youth who was both brave and intelligent to the point where he only knew how to talk with his fists. Fu Chongding looked regretful and did not look at him anymore. He was afraid that he would be infected. "Let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point." Fang Ping did not bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. "From today onwards, I'll take over as the president of the Martial Arts Society. I'll give President Zhang some time to cultivate so that he won't delay his martial arts progress. In addition, Minister Zhou mentioned that graduation is imminent and that he needs an internship. He wants to step down from his positions as the Foreign Affairs Department and the Office Director. Since President Xia is also the head of the Student Recruitment Department, I think it is a waste of time. President Xia will no longer be the head of the Student Recruitment Department." Xia Lei lowered his head and didn't speak. Zhang Ziwei was a little angry. She raised her head and said, "Xia Lei is in charge of this year's freshmen. Now that the freshmen are about to enter the school, there are still some matters that need to be dealt with." "You want Xia Lei to step down at this time?" Fang Ping said mildly, "It's not time for you to speak yet. Zhang Ziwei, if you interrupt again in the next meeting, then get out. The rules of the Martial Arts Club must be followed." "You." Xia Lei tugged at her gently and shook his head, not letting her continue. If he lost, he had to admit it. The head of the Internal Affairs Department was previously held by President Zhang. "From today onwards, I will take over. As for the Finance Department. Department head Hu, you've been busy recently. Hand over some matters to senior sister Lu Mengyao. Lu Mengyao, you'll be the department head." The entire conference room was dead silent. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Fang Ping had just arrived, and the shift had been changed without any prior notice. Was it really appropriate? Finance Department, Lu Mengyao will be the head. Disciplinary Department, Yi Qing will be the head. Fu Chongding will be the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Office, Chen Yunqi, Director Ren. I'll be in charge of both the Recruitment Office and the Internal Affairs Department. Fang Ping said a few simple sentences and said, "Does anyone have any objections?" Complete silence. Fang Ping did not beat around the bush or beat around the bush. He bluntly announced to everyone that the Martial Arts Society, from top to bottom, was now letting his people take over. A few classmates, senior brothers and sisters, and himself had directly distributed the authority of all the departments. The personnel change is the first thing. Although Fang Ping asked for their opinions, he did not give them a chance to refute. He continued, the second thing is to increase the benefits. In the future, ordinary members would receive 20 credits every month. Senior members, in other words, rank 3 and rank 4 members, cost 50 credits. Department head level 1, 100 credits. Vice President, 200 credits. President, 300 credits. Fang Ping. Among the crowd, there was finally someone who was dissatisfied. Zhou Yan said angrily, do you know how much it costs to do this every month? More than 7,000 credits. The school only allocates 80 million to us every month. That's not even 3,000 credits. Are you crazy? Fang Ping smiled and said, I'm increasing everyone's benefits. Do you have any objections? You. Zhou Yan's face was full of anger. She gritted her teeth and said, then you have to take 500 credits every month while holding 3 jobs. Of course. Fang Ping, you're too much. Zhou Yan said angrily, I knew it. You took over the Martial Arts Society president for your own personal gain. Fang Ping smiled and said, personal gain? I don't think so. I'm increasing everyone's benefits, not just me. Don't tell me it's the same as before, where everyone gets a normal vitality pill and 3 credits a month, and I'll be able to fool them. Then what's the point of the Martial Arts Society's existence? Or maybe I'll be selfless like President Zhang, not taking a single cent from the Martial Arts Society, and even the vice president has to be like him, selflessly serving the school. Zhou Yan, is this really appropriate? Ask everyone. Are they satisfied? There are many things to do in the Martial Arts Society. Instead of wasting time in the Martial Arts Society, it's better to do missions and earn more. Under these circumstances, do you expect everyone to do their best for the Martial Arts Society? Zhang Yu pressed his hand to stop Zhou Yan, but he himself asked, then where does the gap come from? More than 200 million in benefits distributed every month was too shocking. The Martial Arts Society and the school allocated 80 million every month. The difference was too big. First, apply to the school. 80 million isn't enough. Round it up and give 100 million. Now that prices are rising, the school should give us more benefits. It's not a big problem. Second, now that everyone is into martial arts universities have a limited number of students. MCMAU only has 3 martial arts training classes in Magic City, which is too few and not enough. The Martial Arts Society will open 2 martial arts training classes in Magic City, with rank 2 students in batches. It's much better than those martial arts training classes in society that fool people. 2 classes, 200 students enrolled, can bring us hundreds of millions of income every year. Third, there are many rich new students. According to past practice, students can use their own money to change their accommodation. In the past, half of it was given to the outstanding students, and the other half to the people who spent money. From this year onwards, when you enter MCMAU, you'll be treated the same. You'll have to spend money to buy a single dormitory, President Fang. Zhang Yu was slightly angry. This is too much. Fang Ping laughed. Don't rush. I'm not done yet. I'm not only talking about the new students, but also the old students. A portion of the old students don't think about improving and occupy the latrine without taking a shit. I'll give the new outstanding students a chance. A portion of the old students have single dormitories. If they don't want to spend money and live well, that's fine. Go and challenge them. If you win against the old students will move to multiple dormitories, and the winner will be assigned to single dormitories. Don't look at me like that. Even the seniors like you are still hovering around rank 1 and 2. When you entered the school, you were all outstanding students ranked in the top 100. Free food and accommodation were provided. After a few years, you're still rank 1 and 1. President Zhang, this isn't right. Today, the 3 batches of students have a total of 300 single dormitories allocated to outstanding students, and 300 to students who spent money. The 300 dormitories allocated to outstanding students can be obtained through challenges. As for the previous 3 batches of students who spent money to exchange for single dormitories, I won't directly implement the new policy for this batch. From the next batch onwards, even if you spend money, it'll only take a year. After a year, these single dormitories will be occupied by powerhouses. Xianxia fell silent and did not say anything else. Fang Ping continued, for new students, there are 200 single dormitories this year. Many MCMAU students come from well-to-do families. I'll give you 500,000 for a year. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. If you don't want to, you can stay in the multiple dormitories. Either you fight for it with your ability, or else it'll be left empty. If all 200 dormitories are rented out, that'll be 100 million in income. Fang Ping laughed. That's 200 million. Plus the 1.2 billion that the school allocates to us every year, that's 1.4 billion. Xianxia exhaled softly. Even so, the gap is still huge. According to Fang Ping's calculations, after a year, including the Martial Arts Society's various expenses, they would need at least 2.5 billion or more. The gap was huge. It's simple. Organize a few competitions. Fang Ping laughed. Nowadays, everyone is into martial arts. Ever since the Martial Arts Championship, martial arts competitions have become a daily event. However, the competitions in society are uneven, and they don't have high credibility. From this year onwards, MCMAU will be the organizer and organize some competitions every year. For example, the National Freshman Championship. For example, the Rank 2 Martial Artists Championship, or even the Rank 3 Championship. There is no reason to lose money when organizing competitions. There is no reason to spend your own money. Finding sponsors will only make money. This includes the expenses of some awards. These are all the sponsors' business. How can there be a competition that loses money? Also, the competition's broadcast has to be charged. We have to work with many platforms. Only fools will let others broadcast for free. In fact, some companies have this idea, including the local government. But do they have more credibility than MCMAU? No. What is MCMAU? It's one of the most famous martial arts universities in the country and the world. It's not just domestic competitions. We can invite some of the world's famous martial arts universities to organize a multinational martial arts competition with us. How much do we know about foreign martial artists? To be honest, we don't know much. In this way, not only can we deepen the exchange of martial arts domestically and abroad, but we can also promote the development of martial arts. Originally, this should be done by the government. However, now that the competition has just started, the government is still busy with domestic affairs and has no time to care about this. MCMAU should not pass on this responsibility. It should stand up and share the burden of the government. One season, one competition. 4 times a year. Sponsorship fees, advertising fees, broadcasting fees, ticket fees, everyone, if nothing goes wrong, a few 100 million will be easy to earn. Martial artists don't want to be seen as clowns, so they don't have to participate. However, there will always be martial artists who want to stand out and be noticed, including some casual martial artists. There will be martial artists participating in the competition. Moreover, it's mainly for the lower 3 ranks. These people have nothing to do anyway. It's better to spar with each other than to sit at home and wait for death. The lower 3 ranks, the rank 3 martial artists in society, usually did not know about the catacombs until they reached upper stage. These people, they really had nothing to do. Other than the 4 points above, there are many other ways to earn money. It depends on whether we are willing or not. Who are we? MCMAU Martial Arts Society. MCMAU's most elite group of students, the most elite group of students in the world. A group of elites, actually troubled over this little benefit? We don't need to contribute too much. Even if it's a competition, we can let others do it. As for us, we only need to take a few days every season to be referees and judges. Outside, which rank 3 and 4 students is not a tyrant. As referees and judges, aren't we better than some rank 1 and 2 vitality martial artists in those places? I've also looked at the Martial Arts Society's expenses before. Every year, some of the exchange competitions with other schools actually take up the majority of the expenses. It's ridiculous. We need to prepare everything ourselves. When we get injured, we can't even bear to use healing pills. Everyone, it's a new era. Martial artists also need to keep up with the times. Otherwise, how are we different from the sex? What does it matter if the championship is broadcasted to the outside world? Do you think you're a monkey? What a joke. When we fly in the air and split mountains and seas, who would dare to treat us like monkeys? With money and pills, only then will everyone dare to compete and spar. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists can't enter the catacombs. Instead of cultivating hard, it's still beneficial to spar more. This includes martial artists below upper stage rank 3. If they go to the catacombs, the death rate is extremely high. At this time, sparring with humans is the right way to go. Finding sponsors for the competition, isn't it just wearing other people's clothes and shoes? I'm not asking you to do anything else. Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself? If you're afraid of embarrassing yourself, then don't practice martial arts. You don't even care about life and death. Why would you care about this? Offstage. Everyone was discussing in low voices. This seems to be similar to Fong Ping's short advertisement. However, according to Fong Ping, the money should be earned. Everyone's welfare benefits are also high. The worst is 20 credits a month, 240 credits a year, 2 million. Earning money is not that easy. 2 million is not easy to earn even for rank 2 martial artists. Last year, Wang Jingyang was willing to kill a peak rank 2 martial artist for 300,000. 20 credits a month can be exchanged for a rank 2 vitality pill. Under normal circumstances, a rank 2 martial artist can cultivate with a rank 2 vitality pill a month. That is enough. Of course, if you want to speed up, it is not enough. However, the Martial Arts Society is giving extra, which is equivalent to earning for free. It is still very tempting. On stage, Fong Ping smiled. There are many ways to earn money. I won't talk about it for now. However, the welfare benefits will be implemented according to what I said. Zhou Yan gritted her teeth and said, 500 credits a month yourself is too much. What a joke. Fong Ping smiled. When I step down as the director of 2 departments, it will only be 300 credits. What's so much? Those who can do more work will be rewarded. I am the director of 2 departments, so naturally, I will have more. Alright, it's decided. As for Senior Zhou, you are going to the company for an internship anyway. I won't assign you any tasks. As a rank 3 member, I will give you 50 credits a month for free. I don't want it. That's good. If you don't want it, then I can save some. Fong Ping did not stand on ceremony. He smiled and said, is there anyone else who doesn't want it? Everyone was silent. Qin Fengqing did not say anything. Zhou Yan was out of her mind, he was the vice president. 200 credits a month. 6 million for free. Why would he not want it, 6 million? He might not even get that much money from killing a rank 4 in the catacombs. When Zhang Yu was in charge, Qin Fengqing could not remember how long he worked for free. Since there are no objections, next item. Fong Ping continued, personnel and welfare are not the main points. The main point is still the improvement of strength. To be honest, there are not many shortcuts to the 3 lower ranks. Popping pills is the fastest, but you need money. The second is actual combat, which is good for the cultivation of combat techniques. How to gain experience? First, go to various schools to compete in championships. Earn money and gain experience. Second, go to local competitions and defeat those local teams. Make a name for yourself, earn money, and gain experience. Third, go and challenge martial arts training classes. If we succeed, we will open a branch there. If we fail, we will change to another one and continue. Fourth, President Fong. Zhang Yu felt a headache coming on. If you do this, you will disrupt the order of the entire martial arts world. Fong Ping said disapprovingly, what time is it now? The martial arts world is a pool of stagnant water. Are we all waiting for a pie to fall from the sky? Dreaming of becoming a rank 9? Stir things up a little and stir up the martial arts world. The government will probably be happy to see it. As for the catacombs, I don't recommend martial artists below upper stage rank 3 to enter. The school has its considerations, and we have ours. Don't blindly listen to the school's arrangements. Martial artists below upper stage rank 3 will only face risks when they enter the catacombs. There are not many benefits. Work hard to cultivate to upper stage rank 3. This is your top priority. I support upper stage rank 3 martial artists going to the catacombs. This is because the catacombs is the place where human martial artists improve the fastest. Of course, some of what I've just said is common knowledge. Everyone knows that. Also, starting from this year, the Martial Arts Society will add an assessment system. There will no longer be a situation where once you enter the Martial Arts Society, you will be a member for life. Do you still think it's an iron rice bowl? Rank 3 and above will not be assessed. Those below rank 3 are mostly upper stage and peak rank 2 now. I'll give you a year. If you don't achieve rank 3, you will be kicked out of the Martial Arts Society. Don't embarrass the Martial Arts Society. From now on, there will be an assessment every year. The great MCMAU will be reduced to not even 100 rank 3 martial artists. How embarrassing. That's all for now. When I think of something else, I will add more. Many people were speechless. So, this was only a part of it. In the future, the Martial Arts Society would not have an easy time. Alright, meeting adjourned. Department heads and martial artists above upper stage rank 3 stay. Fong Ping sent everyone away. When there were fewer people, Fong Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and Xia Lei and said, Xia Lei, Qin Fengqing, I have a mission for both of you. Qin Fengqing said without hesitation, no way. Then leave the Martial Arts Society. We don't keep idle people. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth so hard that they broke. Damn it, you're too much, Xia Lei did not refute. He said in a low voice, what mission? Get some sponsors. This year is MCMAU's 60th anniversary. I wanted to organize it, but now that the old vice-chancellor and the others have died, I won't do it. However, with so many powerhouses going out of MCMAU, it's still possible to support the school's construction. Both of you are rank 4 martial artists. You are also qualified to represent the Martial Arts Society. Split up. The standard for grandmasters should not be lower than 50 million. The middle ranks should not be lower than 10 million. As for the 3 lower ranks, it depends. If you do well, 3 to 5 million. If you don't, then forget it. If you get more, there's hope for billions or even tens of billions. However, I'm afraid that both of you won't be able to open your mouths. That's fine too. I'll arrange a few assistants for you later. If you can really pull in tens of billions, the number of rank 3 students in MCMAU will increase immediately. This is a major event that affects the school's future. Also, some of the big entrepreneurs in society, whether they graduated from MCMAU or not, you have to go too. If you go, say that you're alumni. If they don't say anything, then forget it. If they say anything, say that you remembered wrongly. When you get back, give them an honorary alumnus certificate. This is your mission. If the sponsorship is less than 1 billion, don't come back. Qin Fengqing said unhappily, what benefits do we get then? If you come back, of course there will be benefits if you sponsor more. If it's less, then there's no benefit. Then, he looked at the others and said, your mission. First, welcome the new students. Remember to convey everything I said about the dormitory allocation. Also, take pictures. If it's a multi-person dormitory, find a few rented rooms outside and take pictures. If it's a single-person dormitory, take pictures of ourselves. Everyone was mentally exhausted. How could he do this? Second, prepare for the new student championship. The sooner the better. Or don't call it the new student championship. Call it the National Rank 1 competition. That's it. Third, open the martial arts dojo immediately and recruit students. Fong Ping exhaled and said, that's it. Oh right, Chen Yunxi, Fu Changding, and the rest of you, don't forget about the Ping Yuan Club. Arrange some jobs for the club members, like instructors for martial arts training classes or something. Recruit some new students and continue to set up the express delivery team. We don't need too many people. That's it for now. Let's go. Being the president is really tiring. After hearing his complaints, everyone wanted to criticize him too. What are you tired of? Zhang Yu doesn't take a single cent when he's the president. As the president, you set a monthly salary of 15 million for yourself the moment you took office. Aren't you afraid that the school leaders will give you trouble? Even some of the instructors in the school, rank 4 and 5, don't have such a high salary. No, they might not even have rank 6 ones. MCMAU's reform began without warning. Soon, all the grade 09 new students received a notice from the school, dormitory allocation plan for grade 2009 new students. When this proposal was circulated by some of the new students, it immediately caused a heated discussion in society. 500,000 a year, MCMAU is robbing money. As one of the top 2 universities in the country, MCMAU is wasting its energy on the dormitory allocation plan to reap huge profits. Instead of that, it's better to put more effort into teaching. Don't spend money to stay in. Only a fool would spend 500,000 a year to rent a dormitory. Many people in society were calling for the new students not to be foolish. 500,000 was enough to buy a house in a second-tier city. However, these people really underestimated the spending power of martial artists. When some people saw those dirty dormitories, in fact, some of the students who graduated from MCMAU, they all rebuked the netizens for spreading rumors. The environment of MCMAU's dormitories was excellent too. They were all single rooms. There were no big bunks. Of course, it was up to the new students whether they believed it or not. How could the photos sent by the school be fake? Therefore, before school started, the recruitment office received many inquiries from parents. There were 2,000 new students in grade 09. At least half of them were born in families of martial artists and businessmen. 500,000 was a lot, but in order to let their children have a stable living environment that was more suitable for practicing martial arts, there were many who paid the money. Soon, the 200 spots were filled. Of course, it did not matter if it was full. Fang Ping did not reject anyone. Soon, he had people clean up some of the closed dormitories and open them to the public for rent. MCMAU may lack everything, but it did not lack buildings. The reason why he let those people live in the dormitories was actually to motivate them. Of course, management became lax in the later stages. The instructors were not interested in this, and the students did not want to change the status quo, so it was still a stagnant pool. On the internet, many people were extremely dissatisfied with MCMAU's situation. Both the Magic City Education Department and the Education Department had received complaints. Of course, Fang Ping did not care about these things. Wu Quishan, Huang Jing, and the others were also silent, letting Fang Ping do what he wanted. Fang Ping had just been appointed. It might not be a good thing to meddle in the affairs of the Martial Arts Society now. When Fang Ping's mess could not be cleaned up, the grandmasters would step in. No matter how big the trouble in the school was, it would not be a problem. However, Fang Ping would have to pack his things and leave. School was about to start. Everyone had a lot to do. The Martial Arts Society had almost become Fang Ping's court. Mekmao. Fang Ping, MCMAU's accommodation is so expensive. It's too scary. On the other end of the phone, Fang Ping grinned and said, "Yes, this policy was set by me, your brother." The surrounding area instantly fell silent. After a while, he asked in disbelief, "You made the decision?" "That's right. I, your brother, am now the student leader of MCMAU. Do you know what the leader means? That Yuan Ping club of yours, what are you doing? There's no future at all. I am now in charge of 7,000 students, and they will all become martial artists very soon. Compared to me, little girl, you're too inexperienced." Fang Ping's tone was smug. Didn't he say that all 3,000 girls knew martial arts? Look at how smug you are. Don't say that I don't know how to do it. Even if I do, I, your brother, am really in charge of 7,000 martial artists. I'll scare you to death. Didn't you? Didn't you just become a sophomore? What's wrong with being a sophomore? Fang Ping chuckled. In this day and age, strength is king. I, your brother, am strong, so I call the shots. Do you collect membership fees? Fang Yuan asked hurriedly. Brother, you martial artists are so rich. If you collect 10,000 per person, that'll be 70 million. If it's 100,000, Fang Yuan seemed to be stunned. She mumbled, 700 million. Brother, then you'll be the richest man in Sun City. If you collect once a year, in a few years, you'll be the richest man in auspicious Sun City, or even Nanjiang. Brother, you're so good at earning money. That's amazing. I only collect $10 per person. That's only 50,000 per year. Wait. Fang Ping interrupted her. Little girl, 30,000 is more like it, right? Haha, about that, I guess, Fang Yuan said awkwardly. She hurriedly changed the topic. Brother, do you split your accommodation fees alone? What are you thinking about? The money belongs to the university. Fang Ping laughed. But your brother is also an executive now. My monthly salary is 15 million. TSK, I didn't expect that. Fang Ping was delighted. The martial arts club was indeed a good place to earn money. After sharing his joy with his sister, Fang Ping quickly asked, what about you? Have you honed your bones once? Not yet. Fang Yuan's voice became softer. She said softly, but soon. I think it'll be done in 1 or 2 months, idiot. Fang Ping scolded her with a tone of exasperation. Why do I have such an idiot sister like you? Your brother is now a middle stage rank 4, and I'll be a rank 5 soon. You haven't honed your bones once yet. When will you be able to hone your bones twice? When will you become a martial artist? I'll get someone to send you some pills. The next time I go back, if you haven't honed your bones once yet, I'll break your legs. Fang Yuan felt wronged. I thought I was amazing. I'm invincible in Sun City now. But my brother is really amazing. He's even made it to the position of boss in MCMAU. If he collected membership fees, it would be tens of millions. Compared to my brother, I'm really miserable. The siblings exchanged their experiences of being bosses. Fang Ping reprimanded his sister for a long time with a clear conscience. With such an outstanding brother, his sister could not embarrass herself too much. Forget about rank 3 and 4 in a year. There were still 3 years left. Before Gaokao, she should at least break through to become a martial artist with her twice-honed strength, right? There was not much difference between the granddaughters of grandmasters and the children of rank 3 and 4 martial artists. Before they became martial artists, everyone's efficiency in absorbing and digesting pills was about the same. Fang Ping did not cut off his supply. Fang Yuan should have the same speed as the children of rank 7, 8, and 9 martial artists. Of course, there was the possibility of powerhouses using energy stones to build an energy house for their descendants to cultivate. Fang Ping could not compare to those whose families had mines. In the next few days, Fang Ping was quite busy as the president. On one hand, the Martial Arts Society had to manage it. On the other hand, the Pingyuan Club also had to manage it. Old Wang also called. NMAU could build an e-commerce platform or let Fang Ping's company run it. However, NMAU had to participate in the management, including the right to hold Fang Ping accountable. Fang Ping agreed without hesitation. He announced, Brother Wang, I'm already a middle stage rank 4. Recently, I've realized that honing the heart after achieving upper stage rank 4 is quite troublesome. Do you have any good suggestions? Wang Jinyang, who was on the other end of the phone, was silent for a full 7 to 8 seconds. Finally, he said meaningfully, the difference in rank doesn't mean anything. Work hard and strive to become a powerhouse among your peers. Fang Ping said straightforwardly, it's alright. I think 5 or 6 moves are enough to defeat Zhang Yu. Not bad. I met him once and used 3 moves. Brother Wang, you're amazing. Fang Ping flattered him. He turned around and said, actually, I can use 3 moves too. But since we're from the same university, I have to save some face, Old Wang said thoughtfully, I've just reached peak rank 4. It's not good to argue with Zhang Yu. Fang Ping, do you want to spar with me when you're free? Peak rank 4. I'll wait a little longer. Fang Ping hung up the phone with a smile. After that, he spat. Old Wang was really shameless. A peak rank 4 wanted to spar with him, unbeknownst to him. On the other end of the phone, Wang Jinyang was also cursing. This little bastard was getting cocky now. But then again, he was the one who had taught him the rudiments of martial arts. Now that Wang Jinyang was about to catch up, it was too embarrassing. Old Wang felt that he was also a person who cared about his reputation. If Wang Jinyang really caught up to him, he would lose all his face. After secretly competing with old Wang, Fang Ping did not delay his own cultivation. If it were anyone else, as the president of 2 clubs and the boss of a company, they would not have the time to cultivate. Fang Ping, however, was not in a hurry. By the 31st of August, Fang Ping's strength was increasing day by day. His middle stage was also becoming more and more stable. Wealth, 37 million. Vitality, 1,500 calories, 1,620 calories plus. Mentality, 400 Hz, 629 Hz plus. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. In the president's office, Fang Ping checked his vitality and mentality. He mumbled, "I haven't honed my skull yet. I'll give it up for now. I really don't have the money. As for vitality, I think it won't be a problem for me to reach 2,000 calories. It's actually quite worth it. 8 million should be enough. Mentality. I've never increased it before. I don't know if it's the same as vitality. 10,000 wealth points can forcibly increase 1 point. Improving mentality was much more difficult than vitality. Back then, Fang Ping's mentality and vitality were equal, but now, the gap was huge. Strengthening vitality could be supported by strengthening the physique. Then, what exactly was strengthening mentality? Strengthening the brain nucleus. According to Lu Fengru, a high-ranked brain nucleus combined with the heart could simulate a high-ranked mentality coercion. Did mentality originate from the brain nucleus? However, scientists had done tests. Bearing the heartache, they had cut the brain nucleus and heart of a high-ranked powerhouse, but they did not find anything special. Moreover, it was an amalgamation of energy. However, when the two were combined, they could simulate the coercion of mentality. Today, Sino Nation was still doing in-depth research, but it was too difficult to achieve results on the situation of a high-ranked powerhouse. Mentality is much harder to increase than vitality. The risk is also much higher. 10,001 Hz might not be enough. Fang Ping had a better grasp of the system's idiosyncrasies. He would reap what he paid. If 71 million wealth points could allow his mentality to reach 1,000 Hz, Fang Ping would not believe it. Whether or not he could even raise it to 1,000 Hz was a problem. There must be a limit. Fang Ping made a prediction, and he believed in it. I'll give it a try. I still have some wealth points now, and in the future, I can receive a sum of benefits from the Martial Arts Society every month, including the military department's previous battle results. When the statistics are out, I'll get some. Wealth points will come later. Now that he had a stable income, Fang Ping did not have to be stingy anymore. He was afraid that if he spent all his wealth points, he would not have enough to restore his vitality. Half an hour later, Fang Ping felt that his strength had increased a lot again. Wealth, 29, 3 million. Vitality, 1,500 calories, 2,000 calories. Mentality, 400 Hz, 699 Hz. Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. Increasing mentality by 1 Hz is actually 10 times the increase of vitality. Fang Ping shook his head. Increasing mentality by 70 Hz had cost him 7 million wealth points. Moreover, the plus was gone. Does this mean that there's no way to increase it anymore, or that there's no way to increase it at this stage, and I have to break through the ranks? Fang Ping was more inclined to the latter. Middle stage rank 4, his physique's limit, vitality's limit, and mentality's limit had all reached a peak, and there was no way to increase it anymore. When I reach upper stage rank 4, maybe I can continue to increase it. Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He had just stood up when his body suddenly swayed, and in a moment of carelessness, he stepped on a hole in the floor. That was not all. Fang Ping felt that his brain was unable to focus, and he felt drowsy. What's wrong? What's going on? My physique increased too quickly. Is my body not used to it? When my mentality increases a little, shouldn't I be more and more awake? Why am I drowsy? Fang Ping suddenly felt a little scared. He staggered and ran outside. Xianxia saw him running unsteadily and quickly shouted, Fang Ping, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm going to the instructors. Fang Ping did not even look back. He ran toward the dormitory area hurriedly, who knew how many holes he had stepped on. The patrolling martial arts society members sighed when they saw the holes on the ground. They followed suit and counted. Although Fang Ping was the president, maintaining the school's public facilities was something that everyone had to abide by. 2 days ago, Fang Ping had increased the punishment and compensation. In the past, he could fight a fight with 300,000 compensation. Now, he could forget about it without 500,000. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had stepped on so many holes that the patrolling martial arts society members felt sorry for him. Don't even think about fooling the president if he doesn't have 5 or 6 million. Seeing that the number was still increasing, the patrolling martial arts society members felt even more sympathetic. It's at least 8 million. It's over. It's at least 10 million. The president won't go back on his word, will he? It's really over. Instructor Lu's door has been torn down. This is no longer a matter of money. The patrolling martial arts society members saw that Fang Ping had sent Lu Fengger's door flying with a push, and they immediately sobered up. They stopped calculating how much money they had to pay and ran. This was no longer a matter of money. This was a matter of life and death. Boom. The next moment, Fang Ping flew backward. He landed about 10 meters away from Lu Fengger's door, smashing a human-shaped hole. Bastard! Lu Fengger's angry voice could be heard. This brat had become extremely arrogant. He used to knock on the door, but now he was tearing it down. Was he going to tear down the house another day? Instructor, help. Fang Ping's pitiful voice traveled far. I didn't want to do this, but now, Fang Ping felt that he was losing control. In the next second, Lu Fengger grabbed Fang Ping by the neck and dragged him into the house with the broken door. The patrolling martial arts society members ran even faster. It's over. It's really over now. Is the martial arts society going to change its president again? The escaping club member couldn't help but have such a thought. In the villa, Lu Fengger's expression changed again and again. After a while, she said, I want to cut you up for research. Fang Ping pulled a long face and said sheepishly, Instructor, please don't joke around. I'm not joking. Lu Fengger's eyes were sharp, and her face was full of interest. How did you do it? Your mentality has become stronger again. It's only been a few days, and it's abnormally strong. It's beyond your control. Physique, too. It's comparable to a peak rank 4 martial artist's physique. Your vitality is very strong. Even if it's not 2,000 calories, it's not far off. Fang Ping, tell me, should I cut you up for research? And your bone marrow, how did you turn jade-like? Even I can't do it. Fang Ping, be good and cooperate with me. I promise, after I cut you up, you'll still be alive. Help. Instructor Li. Dean Huang, save me. Save me. Fang Ping screamed. Lu Fengger was going crazy. How scary. She was really going to cut him up. If no one came to save him, he would really be cut up. Be good and cooperate. You won't die, help. Fang Ping roared loudly. He staggered and broke into a run. Am I stupid? Why did I think of asking Lu Fengger for help? Lu Fengger is going crazy from wanting to break through to Grandmaster. Isn't this a free lunch? Not long after Fang Ping screamed, a figure descended from the sky. Fang Ping grabbed the white-haired Wu Quishan and hugged his thigh. He said pitifully, Vice Chancellor, the instructor wants to cut me up. Save me. Wu Quishan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Lu Fengger. Lu Fengger was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. Her eyes were unfriendly as she said, Get out. Fengger, get out. Vice Chancellor, don't go. Take me with you. Fang Ping grabbed Wu Quishan's trouser leg tightly, refusing to let go no matter what. Lu Fengger's expression was unfriendly as she scolded, Idiot. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He let go instantly and laughed dryly. Vice Chancellor, you should go about your business. I was just joking with the instructor. Wu Kuishan looked at him deeply, then at Lu Fengru. He did not say anything and flew away. As soon as he left, Lu Fengru said with a faint smile, "Why aren't you shouting anymore?" Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid the vice-chancellor wants to cut me up too." Lu Fengru let out a humph. Then, she said, "Tell me, what happened? Your situation is caused by your ability increasing too quickly. I've seen examples like you before. A lucky guy who somehow entered the catacombs energy mine and went from peak rank 3 to peak rank 4 in one day. After that, your situation happened. He encountered an energy mine and was lucky enough to return to the stronghold alive. What about you, did you encounter an energy mine too?" Fang Ping was troubled. After a while, he said, "Instructor, if I said that I woke up and became like this, would you believe me? Why don't you guess?" "I don't believe it either. But it's the truth." "It's true. I often become stronger after I awaken. Do you think I'm an idiot?" "I really didn't." "It's true." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "I don't know what's going on, but I keep feeling that there's an unknown energy in my brain that automatically spills out. Then, my ability becomes stronger." "Instructor, you're not really going to cut open my brain, are you?" "I'll die." "If I die, who's going to avenge you?" Lu Fengru let out a humph. After thinking for a while, she said, "Are you sure that there's energy coming out of your brain?" "I'm sure." Fang Ping nodded hurriedly. "I'm not lying. It's true. Of course, I don't know if it's the brain. Anyway, I don't know where the energy from the system comes from." "Brain mutation?" Lu Fengru mumbled. This was not easy to check. She did not know if it was good or bad. If the mutation was serious and energy was sent out uncontrollably, Fang Ping might explode. This time, it was a clear proof. "I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse," Lu Fengru shook her head lightly. She really did not know if Fang Ping's situation was a good thing or a bad thing. "You should get used to it for a while. There's no better way for now. If this happens again, I'll get a grandmaster to take a look at you and try to seal your brain. That means you're fine now? It's nothing serious. I just need some time to get used to it." Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he was fine. If he had known, he would not have come. He was almost scared to death. Without further delay, Fang Ping said hurriedly, "If there's nothing else, instructor, I'll go back first." Lu Fengru glanced at him and said mildly, "Don't forget what happened before. Remember to apply to lift the ban." "I remember. I'll apply immediately after the new students enter the school. Everyone has been busy lately. I haven't met the vice-chancellor and the others." "Go." Fang Ping was just about to leave when Lu Fengru said faintly, "Get someone to fix the door for me. Otherwise, I'll slice you up." Fang Ping was embarrassed. It was not a big deal. Why did she have to scare him? Of course, immediately. September 1st, Tuesday, new students reported in. A large group of students and parents had gathered outside the school gates. Inside the school gates, Fang Ping's gaze was sharp as he stared at the director of the discipline department, Yi Qing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, you should go back and cultivate." Yi Qing said calmly, "Pay the fine first." "I don't have money." Fang Ping saw that he was still staring at him and felt helpless. After a while, he said, "Why don't you wait for Qin Fengqing to come back and ask him for it? He still owes me 10 million. I'll pay it all as a fine." "Okay, 10 million is enough to renovate the square a few times. I won't default." Yi Qing said seriously, "You're the president. If you start defaulting, the others will follow suit. We're all martial artists, so we can't stay in school anymore. If a group of inhuman martial artists did not have any control measures and fought among themselves, MCMAU would be torn down in no time. It would not do if the fine was too little. These rich people did not care. Therefore, in MCMAU, destroying public property was a heavy penalty." Fang Ping trampled along the way, breaking hundreds of floorboards. The discipline department gave Fang Ping a sky-high fine of 15 million, Fang Ping sighed. At this moment, he walked carefully. If he was not careful, a hole would appear in the ground. The school's internal affairs inspection and discipline maintenance were the responsibility of the discipline department. At this moment, the director, Yi Qing, personally came to ask for a fine. Fang Ping was troubled. 15 million, how many pills and weapons could he buy with 15 million? Senior, I'm not defaulting. Qin Fengqing owes me 10 million. That instructor Song Yingji owes me about 5 million. Go collect the debt. I'll accept the fine, okay? Yi Qing looked at him without saying a word. Senior, everyone is watching the new students. It's not good to collect debts now, is it? Then I'll deduct 500 credits from the office for this month. It's just right. Fang Ping almost vomited blood. Why was he so serious? Naturally, Fang Ping would rather pay than have his credits deducted. Then, he would lose out on his wealth. After feeling the pinch for a long time, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll pay. Also, the discipline inspection department needs to patrol carefully. In MCMAU, other than the training rooms, anyone who damages even a blade of grass or a tree will be heavily punished." This included the haven. There were often students practicing combat techniques there, watching them. Anyone who destroys public property will be severely punished. Also, the student dormitories have to be inspected regularly. MCMAU cannot continue to slack off. Yi Qing glanced at him. Are you trying to vent your anger over the fine on someone else? However, if Fang Ping took the lead in paying the 15 million fine, the policy of heavy fines could be implemented smoothly. Okay, got it. In addition, part of the fines will be used for the maintenance of the school's public property. The rest will not be handed over to the Martial Arts Society. All right. Seeing that Yi Qing was still staring at him, Fang Ping said helplessly, I'll pay the fee later. Don't follow me anymore. You cracked another floor tile, I know. Fang Ping felt like vomiting blood. It's just for 1 or 2 days. Isn't 15 million enough to fix a few more floor tiles? My chi and blood are a little out of control right now. Do you really want to fine me tens of millions? Fang Ping complained. 15 million. His month in the Martial Arts Society would have been for nothing. Now, Yi Qing was still staring at him. Did he have any shame? Yi Qing didn't waste any more words, but he still didn't leave. Outside the school gate. The school gate was still closed. The small gate was not opened either. There were close to 2,000 new students. Including their parents, it was crowded outside. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, Fu Changdang and a few others walked out and yelled, "Parents can leave now. Students can enter alone. Students, can't we go in and take a look? How's the accommodation, how's the food?" Zhao Lei interrupted, "Once you enter MCMAU, you have to abide by MCMAU's rules. Unless the school allows it. Parents can't enter MCMAU. This is the rule. Otherwise, you don't have to enter. After today, MCMAU will not accept any students." As soon as he said that, although the parents felt a little regretful, they still retreated and watched their children enter the school. Outside the school gate. Fang Ping watched for a while, then turned to the Martial Arts Society members and said, "Nowadays, each batch of new students is stronger than the last. The standards for entering the school are higher than before, so we have higher expectations for the new students. However, MCMAU's culture, to put it bluntly, is too lax and indulgent. We're all new students, so we should know MCMAU's style. The instructors are very busy and rarely have time to care about these things. In the past, the Martial Arts Society did not care either. They only grabbed some important seedlings. This is not good. Although MCMAU is one of the big two, compared to CCMAU, there is still a big gap. It is not the difference in individual strength, but the difference in the overall strength of the students. Today, there are close to 7,000 students in MCMAU. 60 rank 3 and 4 martial artists. About 500 rank 2 martial artists. The rest are all rank 1 martial artists and aspiring martial artists. It's really embarrassing. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Those who could enter MCMAU were all geniuses. They were not far from becoming martial artists. However, some of the fourth-year students were rank 1 martial artists. Even if it was not time to graduate, they had been in school for 3 years. 3 years to go from aspiring martial artists to rank 1, even if they were peak rank 1, was too slow. As he said that, Fang Ping continued, therefore, from this batch onwards, the martial arts society must play a role. From the first day of school, we must conduct guidance and strict training. Inform all the new students to complete all the admission procedures within 2 hours and gather at Field 1. Liang Fenghua, who was behind him, laughed. The president is not giving them any time to rest. I'm afraid this batch of new students is in for a hard time. Fang Ping laughed. It's not that serious. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, I also hope that MCMAU will be better. Zhang Yu and many of the instructors in MCMAU have the idea of pooling resources to cultivate a portion of the top students. My idea is to open up more sources and obtain more resources. While cultivating the top students, we must also strengthen MCMAU's overall strength. In my opinion, graduating before reaching rank 3 after entering MCMAU is a disgrace. Everyone was speechless. How dare you say that? Don't compare yourself to others. It's not that easy to improve in martial arts. All new students, gather at Field 1 in 2 hours. Those who are late or fail to show up will bear the consequences. When the new students entered the school one after another, the members of the Martial Arts Society's disciplinary department shouted. A new student quickly said, "Senior, are we having a welcome party right after entering the school?" The Martial Arts Society member who was asked was slightly stunned. He said with a faint smile, "Yes, a welcome party." The new students hurriedly went through the registration procedures and waited for their dormitory assignments. MCMAU, rooftop of the school archives. The school archives was also MCMAU's tallest building. Usually, ordinary students were not allowed to enter at all. At this moment, both Wu Quishan and Huang Jing were standing on the rooftop. What do you think? The white-haired Wu Quishan stared at the main entrance and suddenly asked. Huang Jing said calmly, "Let him be for now. It's just a small change, nothing big. It's also a good thing to strengthen the discipline a little." I'm not talking about that. Wu Quishan chuckled. I'm saying that MCMAU today is starting from scratch. The new students have entered the school. Why not take this opportunity to complete the big change? Nowadays, there are very few rank 3 and 4 martial artists in the school. Most of them are rank 1 and 2 martial artists. If you want to improve quickly and strengthen MCMAU's strength, the catacombs is a good place. MCMAU is MCMAU and not the military department because we teach according to the students' aptitude. We arrange different tasks and trials according to the different progress of each student, allowing them to grow step by step. Once everyone enters the catacombs, what's the point of MCMAU's existence? We might as well let the military department recruit more people. There's no need to open a martial arts university alone. Wu Quishan said calmly, the situation is different. Back then, the situation was not so tense. That's why we have time to let the students catch up and grow slowly. However, you're not unaware of the situation today. Magic City Catacombs, East Sunflower City sending troops is the biggest change. The other catacombs are also experiencing the same trend. Dean Huang, how much time do you think the catacombs will give us? 100 years? 80 years? No, in my opinion, maybe only a few years. Wu Quishan sighed softly. In a peaceful environment, how long do you think it will take for the students to grow to middle ranks? Not to mention middle ranks, how long will it take for them to go from rank 1 to rank 3? We don't have time. Then we'll buy time for them. Huang Jing retorted again. Buy time? Wu Quishan mocked himself. How long can we buy? Whether it's intelligence or talent, martial arts university students are the cream of the crop. They're improving slowly now because they don't have any pressure. Have you noticed that the martial arts university students who enter the catacombs improve very quickly, faster than the military department martial artists? However, the students who don't enter the catacombs waste too much time in the 3 lower ranks. We can hold them off for a while, but can we hold them off forever? At the very least, we must let them feel the pressure and despair. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the day they grow up. Huang Jing frowned. After a while, he said, if you insist, we can tell all rank 2 martial artists about the catacombs this semester. However, it's up to them to choose whether to enter the catacombs or not. Even if they do, rank 2 martial artists don't need to leave the city. They can just stay in Hope City and experience the environment. Previously, when the rank 2 martial artists from the special training classes entered the catacombs, they only brought us pressure and worry. They didn't achieve the desired effect. Rank 2 martial artists, unless they fight when defending the city, leaving the city is practically suicide. Huang Jing gave in. Wu Quishan did not say anything else after hearing that. He nodded slightly and said, "Then we'll do as you say." After saying that, Wu Quishan said again, "Magic City's catacombs have already opened. The rank 3 and 4 martial artists of MCMAU should start their catacombs missions. If they have to go to the catacombs, then go." Huang Jing laughed and said, "The Martial Arts Society said that martial artists below upper stage rank 3 can't enter the catacombs. Fang Ping is currently preparing for the Grand Martial Arts competition. At this time, no one will go to the catacombs." Wu Quishan frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "Then let's wait and see. This kid is a little reckless. I heard that he asked Qin Fengqing and Xiaolei to collect funds from all over the world. Those 2 kids are also stubborn. Once they go, they won't leave. Even if the money is less, they won't leave. This is considered forceful apportionment. If this goes on, I'm afraid MCMAU's reputation will be damaged." Huang Jing smiled faintly and said, "If it's damaged, so be it. To be honest, some people should be sacrificed. Many middle-ranked martial artists only complete a few mandatory missions every year. If they come from society, from the martial arts class, I don't care. Let them be. The catacombs is a matter of life and death. It's normal for them to be unwilling to take risks. However, students from martial arts universities who have stepped into the middle ranks are also greedy for life and afraid of death. They blindly accumulate wealth. Wealth has really become a number. They can't even bear to spend money on their own cultivation. Isn't it normal for people like this to sacrifice a little? There are many kinds of people. You can't expect everyone to have a spirit of dedication." Wu Quishan thought it was normal. So what if they were martial arts university students? There were martial arts university students who were afraid of death too. There were also martial arts university students who were fearful. That's why I don't count on them. However, they graduated from martial arts universities. Back then, the university subsidized them a lot in order to nurture them. Since they're unwilling to contribute in the catacombs, shouldn't they contribute a little money now that they have spare energy? They set up businesses, reduced taxes and exemptions, and even used MCMAU's reputation to become a local tyrant. Shouldn't people like this contribute a little? Wu Quishan did not refute anymore. He only said, "Let's wait and see. Let's see if there are any changes in MCMAU. I think there will be." Huang Jing chuckled. At last, he said, "Fang Ping has submitted a report to the university office that Lu Fengru has lifted the ban on the pressure room." "I guessed it." Wu Quishan was not surprised. He said calmly, "Do you think the ban should be lifted?" "Lift it. After all, it's against the rules." Wu Quishan did not utter a word. Huang Jing continued, "It's still too early for Lu Fengru to become a grandmaster. Even if she goes to the pressure room, there's no hope of her becoming a grandmaster without a year or 2. Just like what you said, the situation has worsened. Our opponent is no longer just Skygate City. One more grandmaster can reduce a lot of pressure on us. The pressure room is actually only secondary." Wu Quishan said softly, "I'm afraid the reason why she let Fang Ping take the position of the Martial Arts Society president is not because of the pressure room, but the catacombs mineral distribution map." Huang Jing's brows furrowed instantly. Fang Ping hasn't completely sorted out the situation in the Martial Arts Society. Maybe he doesn't take it seriously, but Lu Fengru won't. Her entering the pressure room is only the first step. I suspect that she wants to enter the catacombs and find an energy mine to break through to rank 7. Huang Jing's brows furrowed tightly. After a while, he said, "It's too dangerous, yes, it's too dangerous. Would she be willing to cultivate step by step?" Wu Quishan smiled bitterly. She's always wanted to get her hands on MCMAU's mineral distribution map. She even snuck into the southern area a few times to steal the distribution map. she doesn't dare to go to the military department. After all, the military department isn't playing around. However, MCMAU also has a lot of mineral distribution information. Fang Ping is qualified to go. Then don't let Fang Ping go. Huang Jing frowned. He hoped that Lu Fengru would break through, but not in the catacombs. Looking for energy mines was a shortcut to breaking through. In the energy mines, the energy particles were shockingly concentrated. However, this also meant that it was shockingly dangerous. Unsurprisingly, the energy mines were occupied by high-ranked creatures. Moreover, their strength was uncertain. There were rank 7, 8, 9, and sometimes there were more than one. Every year, there were peak rank 6 powerhouses who, in order to fight for a chance, went deep into the energy mines to cultivate. The mortality rate was also shockingly high. Of course, an individual search was extremely slow and aimless. They might not be able to find it. However, forces like the military department and MCMAU had gone deep into the catacombs for so many years. They still found some mineral distribution, but they could not occupy it. They could only give it up for now and wait for the opportunity to seize it. Once Lu Fengru got the mineral distribution map, she was very likely to go deep into the catacombs and enter the energy mines. The probability of encountering high-ranked creatures was almost 99%. It was extremely risky. Even Wu Quishan did not dare to say that he could successfully protect his path. If it was that easy, those energy mines would have been cleared out by the rank 9 grandmasters in the country. Don't let Fang Ping go in, Wu Quishan shook his head lightly. It was easy to say. The martial arts society had great power. If he did not let Fang Ping go in, this kid would be confused and call back the old students. If he did not feel that Chen Wenlong might not be able to suppress Fang Ping, Wu Quishan would not let Fang Ping become the president of the martial arts society. It was not Fang Ping, but Lu Fengru. Not only Lu Fengru, but also Li Chongqing. Of course, whether Li Chongqing took the risk or not, Wu Quishan did not care too much. Old Man Li had already made up his mind to go to the catacombs. If he did not ask for the mineral distribution map, the school would not refuse him. Perhaps Li Chongqing had the slightest chance of finding something good in the core of the energy mine that could help him recover his mental strength. Wu Quishan was still wary of Lu Fengru. He knew this woman too well. Once she got the map, she would soon go to the catacombs to find a breakthrough opportunity if nothing went wrong. From Wu Quishan's point of view, there was no need for Lu Fengru to throw her life away. So what if she could not become a grandmaster? Field 1. Fang Ping stood on the rostrum, his face full of sorrow. I've finally experienced what it was like to be the dean and vice-chancellor back then. Previously, he had always been standing on the field. How could he have the chance to stand on the stage? Now, the freed serfs were singing, the wheel of fortune had turned, and it was finally his turn. The others were a little helpless. Can't you get down to business? We're not here to watch you flaunt your might. Off stage. The freshman discussed softly. Is that Fang Ping? It's him, the top rank 3 martial artist. No, the combat strength ranking was updated this morning. Fang Ping is no longer on the list. Also, the rank 4 ranking was updated today. Did you guys see it? When was it updated? 8 o'clock. Fang Ping isn't the first among rank 3? Who pushed him down? No, Fang Ping isn't in the rank 3 ranking anymore. He must have advanced to rank 4, but he isn't in the rank 4 ranking either. Speaking of the rank 4 ranking list, the new students who had seen the list before shook their heads and said, when the rank 4 ranking list came out, I don't really recognize it. MCMAU has 3 people on the list, but they're all instructors, no students. It was the same for other martial arts universities. Some martial arts universities did not even have instructors on the list. Over at CCMAU, there's another student on the list. Once the ranking list of rank 4 came out, it would no longer be the students' home ground. Commanders from all over the country, commanders-in-chief of the military department, and instructors from martial arts universities were the main force on the leaderboard. Even the sects did not have many people on the leaderboard. Out of all the martial arts students in the country, only 2 were on the list. One was CCMAU Li Hansong, the other was NMAU Wang Jinyang. Li Hansong's skull was naturally honed. A strong skull meant fewer weaknesses, stronger physique, and stronger vitality. That was why peak rank 4 Li Hansong was on the list. Wang Jinyang's bone marrow was jade-like, which was also a great advantage. In addition, in order to promote NMAU, Wang Jinyang voluntarily revealed to the public that he was a peak rank 4 and had entered the ranking list. Of the 3 military academies, only Yao Qingjun was on the list. There were 102 military schools and martial arts universities, but there were only 3 students on the list, which was a very high value. MCMAU did not have any students on the list. It was quite embarrassing this time. Fortunately, there were 3 instructors on the list, and there were quite a number of people on the list. It could be said that MCMAU had managed to maintain the dignity of an elite university. Fang Ping overheard some of the discussions going on below the stage. Actually, he had seen the list in the morning. However, he had no chance in the rank 4 ranking list at the moment, so Fang Ping did not look at it too much. Although his mentality was not weak, he did not have much of an advantage over a peak rank 4 martial artist who had completed honing his 5 viscera. Some commander-level officers killed people like flies. Their murderous aura could disperse Fang Ping's mentality. Of course, that was in the past. It might not be the case now. At this moment, Fang Ping's ability had improved once again. His physique and vitality were comparable to peak rank 4, and his mentality was stronger too. If he really encountered a peak rank 4 powerhouse, he might not necessarily lose, provided that the opponent was a typical peak rank 4 powerhouse who had stayed for a long time and cultivated their combat techniques to the peak. Fang Ping would most likely be no match for them. Silence! Fang Ping shouted softly, interrupting the students' discussion. What was the point of discussing the rank 4 ranking list when he was not around? If he was number 1 on the rank 4 ranking list, everyone could talk more now. Zhao Lei, roll call. At the side, Zhao Lei's face was filled with black lines. There were more than 1,980 new students. It could be said that there were 2,000 people. This kind of hard labor, and you think of me? Although he was indignant, Zhao Lei still picked up the name list and read aloud, Tang Wen. Here. In the front row, a petite girl responded. Beside Fang Ping, Chen Yunqi said softly, this year's number 1 new student, twice honed, upper stage rank 1. Fang Ping nodded slightly and did not say much. Zhao Lei continued to roll. Gu Longfei. A youth who did not look like a good person responded lazily. The reason why he felt that he was not a good person was because Fang Ping felt that there were not many good-looking people who were kind. They were either sinister villains or rich playboys. Luo Xing. Here. The new student ranked 3rd seemed alright. Fang Ping had a good impression of him. He was average-looking, simple and honest. He was a good seedling. As Zhao Lei went down the list one by one, just the roll call alone took nearly 2 hours. Zhao Lei's mouth was dry. In the end, he was panting a little. He did not even have a megaphone. He was relying on his voice to shout. He did not believe that Fang Ping was not torturing him on purpose. The new students below the stage were also a little noisy. On the first day of school, they had to stand for 2 hours just to roll call. Moreover, it was not the school's leaders, but a group of students. Many of them looked unhappy. Fang Ping did not care. He asked the people beside him to record the names quickly. Martial artists had sharp ears and eyes. Everyone remembered the names that these people had called. It was impossible for them to remember wrongly. The noise grew louder and louder. It was almost noon. The roll call had just ended. Someone below the stage could not take it anymore and said noisily, "Didn't the teachers come?" "Yeah. School just started. I haven't even made my bed yet. They've been doing roll call for 2 hours. Are they crazy?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "Hello, students. Quiet down for a moment." The crowd below the stage was still noisy. "All of you, shut up. The Discipline Inspection Department is maintaining order. If there's any more nonsense, I'll expel you. Get lost." Fang Ping roared. Outside the stage, dozens of rank 2 and 3 martial artists rushed over quickly. Their faces were full of killing intent, their alloy weapons glinting coldly. This time everyone shut up. Fang Ping curled his lips. How satisfying, no wonder everyone wanted to be the boss. As the boss, he could do whatever he wanted. Let me say this first. In MCMAU, new students have benefits. 50 credits are given to you to help you break through to rank 1. 1 credit is about 30,000 yuan. Next, Minister Yi, report your name. Those whose names are called will have 10 credits deducted. Yi Qing picked up the list he had just recorded and quickly reported the names of more than 100 people. The crowd below the stage was in an uproar again. Continue. You guys keep arguing. Stop when you're done. I'm not in a hurry. Continue deducting. After deducting 50 credits, you'll owe the school credits. Continue deducting your future breakthrough benefits until there's nothing left. Why? Someone was indignant and said loudly, why are you deducting our credits? Fang Ping said lightly, why? Because I'm the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. I forgot to tell you that in MCMAU, the instructors don't do anything. All the school's affairs are managed by the Martial Arts Society. If you're not convinced, then continue. Just you. I'll deduct 10 more credits. Pricks are my favorite. Back then, I was a prick too, but I had the ability. Now, I'm a middle stage rank 4. If you think you can beat me, then you have the final say. In MCMAU, the strong are respected. This is the first thing I want to teach you. Remember, before you have the ability, be more obedient. Only the strong can be unbridled and do whatever they want. After Fang Ping finished speaking, he ignored him and continued, after entering MCMAU, I think many of you here, including your parents and elders, might have told you some things about MCMAU. However, that was before. From this batch onwards, MCMAU will no longer be the MCMAU of the past. All new students who fail to enter rank 1 before the end of their freshman year will be expelled. Therefore, in the next year, 10 months at most, if you can't become a martial artist, I'm sorry, but go home. MCMAU won't keep you. This is the first thing I need to tell everyone. Secondly, as new students, not only do you need to cultivate martial arts, but you also need to take cultural lessons. In addition, you need to contribute to the school. MCMAU no longer supports idlers and useless people. How do you contribute to the school? It's simple. In the future, the school's cleaning and errands will be handled by the new students. The original staff will be dismissed to save the school's expenses. Thirdly, from this batch onwards, MCMAU will officially set up an elite class. It will no longer be a temporary special training class, but a true elite class, with differentiated treatment. Elite class students do not need to follow the second rule, and they can obtain more credits and more preferential treatment. The elite class students will have a fixed number of 100. You can challenge each other, learn from each other, and fight for a place in the elite class. MCMAU will set up a new student combat strength ranking. The top 100 on the ranking list will be the elite class students. It's that simple. Also, this batch has a total of 1,986 students. I don't like this number. MCMAU will implement an elimination system. The ranking list will be updated once a month. If you've been in the bottom 10 for 3 consecutive times, you can go home this year without waiting for next year. Close to 2,000 people, this is the highest number ever. I hope we can eliminate some of them to save more resources. I hope you won't let me down and eliminate a few as soon as possible. I think 1888 is a good number. Of course, this number may have to wait until next year. Fourthly, in the past, the selection of MCMAU instructors was a two-way choice. You choose your instructor, and the instructor chooses you. However, this batch will no longer be like that. From this batch onwards, if you don't become a martial artist, you won't be assigned an instructor. You'll be teaching in large classes. Only when you become a martial artist will you have the right to choose an instructor. There was a slight uproar below the stage. If one did not become a martial artist, they would not even have the right to choose an instructor. Fu Chongding and the others frowned slightly. Fang Ping did not mention this before, nor did he communicate it to the school. Fang Ping did not mind this at all. He had no choice but to do so. There were less than 300 middle-ranked instructors in the school. These instructors now had students with them. Some had more than 10 students, while the others had 7 or 8 students. As for the new students, there were close to 2,000 people. How could there be so many instructors for them to choose? Tomorrow, we'll carry out the allocation arrangements. In the past, after the allocation, there was a chance to choose an instructor. Now, there's no more. Of course, martial artist students can choose their instructors. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Finally, I want to remind everyone that time waits for no man. Make the best use of your time and opportunities. Don't let yourself regret it for the rest of your life. Fong Ping had his fun as a leader. He nagged for more than half an hour before announcing the end of the meeting. The new students, on the other hand, looked solemn. On the first day of school, before the teachers had even appeared, the seniors had already given them a big show of strength. After the new students left one after another, Fong Ping laughed. Awesome. Everyone rolled their eyes one after another. Lu Mengyao chuckled. President, have you communicated with the school about the elite class and the selection of instructors? I've mentioned it, but the school didn't reply. I'll just ignore them. Fong Ping shook his head. The competitive pressure in MCMAU isn't great. Although I don't want everyone to go to the catacombs to die, I still have to give them an appropriate amount of pressure. The elimination system at the bottom must also be implemented properly. I'll make an example out of them. I'll kick a few out to teach everyone a lesson. The ranking list is also to give everyone more motivation. As for the source of the awarded credits, I'll apply with the school for a portion of it. The other students' credits that were deducted this time will also be used for this purpose. Also, if the Martial Arts Society has any leftovers, we can subsidize a portion. You've all seen our batch last year. The people in the special training class improved faster than the others. However, the special training class is a fixed choice. After entering the special training class, the others won't have a chance. As for the elite class, I want to give everyone a chance to enter. As long as you work hard and have the talent, you'll be able to catch up. As for the cultivation resources, you'll have to fight for them yourself. I'm planning to open up the mission system for all students. Easy ones, difficult ones, everyone can choose for themselves. This includes the loan system. I'm planning to apply for a quota from the school to give everyone a chance to become stronger. If they can't seize the opportunity, then they can't blame anyone else. Everyone nodded. If they wanted to become stronger, second-generation martial artists had a chance. Even those with average family backgrounds had a chance. It all depended on themselves. Some of the easier missions, including the loan system, Fong Ping would definitely favor the students with poor family backgrounds. In the past, there was no such thing. Everyone could cultivate and achieve breakthroughs. Now that there would be more opportunities. Fong Ping gave a brief explanation and looked at the others. Don't slack off. Just because you're addicted to being a leader doesn't mean you're strong enough to surpass these new students. If you're surpassed by the new students, then it's your own problem. Take me for example. I was a new student last year. This year, I'll be the president of the Martial Arts Society. Everyone was speechless. The third-year and fourth-year students were a little helpless. Can you not use your standards to measure everyone? September 2nd. The new students began to be assigned to schools. The Class 09 new students were indeed stronger than the previous cohort. There were almost 100 martial artists. Fong Ping's cohort only had about 60 people. There were a total of 14 twice-honed martial artists, including twice-honed students who had yet to become martial artists. This was also more than the previous cohort. Among them, some of the top students were upper stage rank 1. Last year, middle stage rank 1 was the mainstream. Each cohort is stronger than the last. The youngsters these days are getting better and better. On the top floor of the building of practical training, when Fong Ping sighed like an old man, the instructors beside him, including the 2 grandmasters, did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kid really thought of himself as the school's leader. How old were you? Come to think of it, he was only a sophomore. Some of the new students were older than Fong Ping. Now, he was sighing. How could the instructors beside him endure this? Tang Feng could not help but glance at Fong Ping. Fong Ping said quietly, I heard that the top student, Tang Wen, is the daughter of one of the instructors. To prevent the instructors from using their position for personal gain, I suggest that Tang Wen enter another school instead of the School of Weaponry. Fang Ping. Tang Feng's expression darkened. Kid, now you're interfering with my business. Fang Ping grinned. Dean Tang, I'm not targeting anyone. To be honest, not entering the School of Weaponry is for Tang Wen's own good. The School of Social Sciences is good enough. The School of Weaponry is too dangerous. Get lost. Tang Feng cursed. Mother asterisk cur, this kid was completely different from Zhang Yu now that he was the president. Back then, when Zhang Yu was the president, he did not meddle in everything. Don't you need to cultivate? Tang Feng glared at him. This kid was strolling around the school all day, unhurried. Those who did not know better would think that he was at peak rank 6 and was stuck at this bottleneck. Dean Tang, you don't have to worry about this. Rank 4 cultivation will happen in no time. Fang Ping was not panicking at all. He really was not panicking. He had not digested the explosive increase in his strength. There was no need for him to continue cultivating. After a few days to digest his current strength, it would not be too late to think of a way to hone his heart. Fang Ping purposely angered Tang Feng before staring at the screen curiously. He whispered, Instructor Tang, is Tang Wen really your daughter? Tang Feng's gaze was extremely dangerous. Old Manly kicked Fang Ping. This kid was trying to stir up trouble. Was he not afraid that Tang Feng would beat him up? Fang Ping said dryly, I didn't mean anything by it. Instructor Tang is tall and strong while Tang Wen is petite and delicate. She definitely takes after her mother. This is a good thing. I'll take care of Junior Tang in the future. If you dare hit my daughter, I'll tear you apart. Tang Feng snorted. Are you going to hit my daughter to get back at me? Who did not know that Fang Ping hit girls? Fang Ping looked embarrassed. What are you saying? When did I say I would hit her? Teasing aside, the division of the building of practical training was coming to an end. Tang Wen, Luo Xing, and Gu Longfei were indeed very strong. The three of them were all upper stage rank 1. The division was a small matter, and no one dared to provoke them. Of course, it was not as intense as last year. Last year, Fang Ping and Fu Chongding had put on a great show. Fang Ping did not care too much about upper stage rank 1. After watching for a while, he turned to Wu Quishan and said, Vice Chancellor, the school hasn't approved my application to lift the ban. Instructor Lu Fengru is my teacher and also the school's main combat strength below grandmasters. Being grounded in the pressure room, I think we can talk about it. Lu Fengru, who was at the side, did not say a word, as if she did not hear anything. Wu Quishan cut to the chase and said, Since everyone is here, let's discuss it. Those who agree to lift the ban, those who disagree, vote by raising your hands. Rank 6, including those above rank 6 and the president of the Martial Arts Society, have the right to vote. Fang Ping grinned and said, Let's vote then. Vice Chancellor, I've already prepared the voting props. Whether you agree or not, just tick it. As he spoke, Fang Ping picked up a small cardboard box from the side and began handing out ballots to the rank 6 martial artists. Teachers, please work hard. I just need to draw a tick. Sorry for the trouble. Fang Ping was all smiles. Wu Quishan saw this and did not say anything else. Huang Jing and the others were speechless. This kid Fang Ping was well prepared. In MCMAU, there were 3 grandmasters. Currently, there were 2 in school. Of the 7 peak rank 6, 6 were currently in school, and 1 was keeping watch in the catacombs. There were 22 rank SIXS below peak rank 6. Right now, there were 14 people present. Including Fang Ping, he had a total of 23 votes. However, Fang Ping and Lu Fengru already had 2 votes. With another 10 votes, the ban would be lifted. Everyone did not hesitate. They quickly filled in their ballots and stuffed them into the box. Soon, it was over. When everyone was done, Fang Ping opened the box and checked it. He chuckled, 16 votes in favor. Vice Chancellor, do you want to check? No need. Wu Quishan was not surprised. Nowadays, most people probably hoped that MCMAU could produce another grandmaster. As for whether or not Lu Feng'er would go crazy, everyone felt that the probability of that happening was not high. Once Skygate City and East Sunflower City merged into one, they would have two great rank 9 martial artists. Lu Feng'er was crazy, but that did not mean she was stupid. She, a rank 7, sought revenge on two rank 9s. Other than death, there was no other outcome. The suppression room can be unlocked. After saying that, Wu Quishan suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said, on the second floor of the school's combat techniques room, there is some confidential information about MCMAU, including some maps of the distribution of the energy mines in the catacombs. Fang Ping, as the president of the Martial Arts Society, you can look at them, but you can't reveal them to anyone, otherwise, you'd better think it through. Can you withstand the strength of 3 high ranks? Furthermore, the location of the energy mine was available, but it was best not to go there. Only death awaited. The energy mine will definitely be occupied by high-ranked creatures. Peak rank 6 martial artists will only die if they go there. Some peak rank 6 martial artists will disregard everything in charge in, seeking their own deaths. Fang Ping, do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping immediately understood what he meant. He said awkwardly, Vice-Chancellor, I won't do that. Even if I saw it, I definitely wouldn't leak it. There are 3 high grandmasters here. I wouldn't dare to do anything that would betray MCMAU. Beside him, Lu Feng'er's eyes were deep. She glanced at everyone lightly, but did not say anything. Also, the matter regarding the elite class and the new student combat strength ranking can be implemented. Wu Quishan also knew about these matters. At this moment, he finally gave an accurate answer. After thinking for a while, he said, last place elimination system. I don't think we need 3 months. Every month, the last 10 students will be eliminated directly. Huang Jing immediately said, 3 months is to give the students a chance. Our goal is not to eliminate them for the sake of eliminating them. Vice-Chancellor, I think 3 months is just right. Yes, Vice-Chancellor. Actually, last place elimination is no longer in line with the school's standards of education. If we don't give them a chance at all, that would be too cruel. I think we should eliminate them directly. There are hundreds more new students this year. Even if they received some funding from CCMAU, there are still more people now. Eliminating some won't hurt the overall situation. The instructors and deans all spoke up. At this time, Fang Ping did not interrupt. Instead, he paid attention to the situation. The school's situation was slightly complicated now. Although Wu Quishan was also a rank 8 golden body powerhouse, at the moment, he did not seem to have the old vice-chancellor's prestige. Many people supported Huang Jing. Fang Ping continued to stare at the big screen with an indifferent attitude. After a while, Fang Ping suddenly picked up the microphone and shouted, all students, listen up. Attack Tang Wen, Gu Longfei, and Luo Xing. If these 3 people are defeated, each participant will be awarded 1 to 10 credits. Tang Wen and the other 2 can last for half an hour without being defeated. Each person will be awarded 100 credits. Those who perform well will be given priority to rank 6 instructors, including aspiring martial artists. Begin now. As soon as he finished speaking, the lower floors of the building of practical training became a little chaotic. Tang Feng's expression darkened. He did not care to argue with the 2 vice-chancellors anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, Fang Ping, you're overstepping your bounds. The vice-chancellors were all here. Did Fang Ping really think of himself as the leader? Fang Ping laughed. Instructor Tang, haven't you realized that this year's school allocation is very boring? Last year, we weren't this bored. Also, is it really good for the students to be in harmony? It's good to set up a few opponents for everyone and set some goals. Think about it. In the batch last year, who didn't want to defeat me? Without me, Zhao Lei and the others might not have been able to enter rank 3 so quickly. Instructor Tang, you won't deny this, right? Moreover, I'm also fighting for the welfare of Junior Tang and the others. Instructor Tang may not care about 100 credits, but I can't deny that it's more fulfilling to earn it yourself. Do you want Junior Tang to rely on her father's financial support? Huang Jing saw that Tang Feng still wanted to speak, so he said, let's go according to Fang Ping's plan. Wu Quishan did not object either. It was obvious that he agreed with Fang Ping. Fang Ping winked at Tang Feng, pleased with himself. Tang Feng did not waste any more words. He slapped Fang Ping's shoulder hard and said with a fake smile, "Well said. But next time, I suggest you discuss it with the school first before you make a decision." Fang Ping, the rage of a peak rank 6 martial artist, is also very scary. Fang Ping looked helpless. He looked at Lu Fengru and Li Chongxing for help, but both of them ignored him. The newly appointed dean of the School of Tactics, Luo Yichuan, also laughed. What Tang Feng said makes some sense. Fang Ping, we still need to discuss next time. Did this kid not know that Luo Xing was his son? In the past, MCMAU's instructors preferred to send their children to other schools. But now, the situation had worsened. Instead of sending them away, it was better to stay in the school. Fang Ping did not notice this. He knew Tang Wen's identity because Zhao Lei told him that he knew her. On Luo Xing's side, Fu Chongding did not care about anything. He had never seen Luo Xing before. On the top floor of the building of practical combat, Fang Ping's bones were about to fall apart from Tang Feng's slaps. Downstairs, Tang Wen and the other two were also exhausted. They had nowhere to run from the pursuit. Fang Ping did not interfere with the matters of the new students' branch and the assignment of instructors after that. It was the first day. He just wanted to have some fun. He did not have the time to care about this. After the school assignment, Fang Ping handed the matter over to the Martial Arts Society members to handle and began his own cultivation. The prerequisite for cultivation was money. As for Fang Ping, he had a few gains waiting for him to reap. Logistics Department. The final battle in the catacombs had been tabulated. In the final battle to defend the city, Fang Ping had killed many martial artists. There were even a few rank 4 martial artists. In Hope City, there were powerhouses in charge of tabulating the battle results. In this battle, Fang Ping had received 800 credits. Old Manly had recently returned to the logistics department. He did not care too much about the school of weaponry. Fang Ping did not know what he was thinking. Maybe he wanted to hide away and relax. At least the logistics department was indeed very relaxed now. Fang Ping received his 800 credits with Old Man Li's help. After the credits were distributed, Old Man Li thought for a while and explained, "Actually, your battle results are more than this. However, the military department has suffered a lot of casualties this time. They need to compensate their families. That's why we got less during the distribution." Fang Ping nodded. "That's understandable. It's fine. It's good enough to have some gains." Old Man Li chuckled. "Kid, at least you have a sense of righteousness. Now that you have quite a lot of credits, what do you plan to exchange them for?" After receiving these 800 credits, Fang Ping's total credits had reached 3,800. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He smiled. "There's no hurry now. I still have a lot of credits that I haven't collected. The Martial Arts Society still has 500 credits. Also, the loan system on Distance's platform has been open for more than 3 months. Excluding some battle losses, the total interest collected in these 3 months is about 3,000 credits. I can get 300 credits. A quarter has passed. Teacher, I've collected these as well. After calculating it, I can still collect 800 credits. Old Manly glanced at him. He was a real rich person now, 4,600 credits. In MCMAU, other than a few instructors, it was really difficult for students to earn so many credits. As for Fang Ping, breaking through to rank 4 was rewarded with 1,000 credits. East Sunflower City's information was rewarded with 2,000 credits. In addition to the benefits of being the president of the Martial Arts Society, when it came to earning money, this kid really could not be compared to ordinary people. In reality, Fang Ping had only entered the catacombs once and stayed there for a few days. Those martial artists who entered the catacombs all year round did not earn as much as he did. The school did not deny Fang Ping the benefits of the Martial Arts Society's credits. The Martial Arts Society's credits were actually also stored in the logistics department. Soon, 500 credits were allocated to Fang Ping. As for Distance's platform, Old Man Li could also find information about it. After thinking for a while, he said, "The interest collected by the platform comes from the students and will be used by the students. Fong Ping, have you considered giving up on the platform's commission? Fong Ping said sheepishly, Teacher, operating the platform also requires capital. Old Manly snorted but did not try to persuade him. This depended on the individual. If Fong Ping wanted a share, the school would not go back on their word. Once again, 300 credits were allocated to Fong Ping. This was considered to be the settlement of the quarterly operating bonus. Currently, Fong Ping had obtained 1,600 credits in total. His wealth had increased by 32 million. Fong Ping casually glanced at his new data. These few days, he was adapting to his condition and did not cultivate much. His wealth was almost non-existent. At this moment, his wealth was increasing rapidly. Wealth, 58 million. Vitality, 2,000 calories, 2,000 calories. Mentality, 699 Hz, 699 Hz. Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. I still have 4,600 credits. This is the most credits I've ever had. It's time to exchange for something and earn some wealth. I haven't honed my skull yet, and I should start honing my heart next. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. If he exchanged 4,600 credits for pills and sold them, Old Manly would probably hammer him to death. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping said in a low voice, Teacher, there are new students who don't have enough credits. In the school, 30,000 bucks can only be exchanged for 1 credit. As a senior, I should take care of my juniors and give them a discount. I'll give them 29,000 credits. What do you think? Old Manly frowned. You don't need it for yourself? Not for now. When I need it, I'll buy it with cash. Teacher, I'm doing this for the benefit of my juniors. I'm not disrupting the market. Do you think it's okay? The school doesn't exchange credits for money, right? I'll give them a discount. I risked my life to earn these credits. I can't spend them myself. Risked your life? Old Manly glanced at him. He knew that Fong Ping was being hunted down by a rank 6 martial artist. However, Fong Ping did not give off the impression that he was the kind of person who risked his life. Of course, that was how people who knew him saw him. Among the new students, Fong Ping was still very dignified. After thinking for a while, Old Manly said, It's okay. The school doesn't encourage students to exchange money for credits. Instead, they encourage them to do missions and earn credits themselves. However, new students don't force themselves to earn credits. Since you have to take care of your juniors, then lower it a little. 24 or 5,000 is enough. Fong Ping's expression darkened. Do you think I'm a philanthropist? If I buy things myself and spend money, I'll still spend 30,000 as 1 credit. If it weren't for wealth, I'd be a fool to sell credits at a lower price. 1 credit would only increase Fong Ping's wealth by 20,000 based on credits. 4,600 credits would only increase his wealth by 92 million. If he sold credits now, he could still earn a lot no matter what. Instructor, I'm quite short on money now. I need money to expand the company, operate the platform, cultivate myself, and upgrade my equipment. Also, I'm planning to go to the catacombs in a few days. I'll need to spend money then. I still have a younger sister to support. She's also starting to cultivate martial arts. Old Manly sneered and waved his hand. Up to you. If you can sell it, then sell it. Also, you're going to the catacombs? When did you become so proactive? It's stressful. I can't help it. Fong Ping sighed. Wang Jinyang and the others are already peak rank 4. I'm only middle stage rank 4. I'm the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. I can't be too embarrassing, can I? Also, Qin Fengqin called me earlier and said that he found a good place. I can earn a lot from it. I'll wait and see. When he comes back, I'll ask him in detail. If there's really something good, I'll go take a look. Qin Fengqin told you? Yes. If there's something good for him, he doesn't want it for himself. Why would he give it to you? He said that he can't handle it alone. Fong Ping whispered, Qin Fengqin can run, but I can run better than him. Don't worry, instructor. I won't die even if he dies. Old Manly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was he talking about this? After some thought, Old Manly asked, Nanjiang's catacombs will open in 3 to 5 months. Are you going then? Yes. It's right in front of my house. I won't be at ease if I don't go. Then go down a few more times to gain some experience. That's fine too. Don't get lost this time. No way. Fang Ping's face was full of pride. Now that his mentality was complete, he could sense the energy distribution clearly. It was impossible for him to get lost. Don't go too deep into Magic City's catacombs. Qin Fengqing is very bold. Don't learn from him. Oh, right, Old Manly thought for a while and said, these 2 days, the Department of Education has arranged for people to come over. They say they're language experts. They'll teach you some simple catacombs language. Go listen to the class and learn a little. It would have been better if Old Manly had not said it. As soon as he did, Fang Ping's anger rose. Nyagukali. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and laughed. Instructor, these words are so powerful. Old Manly ignored him. He yawned and chased him away. Alright, don't come here if there's nothing important. I'm busy. Go do what you need to do. Don't come here and harass me all day. You're really busy, old man. September 5th, Saturday. The weather in Magic City changed without warning. The sun was shining brightly yesterday, but now, outside the window, it was drizzling. A group of new students were cleaning downstairs of the Martial Arts Society. They cursed as they swept the floor. Fang Ping is a jerk. Nothing like this happened in the past. Our batch is so unlucky to have him as the president of the Martial Arts Society. That's right. My brother used to be in MCMAU too. When he was in MCMAU, it was so comfortable. Now, when it comes to our batch, we have to challenge for housing ourselves. We have to clean the school's hygiene. Even if we're caught spitting, we'll be fined. A single fine is tens of thousands. What's worse is that we don't even have an instructor before we reach rank 1. Shut up, all of you. Do you still want to be punished? It's right under our noses. Everyone shut their mouths and cautiously looked upstairs. After staying in MCMAU for a few days, everyone had accepted their fate. Their batch had a tough life. They had met an unreliable president of the Martial Arts Society. The instructors did not care about anything now, so everything became the Martial Arts Society's business. Fang Ping heard the discussion downstairs and chuckled. Write down the name list of these people. They'll be cleaning the Martial Arts Society from now on. For at least a month, before we find the next batch of suicidal people, it's all their business. Xianxia sympathized with the people downstairs for a while. Were they not digging their own graves? How could a rank 4 martial artist not hear them when it was so quiet from a few floors up? Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. He asked, have the credits been sold? As the president of the Martial Arts Society, Fang Ping would not do something embarrassing like selling the credits himself. He could just leave it to someone else to handle. The Martial Arts Society office served him as the president. He did not care what Xianxia did. It was fine as long as the credits were sold. They've been sold. Xianxia said it awkwardly. It was not sold, and Fang Ping did not want to use the word sold. According to Fang Ping, this was a friendly sponsorship from the MCMAU New Student Assistance Fund Committee. They gave the rich new students a discount at a lower exchange rate than the school. Those who did not have money would not exchange. 4,600 credits could be considered a lot, but it was also a very small amount. There were quite a number of students who were willing to spend money to exchange for credits. It would only take a few dozen people to exchange for credits. Xianxia continued, we sold it for a total of 125 million. Fang Ping sighed and mumbled, I've suffered too many losses recently. I've lost 13 million credits and 15 million in fines. I have to think of a way to make up for it. 28 million, however, after adding the 125 million from the sale and the fine, there was still 50 million left. Now, Fang Ping was also a rich man. 175 million, on top of that, he had 90 million wealth points left. After selling 4,600 credits, Fang Ping gained another 33 million wealth points. These few days, he had also spent some wealth points to continue nourishing his internal organs. What should I do with so much money? Fang Ping mumbled. He did not have many opportunities to spend cash. Would 90 million wealth be enough to complete the honing of the skull? The hardest part of the human body to temper was the skull. It was even more difficult than controlling psychic energy. Honing the skull was a rank 7 matter. Fu Chongding's grandfather had said that Fang Ping was a quasi-golden body powerhouse, but in reality, Li Hansong was. Of course, although Li Hansong's skull was naturally formed, his bone marrow had not been honed. However, after stepping into rank 7, all Li Hansong needed to do was to nourish and strengthen his mentality to the standard of rank 8. Then, his entire body's bone marrow would naturally transform and he would enter rank 8 directly. As for Wang Jinyang, his bone marrow had turned jade-like, but his skull had not been completely honed. Therefore, after reaching rank 7, he still had to stay for a while to hone his skull. However, it was very likely that after honing the skull, his bone marrow would be strengthened again, and his golden body would be more stable. This was not something Fang Ping could understand right now. Even some grandmasters did not know what kind of changes they would undergo after stepping into the grandmaster realm. Mutations had only happened in recent years. Currently, no mutated powerhouse had stepped into the grandmaster realm. The head is the biggest weakness of middle and lower-ranked martial artists. There is no one. Once the skull is honed, or even the bone marrow, if people think that my head is a weakness, I won't even know how I died. How many people has that Li Hansong guy killed? Fang Ping also knew that Li Hansong's skull was naturally formed not long ago. To prevent him from becoming arrogant, Lu Fengre reminded him yesterday not to underestimate the students on the rank 4 ranking list. Compared to them, Fang Ping had strengths and weaknesses. Even if they were of the same rank, Fang Ping might not necessarily be stronger than them. I'll give it a try later. How much does the system cost to hone the skull? But forget it for now. At this moment, Fang Ping dared not continue. His body's condition had only improved slightly in the past 2 days. Once the skull was honed and he lost control again, even if Lu Fengre did not cut him, others would. A rank 4 martial artist could expel mentality, have jade-like bone marrow, and complete skull honing. Fang Ping would be a weaker version of a rank 8 golden body. This kind of person could not be explained by mutation. At least for now, there were people like Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong who were holding it together with him. However, everyone had partial mutations. Fang Ping's overall mutation was too eye-catching. As his thoughts ran wild, Fang Ping tilted his head and asked, Yunqi, when can you achieve middle stage rank 3? Chen Yunqi felt a little inferior. She whispered, at least another month or 2. That means that by the end of the semester, there's hope for me to achieve upper stage or peak rank 3? I don't know. Maybe I can. Chen Yunqi said, and then said firmly, definitely. Not bad. Maybe I'll achieve rank 4 in the second semester of sophomore year. I'll be much stronger than Xiaolei and the others. Our batch is still full of talents. Fang Ping praised himself because he was the greatest talent of this cohort. Let's go and see the instructor. I heard that the instructor brought back something good. Let's go and broaden our horizons. Fang Ping did not narrate anymore. There was no point in boasting when there were fewer people. It would be more interesting when there were more people and everyone supported him. Chen Yunqi was so silly that she did not know how to flatter him. Words like Fang Ping, you're amazing, President, you're awesome, Senior, you're awesome, could still be said. If she only knew how to stand there like a fool now, she would be sold sooner or later. She would still be helping others earn money. Villain number 8. The main door had been changed. Lu Fengru's students had all arrived. Zhao Xuemei had also just entered rank 3. For a once-honed martial artist like her, it was much more difficult for her to go from middle stage rank 1 to rank 3 in about a year. The money from selling the company was almost spent, and Lu Fengru had subsidized it quite a bit. In order to catch up with the others, Zhao Xuemei ate pills like they were jelly beans. Sometimes, Fang Ping felt sorry for her. Seeing Fang Ping and Chen Yunqi enter the door together, Zhao Xuemei's eyes dimmed slightly. She quickly regained her smile and said, Fang Ping, Yunqi, have you settled the matters of the martial arts society? Fang Ping said casually, "It's nothing. If it wasn't to make everyone feel that I'm worthy of the 500 credits, I don't even need to go." Everyone burst out laughing. At this moment, the 7 people present had a high status among the MCMAU students. In the first few days of school, a few students had broken through to rank 3. Currently, there were still 9 rank 4 students and 56 rank 3 students in MCMAU. As for Lu Fengru's students, there were 2 rank 4s and 5 rank 3s. She was the strongest among all the instructors. The most surprising were the 3 people she took in last year. Fang Ping was a rank 4, Zhao Xueme and Chen Yunqi had both entered rank 3. Everyone chatted idly for a while. Lu Fengru came down from upstairs. In her hand, she was holding something that looked like a helmet. "Do you know what this is?" Lu Fengru was in a good mood. She raised the helmet in her hand and smiled. "It's a new product that the Sino Nation Research Institute came up with. In the past, it was impossible to test the strength of mentality without releasing it. However, in recent years, the Research Institute has been researching mentality testing. This thing is called the mentality detector. It's an epoch-making product. Even if mentality can't be released, martial artists who can't release their mentality can be tested based on their brain waves and emotional fluctuations. It wasn't easy for me to ask someone to get one from the Research Institute. The cost is extremely high." Lu Fengru looked a little proud. This was rarely seen. Moreover, when she said it was expensive, it was really expensive. As for the mentality detector, Lu Fengru was not stingy with her compliments. If this thing could be used and popularized, then it would be more targeted for the cultivation of martial artists in the future. If it could be put into use on a large scale, it would definitely be a twofold assessment standard for vitality and mentality in the future. Moreover, the proportion of mentality might be even higher. The appearance of such a product could be said to change the lives of many people, including the whole society and the whole world. It would have a significant impact. Some people who were born with strong mentality would also change their lives because of this. As for martial artists, once they knew the strength of their mentality, they could take fewer detours. The others looked curious and expectant, but Fang Ping was not too interested when he heard that. "I knew how strong my mentality is." When Lu Fengru said there was something good, he was excited. He thought he could get some benefits, but now he had worked for nothing. Fang Ping was not interested, but the others were very interested. Lu Mengyao asked quickly, "Instructor, can we use it too?" "Of course. I called you here so that you can use it." As Lu Fengru said that, she smiled and said, "But be careful, don't break it. I'm the only one in the whole of MCMAU." Wu Quishan wanted to apply for some from the Research Institute, but after applying for a few months, there was no reply. He still wants to take it from me. In his dreams. Speaking of Wu Quishan, Lu Fengru was full of resentment. In short, she was happy when Wu Quishan was unhappy. She was able to get this because of her father. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get it. Fang Ping was not interested in this, but he was interested in how much Lu Fengru's mentality was. "Instructor, how strong is your mentality?" 825 Hz. Lu Fengru did not stop smiling today. She said, "These few days, I've been going to the pressure room. Maybe it won't be long before I can reach 900 Hz. When mentality reaches 1000 Hz, it can be materialized. When that time comes, it will really become tangible." Lu Fengru explained a little more. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. 1000 Hz mentality can be materialized? Yes. Lu Fengru knew that his mentality was not weak. She smiled and explained, "Mentality materialization is one of the standards to step into the Grandmaster realm. If you want to become a Grandmaster, you have to fulfill a few conditions. First, the Sanjiao gate must be completely sealed. In layman's terms, it's a leakless body, where the essence, spirit, and soul will no longer overflow. Second, mentality materialization. Third, the unification of essence, spirit, and soul is actually the unification of mentality and vitality. It can also be said to be a fusion and mutual conversion. In short, when you reach that realm, you will understand. When that time comes, your vitality can strengthen your mentality, and your mentality can also strengthen the power of your vitality. The combat techniques of Grandmaster powerhouses are all combat techniques of the unification of essence, spirit, and soul. Unlike us, where mentality is mentality and vitality is vitality, a singular existence. Right now, I've completed the sealing of the Xianxia gate. Mentality materialization is still lacking. When mentality materialization is achieved, I can try to force the unification of essence, spirit, and soul. Force? Fang Ping caught the main point. Lu Fengru's smile faded slightly. She said calmly, actually, peak rank 6 martial artists all try to unite essence, spirit, and soul before mentality materialization. However, I've never succeeded, so I can only force myself to complete this step. The growth of mentality is much more difficult than the growth of vitality. If you achieve the unification of essence, spirit, and soul in advance, then you can use vitality to feed back mentality. The speed will be faster than mine. Lu Fengru was solely cultivating mentality growth. As for others, when vitality and mentality were united, they could use the method of strengthening vitality to feed back mentality, thereby strengthening mentality. This was also the reason why she and Wu Kuishan were not far apart back then. Later, when Wu Kuishan achieved rank 8, she was still in rank 6. After hearing that, Fang Ping hurriedly said, "Then why don't I feel anything?" He remembered that Zhang Dingnan said that he had unified essence, spirit, and soul. Lu Fengru was amused. "You? You're still too early. Your Xianxia gate hasn't been sealed, so you can't achieve unification. Right now, it's just a literal meaning. It means that your essence, spirit, and soul have reached the peak of a stage. However, if you continue like this, when you reach peak rank 6, the unification will be very smooth. At least, it will be much smoother than mine. Of course, if you want to be invincible all the way, it won't be that easy for your own beliefs to reach the strongest." Fang Ping smiled immediately. "Then I'll definitely be fine." Lu Fengru smiled and said no more. After all, the others were still too far away from Grandmaster. Don't just stand there. Let's try. Who wants to try first? Me. Liang Huabao was the first to shout. Lu Fengru did not hesitate either. She immediately put the helmet on his head. Concentrate. Simulate your strongest combat technique in your mind. Think about the power of the moment you unleash your ultimate move. Liang Huabao's expression turned serious. He closed his eyes and began to think about the explosive power of the combat technique. Fang Ping saw that he looked like he was constipated, holding back his thoughts. He felt like laughing. Meanwhile, a display screen on the helmet was fluctuating constantly. The row of numbers on it was not stable. They were changing all the time. Lu Fengru looked for a while and shook her head slightly. Very soon, Liang Huabao opened his eyes. He exhaled and said, "Instructor, is this enough?" "Yes." Lu Fengru glanced at the helmet and said, 285 Hz. Liang Huabao asked curiously, high or low? The standard for Grandmasters is 1000 Hz. I'm only rank 3. It should be quite high, right? Lu Fengru suddenly understood why the research institute did not really want to promote it. First, the cost was too high. However, this was not the main point. When the vitality measuring machine was first created, the cost was also high. As the technology matured, the cost would naturally decrease. Second, it might make people feel hopeless. Currently, there was no separate cultivation method for mentality. Even Grandmasters cultivated vitality. Then, they used vitality to nourish mentality. However, martial artists whose mentality and vitality were not integrated could not do this. This also meant that martial artists below peak rank 6 could only rely on rank advancement to strengthen themselves and strengthen their mentality. Or, relying on the accumulation of momentum, they could also strengthen their mentality. This included the invincible momentum and the murderous momentum. Perhaps, it also included a kind of momentum in status. In the past, Fang Ping had discussed with Huang Jing and the others that doing business or politics might increase the probability of breaking through to Grandmaster. This might also be a kind of momentum accumulation. Of course, this point had not been proven yet. As she thought about this, Lu Fengru smiled. It's all right. It's not too high, but not too low either. Huabao, pay more attention to the cultivation of momentum. Martial artists who move forward bravely or are decisive in killing will have higher mentality. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Why are you looking at me? I'm decisive in killing and I'm also invincible. That's why my mentality is high. I just don't want to show it normally. If not, how could I have killed a rank 5 powerhouse in the catacombs? I'm not afraid even when facing a rank 6. Everyone should learn from me. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. She did not say anything and continued to let the others test. At first, Liang Huabao thought that his mentality was quite high. Soon, he knew that Lu Fengru was comforting him. He was an upper stage rank 3 martial artist. He was not surprised that Liang Fenghua, who had entered rank 4, was stronger than him at 380 Hz. On the other hand, peak rank 3 Yi Qing was at 350 Hz. One should know that the gap between them was not big. Lu Mengyao, who had also entered upper stage rank 3, was at 300 Hz. This time, Liang Huabao was in despair. Zhao Xuemei, on the other hand, was at 295 Hz. Chen Yunqi, on the other hand, was at 300 Hz. These two people were only early stage rank 3. This time, Liang Huabao was completely defeated. He said in grief and indignation, "Am I worse than a woman?" The girls did not give him a friendly look. Lu Fengru also glanced at him. Why were there more and more people in MCMAU who were courting death? Did this kid forget whether his instructor was a man or a woman? Ignoring him, Lu Fengru said in a low voice, "I'm guessing that the number of times an aspiring martial artist has honed their bones might affect the strength of their mentality. I'll do a count later and see how many grandmasters are twice honed." This number was not difficult to calculate. Once it was confirmed, everyone might strive to hone their bones multiple times in the aspiring martial artist stage. In Lu Fengru's opinion, Chen Yunqi, who was twice honed and close to the 3rd stage, was not as determined as Zhao Xuemei. However, Chen Yunqi's mentality was stronger than Zhao Xuemei's. This should not be the case. Fang Ping, you try. Fang Ping laughed and said humbly, "Instructor, I'll pass. Everyone's here. Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you to try, so try." Fang Ping sighed softly and looked at the crowd. "Don't look at me. You'll feel hopeless." They did not make a sound and watched him continue showing off. In the end, the results were out very quickly. Fang Ping, who could expel his mentality, did not need to meditate. He could just expel it. 699 Hz. This time, Lu Fengru was speechless. She looked at Fang Ping passionately, staring at his head. Fang Ping's expression changed again. "I shouldn't have shown off." Was old Lu trying to hit his head again? Very good. Maybe, you can really enter the Grandmaster stage soon. Lu Fengru praised him. She squinted her eyes and smiled. Fang Ping, cultivate well. If I become a Grandmaster, then forget it. If I don't, Fang Ping's old face fell. What she meant was a little too much. He did not look at Lu Fengru anymore. He stared at the helmet for a while. He could bring this thing back for Fang Yuan to test. Could that girl's mentality reach 100 Hz? He always felt that Fang Yuan's aptitude was extremely poor. She was as timid as a mouse, greedy for life, and greedy for money. Her willpower is too weak. Her mentality is weak too. Her martial arts path is difficult. At the same time. Sun City. Sun City No. 1 High School, 2nd floor of the gym. Fang Yuan felt itchy all over, and she squirmed uncomfortably for a while. A few girls who were admiring their boss's heroic movements suddenly exclaimed. "Sister Yuan, you're bleeding. There's so much blood on your face. Even your clothes." Sob, "Sister Yuan, what's wrong?" The girls were flustered. They wanted to check out the situation in a panic, but Fang Yuan subconsciously pushed one of the girls a few meters away as soon as they got close. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. "I didn't use any force. I was pushed so far away. Is this what my brother said?" She did not have time to ask. Seeing that her friend was fine, and hearing the screams of the crowd, Fang Yuan touched her face subconsciously. Her hand was covered in dirty blood. Fang Yuan had been practicing martial arts for a year, after all. This was not the first time she had seen dirty blood flowing out of her body. However, this was the first time her face was covered in blood. The next moment, Fang Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and she felt a numbing sensation coming from inside her body. I am honing my bones? Although Fang Ping did not go home often, he would remind her when it came to martial arts cultivation, since her brother was a martial artist. Fang Yuan had heard Fang Ping talk about bone honing for the first time when he was an aspiring martial artist. I've honed my bones once. Fang Yuan was about to cry tears of joy. She had almost lost her confidence because of her brother. Fang Ping had started teaching her stance in June of 2008. Fang Ping was not a martial artist. Then. Now that Fang Ping had entered rank 4, she had not even honed her bones once. She was so depressed that she did not even have the mood to count the money in her stash. She did not expect that she would start honing her bones when she was just casually practicing her basic skills. Sister Yuan. President, are you okay? The girls were a little scared when they saw Fang Yuan's bloody face and hideous smile. The most timid of them was ready to turn and run away. Had the president gone mad from practicing martial arts? It was shown on television that people who went berserk would kill anyone they saw. I'm fine. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. She continued to feel the numbness from her bones being tempered. It was a wonderful feeling. Xiaoling, I've broken through. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. She ignored the strange glances the girls were giving her from time to time and giggled. I'm going to become a martial artist. No, if I wanted to, I could become a martial artist right now. Fang Yuan was in an extremely good mood. Aspiring martial artists could choose to break through after completing the first round of bone honing. Of course, she did not forget her brother's instructions. She had to strive to complete twice honing, or even thrice honing. But none of that mattered. In Sun City No. 1 High School, the best student in the Gaokao this year had a vitality of 135 calories. On the first day of school, Fang Yuan and the others saw the school's Gaokao honor roll. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was only in her first year of high school and her vitality had already reached 150 calories. I'm a genius, it's just that I'm young. Fang Yuan was no longer depressed. As for Fang Ping's rapid improvement, that was because he had entered a martial arts university. If she had entered a martial arts university, she might have reached rank 5 or 6 in a year. She would be even more powerful than Fang Ping. Yes, let's tell Fang Ping the good news. Fang Yuan did not even bother to wipe the blood off her face. She went to the side to pick up her phone and shouted to the others, right, continue to recruit members for the club. Recruit 2,000 people. Fang Yuan did some calculations. Fang Ping had said that he was in charge of 7,000 people in MCMAU. She could not have fewer than him. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoling, who was still in a daze, quickly said, almost all the female students in Sun City have joined, then we'll open a branch in the village. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when she suddenly laughed awkwardly. Forget it. Keep a low profile. We can't recruit anymore. If she recruited anymore, her brother would flip out if he found out. Villain number 8. Fang Ping was still thinking about using the mentality detector when his phone rang. When he saw that it was Fang Yuan's number, Fang Ping had just picked it up when he heard Fang Yuan's joyful voice, as if she had broken through to Grandmaster. Fang Ping, I've honed my bones once. Fang Ping, I've done it earlier than you. Aren't I amazing? Ha ha ha, I've honed my bones once. Fang Ping rubbed his ears and said faintly, you're done for. Huh? You're only this tall now. I forgot to tell you that after honing your bones once, your head and body won't grow anymore. You're only this big. As Fang Ping said that, he chuckled. But this is good. You'll always be this big in the future, and your appearance won't change. It's very cute. Otherwise, if you continue to grow, you'll be ugly. That's good. I like it. The other side of the phone seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. I won't grow anymore? Fang Yuan murmured. She subconsciously gestured at her own size before she suddenly screamed in pain. I really won't grow anymore? Fang Ping, I hate you so much. Sob sob sob. I'm going to tell Mom and Dad that you bullied me. Fang Yuan was about to go crazy with anger. She yelled and cried into the phone. In the villa, everyone turned to look at Fang Ping. This guy, he even bullies his own sister. They should be glad that he didn't beat the girls to death when he beat them up. Liang Huabao sighed. Look at his biological sister. She could bully someone over the phone until they broke down. What did it matter if the girls outside were beaten up by Fang Ping? Chen Yunqi's expression was a little strange. The girls who were not beaten to death by Fang Ping should be glad, right? Lu Fengger was speechless. Seeing that Fang Ping was still teasing his sister, she yelled, "All right, stop acting like this. You're so ridiculous." Fang Ping looked embarrassed. He laughed dryly and hurriedly said into the phone, "I was just joking. How can I not grow anymore? I was just teasing you." You really cried. Fang Ping, you're too much. Fang Yuan continued to sob, but she did not believe Fang Ping. She continued to break down. I know. I'm sure I won't grow anymore. You've been telling me not to, so you didn't tell me on purpose. I saw you fighting with Ling Yi from CCMAU last time. She must have honed once a long time ago, so she won't grow anymore. She's small and her chest is small too. I don't want that. Fang Ping, you're bullying me. You big liar. Fang Ping's head was as big as a cow's. He was trapped in his own trap. After hearing that, he quickly coughed and said, Ling Yi is a special case. Not everyone is like that. She'll definitely grow. A few of my female classmates are thick and strong, like cows. At that moment, Chen Yunqi, Zhao Xueme, Lu Mengyao, and the others all lowered their heads and glanced at each other. After a while, they all tacitly stayed silent. It could not be them, right? Liang Fenghua and the others could not hold it in anymore. They could only say it here. If they went out and said it, was Fang Ping not afraid of being destined to be alone for life? After a while, Fang Ping finally calmed Fang Yuan down. After hanging up, he saw everyone looking at him. He laughed dryly and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. It's a happy occasion. My sister has honed her bones for the first time. She's a genius just like me. Sigh, it's passed down in the family. Lu Fengger rolled her eyes at him. What a ridiculous guy. It was obviously a happy occasion, but he almost scared his sister to death. How could he be such a brother? How old is your sister? 15, Fang Ping said proudly. Although Round Face could not compare to him, he had honed his bones for the first time at 15. If he had a good aptitude, he could have completed his bone honing twice at 16. He became a martial artist at 17, took his Gaokao at 18, and entered university. He could be an upper stage or even peak rank 1 martial artist. If that was the case, it seemed that he was quite talented. It seemed that his previous evaluation of Fang Yuan had wronged him. Lu Fengger nodded slightly. Not bad, but don't break through to a martial artist too soon. What you said before was actually right. Once the bones are not fully developed, breaking through too early will indeed cause the bones to be fixed. It's better for girls. After 1 or 2 years, the bones will be set. Wu Quishan is short because he became a martial artist before he grew up. Fang Ping and the others laughed dryly. A rank 8 golden body powerhouse. Don't keep making fun of him. If everyone gets used to hearing it one day and spills it in front of Wu Quishan, you'll be beaten to death. Come to think of it. Wu Quishan did not seem too tall. Martial artists had sufficient vitality. Even if there was a difference between the north and the south, martial artists in the south were generally above 175 centimeters. Wu Quishan probably did not have that, right? Lu Fengger did not continue talking about Wu Quishan. She used the topic to continue. In the past few years, everyone's vitality has increased faster. Everyone's physique is improving. It's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. Everyone was silent. It was a good thing that everyone's physique was becoming stronger. The source of this change was the increase in the number of catacombs passageways. The passageways emitted energy particles. This was also one of the main reasons why everyone's physique was becoming stronger. It was a good thing that the new generation was becoming stronger. The only problem was that there was no time for them to grow. Forget it. We don't have to worry about these things. Lu Fengger shook her head. If one was not a grandmaster, it was useless to worry about these things. Fang Ping, your main goal now is not to increase your cultivation, but to consolidate and digest. Don't be too hasty about honing your heart. Take it slow. You've cultivated the flight step well, but you still need to learn a few high-ranked combat techniques. For now, focus on cultivating combat techniques. Fang Ping nodded. Lu Fengru talked about the others. Zhao Xuemei and Chen Yunxi's goal was to achieve upper stage rank 3 as soon as possible. Combat techniques were secondary. Lu Mingyao and Liang Huabao, on the other hand, emphasized on combat techniques and cultivation. Liang Fenghua, who was at rank 4, also focused on building celestial bridges. Finally, Lu Fengru looked at Yi Qing. After a pause, she said, Yi Qing, you're a peak rank 3 martial artist now. Have you considered taking a trip down the path of invincibility? Yi Qing was silent for a moment. He said, Instructor, I'm not confident. Fang Ping smiled. Brother Yi, it's actually quite simple. The martial artists outside are all bragging. I can fight 5 of them alone. I suggest you take a trip. It's not a big deal. Yi Qing's expression darkened. Did he really think he was a 3-year-old? Lu Fengru did not force him. She smiled. It's up to you. It doesn't matter if you take the trip or not. Accumulate at peak rank 3 for a while. I don't expect you to build many celestial bridges when you break through rank 4, but I think 2 or 3 should be enough. Yi Qing's strength was not bad. His mentality was not weak either. He was only a rank 3, but his mentality had already reached 350 Hz. When he broke through to rank 4, it might reach 400 Hz. Compared to the average martial artist, Yi Qing was much stronger. After instructing the students about their studies, Lu Fengru asked Fang Ping to stay. After a moment of silence, Lu Fengru said, Go to the 2nd floor of the combat techniques room when you're free. Fang Ping suddenly realized something. He laughed dryly. Instructor, I don't think that's a good idea. I'll be beaten to death by the 3 high grandmasters. Lu Fengru glanced at him. After a while, she said, Forget it. I can find it even without a map. Fang Ping said immediately, Why are you in such a hurry? Even if you don't go to the energy mine, I think you'll break through to Grandmaster soon. Lu Fengru waved her hand. She did not say much and gestured for him to leave. Forcefully integrating essence, spirit, and soul might not be successful. This also meant that after her mentality materialized, she might not be able to become a high-ranked powerhouse. Of course, it was only a guess for now. She would think about it when the time came. After leaving Lu Fengru's place, Fang Ping spent the next few days cultivating his combat techniques while attending the language classes organized by the university. There were no experts in this field in MCMAU. The language experts came from the Ministry of Education. Humans and the catacombs had been fighting for many years. Both sides did not communicate with each other. Even if they captured some catacombs humans, these people would not say anything. Forcefully hypnotizing or intimidating the catacombs powerhouses would cause them to enter a state of brain death. However, after so many years of interaction, there was still some progress. In the classroom, the white-haired old expert explained to everyone, word by word. In the classroom, there were not only students but also many instructors. Including Big Lion, Fang Ping sat beside Big Lion, watching Big Lion take notes seriously. Sometimes, he would feel vexed and laugh uncontrollably. While the old expert was taking a tea break, Fang Ping whispered, Instructor Tang, sometimes you don't have to force yourself to learn things that you don't like. Just kill them if you encounter them. I don't think it's necessary for you to memorize everything by rote. Tang Feng's expression darkened. Fang Ping laughed again. Or you can become a grandmaster quickly. Grandmaster powerhouses have strong mentality. They'll remember everything after listening to it once. Although I'm not a grandmaster, but... Instructor, I've learned most of it after listening to it once. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. Fang Ping. Tang Feng's expression darkened. He said in an unfriendly tone, Do you know the consequences of provoking a peak rank 6 martial artist? Fang Ping protested, Teacher, what are you saying? Why would I provoke you? am I that kind of person? I see that you're learning hard and understand your difficulties. That's why I'm spending my spare time to tutor you. Cut the crap. Tang Feng glared at him. He thought for a while and said suddenly, when will your rank 1 martial arts competition start? Soon. If next month doesn't work, then in November. I'll definitely hold it. Help Tang Wen register. Fang Ping laughed. Tang Wen is only upper stage rank 1, she'll be peak rank 1 soon. Tang Feng continued, arrange more missions for Tang Wen. Don't let her participate in the championship. There are many missions to exterminate evil sect martial artists. Arrange a few more for her. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Was Big Lion trying to trick his daughter? We'll see. Instructor Tang, I think it's hard to be your daughter. Tang Feng snorted softly and glanced at him. This brat was very arrogant now. He ignored Fang Ping. Seeing that the old expert had finished his break, Tang Feng continued to listen to the class attentively. Fang Ping did not continue speaking. He still had to pay attention in class and learn some catacombs language. At least he would not be tricked. For example, the next time he provoked a catacombs martial artist, he would know what to say. Yanioxi, Fang Ping said it in a non-standard transliteration, not daring to provoke Big Lion. He stared at Zhao Lei beside him and frowned. Zhao Lei did not look at him. If you want to provoke me, then so be it. If I ignore you, there's no point in provoking you. When my strength increases, I won't need you to provoke me. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Sigh, my hands are itching. Fang Ping sighed. In the past, Zhao Lei was like a porcupine. He did not need to provoke him too much. Just a few words of provocation and the two of them would go for a round in the training room. That would be a satisfying fight. Now, his strength had improved too quickly. Zhao Lei was actually not provoked. If I improve a little more, I can find Qin Fengqing in the future to satisfy my cravings. Fang Ping muttered. That guy was also asking for a beating. He heard that he had been soliciting sponsors recently and had caused him a lot of trouble. He had no intelligence at all, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. No, that guy was probably doing it on purpose. The moment he came, he said, the Martial Arts Society president, Fang Ping, asked me to come. As the catacombs language class progressed, Fang Ping gained a deeper understanding of the catacombs. According to our many years of investigation and judgment, the catacombs world can most likely be regarded as a circular plane world. Although the old expert was a language expert, studying language meant that he had to study everything about the catacombs to deduce the meaning of language based on their situation. As he said that, the old expert drew a circle on the blackboard. Then, he drew some shadows on the periphery of the circle. Outside this circular continent is the sea, a boundless sea with no end. The area of this circular continent is immeasurable because the geographical distribution of the catacombs entrances is not very useful as a reference. The periphery of the circular continent is divided into territories. The old expert drew another circle in the middle of the circle, his eyes slightly burning. These territories are actually the Magic City Catacombs, Capital City Catacombs, Tiannan Catacombs. They are connected to each other, but not connected at the same time. Or rather, there might be a barrier between them. However, in the center of the continent, there is another huge territory. Let's assume that it is the Central Territory. The most likely way for the catacombs to connect is through the Central Territory. In other words, if we want to go from one catacombs to the next, it will not work if we go both ways. We can only go deeper, deep into the Central Territory. At this time, we might be able to open up a passageway to the other catacombs through the Central Territory. The powerhouses that we often talk about in the depths of the catacombs are most likely powerhouses from the Central Territory. Everyone listened carefully. They really did not have a clear concept of these things. Because the catacombs were too dangerous, non-grandmaster martial artists could only wander around the periphery. Going deep into the catacombs meant death. Even if a grandmaster powerhouse went deep into the catacombs and disappeared without a trace, it would not be surprising. All these years, it was not that humans had not thought of going deep into the catacombs, but every time they went deep, they would face great danger. Even if a rank 9 powerhouse went deep into the catacombs, there was a high chance that they would not return. Fang Ping raised his hand. When the old expert nodded, he asked immediately, "Teacher, can I understand that the catacombs humans we met now are actually a group of poor people in the periphery of the catacombs world? They attacked Earth and wanted to open the passage because they couldn't enter the Central Territory, but they weren't willing to be ruled by the Central Territory. They wanted to open up a new world as a way out or a colony?" The old expert pondered for a moment before saying, "I can't be sure if they are poor. I can't be sure if the Central region is more prosperous and powerful. Currently, human footprints were unable to penetrate deep into the Central region, and there was actually a barrier between the periphery and the Central region. It's a huge mountain range that stretches as far as the eye can see. The inner ring that I drew might be the real situation of this mountain range, blocking the communication between the inside and the outside. Inside the mountain were countless powerful catacombs monsters. We believe that there should be a safe passage between the outside and the outside world. However, this safe passage is guarded by experts from the Central region. There were many rank 9 powerhouses. As for why the humans in the catacombs attacked Earth, we have come up with a few theories in the past few years. Firstly, as you said, they hope to open up a new world, a safe new world. Compared to the catacombs, Earth is actually much safer. Here, there were no rampaging demonic beasts, and there were no terrifying danger zones. Here, there was no need to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts at any time, and there was no need to struggle for survival. However, this point is somewhat different from the theory of the catacombs merging. According to the prediction, once there are too many passages, the final outcome may be that they will merge. Once they merge, then the theory of safety will no longer be tenable. Secondly, it's pure aggression. After discovering the new world and realizing that the humans in the new world are not strong, it's also very normal for them to invade Earth. After all, many years ago, humans were indeed not strong, and grandmasters were few and far between. At that time, if they could open up the passage, Earth would almost be in their pocket. Thirdly, there may be something on Earth that will be of great benefit to them. The old expert said hesitantly, "Whether it's true or not, I can't judge. However, in my opinion, the possibility of the third point is actually higher. Because if it's for invasion or expansion, there's no need to kill everyone on sight. As for the catacombs martial artists, when they rush into the human world, they almost don't hesitate. They kill everyone on sight. They don't even think about taking captives. A few old friends and I had a judgment that we're not too sure about. That is, there is something on Earth that they are determined to get. Killing people, perhaps for sacrifice. Perhaps there's a reason for massacring local residents. Of course, in the beginning, they may have thought that humans are weak and did not consider negotiating with us. Their goal is to exterminate humans. However, they underestimated the strength and potential of humans. Coupled with the development of modern weapons, when some of the catacombs martial artists rushed out of the passage, they were actually not killed by martial artists, but by the hands of technology. After that, the old expert hesitated again, thinking for a while before saying, "After that, the catacombs humans may have also thought of breaking through the human defense line from within. I've always guessed that the current cult founders may be some of the powerhouses who entered the catacombs back then. These people may have been in the catacombs back then and had contact with the higher-ups of the catacombs, even negotiating with them. Perhaps they're the ones who truly know the catacombs' goal. However, the founders of these cults are very well hidden." The old expert's expression was slightly ugly as he said, "Cult martial artists and human martial artists are actually the same as long as they don't reveal their purpose. There's no way to tell them apart. These people may be hiding right beside us, and they may even be occupying high positions. However, because they're weak, they dare not show themselves, or they're plotting something. Now, some of the cult martial artists we've killed, including the higher-ups of the cults, were actually people who did not enter the catacombs. They joined the cult later on, or they were simply the cult's own brainwashed and cultivated pawns. We've never been able to find the true core." Seeing that his words made everyone's expression change, the old expert laughed again. "Of course, there's no need to worry too much. Even if my guess is correct, these people are the minority, and they won't be the true higher-ups of humanity. This is because the true higher-ups of humanity have gone through hundreds and thousands of vetting procedures. Moreover, the cults have been around for many years. The founders back then are already old. The leaders of humanity are usually chosen from the middle-aged and middle-aged generation. Seeing that, the old expert laughed again and changed the topic. Apart from the 3 points above, there's actually another conclusion. That is for Earth itself. Earth itself? Yes. In the vast universe, there are countless planets, moons, planets, and stars. However, after so many years of exploration, Earth is the only planet that has life. This is actually enough to prove Earth's uniqueness. As for the catacombs world, you've realized that they don't have the concept of planets or stars. There's a high chance that the catacombs world is not a planet, because the catacombs are too big. If it really is a planet, due to the difference in environmental gravity, humans may not be able to survive there. To the catacombs world, Earth may be a unique product. Before, there was the integration theory. I think it's better to change it to the sacrifice theory, or the devouring theory. Perhaps the catacombs world wants to devour Earth. If the devouring is successful, perhaps the energy concentration of the catacombs world will skyrocket, or perhaps it will turn from a lifeless body into a living one. Earth actually has life. It has a period of exhaustion, which means that it has life and a lifespan. The catacombs world may not have that. The old expert was getting excited. He did not care what the others thought. He continued, humans, including those from the catacombs, are actually pursuing evolution. The evolution of life. What if the catacombs world itself is also pursuing evolution? Perhaps the catacombs world is lonely and lifeless. However, since there are living beings such as catacombs humans and monsters in the catacombs world, it also means that it has a certain uniqueness. Or perhaps, in the catacombs world, a group of powerhouses who have reached the end of their evolution path, faced a situation where there is no way forward, and suddenly had a strange idea. They thought that by devouring Earth and giving life to the catacombs world, they could go further. All of this is not impossible. In our opinion, the appearance of the catacombs passageways is not something that the catacombs martial artists we've encountered so far can do. The individual passageways can be seen as coincidences. However, when these passageways appear in an orderly manner, it may not be a coincidence. As for why those powerhouses have not appeared until now, perhaps they are waiting for an opportunity, perhaps there are some restrictions, or perhaps the catacombs powerhouses are keeping each other in check and are not of one mind. The catacombs world's attitude towards the human world is actually somewhat subtle. Some catacombs cities will take the initiative to attack Earth, while most cities will just watch from the sidelines. We can also understand that these cities actually do not belong to a single force. Those cities that are watching from the sidelines may belong to those powerhouses who have different opinions. In recent years, there have been cases of cities working together within the catacombs. We can also deduce that some powerhouses who were not clear about their attitudes before are now gradually coming to a consensus, which is why there is a trend of a joint attack. If these judgments are correct, then perhaps more powerhouses will come to a consensus in the future. If that is the case, then the situation in the catacombs will become even more dangerous. Those cities that were watching from the sidelines before may join the war one after another. What the old expert said was, in fact, almost without any real evidence. It was just his and some of his friends' conjectures. However, everyone's expressions were still somewhat unpleasant. If the old expert's judgment was correct, then the situation would worsen further. Just like Magic City catacombs. Out of the 13 cities, everyone was only facing 2 of them now. If these cities joined the camp one after another in the future, then the situation would be extremely bad. Fong Ping exhaled softly and asked again, Instructor, then have our human powerhouses ever considered talking to the catacombs powerhouses? Of course they have. The old expert nodded, then shook his head and said, but it didn't go too smoothly. In the catacombs, there is a clear hierarchy. The weak might not even know the inside story, and they have no right to negotiate. When powerhouses encounter humans, their first reaction is to kill the human powerhouses. Even if they are no match for them, they will soon be surrounded and attacked by a group of catacombs powerhouses. Maybe, they feel that humans are not qualified to negotiate with them. Or maybe they are not in the mood to negotiate. Or maybe they are deliberately not negotiating. Fong Ping was stunned. One of the instructors could not help but say, deliberately not negotiating? Why? The old expert laughed and said, to train. The catacombs powerhouses are actually not idiots. If our people die, won't their people die? But they see it more indifferently. To them, fighting with humans might be like training with a group of uncivilized aborigines. From then on, their powerhouses will stand out and march into the Central Territory. In their eyes, humans might be the best training targets. This was also a guess. The catacombs opened so many passageways, maybe it was not that complicated at all. It was just purely for training. Their territories are not connected. Cities in the same territory might belong to the same force. Instead of killing their own people, they might as well kill humans and train powerhouses. They might really be treating Earth as a training ground. Under these circumstances, why would they negotiate? As for rushing to the surface and killing humans, there's an explanation. It's to force us to improve faster, or simply to change us from the path of technological development to self-evolution. Everyone knows about the changes in the past few years. Humans now walk on 2 legs. 100 years ago, martial artists were already on the decline, the old experts maybe, and probably were all statements of uncertainty. Fang Ping felt a headache listening to him. He could not help but say, haven't we tried to send some spies to infiltrate the inner circle to find out more information? The old expert could not help but laugh. Do you think that a cat can infiltrate the inner circle of a dog to understand the dog's thoughts? Of course, this is just an analogy. Humans and the catacombs humans may look the same, but they are actually not the same race. Firstly, the language barrier. Of course, this is being overcome now. Secondly, the aura is different. Actually, everyone who enters the catacombs should know this. Although we and the catacombs martial artists are both called martial artists, our cultivation paths are different. We actually cultivate vitality force, while the other party can also be seen as vitality force, but in reality, it's energy force. This point, when one reaches the high rank stage, is actually all interconnected. When one reaches the high rank, vitality force, energy force, and mentality are actually all interconnected. It's not that human grandmaster powerhouses have never thought of infiltrating the other party's inner circle. However, if you wanted to conceal your unusual aura, you would have to use a high-ranked technique. However, the appearance of an unfamiliar high-ranked was like the sudden appearance of a completely unfamiliar grandmaster in the human world. What would you think of that? If you do not conceal it, then you will be discovered very quickly. However, these are all cities. In fact, in some of the gathering places outside the cities, there are still human powerhouses who conceal their aura and carry out concealment. Today, in terms of the language barrier being overcome, it has a lot to do with them. However, the gathering places outside the cities know too little. The government still has some information, but it's not of much help to us. The catacombs have a strict hierarchy, and communication is not as advanced as we are. The information they know is nothing more than who the city lord is, who the powerhouses are, and so on. These are all useless. During the class, the old expert said a lot of things. However, Fang Ping felt that it was actually not of much help to him. Moreover, the old expert was only a language expert after all. He was not a grandmaster, nor was he in the upper echelons of the human race. Fang Ping guessed that the government might know more information, but they did not disclose it to the public. After all, if one was not a grandmaster, they could only wander around the periphery. How much they knew did not affect the overall situation. Perhaps, there was some information that would make people panic. Everyone collectively kept quiet. Just like martial artists, they also had information about the catacombs from ordinary people. The only thing that Fang Ping found useful was actually some basic language in the catacombs. The next time he entered the catacombs, he could try to communicate with the other party in a friendly manner. As the class ended, the Martial Arts Society called after class. Qin Fengqing and the others had returned. When Fang Ping heard this, he immediately ran to the Martial Arts Society. Halfway there, Fang Ping put the old expert's words to the back of his mind. He would wait until he became a grandmaster and had the chance to understand more. Knowing all this now was useless. Even if the sky fell, the grandmasters would hold it up. Martial Arts Society. Qin Fengqin crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, ordering Xianxia around. Go, get me another cup of tea. It's cold. I say, why did Fang Ping find a pretty face to be the office director? I remember Zhou Yan is quite efficient. Xianxia did not attend today's class. Hearing Qin Fengqin's disdain, Xianxia blushed slightly. She hurriedly helped to clean up the teacups, too embarrassed to retort. Fang Ping heard this as he entered the door and said with a smile, Yunqi, your grandfather is looking for you outside. I heard that grandmasters can hear ants running hundreds of meters away. Qin Fengqin's expression changed. He said reluctantly, are you trying to scare me? Fang Ping seemed to have just seen him and said in surprise, what? You said Vice-Chancellor Chen is here and you're trying to scare me? You're crazy. Fang Ping said impatiently, what's the use of scaring you? Yunqi, you go first. Take good care of your grandfather. Xianxia believed him and said quickly, then I'll go first. Really, why didn't Grandpa tell me in advance that he's coming? Having said that, Xianxia hurried out. Fang Ping thought for a while and said suddenly, don't say that Qin Fengqin ordered you around later. Don't take it seriously if he says you're a pretty face. Does his pretty face have rank 3 strength? After all, he's the vice president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society. Your grandfather is the vice-chancellor of SCMAU. If things get out of hand, it won't be a good thing. Xianxia nodded quickly. I won't say anything. If Vice-Chancellor Chen hears this, please persuade him not to take it to heart. Qin Fengqin has already opened his mouth. He still has to maintain the demeanor of a grandmaster. If he really can't do it, he can do it outside of MCMAU. He can't do it in MCMAU. Xianxia looked anxious and nodded quickly. Then I'll go first. I won't let my grandfather enter the Martial Arts Society. Having said that, Xianxia ran out hurriedly. Qin Fengqin wanted to say something but hesitated. He suddenly said, Sister Yunqi, I was just joking. I was just trying to motivate you. You did pretty well. Xianxia did not reply. She had already walked out. Qin Fengqin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He coughed softly and said, Fang Ping, you know me. I have a sharp tongue, but my heart is good. I'm just thinking about Xianxia. Fang Ping said it as if it was true. He did not stop Xianxia from running out. This made Qin Fengqin believe that Grandmaster Chen had really come. When he thought about how he had just called her a vase, then he remembered that the Chen family only had one daughter. Qin Fengqin's face turned pale. Bullying the Chen family's grandson was fine, but bullying old man Chen's granddaughter was a big deal. There was no guarantee that once he left MCMAU, he would really be beaten up by grandmasters. He wasn't afraid of getting beaten up. What he was afraid of was that he would often get beaten up. My mouth is really cheap. Qin Fengqin cursed in his heart. I have nothing better to do. Of all people I could scold, why did I bother Xianxia? Fang Ping chuckled. What are you talking about, Senior Qin? It's fine. Vice-Chancellor Chen is a very nice person. He won't care about these things. Alright, back to the main topic. How's the sponsorship this time going? Qin Fengqin was not in the mood to talk about this. Xiaolei, who had been acting like a wooden block, snorted. Idiot. As soon as he said that, Qin Fengqin and Fang Ping stared at him dangerously. Kid, who are you scolding? Xiaolei's expression was a little ugly. Then, he said nothing. I won't say who I'm scolding. Qin Fengqin was a little suspicious now. After a while, Xianxia shouted from outside the door, Fang Ping, my grandfather isn't here. I'll kill you. Qin Fengqin was furious. He stood up and was about to slash Fang Ping with his knife when Fang Ping suddenly shouted, Qin Fengqin, do you have the money to compensate? If you break something, it'll be tens of millions. Are you sure you want to do it? You're the one who started it. You'll pay for it all. As soon as he said that, Qin Fengqin wilted. Fang Ping, you're good. Qin Fengqin snorted, his eyes unfriendly. Just you wait. We're not done yet. Nonsense, of course not. You owe me tens of millions. Pay me back as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for me to teach you a lesson in your senior year. You've gone too far. Qin Fengqing was furious. In MCMAU, he had always been the one bullying others. Now, he was the one being bullied. This was too despicable. Thinking back to the time when Zhang Yu was bullied by him, this kid Fang Ping was too arrogant. He was blatantly trying to make things difficult for him. Both of them stared at each other with sharp eyes. Xiaolei cursed again in his heart, 2 idiots. Xiaolei could not be bothered to waste time with them. He said directly, this time, I went to 27 companies and raised a total of 460 million. Fang Ping did not wait for him to finish and scolded, are you an idiot? For large corporations run by grandmasters and 23 corporations run by middle-ranked martial artists. You're telling me that you raised 460 million? Xiaolei was practically gritting his teeth as he said angrily, you said that grandmasters should not raise less than 50 million and middle-ranked martial artists 10 million. I did it. Fang Ping, don't go too far. I said the lowest standard. Did you really follow the lowest standard? The companies I picked for you are all profitable. There are so many graduates from MCMAU. These people I picked out, their children would need millions to tens of millions to buy a car. Are you idiots? Unless your children and grandchildren don't go to MCMAU in the future, this amount of money won't even fill the gaps between your teeth. Oh right, some of these people's children are now studying in MCMAU. Give me the list of names and the funds you raised later. If you don't pay enough, rank 3 will be sent to the catacombs. Xiaolei's face twitched. He said in a muffled voice, you've offended everyone by doing this. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Ping said disapprovingly, I'm not stuffing my own pockets. Many of MCMAU's instructors and students died in battle this year. Their children and grandchildren are still alive. Don't you have any idea? When it comes to dangerous missions, they care about their reputation and don't let those people go. If they really have MCMAU and humanity in their hearts, they should bleed for even the slightest bit of affection. If my sister is in MCMAU, to put it bluntly, if I'm stingy and the people from MCMAU come looking for me, I'll bleed a little. What's a few tens of millions? If they're so capable, tell their descendants to go home and never come to MCMAU. Otherwise, when I arrange missions in the future, these people will all go to the front line. Why should they have special rights? This includes Xianxia. I'll talk to Vice-Chancellor Chen later. If he doesn't sponsor 1 or 200 million, I'll arrange for Xianxia to go to the grinder right now. The grinder can grind others, but it can also grind their children. After Fang Ping scolded for a while, everyone quietened down. Xianxia, who was standing at the door, bit her lip and did not interrupt. Fang Ping did not care about this. He snorted and looked at Qin Fengqing, saying, how much do you have? 500 million. Useless. Qin Fengqing said impatiently, you make it sound so simple. If they don't want to give, can you still force them? You don't know how to use your brains at all. Those fellows who went with you are also idiots. And they're the most outstanding business students in the School of Social Sciences. A bunch of idiots. Fang Ping cursed. Both sides added up, it was less than 1 billion. And this was the total amount of funds raised by many grandmasters and close to 100 middle-ranked martial artists. This time, he was shameless, almost forcefully apportioning the funds. In the end, it was just this little. Did he really think that MCMAU was lacking this 1 billion or 800 million? Exhaling, Fang Ping said, give me the name list. Qin Fengqing and Xiaolei each took out a name list. Fang Ping glanced at it, picked up his phone and dialed a number. Senior Zhang, hello. I'm Fang Ping from MCMAU. I'm sorry to disturb you. President Xia came back today and said that you've generously donated 12 million to the school. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. I thank you on behalf of all the MCMAU students and instructors. Oh right, in order to express our gratitude, the school has decided that from now on, the school's munitions factory will no longer import raw materials from your side. After all, you've been operating at a loss. The school will feel bad. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Fang Ping smiled and declined, 50 million is too much. I really don't need it. Why do you have to do this, Senior Zhang? Alright then. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the school for your support, Senior Zhang. After hanging up, Fang Ping glanced at Xiaolei. Xiaolei said gloomily, 50 million? Yes, an additional 50 million. Senior Zhang, he doesn't have any children in school. Most of the raw materials for the school's munitions factory are imported from his side. But I've checked. He really doesn't earn any money. Every year, he supplies to the school at cost price. Otherwise, the school wouldn't purchase from him, Fang Ping said impatiently. Who told you that he earns money from the school? The key is that he uses MCMAU's name and his identity as an MCMAU graduate. Plus, he supplies raw materials to MCMAU. That's why he's involved in the weapons manufacturing company. Every year, he earns at least a few hundred million. After so many years, how much has he earned? It's all from MCMAU. Do you really think that I'll just give you materials and let you go to my door and ask for money? Did I let those seniors in the military department who didn't rely on MCMAU to make a fortune? The ones I'm looking for now are all people with connections. Including those few grandmasters. How do you think they became grandmasters? When the old vice-chancellor was around, he taught them step by step like he was his own son. Now they're doing this to me. Don't look for them one by one. Spread the news about Zhang and explain the additional 100 million donation. Make a big deal out of it. I'll see where those people's faces will be. Forget about adding more, but for those who don't, note down the list. Do they really think that once they graduate, they have nothing to do with MCMAU? All these years, MCMAU's instructors don't do anything. The old vice-chancellor is the most sentimental person. He turns a blind eye to everything. These people used MCMAU's name to make a fortune. In the end, so many MCMAU instructors and students died in battle this year, but not many of them thought about repaying the school. Fang Ping cursed a few times and finally said, also, tell those people with connections that MCMAU is preparing to take back all the school's assets. MCMAU actually had a lot of assets. The shares of the pill and weapons companies were actually a huge source of capital. However, MCMAU only participated in the dividends and did not participate in the actual management. Still, some MCMAU students took the opportunity to get some benefits. For example, the pill company's distribution channel. Other than the direct stores set up in some important cities, the rest of the pill and weapons manufacturing companies were all agents. Sino Nation was so big. Now that everyone was interested in martial arts, the demand for pills was increasing. Anyone who was involved in this kind of business would definitely make a lot of money. Other than that, some of the martial arts dojos with MCMAU's name did not have the right to use MCMAU's name to scare people. However, the school did not pursue the matter because they were graduates of the school. MCMAU is Sino Nation's golden name. How can I let others use this name? I didn't even dare to use it when I started a company. If they use it, then so be it. If they don't even remember the favor, then don't blame me for being rude. According to Fang Ping's plan, he was shameless enough to raise funds this time. It would not be acceptable if it was less than 3 billion. In the end, the difference between reality and his plan was too big, and it made him very angry. When martial artists started companies, especially martial artists from famous schools, it was rare that they did not make a lot of money. For the past 60 years, in Magic City, which had an extremely strong atmosphere of commercialization, most MCMAU graduates went into business. These people had more or less taken advantage of MCMAU. Qin Fengqing and Xiaolei looked at each other. Qin Fengqing frowned slightly and said, "Kid, call me president." Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Let's not talk about this first. Are you sure you want to take back the school's assets? This matter involves a lot of things. Although I don't really care about these things, I know that it has formed a huge chain of interests. If you do this, not only the graduates outside the school, but some people in the school might not support you either. What are you afraid of? Is MCMAU short of money? Actually, not at all." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "MCMAU is actually very rich. Although our annual expenditure is huge, we are also generating profits. The government is also allocating funds. The pill and weapon companies are also paying dividends. Do you know how high the profits of the pill and weapon companies are? These two big companies, especially the pill company, source their materials from martial artists. The materials obtained by martial artists in the catacombs belong to them in the end. The price they buy them at is less than 20% of the selling price. The rest, other than the high taxes, is all profit. Why are martial artists so poor? Where does the money go? If martial artists can earn so much, easily hundreds of millions, why doesn't society have financial crises and inflation? Because of money. In the end, it still goes to the pill and weapon companies. Martial artists themselves, other than those who run businesses, rarely have extra money. Do you, Qing Fengqing, have money? Do you, Xiaolei, have money? What about money? You said you spent it on cultivation, buying pills and weapons, but these pills and weapons, the raw materials were actually provided by you yourself. Moreover, it was a few times more, in exchange for your cultivation resources. Fang Ping coughed lightly and said, the topic is a little off topic. Anyway, rank 1 and 2 martial artists might still need some subsidies from the school. Rank 3 and 4 martial artists actually rely on themselves to earn their resources. The so-called subsidies from the school are only the school's idea. The truth is, even with subsidies, we are still at a loss. As for us, we have shares in these two big companies, yet we still have to worry about money. Why? Because we can't use it properly, and we don't know how to fight for our rights. Of course, there are so many geniuses in MCMAU. Did no one think of it? Of course. But these people took advantage of the school's loopholes and took the money into their own arms. What I need to do now is to take back what belongs to MCMAU. The grandmasters don't care about them. Middle and lower-ranked martial artists dare to question me. Do they really think that no one can control them? MCMAU still has 3 high grandmasters. Qin Fengqing said faintly, what if the 3 high grandmasters also participate? Fang Ping said calmly, so what if they participate? If the school takes it back, they will gain more. If they are not willing, then find someone who is willing to cooperate. If they are not willing, I will summon the old students back. More than 10 grandmasters are outside, taking charge of MCMAU. Moreover, it is MCMAU that controls all the rights. Tell me, will anyone be willing? Yes, there will definitely be. It's not like there are no rank 8 golden body powerhouses. Qin Fengqing's gaze deepened. He said softly, Grandmasters, it is really not difficult to take care of a rank 4. For now, this is just your guess. Let's not talk about whether there is or not. Even if there is, I don't believe that all 3 of them are involved. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly changed the topic. He coughed dryly and said, of course, this matter is not urgent. Wait a little longer. When I am a peak rank 6 or a grandmaster, I will definitely do it. All the rights must be taken back. As for what I said earlier, once I leave this office, I will not admit it. If any of you want to tell on me, go ahead. I will tell my instructor in advance. If something happens to me, it will be the 2 of you. If something happens to me, you will be buried with me. Xiaolei let out a humph. Qin Fengqing was speechless. What does this have to do with me? Besides, Instructor Liu is also someone who benefits from this. Don't forget, she has a separate bonus from the pill company. Idiot. It is precisely because there is a separate bonus that it is not. I have checked. My instructor's shares come from her father. Back then, her father was one of the pioneers of the commercial monopolization of Sino Nation's pills and weapons industries. He was also one of the grandmasters who supported nationalization. That is why he has these shares and bonuses. Moreover, it is only a bonus. Once the old man passed away, it will no longer be his. This is different from MCMAU's shares. As Fang Ping said that, he waved his hand and said, all right, let's not talk about this. It is still too early to talk about this. But you guys just wait and see. Soon, MCMAU will be the richest and strongest among all the martial arts universities. Even CCMAU will not be able to compete. CCMAU's situation is even more complicated than ours. If there is no strong person to stand up and change everything, CCMAU will continue to go downhill. Also, I have thought about it. If the situation permits, MCMAU will open a recycling station in Hope City. In the future, all the gains of MCMAU instructors and students in the catacombs will belong to MCMAU. You are digging your own grave. Qin Fengqin could not help but start complaining. You are really digging your own grave. If you do this, the pill company, the weapon manufacturing company, and the energy company, the three major groups will cut you into pieces. Where did MCMAU's shares in these companies come from? It was because MCMAU's instructors and students were strong, providing them with an endless source of raw materials. What Fang Ping was doing now was touching their bottom line. Did he really think that powerhouses did not kill humans? Fang Ping laughed. That is not all. But I want to expand the scale of MCMAU's internal pill manufacturing production line. At the very least, it needs to be self-sufficient. The current MCMAU could not do this. A portion of the pills and weapons came from the two major companies. It may not work. Try and haggle. Anyway, I won't do it. Later, ask the Vice-Chancellor to do it. He is a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. If he can't handle such a small matter, how can he be in charge of MCMAU? Later, make this matter public and force the Vice-Chancellor to do it. Vice-Chancellor, we will hack you to death. I am not afraid. Fang Ping did not care. He turned his head to look at Qin Yunqi and said, Yunqi, later, discuss with your grandfather. If MCMAU can't stay in MCMAU anymore, let me go to SCMAU to be the president of the Martial Arts Society, okay? If I go, SCMAU will catch up to MCMAU in 3 years and surpass CCMAU in 5. Qin Yunqi's face turned red. These words. How could you say it? Fang Ping said it as if he was joking. Before he left, he muttered, MCMAU has a lot of drawbacks. How can we not reform? Everyone saw it, but no one moved. I must eat crabs. There was no other way. Those who reaped the benefits did not have him. In this day and age, if one wanted to do well, one had to kick away a group of people who reaped the benefits. Otherwise, there would be no opportunities for young people. He said so much today to arouse the interest of Qin Fengqin and the others. After a few more years, everyone would become grandmasters. The world would be theirs. As for the catacombs crisis, only the strong had the right to talk about solutions to the crisis. What right did the weak have to worry about these things? After Fang Ping left, Qin Fengqin and Xia Lei fell into a dead silence in the office. Fang Ping, this fellow, became the president. He was completely different from Zhang Yu. He wanted to meddle in everything. If he did this, he would earn big if he won. If he lost, it would be very tragic. MCMAU's fundraising from their old alumni had caused quite a commotion. The news of Jade Bao Corporation's boss Zhang donating 12 million and adding another 100 million spread like wildfire. Originally, Jade Bao Corporation's boss Zhang only said to add another 50 million. However, when the news spread, the 50 million soon became 100 million. The other party did not hesitate at all. They did not even ask if MCMAU's publicity was wrong. They were all smart people, so no one should treat the other as a fool. In the Martial Arts Society, more than 10 rank 2 and 3 martial artists were notified not to go to the championship and not to open the martial arts dojos anymore. They had to make preparations in the near future to go to the catacombs and carry out missions on their own without the protection of instructors. They had to go by force. Anyone with a discerning eye would know what MCMAU meant, or rather, what Fang Ping meant. Principal's office. Although the two grandmasters, Wu Quishan and Huang Jing, were very busy, they took the time to gather together. Opposite him, Fang Ping stood ramrod straight. Principal, Dean, the fundraising this time was extremely successful. A total of 1,668 graduates from all walks of life gave their greatest support. According to the statistics, we have already raised 3.68 billion yuan. Huang Jing sighed softly. He said, previously, when you sent people to collect donations, I supported it. But after that, There are already many graduates and schools who have given feedback. Fang Ping, forcing some people to go to the catacombs is against the rules. Rules? Fang Ping chuckled. In MCMAU is the rule. They keep saying that the situation in the catacombs is tense. If others can go down there, why can't they? Huang Jing shook his head again but did not say anything. Wu Quishan did not continue on this topic. Instead, he said in a low voice. You want to expand MCMAU's pill and weapon production scale? Yes, MCMAU currently has a total of 6,580 students. Among them, there are close to 2,000 aspiring martial artists, 4,000 rank 1 martial artists, and more than 500 rank 2 martial artists. Based on the lowest standards, aspiring martial artists consumed 1 normal vitality pill every month, which was the minimum requirement for cultivation. A rank 1 martial artist had to consume a rank 1 vitality pill every month. This was also the lowest requirement. In other words, MCMAU had to produce 2,000 normal vitality pills, 4,000 rank 1 pills, and more than 500 rank 2 pills every month to meet the university's needs. In fact, it's far from enough. Fang Ping shook his head. Why do MCMAU students improve so quickly? Elixirs were the only way to speed up the cultivation of the 3 lower ranks. They had no way to actively absorb energy particles, so there was no way to convert them, so elixirs had become a necessity. In my opinion, everyone should have 1 pill of the same grade every 10 days. This is the embodiment of not wasting, completely digesting, and maximizing efficiency. This means that MCMAU has to provide the students with 6,000 normal vitality pills, 12,000 rank 1 vitality pills, and 2,000 rank 2 vitality pills every month. The 2 principals were already in a dilemma. What did this mean? The selling price in the outside world was 100,000 yuan per normal vitality pill, 300,000 yuan for rank 1, and 700,000 yuan for rank 2. Of course, that was the price set by the outside world. If calculated according to this value, MCMAU would have to provide 5.6 billion worth of pills every month, which was far from enough. There were still rank 3 and 4 martial artists, including instructors, who needed to cultivate too. Middle-ranked martial artists actually did not use pills much. At this time, vitality pills were no longer the main pursuit of middle-ranked martial artists. A rank 4 martial artist's vitality limit was 2,000 calories. A rank 5 martial artist's vitality limit was at least 4,000 calories. At rank 6, the vitality limit was even higher, reaching up to 10,000 cal. At this time, what you actually needed to consider was not whether you had enough vitality. When powerhouses fought, the speed was extremely fast. Your vitality could not be used up at all, and you could be killed by someone or someone else. No one would waste their vitality with you at that time, unless they were really evenly matched. Other than vitality pills, there were also viscera shielding pills, bone honing pills, and so on. According to Fang Ping's request, MCMAU had to provide the university with pills worth more than 8 billion every month. The annual supply of pills was as high as 100 billion. The 2 grandmasters had strong mentality and quick thinking. Very quickly, Wu Quishan said, according to your idea, the pills that MCMAU needs to produce every year have a market price as high as 100 billion, and the cost price is also as high as 30 billion and above. You have to know that when rank 1 and 2 martial artists do missions or receive other rewards, they are actually subsidized by the university. When they complete the missions, they actually do not contribute to the university. When rank 1 and 2 martial artists do missions on the surface, it is nothing more than chasing down some martial artists who have committed crimes or killing some evil sect martial artists. However, these will not generate profits. Their mission bonuses, including credits, are actually subsidized by the university. Departments like the military department actually do not provide much. As for what is seized, it is also the student's own. Even if it is calculated according to the cost price, MCMAU will need to subsidize these martial artists more than 30 billion every year. The premise of all this is that MCMAU's internal production line expansion has to be approved. Wu Quishan continued, there are also weapons. Altogether, it will need at least 40 billion every year to be enough. As for the profits that the students bring to the university, are very little. After all, there are not many rank 3 and 4 martial artists. Also, the university also has a lot of expenses every year. This includes the university's operations, the instructors' salaries, the pensions of the victims, and the support of some of the sacrificed instructors and students' families. All in all, the annual expenses are also as high as 10 billion. This does not include the expenses of places like the Vitality Pool and the Energy Room, as well as some maintenance and upkeep of the Pressure Room, which are all sky high. For high-ranked martial artists like us, our salaries are actually not paid by the university, but by the government. However, the middle-ranked instructors and some rank 5 and 6 instructors also have extremely high salaries and benefits. At the end of his sentence, Wu Quishan shook his head and said, according to what you're thinking, the university's annual expenses are at least 60 billion. If this goes on, I'm afraid the university will close down very soon. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. That's not necessarily true. Vice-Chancellor, how much does the government allocate to MCMAU every year? The government allocates up to 300 billion to martial arts universities every year. Wu Quishan said an extremely shocking number. The government allocates to martial arts universities every year actually reached up to hundreds of billions. One must know that martial arts universities did not have many students. Because of the continuous enrollment expansion of the 99 martial arts universities in the country in the past 2 years, the number of talents had increased significantly. Currently, there were about 120,000 students enrolled in 4 batches, or slightly more. Of course, this did not include instructors. If they were included, it should be more than 150,000. A portion per person, 2 million per person did not seem too much. After all, martial artists were big spenders. Wu Quishan continued, because MCMAU has many students, strong abilities, and high expenses, the allocation that MCMAU receives is second only to CCMAU. It's about 25 billion to 28 billion every year. As for MCMAU's dividends from the pill and weapon companies, in the past, they were actually used to exchange for pills and weapons. Our own production scale is not large, actually, there is no income from the pill and weapon companies. Some other industries, such as the martial arts dojo, are only a drop in the bucket. In a year, MCMAU's income is about 30 billion. In the past, the expenses were actually about the same, which was why MCMAU's operations were barely maintained. If we follow your thinking, the gap is too big. Fang Ping frowned. Our shares in the pill and weapon companies are only exchanged for a little bit of pills and weapons? Huang Jing explained, let's put it this way. According to the market price, the value of the pills and weapons we subsidize to the university every year is as high as 40 billion. The university provides half, the 2 major companies provide the other half, you're talking about the market price. In other words, they provide pills and weapons with a market price of 20 billion, and the cost price is also about 5 to 6 billion. This is the annual dividend and profit that we get from the 2 major companies? Huang Jing nodded slightly. Seeing that Fang Ping looked very dissatisfied, he could not help but laugh. Kid, do you really think that the 2 major companies are opened by us? It's actually not bad that they can give so much. Now, your idea is to build a campus production line with annual sales of more than 100 billion, which means that you need to expand the scale by 5 times. If you want to fulfill this requirement, it also means that in the future, all of MCMAU's gains, including the instructors, must be provided to the university. A sales scale of 100 billion means that you need to provide at least 20 billion worth of raw materials. Currently, the university's annual harvest is actually about this much. If you do this, the pill and weapon companies will definitely not agree, and they will not give us any more shares. You know what I mean. The few major companies gave MCMAU shares and dividends because MCMAU students and instructors would provide almost all of their gains in the catacombs to them. If they did not provide it now, then why should they give MCMAU shares? However, Fang Ping shook his head and said, Dean, you can't calculate it like this. If we expand the scale, the students' abilities will be stronger, and the gains will be more. In addition, now that the situation has worsened, maybe even rank 2 martial artists will have to enter the catacombs in the future. If that's the case, our gains will also increase greatly. If our abilities can double, then we can be considered self-sufficient, and we can still provide the few major companies with the same amount of raw materials. This is actually not in conflict. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, so, you're determined to expand the school production line? No, MCMAU is determined to do so. Fang Ping said calmly, everything I do is for MCMAU. Otherwise, I don't lack these things. I don't lack money, and I don't lack pills to cultivate. My cultivation speed is also extremely fast. I'm a rank 4 martial artist, and I'm not the vice-chancellor of MCMAU. Everything I do today is for the university, for my classmates, and for my instructors. I just don't want to see everyone go to the catacombs and die in vain because they are not strong enough. The 2 vice-chancellors have also just taken office. The old vice-chancellor sacrificed himself in the catacombs, and MCMAU is in a period of progress. If we don't fight for it now, when will we fight for it? Do we have to wait until the day when the vice-chancellor or the dean also go to the catacombs and die fighting in a foreign land before we ask for change? Wu Quishan tapped the table lightly. After a while, he said slowly, the government may not approve. Huang Jing continued, the few major companies may play tricks. Fang Ping said angrily, then let them go to the catacombs to fight and die by themselves. You preach to us students that martial artists dare to fight, and we must fight. But now, our own cultivation is already a problem. What right do we have to fight? We call ourselves martial artists, we call ourselves the privileged class, but in reality, we're just a group of pitiful people walking on the edge of death. If we're not even afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? What do the few major companies treat us as? Do we work for free? Using our lives and blood to exchange for some resources that are not even enough to sustain our own cultivation? This is the reason for us to fight to the death? Don't mention protecting humans, we can't even protect ourselves. Who will protect us? Don't we have families and loved ones? Today, they treat us as Taowu, then we'll treat them as enemies. We're not asking for much. Is it against the law to supply our own harvest to the school? When facing foreign enemies, the ones who die are still low-level martial artists like us. Even the grandmasters who die in battle are just peripheral forces. If we don't reform today, don't blame us for not fighting for humanity in the future. As soon as Fang Ping said the last sentence, the 2 grandmasters shouted in unison, nonsense. Fang Ping humphed. It's nonsense, but it's also what I'm saying. Martial artists risk their lives, but they don't even have the resources to satisfy their own cultivation. What is this? The pill and weapon companies have earned so much money, but where is the money? Maybe it's not the money. We've provided so many resources, and they've produced at least 3 times the amount of pills and weapons that we've provided. Where have the remaining 60% of pills and weapons gone? Some of them have flowed into society, not that much. Fang Ping interrupted Huang Jing. Huang Jing glanced at him. After a while, he said, Kid, did you calculate these figures yourself, or are you just making it up? It's a very simple statistic. I asked a few seniors who are interning in the pill and weapon companies, including some people who work in the military department. The loot from the catacombs is more than twice the cultivation resources that we're providing now. The military department has also used up a portion. The military department doesn't have a harvest every time they go into battle. Most of them are defending the city. But there's still some left. Huang Jing and Wu Quishan looked at each other. After a while, Huang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, You're really sharp when it comes to numbers. Actually, it's not a big secret. The central government has also trained a martial artist army, but they're just reserves. Do you think that every time a new entrance to the catacombs is opened, the military martial artists are really transferred from other places? You should be clear about this. Since you can calculate that there's a surplus of pills and weapons, can't you calculate how many martial artists are needed to be stationed at an entrance every few years? Wu Quishan added, on one hand, the mission of the 4 houses of guardians is to guard one place. On the other hand, it's also to train reserves. Of course, if you read it in depth, it can also be understood as checks and balances. You have to understand that people's hearts are unpredictable. The military department is powerful. It's understandable that the central government has divided the martial arts forces into a few major systems. Fang Ping exhaled. Now I understand. I knew that people like us might not see everything. No matter what, the expansion of MCMAU's on-campus production line is imperative. What do the 2 vice-chancellors mean? I'm a rank 4 martial artist. I don't have the right to bargain. If the two vice-chancellors don't support it, then pretend I didn't say anything. What's a small rank 4 martial artist? It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. At most, we can bury more people in the southern cemetery and send more students' ashes back. I think the probability of me turning into ashes is not high. No matter how many casualties there are, it's none of my business. Huang Jing seemed to have a slight headache. He sighed softly. Don't say it out of anger. We understand what you mean. The key is, rank 7 and 8 might not have much say. There were more than 30 rank 9 powerhouses in Sino Nation. Although MCMAU was not weak, it lacked such a strategic force. Guardian Wu, the Guardian of the South, from MCMAU, rank 9. He's a guardian. He's also a member of MCMAU. The old vice-chancellor groomed him like he was his son. He became a high grandmaster. The old vice-chancellor died in battle. If he doesn't admit it, then he'll be expelled from MCMAU. He won't be recognized as an MCMAU student. Wu Quishan was so angry that he laughed. He scolded, I think your rank 4 is more ridiculous than a rank 9. This kid was only a rank 4. He dared to say that he would expel a rank 9 now. When he became a rank 9, would he not go to heaven? Fang Ping did not care. He said the same thing. Everything I've done is for MCMAU. For MCMAU, I've offended a lot of seniors and a lot of middle and high-ranked powerhouses. What am I after? Just the position of the Martial Arts Society president? I'll say something embarrassing. I think I'll become a grandmaster soon. Why should I care about the lives and deaths of a bunch of low-ranked martial artists? Maybe the two vice-chancellors think the same. You don't have to provoke us. Wu Quishan waved his hand. He sighed. I'll fight for this. It's not fighting. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If you don't treat low-ranked martial artists as human, then don't be human. You might as well go to the catacombs and have fun. Are you scolding me indirectly? Wu Quishan was really angry. Did this kid include all high-ranked martial artists in his words? Did he know what kind of consequences these words would bring? Huang Jing also said in a low voice, be careful with your words. Fang Ping was silent. After a moment, he said, I'll leave first. I don't want to see MCMAU like this. I don't want martial artists like this either. Maybe because of the difference in status, the things we consider are different. I don't think as far as you grandmaster powerhouses do. I only know that many classmates and instructors who could have survived are now dead in foreign lands. One day, when I become a grandmaster, I don't know what I'll think. I only know that right now, I'm not willing to accept the current situation. Not everyone is Fang Ping. Not everyone can be like me, who can turn danger into safety. I just want to fight for what we should. I'm not taking advantage of others. Why is it so hard? Vice-Chancellor, Dean, Fang Ping has been presumptuous today. Thank you for listening, Grandmasters. After saying that, Fang Ping left in quick steps without looking back. In the office, the two Grandmasters fell silent. After a while, Wu Quishan sighed softly. Let's try. Huang Jing said in a low voice, we can try, but it'll be difficult. Once MCMAU changes, it's not just MCMAU alone. The other martial arts universities, that's their business. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. The only thing we can control is MCMAU. Alright, then you and I will go to Capital City together today? Call old Liu and gather a few grandmasters who graduated from MCMAU. 10 high grandmasters will go to Capital City together. Wu Quishan laughed suddenly. You're getting old. Have you really lost some of your hot-bloodedness? Or are you used to life and death, so you don't care anymore? Huang Jing could not help but laugh. He nodded and said, 10 high grandmasters will go to Capital City together then. We can't just watch the students get the limelight. Ha ha ha. September 14th. The 3 high grandmasters of MCMAU, together with the 7 grandmasters who had already graduated, made up a total of 10 people. They used flight step to travel 3,000 miles, heading straight for Capital City. The next morning, dozens of people soared into the sky from the border of the capital. the aura of a grandmaster pervaded the entire capital, MCMAU. When Fang Ping heard the news, his face stiffened. Mother asterisk cur, these old fellows must be crazy. I told you to fight for it, not to fight. You gathered the 10 great grandmasters and flew to the capital. Aren't you afraid of causing chaos? When Old Manly heard the news, he sighed in regret. Those old fools, they actually didn't bring me along when they went to pick a fight. Damn it, I was bullied the last time. This time, I brought a group of evolved Jing masters to look for trouble. Damn it, this is a good opportunity to vent my anger. Old Manly was hopping mad. How could they not bring him along for something so awesome? Does he still have a conscience? If he were to go, he would go up and get rid of the bastard who suppressed him last time. No matter how bold CCMAU was, they would not dare to take the risk and do anything else. This is infuriating. The infuriated Old Manly knew the whole story. He grabbed Fang Ping and gave him a good beating. To put it nicely, it was to cultivate his actual combat experience with middle-ranked martial artists. Fang Ping was even angrier than him. He was so angry that his face was black. Who did I offend? Old Manly was too much. Now, he was about to become a punching bag. Lu Fengger was not in a good mood and was looking for trouble with him. It was the same if Old Manly was unhappy. Sometimes, when Big Lion was in a bad mood, he wanted nothing more than to beat him up. In addition, there were still 2 troublemakers in the martial arts society, Xia Lei and Qin Fengqing. The way they looked at him was not right either. Fang Ping wanted nothing more than to hang them up and beat them up one day when he became a grandmaster. At the same time, Fang Ping was secretly determined to take revenge. Capital City. When they found out the purpose of the MCMAU Grandmaster's visit, some of the capital city's powerhouses nearly vomited blood in anger. Damn it, you're just here to apply for an expansion approval. Why are you making it sound like a world war? What do you want? Of course, as angry as they were, everyone knew what MCMAU meant. They came with the momentum of cutting off all means of retreat. The 10 great grandmasters had arrived at the same time. They had to approve it whether they wanted to or not. The 10 grandmasters stated the purpose of their visit without saying a word. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Zhang Tao, the head of the Ministry of Education and a grade 9 great grandmaster, who hadn't shown up for a long time, also had to show up. After listening to everyone from MCMAU, Zhang Tao said softly, even so, we can't ignore the rules and fly to capital city. Huang Jing chuckled and said, Minister, we haven't reached the capital city yet. At the moment, the crowd stopped at the border between the capital city and Beha. Zhang Tao did not say much. He said in a low voice, this matter needs to be settled through negotiation. A rank 8 golden body powerhouse who had graduated from MCMAU said loudly, there's no need for that. Time and tide wait for no man. Today, all of us are here. We want the results today. Are you threatening me? You can understand it this way, Minister Zhang. Martial arts universities belong to the Ministry of Education, but the big companies don't. The rank 8 powerhouses aura surged. He shouted, MCMAU has suffered countless casualties this year. The Vice-Chancellor died in battle. Do you want to see MCMAU die together? Capital City has the human's biggest city guarding it. What does MCMAU have? The Catacombs War had begun, and MCMAU instructors and students were all on the battlefield. Who dared to say that they did not dare to fight? The instructors' casualty rate is more than 10%. Every school is like this. Now that the Vice-Chancellor has passed away, MCMAU's power has declined. We've expanded the enrollment of new students. We can't make ends meet. We don't care about our reputation and reach out to all worlds. We've been criticized. Who has considered MCMAU's instructors and students? Other schools, including CCMAU, what are their battle rates and casualty rates? Last year, Tiannan Martial Arts University's catacomb stronghold was destroyed. Their casualty rate was not as high as MCMAU's. Do geniuses deserve to die even more? If we don't answer today, we won't be able to face the entire school's instructors and students. Let's go to the catacombs and destroy a city first. Insolence. Dying in the catacombs is also insolence. Ridiculous. You, Zhang Tao, are the second rank 9. You don't worry about resources. Your children are all grandmasters. If you don't fight for the interests of martial arts universities, how can you be the Minister of Education? If you think I'm insolent, kill us today and continue to be your minister. Tianmu. Before Zhang Tao could speak, a rank 8 golden body powerhouse shouted, "Think before you speak. Don't you know the situation of Minister Zhang's children? It's just a son who died. What's the big deal? My siblings are all dead. My children are all dead. Is there a funeral?" Tianmu did not feel that what he said was inappropriate. He said loudly, "MCMAU instructors and students risked their lives. The resources obtained are self-sufficient. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Tao, who had not spoken earlier, did not dwell on what he said earlier. There was no point in arguing with this bastard. "Tianmu, everything has its rules," Zhang Tao said in a low voice. "Follow the procedure and wait for the results. Don't force the government to give you an answer. You do this, he does this. Today, MCMAU grandmasters are all going to Capital City to force the government to change their ways. In the future, others will follow suit. Before the catacombs can be solved, Sino Nation is already in chaos. Vice-Chancellor Wu, if you have any requests, you can speak them. We can discuss them. I will submit the request to the other departments and discuss it together. Now, all of you return to your posts." Wu Quishan chuckled. "Minister Zhang, it's not that we're forcing you. The situation forced us to do so. That's why we were a little impatient and didn't think it through. MCMAU's situation is actually a special case. It's different from other places. Everyone knows about the situation in Magic City's catacombs. Recently, the catacombs have opened again, but MCMAU can't make ends meet. The instructors and students are fighting the enemy barehanded. If this goes on, we might as well close our doors. There's no need to mislead the students and send some barehanded young people to the battlefield." Everyone looked at Wu Quishan. This old schemer did not say this before. Who was the one who suggested that MCMAU recruit 8 to 10,000 people and send them into the catacombs at once? As soon as Wu Quishan finished speaking, a refined middle-aged man behind Zhang Tao said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, MCMAU's situation is not that bad. We are still clear about the specifics. The pill company provides more than 10 billion pills to MCMAU every year," Wu Quishan chuckled. "MCMAU instructors and students are grateful for the pill company's supply, but it's too little. It's so little that the instructors and students are already extremely dissatisfied. If this goes on, MCMAU's morale will really fall apart. This time in Capital City, the expansion of MCMAU's production line is one of the main reasons. Secondly, we also want the external management rights for pills and weapons. There's no other way. MCMAU can't even afford to eat now. I hope we can have some gains and motivate the instructors and students to continue fighting in the catacombs." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Even on MCMAU's side, the Grandmaster's expressions changed. Wu Quishan's ability to ask for an exorbitant price was really extraordinary. Giving MCMAU the management rights for pills and weapons was no longer a simple matter of MCMAU instructors and students belonging to MCMAU. However, Wu Quishan was not finished. He continued, "Thirdly, MCMAU is lacking in instructors. I hope the Department of Education can provide MCMAU with 100 middle-ranked instructors to make up for the previous battle losses. Fourthly, MCMAU has more instructors and students than CCMAU now. The teaching results are also obvious to all. Whether it was the previous championship or the rank 3 battle, MCMAU has always surpassed CCMAU. However, the financial allocation is even less than CCMAU. Last year, CCMAU allocated 35 billion and MCMAU 26 billion. I hope the Department of Education can make up for this 9 billion gap. Fifthly, I admit that I am not qualified enough and capable enough to bear the old Vice-Chancellor's expectations. It's too heavy. Therefore, I implore the Department of Education to choose a new rank 9 powerhouse for the position of Vice-Chancellor." After saying 5 points in a row, Wu Quishan was still smiling. Everyone's expression changed again and again. A Grandmaster powerhouse would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. However, none of the 5 requests that Wu Quishan made were simple. Expanding the school's production line, providing MCMAU instructors and students resources to the school itself, obtaining management rights, selling pills and weapons to the outside world, adding 100 middle-ranked instructors, including what Wu Quishan said at the end. In everyone's eyes, it was a joke. Some rank 9 powerhouses lived in seclusion, while others, like Zhang Tao, held important positions. Going to MCMAU to be a vice-chancellor was tempting to rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. However, to rank 9 powerhouses, it was really not tempting at all. Rank 9 was already at the end of martial arts. At this moment, not many of them had the mood to manage these chores. Everyone quieted down. Zhang Tao glanced at Wu Quishan. After a while, he said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, there's no need to do this. Everyone is fighting for the same goal. Among them, some people have to contribute more, some less. MCMAU has contributed enough." Wu Quishan chuckled. If one rank 8 dying in battle is not enough, then a few more should be enough. All these years, other than the military department, martial arts universities have the most powerhouses who have died in battle. No, most of the powerhouses who died in the military department came from martial arts universities. Minister, it's okay to bleed, but it's really not appropriate to shed tears. Is our request too much? The MCMAU students said one thing. If we can't exchange blood and lives for our own cultivation resources, then what are we fighting for? Family, country, and the world is too empty. We can't even protect ourselves, so how can we talk about protecting our country? Some people are guarding the rear. How can they know how difficult it is to obtain a catacombs martial artist's weapon and a medicinal herb for alchemy in the front line? Those are exchanged with blood and lives. Can you really bear to eat them? It's not that MCMAU doesn't want to contribute. When we become stronger, we will contribute more. Have we ever said anything about avoiding war? Have we ever complained that there are too many casualties and that we won't go to the catacombs in the future? None of them. Someone in the crowd snorted softly. As soon as the snore came out, Tianmu suddenly flew into a rage and said, "Xing Minghong, Vice-Chancellor Wu is talking about you, you bastard. Snort my ass. Don't think that I don't know you. I suspect that you're the biggest leader of the evil sect. Otherwise, where did the evil sect's pills come from? You control the pill company. The catacombs have strict defenses against the evil sect. The government is also cracking down on them. Where did the money come from? Where did you buy the pills, Tianmu? How dare you slander me? Slander my ass. Xing Minghong, I only have one thing to say. The pill company is up to no good this time. I'll kill you first, then I'll go to the catacombs and take one of them away. You think you can mess with me just because you're a rank 8? I've killed more people than you've ever seen. You're a rank 8 who took pills. I'll kill you with one punch. I took drugs to get it? Xing Minghong, who was standing opposite, flew into a rage. His hair stood on end as he shouted, "Take pills and become a rank 8 for me to see." That day, I killed countless enemies in the capital city catacombs. Today, I've become the evil sect leader that you, Tianmu, called a trash who took pills? That was back then. After achieving rank 7, how many times did you go to the catacombs? Tianmu snorted disdainfully. He said, "Back then, I respected you as a man. What do you think you are now? If you're not convinced, let's try it out." Enough. Zhang Tao shouted softly. The rank 9 powerhouse was enraged. Everyone quieted down, including Tianmu. A rude tone did not mean he was stupid. Even a fool could not achieve rank 8. Purposely stirring up some issues would be beneficial for their next move. Although Zhang Tao was a super powerhouse ranked second on the Grandmaster ranking, he was indeed having a headache right now. MCMAU was not just a matter of MCMAU, this matter would not stand a chance if they applied normally. This was also the reason why MCMAU's Grandmasters did not go through the normal channels. The first thing they did was to invite all 10 Grandmasters. However, this matter was not easy to agree to. If they agreed to MCMAU today, CCMAU would have to do the same tomorrow. The day after that, the other martial arts universities would have to do the same. Then, the pill and weapon companies would be half crippled. What about the martial artists who did not go to the catacombs and did not enter martial arts universities? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Tao opened his mouth and said, let's not discuss the other issues. Regarding the expansion of MCMAU's production line, it's up to you. However, you must hand over 10 billion worth of raw materials to the pill and weapon companies every year. Vice-Chancellor Wu, everyone, this is the limit of what I can do. Otherwise, the country will not be a country. Those new generation martial artists will not be able to become martial artists at all. Everyone should understand this. Wu Quishan thought for a moment and said, sure, but the materials handed over must be purchased at the original price. Zhang Tao glanced at the few people behind him. He paused for a moment and nodded slightly. I agree on their behalf. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Minghong frowned slightly. 10 billion is too little. In the past, MCMAU had at least provided more than 20 billion worth of raw materials to several major companies. Although they still had to pay, raw materials were raw materials. When they were manufactured into finished products, that was a different story. Now, half of it was gone at once. The pill and weapon companies would definitely be affected. Zhang Tao glanced at him. Did he really want to anger these grandmaster powerhouses of MCMAU by arguing at this time? However, Wu Quishan completely ignored him. After getting Zhang Tao's consent, he coughed softly and said, Minister, everyone, we still have something to do. We'll take our leave first. After saying this, the 10 high grandmasters ran away faster than they came. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. In the crowd that remained, some of the martial arts university powerhouses looked at each other, eager to make a move. MCMAU had eaten crabs. Everyone could give it a try too. Zhang Tao had long sensed this atmosphere. He said lightly, you'll get what you give. I have a count of each school's battle loss rate, including the number of enemies killed and the amount of seized goods. MCMAU is always at the top. That's why I agreed to MCMAU's application. Other martial arts universities, including CCMAU, in the past few years, how do they compare to MCMAU in terms of enemies killed and seized goods? This is the first time. There will be no next time. Everything depends on results. If you have dazzling results and battle records, you will naturally be included. As soon as these words were said, coupled with the powerful aura of the second strongest rank 9 powerhouse, some of the grandmaster powerhouses in the crowd gave up on the idea. Forget about whether they could gather such a strong lineup like MCMAU to boost their momentum. Even if they could, it would be fine the first time. A second time would be a deliberate slap in the face. Did they really think that these rank 9 powerhouses were so easy to talk to? As for CCMAU, which was stronger than MCMAU, the situation was a little complicated. In addition, their momentum had been suppressed by MCMAU recently. They might not come forward. CCMAU, which was rooted in Capital City, had a more complicated situation among the leadership. Many graduates held positions in the central government. For a while, there were signs that the fire would be extinguished before it started. However, this matter had also taken root in everyone's hearts. When the time was right, it was not impossible to bring it up for discussion. On September 16, the 2 vice-chancellors returned to school. On the same day, MCMAU announced a new policy. There were many policies. In summary, the difficulty of obtaining credits had been reduced. Whether it was new or old students, they might get 5 credits for completing a mission in the past. Now, they could get 10 credits. Their purchasing power was still the same. This meant that completing the same mission, everyone could get more resources. For a while, MCMAU cheered. The atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. The Pingyuan Club played its role again. All of this was fought for everyone under the leadership of the vice-chancellors and the Martial Arts Society's president, Fang Ping. This time, Fang Ping did not dare to promote himself alone. This time, he had offended too many people. It was better for him to keep a low profile. While promoting the vice-chancellors, he also raised his prestige. It was not too eye-catching. There were still a few grandmasters in front of him. In the Martial Arts Society, Fang Ping felt slightly regretful. He looked at Xianxia and said, actually, this is all my credit. It's MCMAU's fortune that I became the Martial Arts Society's president. It's a pity that I'm a low-profile person and don't take credit, Fang Ping sighed repeatedly. If he were a grandmaster, he would definitely publicize it widely this time. Forget it now. It was better to let old Wu and the others bask in some glory. After all, the few old men had made a trip. It was not easy for them to travel thousands of miles. They were already so old. However, it was not like Fang Ping did not gain anything at all. At least, when he did missions in the future, his credits would at least double. No. I'm the one who suffered a huge loss. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. He clutched his chest and panted. I can't take it anymore. I've obtained tens of thousands of credits before. Doesn't that mean I've lost tens of thousands of credits? Even if it's 10,000 credits, that's still 300 million. Motherf asterisk Kerr, who's going to pay for this? Fang Ping's heart ached. He had really suffered a huge loss. It was hundreds of millions. He had never suffered such a loss. Wang Jinyang, who owed him the most, did not even have 50 million credits. Who was responsible for this sudden loss of hundreds of millions? Zhang Yu, Old Manly, or who? Looking at Fang Ping in so much pain, Chen Yunqi's face was blank. It was clearly a good thing. Why did it seem more painful than cutting his flesh? After a moment of anguish, Fang Ping forced himself to rein in his emotions. Forget it. He would keep it on his tab. If he had the chance, he would make up for it in the martial arts society. It would not be good to blame it on others. They had gotten lucky this time. Looking at the time, Fang Ping recovered and asked, where the hell did Qin Fengqin go? He's at the finance department. He said he wants a bonus. What the F asterisk CK? Fang Ping cursed. He went out for so many days and donated 500 million. I made a phone call and got an extra 2 billion. I didn't even ask for a bonus. How could he ask for one? Call him and ask him to come here quickly. If he keeps asking for a bonus, he'll remove the vice president. Fang Ping's position was gradually stabilizing. Qin Fengqin and Xiaolei didn't find fault with him anymore. Whatever Fang Ping wanted to do, they got it done quickly. Including the expansion of the production line and the donation, it all happened in a few words. With Fang Ping as president, the whole school benefited. Outsiders did not know, but they knew. Even the teachers in the school knew about it. If they wanted to challenge Fang Ping's position, even if they were stronger, they might not be recognized by the school. Less than a month after taking office, Fang Ping had bought over half of MCMAU. Chen Yunqi did not say much and started calling Qin Fengqin. Not long after, Qin Fengqin entered the office. And said unhappily, Fang Ping, where's the promised reward? Why isn't it here? Didn't I run around for so many days for nothing? We'll talk about it when the Martial Arts Society is rich. How much money does the Martial Arts Society have now? Not enough? Qin Fengqin was on the verge of cursing. This bastard Fang Ping had directly asked for this year's Martial Arts Society allocation from the university. 2 billion, transferred directly. He did not even want credits, mainly because he was afraid that credits would depreciate. In addition to the donations and the money from the dormitory rental. The Martial Arts Society had never been so rich, 5 billion, Zhang Yu had been in charge for a year, but the Martial Arts Society's savings were less than 300 million. Now that the Martial Arts Society was rich, the school did not take away the donations. The internal production line expansion also needed funds, but the school did not ask the Martial Arts Society to fork out the money. The school also allocated funds. 5 billion. It could be said that Fang Ping had the final say. The two vice-chancellors only watched and did not say anything. Unless Fang Ping stuffed it into his pocket, he could use it however he wanted. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was complaining about being poor. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He pressed his hands together and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Sit down first. I've been too busy recently to ask about what we talked about last time. What's going on with the catacombs? Then my bonus, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct 200 credits from you every month." Qin Fengqin was so angry that his face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're ruthless enough. Don't give me a chance, what's the use of threatening words? If threatening words worked, I would have become a principal a long time ago. Fang Ping sneered. Qin Fengqing was an early stage rank 4, yet he dared to provoke him, who was a stage higher than him. I built 4 heaven and earth bridges. Qin Fengqing said faintly, his threat evident in his words. Is it useful? Fang Ping did not think much of it. He had been progressing too quickly recently. He had slowed down his progress on purpose. Otherwise, he would have completed honing his heart. Huff, after taking a deep breath, Qin Fengqing completely gave up on this topic. Fang Ping was not Zhang Yu. This guy, who was not a martial artist at the school gates that day, was now in a higher realm than him. Picking on him might not be of any use. Let's not talk about this for now. Qin Fengqing changed the topic back to the catacombs. He lowered his voice and said, actually, I discovered it the last time I went to the catacombs with Wang Jinyang. But Wang Jinyang is too much of a scam. He took the lion's share of the profits. I didn't want to work with him. I was only rank 3 at that time. Fang Ping interrupted, let's skip this and get straight to the point. Qin Fengqing was speechless. He continued, about 300 li northwest of Hope City, there's a mountain there, there's a temple in the mountain? You know about it too? Qin Fengqing was stunned. Fang Ping was stunned too. Motherf asterisk Ker, I was just saying. You must be kidding me. Qin Fengqing looked at him suspiciously. He said slowly, it's not really a temple. I didn't see any monks in the catacombs either. Anyway, it's a pretty majestic building. I only caught a glimpse of it. Guess what I saw? An energy mine? Idiot. Do you think I dare to go to an energy mine? There must be high-ranked creatures there. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't do it this way. Qin Fengqing scolded. He did not give Fang Ping a chance to retort and said quickly, it seems like a herb garden. What do you mean by seems like? It just seems like. I didn't see it very clearly. Someone was chasing us from behind, wasn't it destroyed by someone? If you saw it, others would have seen it too. Nonsense. The person who was chasing us was tortured to death by us. Then you didn't go after that? Qin Fengqing shook his head. I didn't go. The situation was not too stable after that. Skygate City's army was patrolling there. It was not good for us to go deep into the rear. Later, when the Catacombs War broke out, I didn't have the chance to go again. Fang Ping frowned. You want me to risk my life with you just because you caught a glimpse of it? What if it's not a herb garden but a vegetable garden? Also, in the catacombs, there's a majestic building in the deep mountains and forests. Are there no powerhouses living in it? The deep mountains and forests in the catacombs are not a friendly place. First, we were passing by. If there were really catacombs powerhouses, why didn't they show up and kill us? Qin Fengqing said calmly, second, do you think I'm stupid and can't tell if it's a vegetable garden or a herb garden? Third, there's no place in the catacombs that isn't dangerous. Compared to searching aimlessly, this kind of targeted search is safer and more convenient. Fourth, I, Qin Fengqing, don't have many other abilities, but my treasure hunting skills are top-notch. I found the big energy stones that people hid in the village. That bastard Wang Jinyang didn't even pay me for the information. Fang Ping had to admit that he admired Qin Fengqing. Other martial artists in the 3 lower ranks could not even walk 50 li out of Hope City in the catacombs. This guy ran around in the catacombs. He went hundreds of li deep, farther than the average middle-ranked. The key was, he was still alive. This was King unusual. The Qin Fengqing from before was not a rank 4 martial artist. He could actually go around to the back of Skygate City. Fang Ping really admired him. His survival skills were extraordinary. Could he really outrun him? Qin Fengqing did not care what he was thinking. He said eloquently, in conclusion, the risk was worth it. If we really encountered danger, we just ran. You have to know that if we really raided a herb garden, we would be rich. Let me tell you this. High-ranked powerhouses don't really care about pills, and they don't plant herbs. Wait, catacombs martial artists plant pills? Fang Ping suddenly realized a serious problem. He said in a low voice, the catacombs martial artists' cultivation path is different from ours. If they don't rely on pills to cultivate, what do they plant herbs for? The herbs that humans found in the catacombs were actually found in the wild. Catacombs martial artists did not use pills. Qin Fengqin curled his lips and said, don't be surprised. Catacombs martial artists don't rely on pills to cultivate. They didn't say that they don't eat herbs. Herbs also contain rich energy particles. Do you think they need energy stones to cultivate? Are you stupid? If some herbs are cultivated well, the energy contained in them is not lower than energy stones. Catacombs martial artists eat them. Monsters eat them too. You didn't realize it because no catacombs martial artists brought herbs to battle during the war. That's why you didn't see it. Actually, sometimes you can still encounter them. Killing catacombs martial artists can also seize these natural treasures. Can you stop interrupting me? What I mean is that high-ranked martial artists don't need these. Only middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists need these. Do you understand what I mean? You're saying that the owner of the herb garden, even if he's still here and alive, is only a middle-ranked at most? Yes, he's not that stupid. Qin Fengqin was proud of himself. My logical thinking is super strong. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is also a skill. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. If it was really the residence of a high-ranked powerhouse, he would not go. It was easy for a high-ranked powerhouse to kill a middle-ranked. However, as long as it was not a high-ranked powerhouse, there was still hope for him and Fang Ping to escape. Even a rank 6 martial artist had a chance. After saying that, Qin Fengqin said happily, especially now, the price of MCMAU's recovered herbs and weapons has increased. More credits. If we do well this time, we won't have to worry about directly cultivating to peak rank 6. As he thought about it, Qin Fengqin was almost drooling. This timing was too good. Previously, because it was supplied to the pill company, the pill company actually lowered the price. The price they offered was not too high. However, now that MCMAU was producing it itself, it was for the benefit of the students and instructors. The recovery price had directly doubled. It was almost at the price of the raw materials in exchange for the finished product. In the long run, it was the same gain, but the income was doubled. Even if Fang Ping did not look for Qin Fengqin would have urged him. Seeing that Fang Ping was still deep in thought, Qin Fengqin urged, that bastard Wang Jinyang also knows about this place. If we don't go now, he'll go. If he gets there first, you'll be crying. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, when you run, what's your fastest speed? Why are you asking this? To see how we can coordinate our actions. If I unleash my full strength, 50 meters per second, 180 kilometers per hour? Fang Ping was a little shocked. F*CK, that was fast, Qin Fengqin smiled modestly. I can't calculate it according to the speed. I can't last that long. At most, I can run 100 li or so, and then I can't hold on anymore. Oh, Fang Ping nodded. That's pretty fast. Not bad. Alright, let's get ready. When I'm done with the things on hand, we'll go to the catacombs together. You agree? Yes. Fang Ping nodded. Of course, he agreed. His flight step cultivation was not bad. If he unleashed his full strength now, even if he used the flight step, he would run almost as fast as Qin Fengqin. If he landed, Fang Ping would actually run faster. If that was the case, why would he not agree? If the enemy wanted to kill him, they should go after Qin Fengqin. He ran faster than him, was stronger than him, and had much more stamina than him. If the two of them ran together, Qin Fengqin would be the one to die. Qin Fengqin looked at him suspiciously. 50-50? Of course. Can I take advantage of you? If we encounter a rank 4 or 5 martial artist, we're not allowed to run. Let's work together to kill him? No problem. That's what I was thinking. If we encounter a rank 6 martial artist, we'll leave it to fate. You're not allowed to ask me to save you. I almost died of exhaustion when I dragged Wang Jinyang along last time. Of course, we'll leave it to fate. You're the same. Don't expect me to save you. That's good. Qin Fengqin was delighted. He smiled. Then it's settled. But we'll have to wait for a few days. Recently, I've been cultivating a high-ranked combat technique. How about this, we go together at the end of this month? Okay. Fang Ping had actually been cultivating high-ranked combat techniques recently too. It was fine to wait for a few days. After the two of them finished their discussion, Qin Fengqing left happily. When entering the catacombs, it was actually much safer for two people to go together than to go alone. At least there was someone to keep watch at night. However, most people could not be trusted if they were not familiar with each other. Although Fang Ping was shameless and petty, Qin Fengqing felt that he could be at ease. Some people were shameless and petty. Instead of looking for a hypocrite, it was more suitable to look for a real villain like Fang Ping. Fang Ping obviously did not know what Qin Fengqing was thinking. Otherwise, he would let him know why the flowers were so red. After Qin Fengqing left, Fang Ping thought for a while. After saying goodbye to Xianxia, he went downstairs to the logistics department. Although he had no credits now, he still had more than 100 million cash on him. On the way, Fang Ping checked his stats again. Wealth, 88 million. Vitality, 2000 calories, 2000 calories. Mentality, 699 Hz, 699 Hz. Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. Recently, his vitality and mentality had been maintained at the limit. After entering rank 4 and building 5 celestial bridges, Fang Ping realized that a martial artist's self-recovery ability was much stronger. Even if mentality and vitality were slightly depleted and not replenished, the celestial bridges would automatically absorb energy particles to replenish themselves. I still have 88 million wealth points. I can't use them now. Fang Ping had considered honing his skull. However, after a few hesitations, he still did not dare to do it. His head was not something to be trifled with. That's good too. I can save it for combat or cultivating combat techniques. I can finally rest for a while and not worry about money and wealth points. As he thought about this, he arrived at the logistics department. Ever since Old Manly beat up Fang Ping, he had been in a good mood for a few days. Seeing that Fang Ping had arrived, Old Manly grinned and said, "Want to learn from each other?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Old Manly was not showing any respect at all. "I want to see if there's anything good." Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He sat down directly and picked up the exchange list for a while. After some thought, he said, 10 resurrection pills, cough, cough, cough. Old Manly almost choked to death. "Were you taking resurrection pills to eat like jelly beans?" 10 pills, Fang Ping actually had 1 pill himself. Logically speaking, he did not need too many of these life-saving pills. How could he have so many chances to save his life? Now, he asked for 10 pills right off the bat. Was he looking for trouble? Fang Ping did not mind. He continued looking. After a while, he said unhappily, "Instructor, is this all? There's nothing better?" Old Manly could not be bothered with him. He did not utter a word. "Do you have any spatial equipment? Like storage rings?" "Haha. Don't laugh, instructor. I'm serious. We've been developing science and technology for so many years. Haven't we created it?" "Nonsense. That stuff involves space theory. Wait until our powerhouses can shatter the void before thinking about it. We don't have that stuff now." "If that's the case, powerhouses can really shatter the void?" "I don't know." Old Manly shrugged. God knew if they could or not. After thinking for a while, he said, "Maybe. You've seen the catacombs passageway. It connects the two worlds. Since the catacombs passageway exists, it means that space can be shattered. If we can't do it, it means we're still too weak. It's not that we can't achieve it. When powerhouses do it, maybe they can really cut the void open. Like the catacombs passageway, they can create an invisible space. Do you know where the catacombs passageway is? Other than the 2 vortexes, the passageway doesn't exist in the catacombs. It doesn't exist on Earth either. However, it's a 1,000-meter-long passageway. If there's a storage device inside, it can store a lot of items. As for how to make it into a portable storage device, maybe there'll be a way when the time comes. Old Manly speculated irresponsibly. He laughed and said, "Kid, you don't say. We don't have it here, but some sects with more than 1,000 years of heritage might have it. They hide it deep. Back then, for the sake of stability, no one forcefully searched for it. Back then, there were rumors in some sects that there were powerhouses who could shatter the void. Of course, it was more likely that they were boasting. This is the style of sections. Rank 3s dare to boast that they are the ancestors of sects, and grandmasters are gods and Buddhas in the human world. However, it's certain that sects have good stuff. For example, the Wanshan temple you went to last time. Wanshan Temple has a living Buddha's Saraira. It's actually a high-ranked powerhouse's energy core source. Rumor has it that it might be a rank 9 powerhouse's energy core source. TSK, kid, if you can get your hands on this thing, it'll be like having a small energy mine at home. It'll be awesome when you cultivate. I just don't know if Wanshan Temple has used up all its energy after so many years. Feng Ping was a little fascinated. Did the rank 9 powerhouse's energy core refer to the heart? How much was this thing worth? Very soon, Feng Ping sobered up. He shook his head. What was he thinking? He came here to exchange for equipment, not to have designs on the sections. Old Manly was indeed disrespectful. He actually encouraged him to do bad things again. If Wanshan Temple was robbed in the future, it would be Old Manly's fault. However, he knew Monk Jessa. Even if he had an insider, that monk was not a good person. If he colluded with him, the flowery monk might not agree. I can't think about it anymore. We're all comrades. How can I do something like this? Feng Ping was slightly regretful that he did not have any spatial equipment. Sometimes, it was difficult to bring back some large items. For example, he had killed many martial artists last time and had no choice but to discard all his weapons. Fortunately, he found 2 in the end, or he would have cried to death. Feng Ping did not continue to dwell on this. He thought for a while. If he went to the catacombs next, he did not know how long it would take. His cultivation couldn't be delayed any longer. Give me 10 bodybuilding pills, 11 pills, and viscera shielding pills. Why do you need so many? Are you ready to hone your heart? Old Manly was slightly surprised. For middle-ranked cultivation, these 3 pills were the most popular. The body-forging pill and the 11 pills were used to temper the internal organs. Of course, the body-forging pill was mainly used to temper the body. The 11 pills were for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the viscera shielding pill was to prevent the internal organs from being injured. The body-forging pill and the 11 pills were both categorized as Tier 5 pills. In fact, they could be treated as a special kind of pill without being categorized. Rank 4 and Rank 5 martial artists needed the assistance of pills to hone their internal organs. When they reached Rank 6, they did not need the assistance of pills. Sealing the Sanjiao Gate was not something that could be helped by medicinal pills. Yes, I'll have to buy them sooner or later. Feng Ping said awkwardly, "Instructor, can I buy them on credit first?" "I don't have any credits." Do not ask him why he did not use money. Feng Ping always felt that he was losing out. Now that the difficulty of obtaining credits had decreased, Feng Ping felt that spending money to buy things now was a huge loss. In reality, 1 credit still needed 30,000 in cash. There was no difference. The system did not give Feng Ping a chance to cheat when he entered the middle ranks and honed his vital organs. Although wealth could replenish vitality and speed up cultivation, the effect of vitality honing the vital organs was not as obvious. Instead, these targeted pills had a more obvious effect. Coupled with his unlimited vitality, if he really started honing his vital organs, the speed would be extremely fast. Old Manly glanced at him, chuckled, and did not reply. Feng Ping sighed. Spending money was the same, but why did he feel like he was losing out? Resurrection pills are 200 credits each. Bodybuilding pills are 200 credits each, 11 pills are 200 credits each, rank 4 viscera shielding pills are 150 credits each, 7,500 credits. Are you sure you want to buy so many? Old Manly reported the bill directly. 10 pills of each kind. They were all middle-grade pills. The resurrection pills were the kind with no grade. Even peak rank 5 martial artists who came to buy medicinal pills did not buy them one by one like Fang Ping. So many medicinal pills. If your cultivation goes smoothly, it will be enough for you to break through to rank 5. You don't have to buy so many resurrection pills. Actually, you don't have to buy the viscera shielding pill. You are as strong as a monster. Why would you need the viscera shielding pill? My internal organs aren't strong enough. No matter how strong your internal organs are, you're already half a golden body. Why the F***ck are you still cultivating? Old Manly cursed. This kid was really unsatisfied. Fang Ping pursed his lips. 7,500 credits. You could just kill me. I've spent more than 200 million. I want 5 resurrection pills. I don't want the body forging pills. Old Manly was dumbfounded. This kid wants the viscera shielding pill instead of the bodybuilding pill. How if *King scared of death is he? 4,500 credits, 135 million in cash. Fang Ping sighed softly and grumbled, didn't the school lower their prices? Why is it still so expensive? That's referring to credits, not cash. Credits were earned by students. They could not be generated out of thin air. However, when it came to money, some students relied directly on their families. Moreover, they had to prevent people like Fang Ping from reselling pills. Now that MCMAU had not obtained external management rights, they gave the students a chance in credits. They would not give them cash. Is there a discount? 130 million. I'm the president of the Martial Arts Society. I bled for MCMAU. I've fought for MCMAU's benefits. I've also, shut up. If you're not buying, get lost. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Old Manly was not cute at all now. He was not like before, when he could bargain and still give him a discount. After leaving the logistics department, Fang Ping had a large pile of rank 4 and 5 pills on him. In total, he had 6 resurrection pills, 10 viscera shielding pills, and 10-11 pills. He was left with 45 million in cash. I should buy a house in Magic City. If the situation in Nanjiang is bad, I should ask my parents to move here. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. He did not want to invest his money in the company now. As for the company, he could just get a loan. His own money should be spent first. Every time a martial artist went to the catacombs, no matter what they did, they had to treat it as the last time. Before entering the catacombs, everything that needed to be arranged must be arranged. Even grandmasters had to be prepared for this. That afternoon. South Contribution District. Bay Gardens. This was one of the most famous big villa districts in Magic City. It was also extremely popular. Moreover, it was not sold to non-well-known people. This place was close to the entrance of Magic City's catacombs. Therefore, the energy particles were more concentrated here than in other places. The environment was good, and cultivation was fast. All of these made a standalone villa in Bay Gardens extremely difficult to find. Some of the instructors in MCMAU did not actually live on campus. Instead, they bought houses here. This place was not too far from MCMAU. It was only a 20-minute drive. The Villa District's sales department could not even be called a sales department. Fang Ping, who was inexperienced, thought he had come to the wrong place when he walked to the sales department. It was built like a big hotel. As soon as he entered, someone invited him to take a seat. Then, tea was served. Then, a beautiful lady in business attire came over to chat with him. When the person selling the house did not talk about the house, but talked about family, life, and needs, Fang Ping felt that chatting with women was really annoying. Beauty, I just want to buy a house. Fang Ping interrupted the intellectual beauty in front of him, took out his martial arts license, and said, I'm Fang Ping, MCMAU's Fang Ping. Unless you're a grandmaster, I'm definitely qualified enough to buy it. Also, give me a discount. The lowest price. The house must be the best. Other than that, I don't have any other requirements, the intellectual beauty in business attire chuckled. Mr. Fang, how could we not know each other? You've been challenging powerhouses all the way up north. Your reputation has spread far and wide. I recognized you the moment you walked in. Of course, it has something to do with your little advertisements. Every day when I go online, I can hear the words Fang Ping will teach you how to fight monsters. Naturally, the beauty in business attire hid these words in her heart. Her question was only to clarify Fang Ping's needs. Very quickly, the other party recommended a villa with a quiet environment and a courtyard. 3 stories, 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 4 bathrooms, and a floor area of 580 square meters. There was a swimming pool and basement, and a small private garden. 60,000 per square meter, no bargaining. During the peak period of housing prices, this price was not expensive. However, at this moment, 60,000 per square meter was still quite expensive. Fang Ping went to take a look. There were no renovations, but the shape of the house and the location were not bad. Plus, the intellectual beauty flattered him all the way. MCMAU's leader, number 1 of the younger generation, sunny and handsome, after signing the contract and paying the bill, Fang Ping realized that something was wrong. All kinds of messy taxes, plus the house payment, had actually charged him 36 million. Even so, the other party still made Fang Ping feel that he had profited. This should not have happened. He had always been the one to fool others, and now he had almost been fooled. I'll transfer another 4 million to you. Help me renovate it. It must be done well. If there's any shortfall, I'll settle the bill with you. Fang Ping did not care if the other party was willing or not. He took the initiative to pay the bill. Everyone in the real estate sales department was stunned. Were you sure 4 million would be enough to renovate it? Fang Ping did not care about them. As he swiped his card, he said, "Your chairman is also a graduate of MCMAU. He's a peak rank 6 powerhouse. If he can do well in the real estate business in Magic City, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take care of his juniors. Actually, I think it shouldn't be a problem if I don't pay. But we're all family. I, Fang Ping, can't do something like not paying. That's it. Spending 40 million to buy a house. Extravagant." Fang Ping complained. He did not know if he was complaining about himself or someone else. The manager beside him was also a knowledgeable person. He smiled and shook his head slightly at the others. 4 million it was. Just like what Fang Ping said, even if he really did not pay, the chairman might not say anything. Actually, many people who wanted to do well in Magic City were related to MCMAU. For this generation of MCMAU prodigies, forget about paying 40 million, even if they did not want to, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. Coming out of the real estate sales department, Fang Ping sighed. Before this, he thought that he could not finish spending the 175 million he had. In the end, reality told him that spending money was only a matter of a day. At this moment, he still had 5 million left. But I bought a house. Unless Magic City's catacombs are destroyed, this is the safest place to buy a house here. Walking forward for less than 5 kilometers, Magic City's military zone was located. On the ground and underground, 100,000 troops were stationed, and there were close to 10,000 martial artists. Martial arts universities like MCMAU and ESNNU were not too far away. It would only take a moment for powerhouses to reinforce them. There were also a large number of martial artists in the residential area. In terms of safety, except for the government, the military department, and martial arts universities, there was no other place in Magic City that was safer than here. I have to tell Mom and Dad that I have a house here. If the situation is urgent, I can come here. If a catacombs crisis broke out, Magic City and Capital City would be the safest places to hide. He gave his father a call and briefly told him about the house. Fang Ping did not say much. He only reminded him that if he could not live in Sun City anymore, then he could come to Magic City. Fang Mingrong did not ask much. In fact, after entering the government, Fang Mingrong had gradually understood some things. Sun City's local government was forming a local martial arts combat team. All the martial artists in the city began to receive combat techniques training and guidance, including some government personnel. Even Tan Jinping, a Vitality martial artist, was now forced to join the combat techniques training class and began to receive combat techniques guidance. Commander Bai Jinshan also placed great importance on this. In the neighboring auspicious Peace City, the atmosphere was even more tense than in Sun City. The Rank 4 commander personally conducted martial arts drills in the city's plaza. All the martial artists in the city had to practice every day. Those who did not attend would be severely punished. Auspicious Peace City even had signs of military control. Be careful. When Fang Ping was about to hang up, Fang Mingrong said softly. He paused and said, "Don't worry about your family. Your mother and I have lived for so many years. We won't starve to death even if we don't have this position. Money and these things are external. No matter how strong you are in martial arts, you still have to take care of your body. Dad, don't worry." Fang Ping laughed. His reply was very relaxed. After hanging up, Fang Ping shook his head slightly. It was not about money. At the safe haven. Nowadays, there were not many martial artists practicing at the safe haven. A few days ago, some martial artists were punished so badly that they almost lost their pants. Breaking a rock could result in a fine of hundreds of thousands. Now, the instructors did not come here to cultivate. They could not stand the martial arts society people. Lu Fengru, on the other hand, had no such qualms. According to her, if he damaged the environment, the fine would be on Fang Ping. The environment here was good and the place was spacious. It was the best place to cultivate. Maha Punch and Vajra Punch are actually of the same origin. However, Vajra Punch is an external attack, while Maha Punch is an internal attack. You've been cultivating Maha Punch for a few days. Show me a punch now. Fang Ping found a rock and looked to his left and right. Only then did he throw a punch at it from a distance away. Bang, with a crisp sound, the rock shattered. Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. It's not enough. Or, after your strength has skyrocketed, you still haven't mastered this power. When Maha Punch is truly mastered, the rock will shatter, but not like this. As she said that, Lu Fengru punched the ground. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. He walked to the side of a rock and kicked it with his foot. At that moment, the rock cracked, and the inside turned into stone powder. Fang Ping's gaze changed. He tilted his head and said, "Instructor, is this the penetration of vitality force and crushing the inside of the rock?" "Yes." Lu Fengru nodded. With her hands behind her back, she said lightly, "If I kill martial artists below peak rank 5 now, one punch and the other party will die without a doubt. There's no luck involved. Peak rank 5 martial artists have completed honing their internal organs. At this time, it's not easy to kill them. However, for me, it's the same. When my mentality intimidates and suppresses the other party, one punch to the head will also result in death. At rank 6, every time a door is closed, mentality will grow a little. With a strong mentality, it's not easy to kill. When the Xianxia gate is completely closed, the mentality won't be too low. When you encounter a powerhouse like this, it's best not to hope that you can use your mentality to disturb him." Fang Ping asked, "Instructor, under normal circumstances, how strong is a rank 5 and 6 martial artist's mentality?" "It depends on the person. However, before peak rank 6, most martial artists' mentality will stop at 499 Hz. Then I'm still much stronger than them." Lu Fengru shook her head. "Mentality isn't the only thing. If your vitality is strong, your aura is strong, and your willpower is strong, your mentality won't have a suppressive effect on them. Instead, you'll be easily injured by them. This will be very troublesome. That's why martial artists below Grandmaster rarely use mentality in battles." As she said that, Lu Fengru continued, "Alright, let's not talk about this for now. You know how to cultivate the Maha Punch. It mainly depends on your ability to control it. Also, in terms of saber techniques, I've asked for royal decapitation from Nanjiang for you. It's from the same lineage as manic explosion." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "Instructor, is this the only saber technique?" Zhang Dingnan's saber technique was very shameful. Manic explosion, royal decapitation, and immortal vanquishing saber were a series of saber techniques. Royal decapitation was a high-ranked combat technique. Immortal vanquishing divine saber was a mentality combat technique created by Zhang Dingnan after he had achieved peak rank 6. However, royal decapitation was gradually perfected after he stepped into the Grandmaster level. There is, but combat techniques from the same lineage are easier to cultivate. Your manic explosion is easier to integrate with this one. Moreover, because it was created by the same person, the vitality circulation routes are all the same. Are you sure you want to change combat techniques? Fang Ping said sheepishly, doesn't Governor General Zhang think that this name is shameful? Lu Fengru chuckled. Do I? I think he's quite proud of himself. He even asked you not to bring disgrace to his combat techniques. Otherwise, he'll settle the score with you. Fang Ping was speechless. Zhang Dingnan was the Governor General. Can't the feudal officials be a little more reliable? Emperor decapitation my ass, he cursed 10,000 times in his heart. However, in order to quickly master combat techniques, Fang Ping had to pinch his nose and learn. It was the same old rule. Read the book first. Ask questions if he did not understand after reading it. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. Cultivating combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. After getting the combat techniques book, Fang Ping asked curiously, Instructor, other than the blood arrow technique, have you created any other combat techniques? After all, Zhang Dingnan had created a whole basket of battle techniques. Yes. Why don't you teach me? Are you sure you want to learn? Yes. Fang Ping felt that Lu Fengru's sword was unconventional. Some of her combat techniques were quite interesting. Go look for it in the combat techniques library yourself. I created Invincible Punch 2 years ago. Fang Ping, were all these people who created combat techniques not past the age of 8th graders? Lu Fengru was obviously not ashamed of this name. After thinking for a while, she said, however, my Invincible Punch is more suitable for people who have achieved half a golden body to cultivate. Its realm is a notch higher than Zhang Dingnan's saber technique. You might not be able to learn it. Fang Ping was mentally exhausted. Fine, I'm not going to learn it. My ancestors' combat techniques are still more reliable. In the following time, Fang Ping diligently cultivated his combat techniques. He was not in a hurry to elevate his rank. With the 5 celestial bridges opened, his body was constantly being honed even if he did not cultivate. Middle-ranked martial artists could cultivate half a golden body. This was not a lie. As for combat techniques, Fang Ping mainly used Vajra Punch and Maha Punch. High-ranked combat techniques were difficult to cultivate. It was better to specialize than to cultivate several high-ranked combat techniques in a short period of time. He did not major in royal decapitation not because the name was shameful. The main reason was that saber techniques were more complicated than fist techniques. Sometimes, fist techniques were more suitable than saber techniques. Fang Ping did not forget that he had lost his weapon in the catacombs. While Fang Ping diligently cultivated combat techniques, MCMAU was also constantly changing. On the 20th of September, 2 martial arts training classes in Magic City officially opened for business. The martial arts classes run by MCMAU Martial Arts Society began to recruit students. Some of MCMAU's rank 2 and 3 martial artists began to leave the university and travel to various places for exchanges, including participating in some local martial arts competitions. Peak Rank 3 powerhouse Xi Qing officially embarked on the northbound road and began to challenge Rank 3 powerhouses along the way. The university's pill factory and munitions factory began to expand. A large number of students from the School of Production entered the university's industry to participate in practical activities. On Distance's e-commerce platform, the lending system expanded and a large number of new students obtained the right to borrow credits. The once peaceful and quiet MCMAU was now much livelier. Some of the instructors who had been in MCMAU for a long time saw it and remembered it. They did not know whether to be happy or sad. The old vice-chancellor's departure caused MCMAU to fall into a low point. However, the new generation was radiating new life, giving MCMAU greater vitality. The National Rank 1 martial arts competition was also being advertised in an uproar. The National Rank 1 martial arts competition hosted by Magic City Martial Arts University attracted the attention of the entire country. Since 2009, martial arts competitions emerged one after another. However, the martial arts competitions hosted by local governments were not as credible as MCMAU. The first National Martial Arts University Freshman Championship was held in MCMAU, and the winner was also MCMAU. Now that MCMAU was hosting the National Rank 1 martial arts competition, it was even more credible. When MCMAU announced the registration hotline, website, email, and solicited sponsors to bid for the martial arts competition's broadcasting rights, it attracted the attention and interest of countless people. There was obviously more than one martial arts competition. There was no doubt that this time, the scale would not be small, and the competition would not be short either. In the era of martial arts, the martial arts competition was no less popular than the Olympic Games. Shanghai TV station offered 50 million yuan to buy the broadcasting rights of the martial arts competition, and Nanhu TV station offered 80 million yuan. In the end, before the two sides could decide on a winner, Central TV intervened and offered 100 million yuan for a buyout. The sale of the broadcasting rights had caused a huge uproar. The martial arts club had been so busy recently that it was dizzy and disoriented. In the end, when they looked for Fang Ping, they could not find him no matter how hard they tried. The ministers were so angry that they wanted to quit. Today, the Martial Arts Society had a total of 5 presidents. Fang Ping could not be found. Xia Lei was nowhere to be found. Qin Fengqing, who dared to ask him for help? He could hunt you down with a saber. Liang Fenghua was busy building the Celestial Bridge and had no time to care. Chen Wenlong had gone to the military department. None of the 5 presidents were in charge. Chen Yunqi had been camping in front of Lu Fengru's villa for a few days when she finally caught sight of Fang Ping. She was so happy that she almost cried tears of joy. Fang Ping, where have you been? Chen Yunqi's resentful tone gave Fang Ping goosebumps. He said gloomily, I didn't go anywhere. I've been busy cultivating at the seaside in the southern area. Fang Ping had no choice. If he cultivated in the dormitory or by the lakeside, he would have to pay if he broke anything. Now that the Martial Arts Society was punishing badly, as the president, Fang Ping could not take the lead in breaking the rules. If Zhang Yu was the president, Fang Ping could still be a thorn. If he was the president, if he was a thorn, other thorns would appear. At the seaside, there were not so many concerns. Knowing that Fang Ping had gone to cultivate, Chen Yunqi did not ask any more questions. She said immediately, the preparations for the National Rank 1 martial arts competition have officially started. You mentioned the auction of the broadcasting rights. Now Central TV has offered 100 million to buy out the entire media broadcasting rights. Chen Yunqi said with a face full of admiration, You're amazing. Someone actually offered such a high price to buy out our broadcasting rights, 100 million pounds or US dollars? Fang Ping cut in immediately. Chen Yunqi's tone faltered. After a while, she blushed and said softly, RMB. Fang Ping pursed his lips. The entire media broadcasting rights cost 100 million? Do you think I'm stupid? The new media broadcasting rights cost more than 100 million. Nowadays, the number of online videos in the country has increased greatly. Many video websites want to make a name for themselves but lack the opportunity. The National Rank 1 martial arts competition is currently the most authoritative, largest, and influential one held by MCMAU. If I sell it to one company for 20 to 30 million, they won't even bat an eye. If I sell it to 4 or 5 companies, I'll have 100 million. This is the broadcasting fee for the new media. There are also local TV stations that are fighting to buy the TV broadcasting. No matter what, it's more than 100 million. What's wrong with Central TV? They want to buy it out with 100 million? Tell them, 100 million is fine too. Only the TV rights. The new media is not included. Fang Ping was very clear about this. He might not know as much about martial arts as others, but in these matters, the people of MCMAU were not as good as him. In the past few years, in the eyes of the people of MCMAU, the championship was a loss-making business. It was not that there were no business talents. The key was that MCMAU's previous ethos was still somewhat conservative and old-fashioned. The old vice-chancellor was a very good person, but then again, he was old and not too connected with the times. He did not even care much about money. In the old vice-chancellor's eyes, teaching and educating people and cultivating martial artists should not be too utilitarian and commercialized. The source of funds was government funding, and the other was earned by the school's powerhouses going to the catacombs. The old vice-chancellor himself was also a practical person in this aspect. He had been in charge of MCMAU for more than 50 years and had spent at least 20 years in the catacombs. The rest of the time was spent recuperating. Throughout the year, almost half of his time was spent in the catacombs. This was also the main reason why even a rank 8 golden body was plagued with injuries. Fang Ping had no right to judge whether the old vice-chancellor was right or wrong, but it was true that the old man did not make good use of all the resources of MCMAU. Of course, maybe the old vice-chancellor knew but was unwilling. Maybe in his opinion, martial artists should have less of the stench of money. What exactly was he thinking? Now that the old man had died in battle in the catacombs, Fang Ping did not bother to guess. However, he was not the old vice-chancellor, nor was he as great as the old man. He had stayed in the catacombs his whole life. After he died in battle, the school sorted out his belongings and found that he had not even applied for a bank card. The old man had been in MCMAU for 60 years, but he was penniless. He had never married and dedicated his life to MCMAU. It was respectable, but sad. Without thinking about it, Fang Ping said, also, the sponsorship fees can't be cheap. Don't bother if it's less than 10 million. It doesn't need to be too much, just about 10 will do. After a martial arts competition, it's not a lot, but it's still possible to collect 300 million in broadcasting fees and sponsorship fees. As for rewards, including other expenses, I think 100 million should be more than enough. Or we can give more rewards to attract more people to participate. We can earn at least 100 million. The next time we hold a martial arts competition, we can earn even more. Xianxia listened carefully and quickly said, but I heard that other schools have the same idea. Fang Ping laughed. Following the trend won't make it big. Do they have the authority of MCMAU? Even CCMAU won't be able to follow the trend so easily. The key is still the martial arts championship from back then. We were the winners, and they were the losers. That's not all. CCMAU is run by a bunch of old antiques, and it's even more politicized. That idiot Li Hansong only thinks about bringing people down to the catacombs to kill. He's not interested in this aspect, and he's not as smart as me. Therefore, unless the central government organizes it, the martial arts competition organized by MCMAU will be the most authoritative in the country. Xianxia continued to nod. Fang Ping saw this and said, these are all trivial matters. Get a few people from the School of Social Sciences to help handle it. Tell those idiots from the School of Social Sciences that if they can't handle this, they should just go home. It's fine if their martial arts aren't that good, but if they can't handle this, then why are they still staying in MCMAU? The School of Social Sciences has the most rank 1 martial artists among the older students. These idiots don't even think about it. If they don't improve much in martial arts, will they be able to reach high positions in the business and political world? In recent years, those who have really reached high positions in the business and political world are mostly people from the School of Weaponry. In the past, I said I didn't give them a chance. Now that the missions are open to them, it's easier to earn credits. Loans are fine too. If they don't improve, I'll consider cleaning up the rank 1 martial artists in the junior and senior years next semester. Xianxia's expression changed. She said quickly, that's not good. Rank 1 martial artists were the backbone of each martial arts university. They were also the group with the most people. In MCMAU, there were close to 4,000 rank 1 martial artists. Of course, there were many sophomores, close to 1,500. However, there were also more than 2,000 rank 1 martial artists in the junior and senior years. If Fang Ping really wanted to do this, the school would not agree. Let's put the other 3 schools aside for now. Get the Martial Arts Society to spread the word to the juniors and seniors in the School of Weaponry. In the School of Weaponry, there are 800 juniors and seniors. In reality, there are less than 800. There are actually close to 300 people in rank 1. Isn't that embarrassing? Ignore the other schools for now. There are too many of them. If the School of Weaponry continues like this, I'll be ruthless. Fang Ping said with a smile, Lion Tang will definitely support it. Instructor Li will be fine. As for Dean Huang, when the time comes, it won't be a problem even if there are fewer people. Won't he find it embarrassing? The students in The School of Weaponry have the best qualifications, the best conditions, the most missions, the most resources. If they can't even reach rank 2 after a few years, would they be useless? Cultivation is hard. It's hard for everyone. It's even harder for normal martial arts universities, but normal martial arts universities can produce rank 3 martial artists. Rank 2 martial artists are not rare either. I don't believe that it's harder for MCMAU's people. After talking for a while, Fong Ping looked at the sky and smiled. Alright, that's all for now. I still have some cultivation matters that I need to consult the instructor about. Don't delay your martial arts cultivation. You're close to becoming a thrice-honed martial artist. You should improve quickly in the 3 lower ranks. Xianxia was slightly embarrassed and did not dare to reply. Fong Ping did not care about her and walked into the villa. At the end of September, the news of the school's plans to expel rank 1 martial artists in the School of Weaponry spread throughout MCMAU. For a moment, the older students lamented. The new students cheered. The Devil King Fong had finally made a move against the older students. In less than a month, the new students were almost tortured to the point of breaking down. Cultivating, doing chores, attending classes, challenging the elite ranking, almost all of their time was taken up. At night, when they finally had a good night's sleep, that bastard Fong Ping actually sent people to attack the camp, no, the dormitories. To put it nicely, it was to train their vigilance and reflexes. Moreover, this matter had the full support of the School of Weaponry's dean, Tang Feng. The reason was that when Fong Ping and the others went out to encircle the evil sect martial artists, they were almost attacked. Tang Feng felt that it was necessary to let the new students experience more. Now, the Grandmasters did not show up. Tang Feng, a peak rank 6 martial artist, together with Fong Ping, the president of the Martial Arts Society, immediately became a foregone conclusion. Now, the new students did not even dare to take off their clothes when they slept at night, afraid that someone would break into their house. Some of the MCMAU girls among the new students were even more afraid. They heard that the Devil King Fong wanted to hit women's breasts. If he gave them a few hits, this group of newbies would explode with one punch. The school's affairs were gradually on the right track. Fong Ping had heard about the nicknames the new students had given him behind his back, but he did not have the time to deal with them for now. When he had the time, Fong Ping had plenty of ways to deal with them. At the end of September, Fong Ping brought a change of clothes, pills, and weapons, and met up with Qin Fengqing in front of the Martial Arts Society. In front of the Martial Arts Society, Qin Fengqing's aura was much stronger than before. It had been almost 2 months since he broke through to rank 4. A few days ago, Qin Fengqing had built 4 celestial bridges. Seeing his high-spirited aura, Fong Ping raised his eyebrows and smiled. Middle stage rank 4 now? No, I'm almost there. Or should I say, I barely made it. Qin Fengqing smiled with some ill intentions. The prototype of the 5th celestial bridge has been built. The next step is to stabilize it. Fong Ping, we're at the same rank now. The construction of the prototype also meant that he had actually entered middle stage rank 4. However, because it was not yet stable, his rank was not too stable. Fong Ping chuckled. It's not easy. I remember last year, when we met for the first time at the school gate, you were rank 3 and I was an aspiring martial artist. Sigh, in the blink of an eye, you've almost caught up to me. Amazing. Qin Fengqing's old face darkened instantly. How heart-wrenching. When he met Fong Ping at the beginning of last year, he was 3 ranks higher than Fong Ping. This year, his rank was actually lower than Fong Ping's. His high spirits from before disappeared in an instant. Qin Fengqing snorted. The path of martial arts isn't based on a moment. When you stop at peak rank 6 for a few decades, is that so? My mentality can be released externally, my bone marrow is like mercury, I'm invincible among rank 3, and my essence, spirit, and soul are in one. Old Qin, I think I'll be at peak rank 6 in a few months' time. After that, I'll be at rank 7. My skull honing level is also higher than yours. Rank 8 is also close at hand. Do you think you can really catch up to me? Enough. Qin Fengqing flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face darkened as he said, are you leaving or not? You talk too much. Fong Ping laughed happily and stopped teasing him. The two of them walked toward the southern region. This time, they took the southern passageway to the catacombs. As soon as Fang Ping and the others left, a few people walked out of the Martial Arts Society's entrance. Watching the two of them leave, Fu Chongding sighed. The others sighed too. Now, the gap between everyone had been completely widened. In the past, everyone could still form teams to carry out missions. Now, the gap was too big. Forming teams would also become a burden to each other. I hope they can come back safely, Chen Yunqi prayed softly. Everyone was silent. In the catacombs, life and death were up to fate. The entrance to the catacombs. The gatekeeper did not add anyone. It was still the same person. Scarface never returned. Fang Ping walked here and touched the alloy wall, not saying anything. They had only met once. However, that day, Scarface had told Fang Ping with a smile that he would flatten the catacombs the next day and demolish the alloy house with Fang Ping. Fang Ping still remembered it. Too bad you won't have the chance to demolish the house with me. I'll take everything for myself. Sometimes, some people, even if they had only met once, would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. The only gatekeeper saw Fang Ping's actions and seemed to remember something. A hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He did not say anything. The gatekeeper uncle laughed and said, Fang Ping, when you have time, you can take on some commercials. You can shoot some movies too. We're sick of your previous commercials. Try something new. Fang Ping was speechless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. I saw it when I passed by the hall. Uncle, shouldn't you give me some advertising fees? I don't have any money. The gatekeeper pushed them away cleanly and said with a smile, go ahead. Both of you be careful. Qin Fengqing looked relaxed. He did not care. He said as he walked, my fortune depends on the catacombs. What's there to worry about? The gatekeeper laughed and nodded slightly. That's true. You, Qin Fengqing, are almost treating the catacombs as your ATM. That's true. It's an ATM. Qin Fengqing chuckled and entered the alloy house with Fang Ping. A few minutes later, both of them entered Hope City's passageway plaza. This time, Su Mafu did not appear. 2 rank 4s were not qualified for Su Mafu to welcome them personally. Outside the alloy house, there were military powerhouses guarding it. Seeing both of them, the guarding martial artist smiled and nodded. Both of them were quite famous in Hope City. One of them entered the catacombs for the first time and escaped the pursuit of a rank 6 martial artist. The other entered often and was often hunted. Now, many people had died. These two had entered from lower ranks to middle ranks. Their luck was heaven-defying. Qin Fengqing acted like he was familiar with them. He said, Old Zhang, how's the situation now? Tell us. The guarding martial artist looked at him for a while and said faintly, my surname is Liu. Oh, then old Liu, how's the situation now? Qin Fengqing didn't care about this at all. There were so many people, who had the time to remember them one by one? Names were just code names. Fang Ping did not say anything. He raised his head and stared at the ugly sun. It was better to pretend that he didn't know Qin Fengqing. Whether he was embarrassed or not, that was his business. The martial artist on guard did not seem to mind this too much. He smiled and said, Skygate City has retreated and has not attacked again recently. However, the scouts have reported that Skygate City is now in close contact with East Sunflower City. According to General Su's judgment, the two cities may continue to deepen their cooperation, or even merge. Skygate City had suffered heavy losses this time. Half of their high-ranked martial artists had been killed, and countless middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists had been killed or injured. They were no longer able to take the initiative to attack Hope City. The distance between the two cities is also very close. Qin Fengqing listened for a while and said, is there any movement from West Phoenix City in the northwest? West Phoenix City? The guard thought for a while and shook his head. For now, there is no movement. It is still the same. Our people rarely go to the northwest. However, this time, the military is already paying attention to the various cities. Once they join forces, we will definitely notice. Oh. Qin Fengqing did not ask further. He walked into the city, and Fang Ping hurriedly followed. Where are we going? To the mission hall. Qin Fengqing said disdainfully, Kid, you are a greenhorn here. Learn more from me. Now that we are in Hope City, we should go to the mission hall to take a look. Maybe we can earn some extra money. Sometimes, the military or some large enterprises in the outside world, including pill companies and weapons companies, may issue some missions. They're all free missions, such as collecting martial arts medals and the like, or collecting catacombs clothing. I don't know if it's to enter the catacombs or if some idiot has this hobby. Anyway, it's all free money. Qin Fengqing finally found an opportunity to attack Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled without saying anything. There was no harm in listening. However, Qin Fengqing would wait and see. These debts would be settled sooner or later. Mission hall. There was no display screen or electronic equipment here. He could only check through the mission blackboard. At this moment, there were many people in the mission hall. Fang Ping also saw some familiar faces, a few instructors from the university. Seeing Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, the instructors greeted them with a smile and asked about MCMAU. Hearing that MCMAU had obtained the authority to expand the university's pill and weapons production line, the instructors were in a good mood. Actually, the peak rank 6 powerhouse in charge of the catacombs already knew about this. However, these few had just returned from outside Hope City, so they did not know about it yet. Everyone talked for a while. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing also checked the mission blackboard. Purchasing all kinds of medicinal herbs in large quantities at favorable prices. Purchasing energy stones of all kinds of purity. Purchasing energy hearts, purchasing monster carcasses of all ranks, purchasing fresh sea beasts. Fang Ping actually saw the restaurant purchase mission. He glanced at it and was speechless. Do people really eat these things? The purchase price is not cheap. He still did not forget the last time he went to Hope City's restaurant. The price was terrifyingly expensive. You can't afford it, but it doesn't mean others can't. Qin Fengqing continued to look down on him, reminiscing. The taste is not bad. The taste of sea beasts is especially fresh. However, sea beasts are not easy to catch. The sea is also dangerous, so I haven't eaten much. Speaking of which, do you know what the best food in the catacombs is? What? Fang Ping had never eaten the animals and plants of the catacombs when he was in the catacombs. When he entered the Jiao's forest, he did not eat either. He relied on his vitality to sustain himself. Mine rats. Qin Fengqing licked his lips, his face full of enjoyment. Mine rats are really tender. That taste, better than women. Do you have a story with mine rats that you have to tell? Get lost. Qin Fengqing cursed. Just as he was about to speak, someone beside him interrupted. Qin Fengqing, you've eaten mine rats before? Qin Fengqing said proudly, of course. The person who asked was a middle-aged uncle. He raised his eyebrows. Mine rats only appear near energy mines. Where did you catch them? Qin Fengqing looked at him with disdain and snorted. Do you think I'm stupid? The military department wanted me to hand it over, but I didn't tell them. MCMAU didn't tell either. Why would I tell you? When I reach rank 7, I'll go mine directly. I'm the only one who knows anyway. I won't tell anyone else. This guy did not care if people knew about this. Discovering an energy mine was your ability. The key was to dig it back if you had the ability. If you did not dig it back, it would not be very effective. High-ranked creatures were bound to be found in energy mines. This was a common rule that everyone knew. The middle-aged uncle was not actually curious about this. He grinned and said, Qin Fengqing, you're bragging. How could you come back alive after going to an energy mine? I can't help it. I'm too lucky. Qin Fengqing looked pleased. He coughed dryly and said, all right, don't beat around the bush to get close to me. There must be high-ranked creatures. I didn't dare to go too deep. I circled around the periphery and came back. Anyway, I've eaten mine rats before. That taste is amazing. Many people in the hall heard him. Some could not help but laugh. Others deliberately provoked him. How could you believe Qin Fengqing's bragging? I don't know where he heard it from, but he's pretty good at pretending. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Qin Fengqing ignored them. He looked at the mission panel for a while more, then strode out. There was no need to register anything when accepting missions here. All he had to do was check if there was a high demand for something and bring it back. After leaving the mission hall, Fang Ping asked, "Did you really find an energy mine?" "Take a guess?" "Guess my ass. It's not like I don't know where the energy mines are. I know 3 of them. The key is that I don't have the ability to get them." Fang Ping did not care too much about this. In MCMAU, there was a map. MCMAU powerhouses had discovered 3 energy mines. However, they were extremely dangerous. 2 of them were guarded by rank 8 creatures. The last one was even suspected to be rank 9. Moreover, they went deep into the catacombs, near the central mountain range. Fang Ping knew, but he did not want to court death. But, how many places had Qin Fengqing gone to? He had even encountered an energy mine. Since he had returned alive, did that mean that there weren't any powerful creatures occupying the area? Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, "I told you not to get any ideas about me. I'm guessing that the one I encountered was probably not discovered by MCMAU, nor was it discovered by anyone else. Anyway, it's not too big, and the degree of energy leakage is not high either. It might only be occupied by a rank 7 creature. When I reach the 7th rank, I will go mining. If it really doesn't work, I'll just auction it off and sell it to the highest bidder. I have to make a profit anyway." Fang Ping did not ask further. He asked, "What about now?" "Now?" Qin Fengqing was speechless. "Of course we have to hurry out of the city now. A few hundred miles will take a lot of time. Once we enter the catacombs, don't waste time. Don't tell me you're planning to find a woman in Hope City to talk about your feelings. Let me tell you, some of the female martial artists in Hope City are terrible. If you have a special taste, you can talk to them." "Shut up." Fang Ping interrupted him. Without further ado, the 2 of them walked toward the north gate. Outside the north gate, looking back, there were more potholes on the city wall of Hope City. There was also a smear of red on the land outside the city. During the battle, Fang Ping and the others had already evacuated. Fang Ping did not know how many people had died. Qin Fengqing began to hurry on without saying a word. The danger level was not high within a few dozen miles of Hope City. The 2 of them did not waste their vitality as they hurried on, maintaining a constant speed. After walking for more than an hour, Qin Fengqing suddenly stopped. In front of them were lakes of various sizes. Qin Fengqing stood on the spot and looked for a moment. Suddenly, he asked, "Which one is the vice-chancellor's?" Actually, Fang Ping also realized how these lakes were formed. On that day, those powerhouses fought and perished together. The energy fluctuations even spread tens of miles away. One could imagine how intense the battle scene was. Fang Ping was not familiar with this, but Qin Fengqing was. In the past, there were no lakes here. Fang Ping was silent. Qin Fengqing did not mind. He glanced at the lakes and walked around them. As he walked, he asked, "How strong do you think I have to be to conquer the catacombs?" "I don't know. Even rank 9 can't do it." Qin Fengqing laughed self-deprecatingly. "Nobody knows. Commander Li and his group are all rank 9 powerhouses, but they still can't do it. Is there a rank 10 above rank 9? I don't know." "I knew you don't know. It's useless to ask." "Then why did you ask?" "Nonsense. There's no one else here. It's just the 2 of us. If I don't talk, do you want me to suffocate?" "You talk less." "Why should I talk less? Who knows how long I can live? While I can still talk, I'll talk more. I'll tell you everything in the future." Qin Fengqing was a chatterbox. Fang Ping actually knew this was not the first time. Last time, when they were doing a mission together, this guy talked from beginning to end. Previously, there was someone else. Now that there was no one else, Fang Ping could only bear this chatterbox's nonsense alone. As they walked, the land was no longer desolate. After the last battle, there was no grass or trees around Hope City. Now, it was all bare land. Not even a big tree could be seen. However, as they continued walking northwest, trees and grass appeared again. The land was no longer flat. Some hills could be seen everywhere. West Phoenix City is about 500 li northwest from Hope City. This time, we're not going to West Phoenix City. We're going a little northeast. Why did you escape there? Aren't you going to Skygate City to rob? What do you mean by robbery? Qin Fengqing retorted. We're withdrawing money. Do you understand? As he said that, he still explained, we're not going to Skygate City. We're going to a large village. In the catacombs, other than the 13 cities, there are some villages and towns. The one we went to last time was a village. Anyway, I don't know if it's Skygate City's management or West Phoenix City's management. But it doesn't matter. It's all the same. That village is quite strong. There are rank 5 martial artists and quite a few rank 4 martial artists. Wang Jinyang and I killed a few of them. After that, we didn't dare to run towards Skygate City. So, we ran here. Then, we came across the place I mentioned. In the catacombs, the cities must have high ranks. This is the law. Towns with more than 10,000 people may also have high ranks. As for villages, it's rare to see high ranks. It's considered good to have a middle rank. Some villages are actually just a bunch of normal people. Rob, withdraw money. You must choose a good place. It's meaningless to go to a normal village. Other than killing a few people, what else can you do? Although it's a race war between us and the catacombs, I have no intention of slaughtering those women and children. It's best not to go to a town. If you want to go to a bigger village. There are martial artists in these villages, so they definitely need to cultivate. There are definitely energy stones there. Even if there aren't energy stones, you can often find herbs with extremely high energy concentration. They're also quite valuable. Qin Fengqing began to teach Fang Ping his way of robbery. When they were almost 200 li away from Hope City, Qin Fengqing suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Ping. Take off your clothes. Fang Ping's gaze was dangerous. There was no one around. In the wilderness, this guy wanted him to take off his clothes. Before Fang Ping could question him, this guy started taking off his clothes himself. When he was down to his underpants, he took out a set of catacombs human clothing from the cloth bag he carried with him and put it on. Don't dress like this near Hope City. Some of our martial artists are stupid. They want to kill you as soon as they see you. It's fine if they don't kill you in one move, but if they kill you in one move, there's no way you can reason with them. Qin Fengqing talked about his bloody experience. His gaze was complicated. I didn't think so much at that time. I just changed my clothes near Hope City. I met a rank 4 martial artist who had just returned from outside the city. Without saying anything, he chased me and tried to kill me. Motherf *Ker, I already said that I'm a human, but he still wanted to kill me. He said that I'm a catacombs human who has learned the human language. Motherf *Ker, I was almost killed. Can a catacombs martial artist speak Mandarin so fluently? I'll remember this grudge. When I get the chance, I'll cut him down. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He heard Qin Fengqing say, actually, we can't sneak by changing clothes, but we won't be too conspicuous. If they see us from afar, the catacombs martial artists won't chase us. At this time, we should be more wary of human martial artists. However, we're so far away from the city. This is also not our main attack direction. The probability of meeting humans is not high. While he was talking, Qin Fengqing had changed his clothes and even wrapped a piece of cloth around his head. Fang Ping was speechless. Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Fang Ping heard that and did not delay any further. Since he followed Qin Fengqing, this veteran, and did this, it meant that it was effective. After taking off his coat, Fang Ping was just about to change when Qin Fengqing's gaze suddenly changed. This guy reached out and touched Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping was on guard. He growled, get lost, or I'll kill you. This guy looked like he had an insatiable desire. Was he looking for a beating? Leather armor made from the skin of a rank 5 white-eared beast, Qin Fengqing ignored him. He swallowed, ignoring Fang Ping's murderous gaze, and continued to touch his leather armor. He said with red eyes, Mother Kerr, what kind of mission is this? There's no one around. I really want to do something big. This bastard Fang Ping was so rich. He was richer than that pauper Wang Jinyang, a B-class alloy broadsword and a rank 5 beast's leather armor. Just these two items alone were already a huge fortune. Fang Ping, I've never worn this before. Do you want to lend it to me for a few days? Qin Fengqing's face was full of desire. Fang Ping slapped his paw away and said with a dark expression, dream on. Don't be so heartless. I'll just borrow it to wear. I'll definitely return it to you. Are you going to get lost or not? Fang Ping was starting to regret going on a mission with this idiot. This guy could not possibly be thinking of robbing him, could he? Qin Fengqing's face was full of regret. He sighed softly. It's okay. If you don't want to lend it, then don't. In his heart, however, he was thinking that if Fang Ping were to be hunted down later, he should be willing to ask for this broadsword and leather armor to save his worthless life, right? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Ping was also thinking that the saber Qin Fengqing was wearing was also B-class. After changing, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other. Both of them had their heads wrapped in scarves, which made them look a little comical. Why aren't you wearing a mask? Fang Ping asked. Are you an idiot? If we come into close contact, the other party will be able to sense the difference in our energies. Hence, we just need to deceive him. Why don't I say that some cultivators are idiots? That fellow who chased me last time, did he not sense that I was using vital qi energy? Qin Fengqing complained as he put away his clothes and stuffed them into the cloth bag. After some thought, he looked at Fang Ping and frowned slightly. Even an idiot would know you're a fake if you're carrying a military backpack. Change to another one, why didn't you say so earlier? I forgot. Qin Fengqing didn't think he had done anything wrong by forgetting. He thought for a while and said, throw the bag away. Fang Ping ignored him. He stuffed the package into his jacket and held it in front of his stomach. Throw it away. Your chest is bulging. Are you pretending to be a woman? I won't. Fang Ping shook his head. Do you think I'm stupid? If I lose my bag, and I don't have a storage ring, when I snatch the herbs or energy stones, do I have to rely on my hands to carry them? How much could they take? He still had a gunny sack in his bag, but he didn't tell Qin Fengqing. If necessary, it was much more convenient to carry a sack on one's back than to carry it in one's hands. Qin Fengqing frowned and said in a low voice, if we don't lose it, it will delay us. You throw yours away first. Do you think I'm stupid? Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. Fang Ping seemed to have realized that he was different from Qin Fengqing, and suddenly touched his body. Qin Fengqing dodged hastily, but Fang Ping grabbed the waistband of his pants with one hand and sneered, Mother Kerr, specially made? What is this? He was in awe of Qin Fengqing. This guy's clothes were actually double-layered. There was an opening at the waist of the trousers, and it was very easy to stuff things in. In other words, his clothes were one big pocket. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Qin Fengqing said embarrassedly, it's just for convenience. What about it? You're not convinced? Why isn't mine like this? How would I know? You gave me the clothes. Who told you not to prepare it yourself? Then you want me to throw my bag? The bag is indeed a hindrance. The two of them spoke one after another. After a while, Qin Fengqing sighed and said, all right, you're as sly as a ghost. How about this, let's not split it 50-50. Let's do it based on our own abilities. Whoever gets more will get it. Fang Ping said with a faint smile, that's what I wanted to say too. The two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything else as they continued to walk forward. Halfway there, the sky darkened. Night in the catacombs always fell instantly. However, the two of them who had entered rank 4 had sharp ears and eyes. They were not careless even when walking at night. It's about 30 li ahead. Qin Fengqing's expression became much more serious, and he said cautiously, if I remember correctly, there is a village nearby, and there might be people coming out at night. Leave the vicinity of Hope City. Remember, you may encounter the catacombs humans at any time. Understood. If you encounter a catacombs martial artist, just kill the weak ones. If you encounter a strong one, don't waste your breath. Run. Alright. In the darkness, the two continued forward. The nights in the catacombs were not peaceful. An extremely penetrating roar could be heard from afar. The night was the world of monsters. The two of them did not encounter any monsters along the way, but it did not mean that there were none. It only meant that they were still active in the periphery, and had not entered the true depths of the catacombs. Fang Ping was carefully following Qin Fengqing when Qin Fengqing suddenly pounced forward like a tiger. Before Fang Ping could react, Qin Fengqing had pounced forward and uprooted a plant that looked like a weed on the ground, stuffing it into his clothes without a word. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Qin Fengqing had no intention of explaining, he lowered his voice and asked, "What's that?" "I don't know, I really don't know. I didn't see it clearly. There's quite a lot of energy. It should be something good." Qin Fengqing explained calmly. "I don't know. I just felt that the energy concentration is not low, so I pulled it out before you reacted." Fang Ping almost died from shock, however, very quickly, Fang Ping's eyes turned. His mentality overflowed, and he began to feel the fluctuations of the energy particles around him. In the catacombs, his mentality was more active. He did not think much of it before, but now that Qin Fengqing had done it, he could not blame him for retaliating. In terms of treasure hunting ability, he was not weaker than him. Along the way, the two of them had gradually stepped into a huge mountain. Fang Ping looked at the map of the catacombs, thought for a moment, and said in a low voice, "This is Wolf Head Ridge?" "Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Ping cursed in a low voice, "There are ancient wolf packs in Wolf Head Ridge. At most, there are hundreds of them. Motherf asterisk cur, it's very dangerous, okay?" "Nonsense, why would I call you if it's not dangerous? Besides, if I told you earlier, what if you came here alone?" Qin Fengqing was not to be outdone. "Am I that stupid? Tell you earlier?" Fang Ping exhaled and said again, "Our powerhouses have been here before. There are really buildings here. Why didn't they discover them? Can you not ask such nonsense? The mountain is so big. Our powerhouses passed by in a flash. What do they know? Besides, our people don't come here often. What if we encounter an ancient wolf pack? Jinx. The mountain is so big. How can we encounter one?" Fang Ping said faintly, "I didn't jinx it. We really encountered one." "What?" The next moment, without another word, Qin Fengqing turned and ran. His speed was shocking. It was more than the 50 meters per second he said. Fang Ping ran faster than him. He leaped into the air and disappeared. 3 to 4 seconds after the two of them left, in the darkness, a few wolf-like creatures the size of horses appeared where the two of them had been. The wolf-like creatures looked around. They did not notice anything strange. Very soon, they disappeared into the darkness. A few kilometers away, Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping looked at each other, silent. Not to mention the second brother, everyone ran very fast. Their speed was also extremely fast. Qin Fengqing seemed to be thinking about something. He said softly, "It's just ancient wolves. There aren't many of them. They're all rank 4. We can kill them." "I know. Seeing that you left, I didn't want to alert them." "Makes sense. But I saw that you left first, so I left." Qin Fengqing nodded. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He said tiredly, "All right, let's be honest. If this goes on, I'll be killed by you." Qin Fengqing said resentfully, "You're more of a scammer than Wang Jinyang. Although that bastard is a scammer, he's still willing to do hard labor if you trick him into killing monsters. You run faster than me. What's the use of you?" Fang Ping wanted to kick him. He hesitated for a moment and gave up on the idea. He said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. If I'm alone, I'll definitely kill them. If you're here, it'll be harder for me to kill them. How about this? When we move forward later, if we encounter rank 4 creatures, kill them directly. If they're rank 5 alone, kill them too. If You run again, you won't be able to continue. Both of them were not considered weak among rank 4 martial artists. If they encountered rank 4 monsters, even if they could not cut them into pieces like melons, it was not difficult to kill them. In the end, both of them wanted the other to do the hard work. When they encountered a few ancient wolf beasts, they ran away. Ancient wolf beasts were not too strong. Unless they encountered a large group, it was not very dangerous. Qin Fengqing also knew that he had met his match this time. It would not be easy to trick Fang Ping into doing hard labor. Sighing, he nodded and said, "All right, you're not allowed to run either." "It's a deal." "It's a deal." Only then did the two of them reach an agreement and continue walking forward together. Kagu. Fang Ping let out a low growl, slicing an ancient wolf beast in half with one slash. On the other side, Qin Fengqing's saber was also as fast as lightning, swiftly beheading a few ancient wolf beasts around him. Panting slightly, Qin Fengqing exhaled, "Gyalajuo, what's that again?" "Gyaraduka ancient sword, how many have you killed?" While digging out the ancient wolf beast's heart, Fang Ping whispered, "This won't do. You're not skilled enough. How are you going to fool people? How troublesome. Speaking of which, is this really going to work? If there are catacombs martial artists in the building, we'll sneak past them first. Before a battle breaks out, if the other party isn't a high rank, it'll be hard for them to notice that we're different. If we catch him off guard, we might be able to kill a few of them." Qin Fengqing agreed wholeheartedly. For the first time, he did not refute Fang Ping. That makes sense, maybe they could bluff their way through. The two of them quickly dug out the heart. As for the ancient wolf beast's fur and flesh, including its bones, they were actually valuable too. The fur of a rank 4 creature was not cheap. However, at this moment, the two of them had just entered the mountains. They could not carry too much weight. They could only reluctantly discard it and dig out the most valuable heart. After another half an hour or so, Qin Fengqing's expression turned solemn. He said in a low voice, "After going over this hill, we'll reach the place. It's a valley. Tell me, should we act at night or in the day? If it's at night, we can't bluff our way through. Even an idiot would know that those who come at night are not good people. There's a chance in the day. Let's see how it goes first." Fang Ping turned around and took a look. He felt a slight headache. He and Qin Fengqing had traversed at least more than 10 mountains before they reached this place. This time, he must not remember the wrong way. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Deep in Wolf Head Ridge. In a valley, a majestic building made of huge stones stood erect. In the darkness, the interior of the building emitted a faint light. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There was only a gap in the east. According to Qin Fengqing, the east was the direction where he and Wang Jinyang broke in. The two of them were being chased and fled all the way. When they saw the building here, they did not dare to go deep and ran around the mountains. At this moment, the two of them had reached the top of the mountain in the south of the valley. "There's someone living here." Fang Ping's expression was solemn. Qin Fengqing shook his head. "Not necessarily. As long as the energy in the energy stone is not depleted, the energy lamp in the catacombs will not go out. Maybe there's no one, but the energy is not depleted. However, those who can afford the energy lamp are also rich in the catacombs. Looks like we're going to make a fortune this time." Having said that, Qin Fengqing said, "Should we test it out or go down directly? The herb garden is in that stone courtyard. Do you see it?" "Yes." Fang Ping could not see it clearly, but he could faintly feel that the energy there was very abundant. "Why don't we go down directly and rob the herb garden first? When no one is chasing us, we can go back and take everything?" Fang Ping could not help but ask, "Are you sure it's not the residence of a high-ranked powerhouse? I think these fellows who live in the deep mountains and old forests are all powerhouses. Can't you be a little braver? The brave ones will be stuffed to death and the timid ones will starve to death." Qin Fengqing cursed. This was the first time he had met someone who was more afraid of death than he was. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Did he really think that he was afraid of death? The key was that he did not want to die. Last time in the Jiao's forest, he had casually encountered a high-ranked creature. How could he not be careful? According to the map, no high-ranked creatures had been discovered in Wolf Head Ridge. The most powerful creature here was a group of ancient wolf beasts. There were quite a lot of them. Human powerhouses did not investigate too much because this place was not too far from West Phoenix City. Fine. Fong Ping gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, then we'll go down directly and dig quickly. Also, if I run away, remember to run away quickly. There was no other reason. His mentality was stronger. If a powerhouse really appeared, Fong Ping felt that he could still discover it in advance. You don't have to tell me. Qin Fengqing did not think much of it. If you run, how can I not run? The two of them did not waste any more words and began to walk down the mountain carefully. The mountain wall was a little steep, but for two rank 4 martial artists, as long as there was a place to leverage, they could walk vertically as if they were walking on flat ground. A few minutes later, the two of them walked down the mountain. They were not far from the building in front of them. Fong Ping used his mentality to probe again, but the concentration of energy particles in the valley was not low. In addition to that, the gigantic stone building blocked their view, so it was not easy to probe inside. This time, the two of them did not hesitate. They tiptoed toward the courtyard in front of them. They did not use their vitality. Martial artists were very sensitive to such things. Once they used their vitality, the powerhouses in the building would quickly sense it. We're rich. When the two of them carefully climbed up the courtyard wall, Fong Ping could hear the sound of Qin Fengqing swallowing. Fong Ping really wanted to strangle him to death. Could he not be more promising? But Fong Ping wanted to swallow too. There really was a herb garden in the stone courtyard. Luosheng fruit, blue leaf fruit, emerald grass, Fong Ping muttered in his heart. These herbs were all raw materials for making medicinal pills. Most of them were materials for middle-grade medicinal pills. At a rough glance, there were at least 20 types of various herbs, but there were not many of them. Some were unique, while others had many. There were about 100 of them in total. He recalled that the two of them did not find many wild herbs on their way here. Fong Ping vaguely deduced that these herbs might have been collected by the owner of this place from Wolf Head Ridge and planted here. One Luosheng fruit used to be worth 100 credits. Moreover, according to the concentration of energy, there would be an increase. Now, the school's purchase price for the herbs had doubled. That meant at least 200 credits. The prices of the other herbs were about the same. Fong Ping calculated. If they were all so valuable, would they not be worth more than 20,000 credits? No wonder Qin Fengqing said he could earn a lot. Since Fong Ping entered the school, he had not earned so much even if he added up all his gains. Even if it was not doubled in the past, it was still worth tens of thousands of credits. To martial artists in the 3 middle ranks, this was extremely tempting. Qin Fengqing nudged Fong Ping. Lightly, gesturing. Fong Ping understood what he meant. Fong Ping would dig the left, and he would dig the right. Fong Ping glanced at it. The number of herbs on the left seemed to be less. It did not matter, though. The key was speed. After all, Qin Fengqing was the one who brought him here. Fong Ping was generous for once and nodded in agreement. Of course, there was another point. The right side was closer to the huge stone palace gate. Fong Ping felt that the left side was not bad either. The two of them finished discussing. In the next second, the two of them landed softly. Then, even without using their vitality, the two of them rushed to the vicinity of the herb garden at high speed. As soon as they got close, a soft explosion suddenly sounded. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He said quickly, warning device. F***ck, there's this too. I've always snatched things by force. I've never encountered something like this. While the two of them were talking quickly, they did not delay at all. Fong Ping had already taken out his burlap bag. His hands were extremely fast. He uprooted the plants like weeds and stuffed them into the burlap bag. On the other side, Qin Fengqing's hands moved at the same time. He quickly pulled out the herbs and stuffed them into his clothes. At this moment, sounds and shouts came from the basilica behind them. Not only were there people, but there was more than one of them. As soon as they moved, Fong Ping's mentality sensed the movement of energy particles. They were getting closer and closer. They're coming. Move faster. What rank? Not weak. Fang Ping could only give such an answer. Unless they observed carefully, it would be difficult to tell who was stronger and who was weaker in an instant, unless the other party unleashed their full strength. The next moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted, "Yili, go!" Before the words were out of his mouth, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing leaped into the air at the same time, using flight step to escape. The moment the two of them leaped into the air, an explosion sounded from where they stood. A powerhouse had made a move. %#yen%, leave them. In the courtyard, a middle-aged powerhouse with long hair shouted. He also leaped into the air and quickly chased after the two of them. At the same time, a few powerhouses behind them rushed out of the stone gate and gave chase. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly while he was escaping. The person in front was a rank 5, and the ones behind him were rank 4. There were so many middle-ranked martial artists in this place. If it was just these, it would be fine. He was afraid that there were more people inside. Fang Ping did not split up with Qin Fengqing to escape. The two of them looked at each other. Qin Fengqing pointed forward, waved his hand, and chopped. Fang Ping nodded. He would run first. Once he was far away, he would counterattack and kill these martial artists who were chasing him. He sped along the way. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing were extremely fast. After running for more than 10 li, the rank 5 powerhouse was the only one chasing after them. The few rank 4 martial artists had already been left behind by a large margin. "Kid, you run really fast." Qin Fengqing was slightly out of breath. After traveling such a long distance, his 5 heaven and earth bridges had yet to stabilize, and his recovery speed was lacking. At this moment, he was a little tired as well. At this moment, the two of them did not speak the catacombs language anymore. They had run so far that their vitality force was overflowing. Unless the rank 5 behind them was an idiot, he would have long known that they were human martial artists. "Cut the crap. Can you kill it?" Fang Ping ignored him. "You're not slow either. Kill." When Qin Fengqing needed to be straightforward, he was decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and slashed with his saber. Buzz. The sound traveled far and wide in the darkness. Qin Fengqing's saber seemed to cut through the darkness and instantly appeared at the waist of the expert in midair. Fang Ping was not slow either. He had already unsheathed the Chengdao on his back. With a sideways sweep of his saber, he and Qin Fengqing sealed off the opponent's two sides at the same time. In the darkness, the middle-aged expert had a cold expression on his face and a hint of mockery in his eyes. Stepping into the air, the middle-aged man disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing did not seem surprised at all. He was prepared for this. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing retreated and approached Fang Ping. He did not retract his saber but slashed at Fang Ping's waist. Bang! The middle-aged man punched out with both fists, dispersing the attacks from both sides and repelling the two blades. Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Early stage or middle stage rank 5. In an instant, the two of them came to a conclusion. The other party's strength was not ridiculously strong. The two of them had only attacked to gauge the other party's strength. Qin Fengqing's eyes were bright as he growled, "Same old rules." The so-called old rules were, of course, for Fang Ping to go all out, and he would kill him in seconds. "Can you do it?" "Just one saber move." Qin Fengqing's answer was straightforward. He might not be very strong in a protracted battle, but his high-ranked combat techniques were all for that one strike. Once the saber was unleashed, there was no return. If the enemy didn't die, he would die. This was also the reason why he had to bring someone along when he went on a mission. A companion could buy him time to recover. Hearing this, Fang Ping did not ask further. The 7 slashes of manic explosion were unleashed in an instant, tearing through the sky. The rank 5 powerhouse's expression changed slightly. With a light snort, he swung his fist heavily, hitting the side of the saber blade. The saber let out a series of trembling sounds. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had repelled Fang Ping's 7 collective slashes with a punch. His footsteps shifted slightly, and he appeared in front of Fang Ping. The next moment, a huge fist swung toward Fang Ping's head. The fist had yet to reach him, but the energy fluctuations threatened to tear Fang Ping's head apart. High-ranked combat techniques. Fang Ping let out a low humph. His left fist punched out instantly. Before their fists collided, a loud boom was already heard. "They're coming. Hurry up." Qin Fengqing took a few steps back and did not attack. Seeing this, he growled. Fang Ping let out a muffled groan. He waved the saber in his right hand, but it was not an attack. Instead, he sheathed it into the scabbard on his back. The guandao was huge and did not have a scabbard. However, for the sake of convenience, Fang Ping found someone to make a sheath made from the skin of a catacombs monster so that he could carry the glaive on his back when he needed it. Fang Ping kept the glaive. His eyes were cold and fierce. The next moment, he pounced on his opponent like a tiger. His fists were crimson red. In the blink of an eye, his fists alternated, throwing dozens of punches in a row. As a rank 5 powerhouse, the middle-aged powerhouse had already determined that the abilities of the two people in front of him were not too strong. They were definitely not rank 5. Naturally, he would not hesitate. While diverting his attention to guard against Qin Fengqing, who was looking for an opportunity, he punched back at Fang Ping. He wanted to kill Fang Ping in a short time. Bang! A series of loud sounds of metal colliding could be heard. Fang Ping flew backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Just as the middle-aged powerhouse was about to give chase, Fang Ping stepped on the void and turned back again. With a low growl, he swung his fists angrily again. Bang bang bang, in a few short seconds, Fang Ping was sent flying again. Qin Fengqing was raring to go. He held his glaive horizontally, waiting for an opportunity. Just as the middle-aged powerhouse was about to kill one person and then the other, Fang Ping turned back again. This time, Fang Ping used all his big moves. His mentality suddenly condensed into invisible needles, piercing toward the opponent's brain. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, turning into a blood arrow, shooting toward the opponent's eye socket. The middle-aged powerhouse clearly did not expect the newcomer to have mastered so many secret skills. Whether it was mentality or blood arrow method, in his opinion, they were all considered secret skills. As soon as mentality intimidated, the opponent's body trembled slightly. At this time, the blood arrow spurted. As a rank 5 powerhouse, his mentality was not weak. Although he was slightly stagnant, he still had the energy to disperse the blood arrow. Just as he raised his hand to disperse the blood arrow, Fang Ping attacked at the same time. Bang! This time, Fang Ping used the Maha Punch. He did not have a deep understanding of high-ranked combat techniques. Fang Ping did not pursue a one-hit kill either. Instead, he did not know fatigue. He punched quickly and violently, covering the opponent's entire body as if there was nothing missing. The opponent dispersed the blood arrow in one move. In the next moment, he was about to counterattack when Fang Ping's mentality moved again, piercing toward the opponent's brain. "You're asking for it." Catacombs language, the middle-aged powerhouse roared angrily, his aura bursting. His entire body exuded strong energy waves, instantly dispersing Fang Ping's mentality attack. At this time, Fang Ping's fists hit many parts of the opponent's body, causing him to retreat a few steps. However, the middle-aged man was a rank 5 powerhouse. His physique had been honed to the limit. His internal organs had also been honed. Only some of his internal organs had not been honed. Although he was repelled, it was not a serious injury. After retreating a few steps, the opponent was about to take a step forward to counterattack. However, he did not expect the mentality that had just been dispersed to condense into a shadowless needle again, piercing toward his head. For a moment, the opponent was dumbfounded. Had he encountered a commander-level powerhouse? Otherwise, how could this happen? Just as he was in a daze, Qin Fengqing, who had been looking for an opportunity, lit up the darkness with his eyes. "Continue to intimidate him," Qin Fengqing shouted quickly. In the next moment, a blinding blood-red glow erupted from the Chengdao, illuminating the void. Fang Ping did not reply. He did not have time to reply. His mentality attacked the opponent continuously. Blood spurted from his mouth as if it was not for his life, turning into blood arrows that pierced toward the opponent's head. As for himself, he did not choose to watch from the sidelines just because Qin Fengqin was exerting his strength. Instead, he rushed forward quickly, waving both fists and attacking the opponent fiercely, not giving the opponent a chance to escape. Die. The middle-aged powerhouse also felt the danger. With a roar, he gave it his all. His fist seemed to pierce through the void, punching toward Fang Ping. Bang! Fang Ping flew backward. The skin on the surface of his right fist exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The rupture of the skin was still spreading. It continued until the rupture reached the top of his right arm. Only then did the force run out. High-ranked combat techniques used penetrating force. If it had hit the chest just now, it would have spread all the way to the internal organs. However, Fang Ping's vitality was strong and could recover continuously. The opponent's force was only enough to explode his right arm. After that, he had no more strength and was dispersed by the constantly replenishing vitality force. Before Fang Ping could fly out and land on the ground, Qin Fengqing's saber had already landed. Just as the middle-ranked powerhouse was about to withdraw and retreat, Fang Ping's mentality intimidating him took effect, causing his footsteps to slow down slightly. It was at this moment that Qin Fengqing's saber's blade tilted, slashing across the opponent's neck in an instant. Crack! An inaudible and brief slicing sound was heard. The Chongdao did not seem to have any effect. The opponent still maintained his retreating posture, retreating a few steps in a row, but his speed gradually slowed down. Qin Fengqing did not chase after him. He fell to the ground, and without turning his head, he quickly ran toward Fang Ping. The middle-aged powerhouse did not chase after him. A blank look seemed to flash across his eyes. After a while, a fountain of blood suddenly sprayed out from his neck. The head that was still intact earlier was sprayed out by the fountain of blood, falling to the ground. Qin Fengqing was panting violently. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was constantly using vitality force to heal the injury on his right arm. He snorted coldly and said, "Next time we work together, you block me, I explode." Every time, he was the one who exploded, and he was also the one who got hurt. Fang Ping was still slightly lacking when facing a rank 5 powerhouse head-on, even if his physique had already reached the level of a peak rank 4 martial artist. However, his 5 internal organs had not been honed. A moment of carelessness could easily shatter his internal organs by a rank 5 powerhouse. Qin Fengqing panted and said, You can kill him in one move? Without me blocking, can you kill him?" Qin Fengqing's saber was fast and powerful, but without Fang Ping, he could not find a chance to attack at all. "Without me killing him, can you withstand it? Without me carrying him, how are you going to kill him? If I don't kill him, you'll die. I run faster than him, and I can last longer than him. If someone has to die, it'll be you." Qin Fengqing glanced at him. Mother **Ker, he had already killed him. What was the point of fighting over this? As he was thinking, Fang Ping said, "His heart belongs to me." MD. Qin Fengqing cursed. So this was what he wanted? "It belongs to you." Qin Fengqing was exceptionally easy to talk to this time. Very quickly, he said, "The few at the back are all yours. Hurry, I need time." The reason why he was so straightforward was because the rank 4 martial artists behind him had caught up. At this moment, under full outburst, one slash had almost depleted half of his vitality. His stamina and energy were exhausted. If Fang Ping did not attack, he could only run. He had to be careful of being caught up. Fang Ping took a look at his bloodied right arm and could not help but curse. If it was someone else, their right arm would have been crippled. Qin Fengqing, this bastard, other than that powerful slash just now, he was practically a piece of trash. "I'll split the profits with you. You take advantage of me every time. I saved your worthless life, so your saber is mine." Fang Ping did not care if he agreed or not. That saber would be his for 50 million. It would be mine sooner or later. Qin Fengqing gripped his saber subconsciously. Mother **Ker, I haven't even had any ideas about this kid, and he's already eyeing my only valuable treasure. At this moment, Fang Ping also rushed out. His left hand clenched into a fist, he growled in a low voice. The blood-red glow on his fist was like a blaze. There were 4 rank 4 martial artists chasing after him, ranging from early stage to upper stage. Compared to Fang Ping, these people still cultivated middle-ranked combat techniques. Their physique and vitality were not as good as Fang Ping's. Coupled with mentality intimidation, Fang Ping was like cutting melons. In less than 30 seconds, he had killed all 4 of them on the spot. Weakling. Fang Ping smashed the last person's head with a punch. He spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and said disdainfully, "You're not even as good as little chest Ling." At this moment, Qin Fengqing had also recovered some of his strength. As he searched the rank 5 powerhouse's body, he asked, "Who's little bro Lin?" "Ling Yi." "What?" Qin Fengqing was stunned. Fang Ping ignored him and began to collect the spoils. In less than a minute, all the spoils were placed in front of the 2 of them. 3 D-class quality weapons, less than 30 caddies. 5 energy hearts, for rank 4, 1 rank 5. The 2 of them looked at each other, speechless. "That was all," Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "they just woke up at night. The things must have been left in that basilica." Fang Ping nodded slightly. Then, he stuffed everything into his burlap sack naturally. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, "This is too much. I killed all the rank 4 ones. The rank 5 one's heart is mine." "Don't tell me everything is mine?" Qin Fengqing said angrily, "No matter what, you have to give me some. I thought the rank 5 would at least have something." He did not expect that the other party did not bring anything. In the end, the 2 of them spent half a day and killed the other party. He did not get anything. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. He threw the 5 medals in front of him to him. "This is for you. You can sell it for money. There's also a rank 5 medal. It must be very valuable." Catacombs martial artists might not carry other things, but they would definitely wear medals. In the catacombs, this was a symbol of identity, status, and glory. Martial artists must wear medals. "I #%," Qin Fengqing scolded loudly. "Is this the only thing I'm getting?" Actually, medals were still very useful. They could be exchanged for military department points in the military department. Some people liked to collect them. Compared to the tangible benefits, this thing was not even worth mentioning. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, "At least give me a few rank 4 hearts. Otherwise, we'll disband." "Then we'll disband." Fang Ping looked indifferent. Qin Fengqing let out a humph. He did not waste any time and walked away. Similarly, Fang Ping did not waste any time either. He walked away. Both of them were going in the same direction. Qin Fengqing took a few steps and suddenly said, "Don't follow me. You should be the one following me." As he said that, Fang Ping said faintly, "Aren't you afraid that there's a rank 6 powerhouse inside?" The direction in which both of them were going was the valley just now. The herbs there had not been fully harvested. These rank 4 and 5 martial artists did not bring any cultivation materials. Needless to say, there would be a lot of good stuff in the main hall. Both of them wanted to disband. Obviously, they wanted to keep the benefits to themselves. Qin Fengqing said while walking, "I guess there isn't." "I guess there is." "Then don't go. I'll protect you." "No need." Both of them stopped. Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. He said helplessly, "Together." "All right." Fang Ping chuckled. Only then did he say, "I'm guessing there's probably no rank SIXS inside. Otherwise, I think they'll come after us. After all, the alarm system has been destroyed. If you put yourself in their shoes and don't know how strong or weak the enemy is, if there's a rank SIXS at this time, will they just sit there and do nothing? If it were MCMAU, if someone broke into the southern area, naturally, all the powerhouses would come out. With rank 6 and 7 powerhouses around, it would be unreasonable for a rank 5 to go after them." Qin Fengqing mumbled, "Maybe it's a rank 7. A rank 7 is arrogant. We're just little thieves. It's understandable that a rank 7 wouldn't chase after us." Just now, one of them said yes, and the other said no. Now, the tables were turned. However, the 2 of them didn't think much of it. It didn't matter whether it was or not. As long as there were benefits, it was fine. Moreover, Wolf Head Mountain was not considered a rich place. The energy concentration was not too high. Actually, both of them had deduced that rank 7 powerhouses would not settle down here. In that case, the level 5 who had hunted them before might be the strongest. If he was really unlucky and encountered a rank 6, he could just run. Right now, even if both of them joined forces, they would not be able to kill a rank 6. That was for sure. They might not be able to kill a peak rank 5 martial artist either. They still had to prevent themselves from being killed instead. Pfft. Blood splattered. Fang Ping killed a rank 2 martial artist who rushed out with one slash. He asked doubtfully, "The middle ranks are all dead?" Both of them returned to the valley. Initially, they wanted to take advantage of the night to fool the powerhouses who stayed behind. In the end, other than a rank 4 they met in the courtyard, which was quickly killed by both of them, the others were all low-ranked martial artists. These low-ranked martial artists could not see anything in the dark. Killing them was no more troublesome than cutting melons. Qin Fengqin grinned. "We deserve to be rich." He did not expect that there was only one rank 5 martial artist here. If he had known, he would not have come with Fang Ping. He should have cultivated for a while more and swallowed everything himself. "Are we going in?" At this moment, both of them were in the courtyard. They had not entered. Qin Fengqin thought for a while and said, "You go in and take a look first." Fang Ping did not utter a word. He turned around and continued to pull the herbs. Qin Fengqin was not slow either. He began to pull quickly, his clothes already bulging. "Your clothes, are they custom-made?" "Guess. Catacombs creature's fur?" "Of course not. It's Earth's own technology." Qin Fengqin chuckled. In no time, both of them had cleaned up the herbs in the herb garden. They looked at the hall behind them again. Both of them looked at each other, nodded silently, and walked in together. Walking through the gate that was a few meters tall, a spacious hall greeted their eyes. The layout was similar to the meeting hall. At the center of the end was a stone throne that looked like a stone sculpture of a wolf's head. On both sides of the hall were more than 10 stone chairs. Some were carved with wolf heads, while others were carved with other catacombs creatures. Above the hall, an energy lamp was hanging. At this moment, the hall was not empty. 1 woman and 3 men. The woman was already middle-aged, standing straight at the side of the throne. The 3 men, on the other hand, looked sorrowful, holding weapons in their hands, blocking in front of the woman. "Who are you?" the middle-aged woman asked in the catacombs language. Although her expression was a little ugly, she was still calm. Both Fang Ping and Qin Fengqin looked at each other, saying nothing. "Catacombs?" the woman asked again. The first few words should be the name of a place or force, but Fang Ping did not understand. He had only learned the basic language, some common catacombs language. Things like place names were the most complicated. Moreover, the names of the 2 sides were different. Sometimes, it was difficult to distinguish them. Fang Ping still did not make a sound, but in his heart, he deduced that this woman might have mistaken him for someone else. He and Qin Fengqin were still dressed as catacombs martial artists. These people were not strong, and the strong ones had been killed before. Right now, the 4 people in the concourse were all martial artists, but they were all in the lower 3 ranks. Previously, when Fang Ping and the others killed those martial artists, these people were not close enough to sense their vitality force. Seeing that the 2 of them did not answer, the woman sighed softly and said again, "If you kill me, Master will not let you off. Perhaps you want to disguise yourselves as the cultivators of the Land of Hope so that Master will join the war?" Fang Ping made a half-guess at what she meant. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed that, it was a little troublesome, the old master that the woman mentioned was his guess. Perhaps it was her husband, or perhaps it was his master. Of course, it did not affect the meaning. Is old master the rank 5 from before? Fang Ping guessed in his heart, but he felt that it was unlikely. After all, with the 2 of them here, the probability of that person dying was very high. The woman would not have thought of it. If that was the case, it meant that the rank 5 martial artist was not the master of this place. When the woman said Land of Hope, Fang Ping understood because the word hope was transliterated from them. Disguising as a Hope City martial artist? No, both of them were. However, what the woman meant was that someone would disguise as a Hope City martial artist and kill her, so that the master of this place would join the war for revenge, or perhaps, the master of this place had never thought of joining the war with Hope City before. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other. Qin Fengqing did not understand much, but he still understood a little. Seems like I've caused some trouble. Qin Fengqing opened his mouth and said something so softly that it was almost inaudible. A powerhouse who originally would not join the war seemed to be forced to join the war with Hope City because of the two of them. Rank 6? Fang Ping guessed. In the next moment, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly moved, and he said coldly, "Kill." Qin Fengqing did not hesitate at all. The two of them leaped into the air and killed the 3 people who blocked their way in an instant. The middle-aged woman's eyes showed a hint of despair, and she said loudly, "Master will avenge me. People of the Land of Hope." Pfft. Fang Ping's saber slashed down, and he snorted coldly. "How dare you play tricks with us?" This woman obviously knew where they came from and said that on purpose. Maybe she wanted to take a gamble, betting that Fang Ping and the others did not guess that she already knew where they came from. Maybe, in order to create internal conflict in the catacombs, Fang Ping and the others might deliberately let her go. If he did not notice something strange, Fang Ping would really be fooled. After killing these people, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "There's still a master here?" "Yes, what rank do you think?" "At least rank 6. After all, with a rank 5 subordinate, maybe." Qin Fengqing shook his head, and did not continue. "Stop talking nonsense. While they're not here, quickly search, pack up, and leave." On the side of the throne in the hall, there were 2 doors that led to the backyard. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing quickly collected the spoils of war from the people they killed, and then they rushed to the backyard. The backyard was dark, but there were a few rooms with lights on, and the doors were open. The backyard was silent. Fang Ping had just walked into the backyard when a soundless longsword appeared at the side of his throat instantly. Beside him, Qin Fengqing's Chengdao slashed quickly. In the darkness, a figure fell to the ground. "I saved your worthless life. Your saber and leather armor are mine." Qin Fengqing's face was full of pride. Fang Ping said impatiently, "Get lost. I'll let him kill me, he can't kill me." An upper stage rank 3 martial artist, an upper stage rank 3 in the catacombs, and not a human genius martial artist, wanting to kill a middle stage rank 4 prodigy martial artist was impossible. Together or separately? Together. Qin Fengqing looked determined. Fang Ping frowned. Qin Fengqing humphed. "Your mentality is stronger than mine, you can find treasures more easily than me." Fang Ping was speechless. He ignored him and quickly rushed into a room with an open door. There was nothing special in the room. There was a wooden bed, a quilt made of animal fur, and a table. The rest were some daily necessities. Fang Ping checked, did not say anything, and turned to leave. This was obviously not a powerhouse's residence. Qin Fengqing did not linger and left with him. Soon, they arrived at the second room. Fang Ping searched for a while and found a few basic energy stones, not cultivation-aiding energy stones. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Qin Fengqing explained, "Cultivation-aiding energy stones are very precious. Not all catacombs martial artists will use energy stones to cultivate. Because the energy is abundant, many low-level martial artists rely on themselves to cultivate." Humans were not much different. The catacombs' low-level martial artists had a similar status as human society martial artists. However, society martial artists could also rely on themselves to earn some money to buy pills to help with cultivation. Catacombs martial artists could not count on the low-level martial artists. However, the catacombs' energy concentration was higher than on Earth. Here, even if low-level martial artists did not have energy stones to help with cultivation, their cultivation speed was still faster than humans. Fang Ping did not say much and continued to search the other rooms. At this moment, both of them were searching in order, from the outside to the inside. The powerhouses should be living further inside. As expected, as they went deeper, they finally found some good stuff. Cultivation energy stones, some medicinal herbs in wooden boxes, monster fur, both of them did not even let go of the energy lamps, dismantling the energy stones inside. Actually, the whole thing was worth more, but it was not convenient to carry around. Fang Ping's gunny sack was now filled to the brim. Qin Fengqing stopped stuffing things into his clothes. Instead, he took out a cloth bag and hid it somewhere. After searching more than 10 rooms in a row, both of them came across items with higher energy levels. Whether they recognized it or not, they swept it clean. Until they reached the last room. Fang Ping pushed the door and entered. His gaze changed slightly. Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "Maybe, it's really rank 7. This was the master's room. Both of them had found the rank 5 powerhouse's room earlier. However, the room's interior was simple. Other than some energy stones, there was nothing valuable. This room, however, was completely different. The biggest difference was that there was a separate bookcase. Yes, a bookcase. This was Fang Ping's first time seeing books in the catacombs. They were not made of paper, but books made of animal skin. There were a lot of them, at least 100. Qin Fengqing was low at first, then suddenly said, "These things are not worth much, but they have some research value. I'll take them first, get lost." Fang Ping scolded and said exasperatedly, "Do you think I'm stupid? Catacombs books are the most valuable. Sometimes, they are comparable to cultivation energy stones. Equivalent. Books were the best medium to record a civilization. After fighting in the catacombs for many years, there were not many catacombs books seized. They were extremely rare. Some villages might not even find one book in an entire village. These things were very precious. Non-powerhouses would not have them. Powerhouses would not bring these things with them when they fought. Only by raiding powerhouses' lair could they hope to obtain them. Over the years, humans had actually seized some catacombs books, but not many. Those words and language experts were constantly deciphering them. However, because of the quantity, the deciphering progress was not fast. The more books there were, the more things recorded, and the faster the deciphering would be. The government, martial arts universities, and some large corporations would buy catacombs books at a high price. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would be sold to the government. Even if the large corporations bought them, they would only make a copy and hand over the original to the government. Fang Ping did not waste time talking to Qin Fengqing. He went forward and picked up an animal skin book on the desk. After reading for a while, he was dazzled. He learned the catacombs language, but only learned the language. He did not learn the characters. Not only him, but those experts might not even be able to distinguish which sentence corresponded to which character. The current catacombs language was the language used for daily communication. It originated from the forceful records of powerhouses. They lurked in some villages and listened to the catacombs humans' conversations. Then, they judged the meaning and provided it to the Research Institute for analysis. However, many catacombs books would be accompanied by pictures. This was also a great tool for research. The animal skin book in Fang Ping's hand was not thick. It was about 10 pages or so. After flipping through it briefly, there were not many wavy characters, but there were a few pictures. The drawings are so ugly. Fang Ping saw that one of the pictures was of a city. He shook his head. He dared to show off with this level of skill. How embarrassing. While he was judging, Qin Fengqing had already opened his bag and swept a large number of books into it. Fang Ping glanced at him and ignored him. If this guy did not share most of it with him, he would kill him. Moreover, the books were too heavy and inconvenient to carry. This might be the residence of a high-ranked powerhouse. Fang Ping began to release his mentality and began to explore. Very quickly, Fang Ping found some good stuff. There were a few cultivation energy stones and some jewelry that should be used by women. However, Fang Ping sensed that the metal used to forge the jewelry had a strong energy fluctuation. It might be a precious metal, better than the metal used for weapons. After sneaking a glance at Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping quickly stuffed the things into the military bag in front of his chest. He stuffed things like the energy stones into this bag and stuffed the other big things into the gunny bag. As for Qin Fengqing, he had already started to dismantle the bookshelf. He realized that there were a few energy stones embedded in the bookshelf. At this time, he did not care if this bookshelf was more precious. Both of them destroyed everything in the house in a frenzy to create gorgeous energy lamps. Both of them did not care. They dismantled the energy stones, crumpled the metal lamp handle into a ball, and stuffed it into the bag. Qin Fengqing dismantled the metal structure of the gorgeous big bed. Fang Ping, on the other hand, took off the outer skin of the bedding. After destroying crazily for more than 10 minutes, the gunny bag and cloth bag in Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping's hands were stuffed to the brim. As for the medicinal herbs, both of them were not worried about damaging them. These medicinal herbs that contained energy were very tough. After they were done, both of them looked at each other and, with a tacit understanding, ran out quickly. This time, they did not know if they had raided a high-rank's lair. It was at least a rank 6 powerhouse's lair. They did not find much of the energy stones. The other party might have taken them away or used them up. However, there were quite a lot of other things. Both of them came empty-handed. Now, when they went out, they were carrying large bags that weighed at least a few hundred catties. As Qin Fengqing walked, he asked in a low voice, "Should we start a fire? Can you start a fire?" "I can't." "Take out some energy stones and blow this place up. Destroy the corpses and get rid of the evidence." "You take it." I don't have much either." Both of them stopped talking. "Forget it. Destroying the corpses and getting rid of the evidence would not have much effect. They would not waste it." The other party was back. If they really wanted to investigate, they would definitely find some clues. After leaving the hall, Qin Fengqing turned back for a look and exhaled. "Are we going back now? What are we doing here if we don't go back? We're carrying so many things. If we had a storage ring, we could still continue. If we don't leave now and wait for the other party to come back, are we looking for death? Makes sense." Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing did not run for long before they knew that trouble was coming. It wasn't the master of the hall who had chased after him, but the ancient wolf beasts, a pack of ancient wolf beasts. "It's over." Qin Fengqing's expression changed drastically. So did Fang Ping. The two of them knew why these demonic beasts were chasing them. They were carrying too many things, and the energy was too abundant. At this moment, in the eyes of the monsters, the two of them were a small energy mine. If he didn't hunt them down, who would he hunt down? "What should we do?" Fang Ping asked. Qin Fengqing thought for a moment and said, "First, throw away some of the things." "Impossible." Qin Fengqing nodded in agreement. Yes, it was impossible. "Second, split up and run together. The energy source is too dense. Who's taking a detour? If they split up, one of them would have to make a detour, and that would be risky." "You." Qin Fengqing immediately said, "Your vitality is stronger than mine, so you can run longer. I believe in you. Get lost." Fang Ping would not do such a thing. Was he stupid or not? If he got lost, where could he go to seek justice? "Then what do you suggest we do?" "Let's run together. Whoever is unlucky will be left behind." Qin Fengqing almost cursed out loud. This place was still 300 to 400 miles away from Hope City. His chi and blood had not fully recovered, so there was no way he could run back in one go. The same could not be said for Fang Ping. At that time, he would fall behind. Looking at the hundreds of rank 4 and 5 ancient wolf beasts behind him, he could even faintly see the rank 6 leader. Qin Fengqing sped up and said hurriedly, "Fang Ping, don't leave me behind. Let's go together. If you can't, carry me on your back. Dream on." Fang Ping was panting from running. He had spat out a whole basin of blood the whole night, and the injury on his right arm had not healed yet. He had also killed many martial artists. His vitality was fine, but his stamina was declining. Moreover, he had to carry a few hundred kilograms of weight. He would also be tired. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and immediately said, "I'll give all the books to you." "I don't want them, okay?" "No." Fang Ping refused hurriedly. The books were too heavy. Qin Fengqing was carrying a huge pile of them. Now, he was running much slower than before. "Then I'll throw it away." "Go ahead." Qin Fengqing's face was filled with reluctance. I won't throw it away. It's very valuable. Roar. The roars behind him were getting louder and louder. The pack of ancient wolf beasts was madly chasing after the two of them. In the eyes of these ancient wolf beasts, the temptation ahead was extremely great. They didn't dare to go to the valley before, but now that the ancient wolf didn't feel threatened, who else would it go after if not them? The roars of beasts filled the sky. At the same time, West Phoenix City, more than 100 miles away, City Lord residence. At this moment, it was as bright as day. The City Lord's mansion was holding a banquet. The City Lord of West Phoenix City sat in the center of the banquet hall of the City Lord mansion. His fiery red hair draped over his shoulders. He looked young, but his eyes were deep. The red-haired castellan lightly tapped the metal wine glass in his hand as he watched the people below him whisper to each other. Wine culture, even if the civilization was different, was universal at this moment. The sound of metal clanking could be heard, and the crowd below quietened down. Everyone, Monster Sunflower City and Monster Wood City have invited Monster Phoenix City to form a three-city coalition army to attack Hope City and open the passageway to enter the Land of Rebirth. Do you have any suggestions? Phoenix King, you mustn't. Below, an old powerhouse immediately said, Monsterwood City has been attacking Hope City for many years. They've also entered the Land of Rebirth before, but they didn't bring back the Seed of Rebirth. I suspect that the Seed of Rebirth is fake news, the red-haired castellan said slowly. This news came from the restricted area. That's news from the monster plant powerhouses in the restricted area. Our Monster Life clan has no news, the old man said. Even if there's the Seed of Rebirth, the one who benefits is the Monster Plant clan. The Monster Plant clan has not only opened passageways in our 7 southern regions, but also in other regions. I suspect that it's not just for the Seed of Rebirth. There's another purpose that the other party hasn't revealed. Phoenix King, you mustn't join the Monster Plant clan without knowing the details. The red-haired castellan said lightly, I'm not joining the Monster Plant clan. I'm just discussing this with everyone. After saying that, the red-haired city master looked at one of the people below and said calmly, Commander Sky Wolf, you've been stationed at Sky Wolf Mountain all these years and have been in close contact with Monsterwood City. What do you think? A middle-aged martial art practitioner below raised his head upon hearing the words. He had long limbs and a fair, beardless face. His voice was slightly sharp as he said, King Feng, the allied forces of the 3 cities can be formed. Monsterwood City has suffered heavy losses this time. The 3 commanders of Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf have all died in battle. This subordinate believes that we can join forces with Monsterwood City and seize the opportunity to annex Monsterwood City. Someone said faintly, Commander Heavenly Wolf, if I remember correctly, the commander of Monsterwood City's wolf army is your younger brother. Now that you've asked the Phoenix King to join the 3 cities alliance, what are your intentions? Hope City was not weak, and the Land of Rebirth still had top-notch powerhouses who had yet to show their faces. My Demon Phoenix City is not invincible in the 7 southern regions. Demonwood City has suffered countless casualties over the years. Do you want Demon Phoenix City to fall into the same quagmire of war? Venerable White Phoenix, I didn't mean that, Commander Tian Lang continued, this subordinate's heart is only for Demon Phoenix City, then why did you stay in the Celestial Wolf Mountain for so long? As soon as Monsterwood City's alliance was announced, you came out of the mountains? I've been living in Celestial Wolf Mountain for a long time, and it's also the place where Monster Phoenix City is defending the barrier. The golden-horned beast king of the east has recently broken through to the venerable realm, and the golden-horned forest is constantly expanding. Returning to the city this time was just a coincidence. This subordinate's original intention was to come for the golden-horned beast king. The Phoenix King already knows about the golden-horned beast king's breakthrough. Even if we expand, Monsterwood City and Monster Sunflower City should be the ones anxious, not Monster Phoenix City. As everyone was talking, someone suddenly came in from outside the door to report that Celestial Wolf Mountain was roaring incessantly. There was a suspicious movement. Commander Tian Lang's expression changed slightly. He stood up and said, Phoenix King, this subordinate, the red-haired city master nodded slightly and said, Go. After Commander Tian Lang left in a hurry, the people below mocked, the heart of Celestial Wolf is no longer in Monster Phoenix City, but Monsterwood City. All these years, he's the commander of Monster Phoenix City in name, defending the barrier for me. In reality, Celestial Wolf Mountain is already Monsterwood City's territory. This time, the Celestial Wolf Mountain is the guest of the Three Cities Alliance. The red-haired city master did not say anything. He only said softly, "There's a strange movement in Celestial Wolf Mountain." "What's the strange movement?" As the red-haired city master spoke, he muttered, "Could it be that the golden-horned beast king has come out of the forest?" The people below discussed for a while, but they did not take it too seriously. If Celestial Wolf was really killed by the golden-horned beast king, then it deserved it. Who asked this fellow to want to clear the golden-horned forest for the sake of Monsterwood City's expansion? When Celestial Wolf said that it came back to report about the golden-horned beast king, everyone believed it too. This was because the golden-horned beast king had broken through to the venerable realm, and it was very likely that it would take revenge on Celestial Wolf. Now that Monsterwood City had suffered heavy losses, and Celestial Wolf's younger brother had died in battle, Celestial Wolf could only return to Monster Phoenix City to ask for help. "The land of rebirth," the Phoenix King murmured. He did not say anything else. He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and fell into silence. At the same time, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing were running so fast that their tongues were almost hanging out. "Motherf asterisk cur, these wolfhounds are crazy," Qin Fengqing cursed. Then, his figure flickered, avoiding the pounce of the ancient wolf beasts behind him. Panting heavily, he roared, "Fang Ping, wait for me." Fang Ping, who was more than 10 meters ahead, was also panting. Without turning his head, he said loudly, "Qin Fengqing, you suffer a little. Give them some meat. I'll erect a monument for you when I go back. Do you still have any humanity left?" "None." Fang Ping panted continuously. "There's such a big commotion. If we can't return to Hope City now, we'll just wait for death." At this moment, the two of them were not only guarding against the ancient wolf beasts behind them. In front of them, there were also monsters participating in the pursuit from time to time from other places. Large amounts of medicinal herbs, metals, and energy stones were gathered. The two of them did not have any way of concealing it. The energy fluctuations were very strong. The catacombs martial artists might not be able to sense it, but these monsters were very sensitive to this. In the past, when they were at Celestial Wolf Mountain, these monsters dared not go there. The powerhouse's territory was not to be invaded. Monsters understood this better than humans. Now, however, these two weaklings were running away with these things. It would be strange if they did not chase after them. How much further? Qin Fengqing really could not run anymore. The big bag on his back seemed to be getting heavier and heavier, pressing down on him until he could not breathe. Fang Ping estimated and replied, "It's still far. We ran a little off course. At least another 200 li or more." "So far?" Qin Fengqing only cared about running with Fang Ping. He really did not have a concept. When he heard that, he immediately howled sorrowfully, "Carry me for a while. I'll carry you again when I recover. You can howl with such vigor. As if I'll believe you." Fang Ping did not believe this guy. If he really could not run anymore, he would have abandoned the big bag on his back long ago. He would not have the time to talk nonsense with him. As they ran, in the sky above Wolf Head Mountain, which had long been left behind, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came. At this moment, the two of them were already more than 100 li away from Wolf Head Mountain. When he felt the weak energy fluctuation, Fang Ping was slightly suspicious. Where did the energy fluctuation come from? The feeling was very weak. Fang Ping did not think too much of it. He would run first. As for Qin Fengqing, he would not die. At least for now, this guy could still hold on for a while. After running another 40 to 50 li, Qin Fengqing seemed to really be unable to take it anymore. He shouted dispiritedly, "Carry me for a while." Fang Ping turned his head to take a look. At this moment, it was not just the ancient wolf that was chasing after them, but hundreds of monsters of various shapes and sizes. There were horse monsters that looked like horses. There were gorillas that ran on 2 legs. In the sky, there were even some flying monsters. However, they were not big and their energy fluctuations were not strong. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to them. Hold on for a while more. We're at most 150 li away from Hope City. I can't anymore. Fang Ping saw that he really looked like he could not go on anymore. He immediately said, give me 50% of your gains. Qin Fengqing did not say a word. He continued to run like mad. Even if I run to my death, I won't pay for your life. Fang Ping saw that he was full of energy and ran at lightning speed. He cursed silently. You still want to King fool me? As he ran, Fang Ping seemed to see something out of the ordinary. Hey! Qin Fengqing ignored him. Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted, look in front. Qin Fengqing's face was pale. He lifted his head to take a look and said weakly, what? This forest, doesn't it look a little familiar? You're crazy. Qin Fengqing cursed. Were all forests not like this? Familiar? Had he been here before? Soon, however, Qin Fengqing suddenly said, which direction are we running in? Southeast, but slightly to the east. Southeast? East. Then Hope City is slightly to the side from Skygate City. This way, 150 li from Hope City. Is there a forest? Qin Fengqing was still quite familiar with this area. Soon, Qin Fengqing exclaimed in surprise, Jiao's forest. If that's the case, it's not 150 li at all. At most, it's less than 130 li. Fang Ping's expression changed. Jiao's forest was here, what a joke. The last time he ran around, he did not run all over the Jiao's forest, but he had at least run around it. Over here. Fang Ping turned his head to look. In the darkness, he could still vaguely see a trace of Wolf Head Mountain. He did not see a mountain in Jiao's forest last time, did he, or was it because he was too weak last time and could not see clearly? Are you sure it's only 130 li? At most. Qin Fengqing gave a definite answer. Fang Ping shook his head. That meant he had calculated the distance wrong. According to his estimation, there was at least 150 li left. Of course, the difference was not huge, at least for them. However, the closer they were to Hope City, the better. Fang Ping thought for a while and said suddenly, don't go into the forest. Run around it. Nonsense. There's a Jiao in Jiao's forest. Of course I won't go in. Qin Fengqing did not even think about it. He would only run in that direction if he was an idiot. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. That Jiao was a sly old fox. He had slipped away last time. If he met it again, as he thought about it, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Qin Fengqing. If he really met it and said that Qin Fengqing was the breakfast he had prepared for it, would the Jiao believe him? It should believe me, right? Qin Fengqing is of good quality. His vitality is pure. Fang Ping's thoughts ran wild. If he really met the Jiao, should he do this, soon? However, Fang Ping shook his head frantically. It was not that he could not do it, but he should not meet it, he had run away last time. The Jiao might not believe him this time. If it turned back to feed him, he might as well be swallowed in one bite. Just as Fang Ping and the others were running around the forest. In the Jiao's forest. The golden-horned beast that had been crouching had now left its original spot and was wandering around the Jiao's forest. From time to time, some energy would gush out of its golden horn and be injected into some of the short trees on the periphery. Those trees were also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Jiao's forest was expanding, as if its energy had been depleted. The Jiao was hungry. It turned its head and absorbed the vitality and energy of a tiger-like creature that was crouching behind it, either in fear or under pressure. Soon, the tiger-shaped demon beast became dry jerky. The Jiao clicked its tongue, obviously not satisfied. These stupid, low-level monsters would never voluntarily offer their vitality and energy for it to absorb. Not only was it wasteful to absorb it by force, it did not taste good either. Moreover, it had almost finished eating all the monsters in the Jiao's forest. This would be its last meal in the near future. At this moment, the Jiao was starting to miss that human. Humans were still intelligent enough. Not only would they voluntarily offer their vitality and energy to it, they would even prepare food for it so that it would not have to look for them everywhere. Unfortunately, that human was gone. A hint of regret flashed across the Jiao's big eyes. Then, it suddenly felt a little puzzled. It twisted its millstone-sized head and looked into the distance. Outside the Jiao's forest, Qin Fengqing could not take it anymore. He ran for hundreds of miles, chased by countless middle-ranked beasts. His days were miserable. Feng Ping, nothing good comes out of following you on a mission. Feng Ping's face was pale, getting paler by the second. You'll realize that you'll suffer even more. Feng Ping pulled a long face and said pessimistically and hopelessly, don't you feel anything? What? The beast stopped. Feng Ping roared. F***ck, you're so smart, didn't you notice? We're dead. No, you're dead. Feng Ping made up his mind. Qin Fengqing was the breakfast he prepared for the Jiao. No, there were so many beasts behind him. They had brought a lot of breakfast for the Jiao this time. If Qin Fengqing was lucky, he might become the Jiao's chef like himself. Qin Fengqing's brain was suffocating from running. He could not react for a while. He looked back and was overjoyed. I'm not chasing anymore. Feng Ping's face was as white as a sheet. He ran like crazy, growling, idiot, the Jiao is out. F***ck. Qin Fengqing woke up instantly, high-ranked creature, that was right. Otherwise, the middle-ranked creatures would not have stopped. Roar. A loud roar rang out. Feng Ping's face was completely pale. Qin Fengqing's face was stiff too. I've met my jinx. Feng Ping was the biggest jinx. He entered the catacombs as if he was in his own backyard. The last time he came in with Wang Jinyang, the one who was seriously injured was Wang Jinyang. He was fine. But now, he was really done for. Feng Ping, are we still running? Both of them had already felt an extremely powerful aura. The beasts behind them were pressed to the ground one by one. Some middle-ranked beasts tried to run but were crushed into minced meat. Feng Ping and Qin Fengqing were not suppressed by the mentality, but they felt the invisible pressure. Should they run? Would they anger the Jiao if they ran now? In the darkness of the night, the Jiao slowly walked over, its golden armor glistening in the dark. Qin Fengqing's legs were stiff and weak. He stopped slowly because he felt the gaze and pressure from the void. Feng Ping, who was running silently, also stopped. Jiao, Qin Fengqing twisted his stiff neck and said dryly, the two of us, are doomed just like that? If he encountered a high-ranked creature, it would be strange if he did not die. There was no way he could outrun them. Feng Ping's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, don't talk. Also, if you survive this time, all the loot will be mine. I'm about to die, and you're still thinking about this. Qin Fengqing looked like he was about to cry. Why were you still thinking about this at a time like this? This Jiao doesn't seem to be a mere 7th-ranked beast. It was not that they had never seen a rank 7 powerhouse before, but the pressure they brought was completely different. Feng Ping felt it too. He also noticed the changes in the Jiao. It had grown bigger, and its outer shell had shone brighter. At least rank 8. Feng Ping deduced that the Jiao was indeed evolving last time. Feng Ping did not continue chatting with Qin Fengqing. As soon as he saw Jiao, he shouted, King Jiao, I've gone a little further this time. I brought you a lot of food. Please enjoy. As Feng Ping spoke, he hurriedly pointed at the hundreds of middle-ranked monsters beside him. So many. Now that you're full, you won't miss me anymore, will you? The Jiao's huge eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Feng Ping hurriedly shouted, so many. Also, I'll bring you a few hundred more next time. You'll be able to eat for many days. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? Feng Ping ignored him. After some thought, he turned to look at Qin Fengqing and shouted, where are the energy stones? What? Take them out. Hurry up. If you want to live, then don't talk nonsense. Although Qin Fengqing was not sure what was going on, he could only listen to Feng Ping. He was afraid of dying too. From his waist bag, he reluctantly took out some energy stones. Feng Ping snatched them and threw them at the Jiao with a grin. The Jiao swallowed them in one gulp. Seeing that, Feng Ping turned and said, give me some medicinal herbs. Oh. You yourself, hurry up. Qin Fengqing was helpless. You have your own, why do you keep asking for mine? Still, it was the same old saying. When under someone else's roof, one had to bow. He fished out some medicinal herbs again. Fang Ping took them and raised them in his hand, smiling. King Jiao, do you want to eat this? Naturally, the Jiao could not speak. However, after taking a look at the medicinal herbs, it did not show much interest. Instead, it looked at Fang Ping excitedly. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Mother asterisk cur, there are hundreds of monsters here. Why are you staring at me? But Fang Ping knew what the Jiao was going to do. He condensed a stream of vitality in his hand. This time, he did not need the Jiao to swallow it. Fang Ping threw it at it directly. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp. Its eyes showed satisfaction and it continued to look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping had no choice but to condense another stream of vitality and throw it over. The Jiao swallowed it again. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? This worked too. If that was the case, the next time he encountered a high-ranked creature, he could also escape like this. Qin Fengqing's eyes darted around wildly. Fang Ping had his back to him, so he did not see it. If he had seen it, Fang Ping would have to send him a message, have a safe journey. If Fang Ping could not continuously replenish his vitality, he would have been swallowed alive by the Jiao last time. Would he still be alive now? After feeding it 7 or 8 times, Fang Ping was getting anxious. Mother asterisk cur, how much do you want to eat? The Jiao was really hungry. These days, it had been constantly expanding the Jiao's forest, which consumed too much energy. As for why it did not eat monsters. Nonsense. With a chef around, who would cook for themselves, the pure vitality that Fang Ping fed to its mouth was, of course, much better than swallowing it by force. When he entered the catacombs, Fang Ping's wealth was 85 million. However, it had not even been a day since he entered the catacombs. Right now, Fang Ping's wealth was being depleted at an alarming rate. Previously, when he fought with the rank 5 martial artist, he had used up more than 1 million. After that, he had used up more than 2 million on his mad dash. Now that he was feeding the Jiao, he had used up almost 1 million, and it was still going down at a rate visible to the naked eye. 80 million, 79 million, when it reached around 75 million, the Jiao seemed to be full and closed its mouth in satisfaction. Comfortable, the Jiao did not speak, but from its eyes and body language, Fang Ping could tell what it meant. Qin Fengqing was much more at ease now. He whispered, "Can we go now?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes at him. "You're just waiting for your death. Go? Where are you going, mother asterisk cur?" He had purposely bypassed the Jiao's forest this time, and this guy had even brought him here. Fang Ping had already forgotten that it was actually he who had come here. Qin Fengqing had actually taken quite a number of pills along the way, and now his vitality was slowly recovering. Seeing this, Fang Ping looked at the Jiao and whispered, "It might be telling me to go and you to stay." "Qin Fengqing, why don't you try staying?" "I should be fine if I go." Qin Fengqing's face turned green. "I'll go to Hope City and do that thing. You just need to feed it some vitality." "The King Jiao is very easy to talk to." Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. "I'll go first." "Why don't you try leaving?" Fang Ping sneered and said disdainfully, "I've already fed the King Jiao. It didn't eat you. If you leave now, it'll eat you immediately." Then we'll just wait and do nothing?" "Yes, wait. When it's hungry, I'll feed it. I'll feed it until we're all out of vitality, and then it'll swallow us." Fang Ping's face was bitter. He had tried to shift his feet just now, but the Jiao's big eyes had glared at him. He was a little afraid. It had been 3 months since he left and did not return. 3 months. He had not returned for so long. If the Jiao was intelligent, it might have guessed that he had run away. What should I do? Fang Ping calculated in his heart. This time it might not be easy to escape. Will our rank 9 powerhouses come here? Fang Ping asked in a low voice. Qin Fengqing's face was full of dejection. He said in a low voice, "Who would come here for nothing? Looking for a fight? Then we're really done for." At this moment, at the Jiao's place, Fang Ping's belongings had not been converted into wealth. He only had this much wealth. At most, he would be swallowed after 3 to 5 days. The Jiao's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. In the past, he did not need so much to feed it. Now, he had fed it 6 to 7 million wealth. How long had it been? He had already eaten 6 to 7,000 cal of vitality. If it ate 3 meals a day, that would be terrifying. Fang Ping was panicking when the Jiao suddenly turned its head to look into the distance. At this moment, the sky brightened, the night turned into day in an instant. When the sky brightened, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing could see more clearly. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure in the air. No, there was really someone. In the next moment, both of them felt intense energy fluctuations. Perhaps the Jiao had restrained its aura, or perhaps the other party was so exasperated that it did not care about this. At this moment, the energy fluctuations emitted were somewhat unrestrained. Grandmaster? Fang Ping was puzzled. Qin Fengqing frowned. Doesn't seem like it. Catacombs high ranks? It was actually very difficult to distinguish the aura of a grandmaster from a high rank. Everyone was a high-ranked powerhouse. Grandmaster was just an honorific title for humans. However, human powerhouses would not be too ostentatious in the catacombs. Unless it was a great war, human powerhouses would still keep a low profile if they emitted their aura so unscrupulously. The Jiao seemed to be distinguishing something. In the next moment, a hint of anger appeared in the Jiao's eyes. It was intelligent, it remembered Fang Ping's aura. It also remembered the person's aura. Back then, when it was still a rank 7, Sky Gate City and Hope City were at war. Sky Gate City felt that the Jiao's forest was a hindrance. When the army passed through, they had to take a detour. It was also easy to be ambushed by human powerhouses. Therefore, Sky Gate City was prepared to wipe out the Jiao's forest, including the Jiao. Sky Gate City had rank 7, 8, and 9. They were not afraid of the Jiao. The person in charge of this was the Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief, a rank 8 powerhouse. Although the Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief was his elder brother, his ability was slightly weaker. When they were wiping out the Jiao's forest, the Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief invited his elder brother to hold the line. Both of them came to the Jiao's forest together. As for the result, although the Jiao was only a rank 7, it was extremely powerful. The Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief was only on par with it. After that, the two brothers besieged the Jiao but could not kill it completely. The Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief was almost killed. At that time, the powerhouses in Hope City also felt the Great War's aura. Some powerhouses came to check the situation. Worried that human powerhouses would ambush them, they finally gave up on the idea of wiping out the Jiao's forest. However, this did not mean that the Jiao would not hold a grudge. Beasts were the most vengeful. In the last war between the two cities, Sky Gate City had 3 commander-in-chief. The Tiger Battalion's commander-in-chief died in battle. Initially, they were prepared to kill the Leopard Battalion's commander-in-chief. In the end, they found out later that the Leopard Battalion's commander-in-chief was responsible for guarding the place. The one who came was the Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief. Of course, the one who died was the commander-in-chief of the Wolf Battalion. After the Jiao broke through to rank 8, it originally had the intention of revenge. However, after wandering around Sky Gate City, it did not sense any aura. In addition, the Sky Gate City's city lord was in a state of rage and almost went out of the city to fight it. The Jiao could only retreat. It did not expect that one of its enemies would come knocking on its door today. In the next moment, the Jiao's aura skyrocketed. With a furious roar, it soared into the sky, directly killing the Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief who was chasing it. Golden-horned Beast King. In midair, the Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief also noticed the Jiao. He also roared, extremely furious. That was because he also saw the two people on the ground. Golden-horned Beast King colluded with the martial artists of the Land of Hope to kill its own wife. The Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief could not help but think like this. However, he quickly changed his mind. It provoked me on purpose to lure me here? He could not help but doubt it. How powerful was the Golden-horned Beast King, rank 8 venerable? How could such a powerful Beast King not be able to kill 2 middle-ranked martial artists? However, he saw the 2 living people below him. Of all places, the golden-horned beast king had appeared here. Although this place was already covered by the golden-horned forest, the forest was so big. Why would the golden-horned beast king appear here coincidentally? A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind, but at this moment, he had no choice but to fight. The golden-horned beast king was charging toward him aggressively. If he ran now, it would be bad. This place was not far from Skygate City. If they fought, the Skygate City Lord could come to his aid very quickly. Boom, in midair, a loud noise rang out in an instant. A man and a beast had fought, below. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. Then, he gulped, tilted his head and said, "Take a guess. Is he here to kill us?" Qin Fengqing's face was deathly pale. He whispered, "It looks like it. The way he looks at us is so scary." So, the valley is his home. The two of them exchanged glances. In the next second, Fong Ping turned around and fled frantically. Mother ****. There was no way he could live. He was a mere rank 4. It was bad enough that he had been targeted by the Jiao. Now, he had even raided a high-ranked powerhouse's lair and killed his mistress, who he did not know was his wife or concubine. It would be weird if he did not kill him. Qin Fengqing did not need him to tell him. He was also desperately stuffing pills into his mouth. Run, this was the most exciting time he had ever been in the catacombs. In such a short time, he had encountered 2 high ranks, and they were not humans either. One had his house raided and his family exterminated, and the other was a high-ranked monster. He could brag about it for the rest of his life if he did not die. Fong Ping's thoughts were similar. If I make it back alive, I can brag about becoming a grandmaster. How many martial artists could survive after encountering a rank 8 Jiao and a high-ranked catacombs martial artist? Qin Fengqing. If I make it back alive, don't do missions with me in your next life. Same. Qin Fengqing growled, panting. I've been in the catacombs so many times. None of them are like this. I've been in here for a day. Half of the day has been spent running. Running from night to dawn. How miserable. Magic City Catacombs. I can't come back again. The same thought emerged in both of their minds. Magic City Catacombs was now terrifyingly dangerous. If both of them went out, they might be targeted. King Jiao, kill him. Kill him and build a monument for you. Fong Ping turned his head and roared. Qin Fengqing's face turned purple. Mother ****, you're still yelling at a time like this. What if the Jiao puts down its opponent and goes after them? Fong Ping did not care about that. He roared again, I'll go find you something to eat. Next time, I'll find a rank 9 for you to eat. Shut up. Qin Fengqing cursed. Was this bastard trying to get him killed? Fong Ping did not care about him. Nonsense. If I don't greet him, I won't even have an excuse if I'm unlucky next time. At least I ran after greeting him. Half an hour later. Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing cried tears of joy. Hope City was already in sight. As he neared Hope City, Fong Ping could already see a large group of powerhouses hovering in the air at the city gates. Obviously, the battle between the 2 high-ranked powerhouses in the distance had attracted the attention of Hope City. When rank 7 and rank 8 powerhouses fought, Fong Ping and the others might not be able to sense it because they were too far away, but Grandmaster powerhouses could still sense it. A Grandmaster powerhouse's mentality could be released externally, but the coverage was not too wide. If they were to engage in a real battle, a rank 7 powerhouse's mentality might only be able to cover 30 to 50 meters. However, these experts could sense energy fluctuations from extremely far away. The 2 high ranks battled, and the energy fluctuations were intense. The powerhouses guarding Hope City had already sensed it. 300 to 500 meters away from Hope City. Fong Ping suddenly roared, "Good news!" MCMAU Martial Arts Society's Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing lured the catacombs powerhouses into the Jiao's forest to kill the high ranks. The entire city was silent. In the sky above the City of Hope, Sima Fu glanced at a chubby old man beside him. After a while, he said, MCMAU is indeed full of talented people. The word talent was especially emphasized. The chubby-faced old man chuckled. You're a talent. So, it's the Jiao fighting the enemy's high ranks up ahead? Before Sumafu could say anything, a figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. It's the Jiao's aura, it's gotten stronger. The one who spoke was also an old man. His hair was white and his expression was slightly dark. Rank 8, Jiao has broken through. No wonder Jiao's forest has been showing signs of expansion recently. A rank 8 Jiao, rank 8 golden body realm. Beast golden. Body realm. That was incomparably powerful. If a human rank 8 were to really fight a rank 8 beast, he would most likely lose. With that, the old man frowned and said, "What a pity." It was a pity that Jiao was not on the human side. Otherwise, the elder would have joined the battle and killed the catacombs powerhouse that Jiao was entangling. However, when beasts and catacombs powerhouses fought, human powerhouses did not dare to barge in recklessly. If he had barged in, he might have incurred the hostility of both parties. In the end, not only would he not have been able to kill the catacombs powerhouse, but he would have been killed by the Jiao and the other party instead. The old man felt regretful for a moment, then looked at the fat-faced old man and said, "How did these two brats get together?" Most of the catacombs' permanent powerhouses had heard of Xianxia's famous name. Fang Ping was no exception. The last time he came, he was hunted down by a rank 6 powerhouse, bringing back news that East Sunflower City had deployed troops. As the powerhouses overseeing the catacombs, he knew about these two people. The chubby-faced old man was a peak rank 6 powerhouse from MCMAU overseeing the catacombs. He chuckled and said, "Old Ko, we're all MCMAU students. Isn't it normal for us to go out together? How can you call it mixing together?" The old man could not help but laugh. Sumafu, who was beside him, also felt a headache coming on. "Don't you know what's going on?" Both of them were already rank 3 and feared nothing but chaos. Now that they've stepped into rank 4, they've only been here for a day. How did they provoke 2 high ranks? He had only entered the catacombs yesterday, it hadn't even been a day. What was the result? In the end, 2 high ranks were fighting in front of them. The chubby old man did not think much of it and said with a smile, "Isn't that a good thing? This proves that MCMAU students are capable. Let's see, this time, whether the Jiao kills that person or that person kills the Jiao. Is there any loss for us? It would be a good thing if one or all of them died." The existence of the Jiao was also a threat to Hope City. The distance between both parties was too close. The Jiao's forest was only 100 li away from Hope City in a straight line. For a high-ranked powerhouse, they might be able to reach it in 10 minutes or so. Such an existence was a scourge. However, the Jiao had not left the Jiao's forest. Hope City was not willing to hastily fight a high-ranked beast king just because of a little potential threat. This would make it easy for Skygate City to take advantage of the situation. The old man with the surname Ko chuckled. "It's a good thing, but it's better to take it easy. They're still so young." The two of them scourging the catacombs martial artists and monsters was a good thing for humanity. Both of them, however, were good seedlings. If nothing went wrong, both of them had more than a 50% chance of stepping into Grandmaster level. If such good seedlings were to fall in the middle ranks, it would be a loss for humanity. The chubby old man nodded when he heard that. Actually, the school did not have any requirements for them when they entered the middle ranks, but both of them insisted on going out. We couldn't stop them. As for getting someone to protect them, the chubby old man shook his head. This was almost impossible. Both of them were not weak. Who would protect them? They would have to be at least Grandmaster level powerhouses. Grandmasters were humanity's strategic weapons. Even if they could, they would have to guard against the Grandmaster's death. Fang Ping and Qinhaodong were fine. Just like this time, the battle between the high ranks had nothing to do with them. However, if a human Grandmaster followed them, it would be a problem. If the Jiao encountered them, it would probably start a fight with the human Grandmasters immediately. The old man with the surname Ko sighed softly when he heard that. Human prodigies still had to rely on themselves to hone themselves. However, this was good. Powerhouses who had walked out of a bloodbath were the ultimate powerhouses. Looking down at the two of them, he hoped that these two kids could go further. In front of Hope City's gate, Fang Ping was still yelling, "Victory! MCMAU Fang Ping killed a high rank." Xianxia's face darkened. Why was he not mentioned anymore, on the city wall? A group of people looked at each other. After a while, someone said helplessly, really? Kill a high rank. I'm afraid these two kids got into trouble outside. Don't tell me, they were chased by a high-rank powerhouse and the trouble was led to the Jiao's forest? As soon as this was said, everyone believed it a little. Many people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Someone said softly, could it be that these two guys robbed a high-rank slayer? Look at how many things they brought back. At this time, everyone realized that both of them were carrying huge bags. Open the city gate. One of the military department powerhouses on the city walls had just said to open the city gates when someone coughed softly and said, ahem, that, these two fellows are wearing the attire of catacombs martial artists. Should we take our revenge? In the crowd, someone said, that's not a good idea, is it? What's there to be afraid of? Beat them up. After beating them up, say that you didn't recognize them, that Qin Fengqing beat my son until he couldn't wake up for half a month last year. This kid Feng Ping insisted that my second son pay 30 million. Otherwise, he would send my rank 2 nephew into the catacombs. Everyone, calm down. That person from MCMAU is still here. Cough cough, don't worry. Old Zhang has a niece who also got 20 million apportioned. It'll be fine. Really? Of course. Then, outside the city gate, Feng Ping shouted for a while. He panted and said softly, say, do you think they'll reward us with something this time? Scheming to kill a high rank is a great achievement. You're thinking too much. Qin Fengqing pursed his lips and replied, the military department is stingy to death. Unless that person is really killed, maybe they'll consider rewarding us. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Sigh, so stingy. Yes, stingy. Qin Fengqing and Feng Ping reached a consensus again. Both of them had gone through a lot of trouble and finally lured a high rank to fight with Jiao. If the military department did not reward them, it would not make sense. Who would dare to take the risk and contribute in the future? As they were chatting, the city gate opened. 7 or 8 middle-ranked powerhouses walked out. The leader seemed to have just noticed Feng Ping and the others. He suddenly exclaimed, the catacombs martial artists have killed their way to the city. Brothers, capture the enemy. As soon as he said that, Feng Ping and Qin Fengqing were stunned. Then he looked at the powerhouses who were rubbing their palms and harboring evil intentions. Feng Ping suddenly realized something. He turned his head and glanced at Qin Fengqing. He gritted his teeth and said, your enemy? Qin Fengqing was at a loss. He said confusedly, I don't remember. Who knows? I, Qin Fengqing, have offended too many people in my life. Who would remember this? Seeing that they did not carry any weapons, Feng Ping could guess what these fellows wanted to do. He shouted immediately, revenge is revenge. Qin Fengqing and I are not on the same side. Having said that, Feng Ping pulled away from Qin Fengqing. He turned sideways and was about to pass the group of people to enter the city. In the end, among the crowd, 3 people walked over and stared at Feng Ping with a grin. Feng Ping seemed to have just realized that he actually had enemies too, just as the 3 people in front of him were laughing. Maliciously, Feng Ping suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground instantly. He pointed at them and said with difficulty, You guys, actually, attacked a hero of humanity. Having said that, Feng Ping's head tilted to one side. Blood flowed from his mouth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Motherf ***, where was this? You should at least wait for us to make a move before falling to the ground. In midair, the fat old man landed on the ground instantly. He glanced at Feng Ping who was still pretending to be dead. The corner of his mouth twitched. After a while, he said, get up, 100 million for recuperation fees. Feng Ping resurrected instantly and began to extort money. Get up. The fat old man was about to break down. You are **king extorting us so blatantly, 50 million, or else I'll report them to the military department, saying that they murdered their compatriots, robbed their comrades, colluded with evil sects and the catacombs. The few middle-ranked powerhouses who had just walked out of the city were dumbfounded. Feng Ping did not get up now. He panted and said, at least 30 million, or else this won't be over. Not only did you guys beat up Qin Fengqing, but you also wanted to attack me. I was shocked. I was already chased by high-ranked powerhouses all the way. My essence, spirit, and spirit were all depleted. You guys almost shattered my internal organs. Everyone saw it. I vomited so much blood. In front of so many people, you guys actually framed me as a catacombs martial artist. Not only did my reputation get tarnished, but you also attacked me secretly. Don't think that I don't know who you guys are. I'll find out later. When I find out, I'll call the 3 high grandmasters of MCMAU and my instructor to ask for an explanation. Everyone's faces turned purple. The fat old man's head was as big as a cow's. After a while, the fat old man tilted his head and said, "Compensate." Huh? The few of them were stunned. What huh? Compensate. What else can we do? Your brains must be flooded with water. What are you thinking? How dare you trick these 2 brats? The few middle-ranked powerhouses looked at each other. After a while, the leader said weakly, "Compensate." The others were speechless as they looked up at the sky. What kind of person was this? Qin Fengqing, who had been forgotten by everyone, seemed to have come to his senses at this time. He shouted immediately, "I want 50 million too. No, at least 30 million. Everyone looked at him with contempt. No one paid him any attention and returned to the city. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. He scolded, "Why should I compensate him? Where's mine? Am I easier to bully?" At this moment, Fang Ping, who was beside him, leaped up agilely. He patted the dirt off his body and said scornfully, "Idiot, you didn't vomit blood and you didn't fall to the ground. You're just following the crowd. You're not professional at all. Who cares about you? Oh right, you were hunted down last time. Check it out. Maybe it was your enemy who did it on purpose. Idiot, you deserve to be beaten up." Qin Fengqing was completely speechless. After a while, he mumbled, "You earned 30 million? Yes. You only fell to the ground for a short while? Yes. Is it so easy to earn money now? 7 or 8 middle-ranked martial artists. Less than 5 million per person. That's nothing. If a grandmaster comes this time, then I can extort a big sum. If I don't have 500 million, I'll lie down until a rank 9 makes the decision. I'll do the same next time. Then be careful. Do it when there are more people. If there are fewer people, be careful that you'll be silenced." Nonsense. Of course I know that. The 2 of them talked as if there was no one else around. After a while, a set of extortion plans for middle-ranked and high-ranked powerhouses came out. The fat old man listened with a dark expression. What was wrong with MCMAU, midair? The grandmaster with the surname Ko could not help but rub his temples. After a while, he said, "Later, let them go to the conference hall and talk about the situation this time. Also, next time, don't provoke them for no reason. Young people nowadays are not to be trifled with." The old man with the surname Ko said it with a helpless expression. Sumafu and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not that young people were not to be trifled with. It was that these 2 fellows. No, this Fang Ping fellow was not to be trifled with. If it was someone else, they would not have the nerve to do something like this. But this fellow did it. He pretended to be injured in front of hundreds of people. What could they do to him? Those fellows asked for it. They knew that these 2 were troublemakers, yet they still dared to provoke them. Even if this did not happen now, when these 2 fellows became stronger, they might just teach them a lesson. Inside Hope City. The people on the street looked at Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping, pointing and whispering. Obviously, everyone knew what happened before. Fang Ping acted as if there was no one around. Sometimes, when the voices were too loud, Fang Ping would yell, "What are you shouting for? I'm seriously injured now. I've been hurt by your voices. You can't afford the medical fees." As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. This time, Qin Fengqing was really impressed. He whispered, "I'll learn from you next time. Motherf asterisk cur, there were a few times when I was injured and didn't have the money to buy pills. Next time, when I'm more experienced, I'll find a few rich people to try my luck with." Fang Ping said in a low voice, if I succeed, give me half. In your dreams. Fang Ping did not mind. He glanced at Qin Fengqing's huge bag with evil intentions and said with a grin, according to our previous agreement, your saber and all the loot are mine now. Qin Fengqing, it's time to pay up. Qin Fengqing played dumb. What? As he said that, he remembered something and said immediately, previously in the Jiao's forest, the herbs you took weren't eaten by the Jiao. You stuffed them into your bag. Return them to me. Also, I won't take advantage of you with the energy stones. We'll split them evenly. Why should I pay for them alone? Fang Ping retorted, all your things are mine. You still have the nerve to talk to me about this? I'm fine without you. Then go to the Jiao's forest now. I'll see if you die. I'm not going. That means I saved your worthless life. The two of them quarreled. Wherever they went, the place would be emptied. These two big shots were the tyrants of Hope City now. They would talk when they were far away. Whether they were scamming or not, these two fellows were not weak. Both of them who had entered rank 4 were prodigies of the current generation. A typical rank 5 powerhouse might not be able to suppress them. As for rank 6 was also a watershed. Which rank 6 would dare to cause trouble for them? Did they really think that MCMAU people were dead? None of those who wanted to beat them up when they left the city were rank 6. If you were a rank 6 and they were rank 4, if you beat them up, Lu Fengre would beat you up so badly that your parents would not recognize you. He watched as the two street tigers walked past. On one side of the street, a young martial artist who had just entered the catacombs said softly with a face full of envy, that's how martial artists should be. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly older youth slapped him on the head. What are you thinking? You're a middle-stage rank 3 martial artist. If you followed their example, you'd be long dead. These two fellows are arrogant because they're strong. The youth reprimanded him. If you treat these two as role models, I'll collect your corpse sooner or later. These two fellows dared to provoke rank 5 and 6 martial artists when they were in the 3 lower ranks. When they were in the 3 middle ranks, they even dared to provoke high ranks. If it were someone else, they would have become minced meat long ago. Hope City. MCMAU Logistics Department. Ever since the university had obtained the right to expand, MCMAU's people in Hope City could trade their harvests directly to the university. It was no longer the same as before, where most of the harvests were handed over to the military department to handle. The military department would then hand over the harvests to the pill and weapon companies, and then finally to the university. The logistics department was also a hall that was reconstructed from a large warehouse with simple decorations. It was Fang Ping's first time here. He said as soon as he entered, "Instructor, don't be too stingy. MCMAU isn't a small school. It's necessary to have some energy lamps in the main hall. In addition, we still need to decorate the facade. Later, I will ask the people of the martial arts club to bring some things in to decorate. The tables, chairs, and benches are all ready. Otherwise, it would give people the feeling that it's a shabby place." Just as he finished speaking, a chuckle came from the hall. "Fang Ping, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you're becoming more and more like the president of the Martial Arts Society." Fang Ping raised his head and took a look. Then, he said happily, "Teacher Bai, why are you here?" Bai Ruoshi was sitting behind the counter. She smiled and said, "My injuries have improved a lot. The logistics department has opened a branch and everyone is busy, so I came over." Previously, Bai Ruoshi was severely injured and had to recuperate for a long time. Even now, his internal injuries had yet to heal. From this, it could be seen how serious his injuries were. The logistics department needed people. Low-ranked martial artists were not enough, and the school did not even have enough middle-ranked martial artists. Bai Ruoshi, who had not fully recovered from her injuries, took over this responsibility. On the same day, Bai Ruoshi returned from abroad with her lower left arm broken. At this moment, Fang Ping subconsciously glanced at it. Then, he frowned slightly. "Instructor, is there no way to reattach my left arm?" Beijiang Martial Arts University's Sun Mingyu's left hand had been chopped off by Han Su before, but it was reattached later on. Bairuashi gently shook her head and said, "It was too chaotic that day. I couldn't find him. At that time, fighting in the catacombs was too dangerous. There were a lot of casualties, and no one had the time to look for their severed left arm." This was different from Sun Mingyu. Fang Ping sighed softly. Then, he smiled and said, "It's okay. Doesn't rank 8 reconstruct the golden body? Teacher, can it grow back?" Bairuashi smiled, "Maybe. Rank 8 golden body powerhouses could reconstruct their bodies, but then again, how many people could cultivate to rank 8? Moreover, a rank 8 golden body was not something that could grow arms out of thin air. When the time came, it would also require a lot of resources. Of course, if he had really achieved rank 8, he could still bear this thought." Bairuashi did not continue this topic. She smiled and said, "The two of you have gained quite a lot this time. Remember to treat us when you earn some money." Qin Fengqing immediately said, "Definitely." Fang Ping chuckled and said, "On the surface, I'll treat you when I return to the surface. The food here isn't good." Bairuashi's smile grew wider. This guy was still the same as before. He was clear-headed when it came to money. As they were chatting, the fat old man came in. Glancing at their bags, the fat old man raised his eyebrows. "The energy is not weak. Tell me what happened. How did you provoke a high-ranked powerhouse in Jiao?" Fang Ping smiled. "There's no rush. Teacher Zhang, let's talk about it later. Let's exchange the items first." The fat old man nodded and did not ask any more questions. Actually, he was also quite interested in what these two kids had gained this time. It was not just him. When others went out, their military backpacks were not full. Fang Ping and Bairuashi came back carrying a few hundred caddies heavy backpack. Many people were interested. At this moment, some powerhouses also came in one after another to watch the show. Fang Ping was a little cautious. One should not show one's wealth. What were these people doing in here? Seeing him like this, Sumafu, who had just entered the door, laughed and said, "Exchange for yours." Did they really think that they had nothing better to do? The big bag that Qin Fengqing was carrying seemed to be a catacombs book. That was why he came to have a look. Moreover, who would dare to have designs on these two people? Weaklings would be courting death. Powerhouses would not care about these things. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, did not care much about these things. He immediately began to take out his harvest. First, it was medicinal herbs, then some energy stones, and then some miscellaneous things, such as a smashed and flattened energy lampshade, Luotian fruit, sky blue flower, orchid leaf. Bairuashi counted them one by one. Slightly surprised, she asked, "Where did you two go?" There were medicinal herbs in the catacombs, but they would not be distributed together. Moreover, the things in the periphery of the catacombs had been cleared by humans. Where could they find so many medicinal herbs? Qin Fengqing said lightly, "It's nothing. A high-ranked martial artist's herb garden." The expressions of the people around them changed slightly. They really raided a high-ranked martial artist's lair. Bairuashi did not ask any more questions. After calculating for a moment, she said, "There are 37 medicinal herbs, but some of them are not mature enough. Moreover, you stuffed some of them in carelessly. Some of their roots and leaves are also damaged. Teacher, you're not thinking of deducting my credits, are you?" Qin Fengqing was also very sensitive about this. "I'm already so poor, and you still want to deduct from me?" Bairuashi did not know whether to laugh or cry. After calculating for a moment, she said, "Medicinal herbs, 5,000 credits. So much?" "No, so little." Qin Fengqing was surprised at first. Then, he shouted, "On average, 200 credits per herb. That's more than 7,000 credits. Some of them are not mature enough. They can only be used to create 3 lower rank 3 pills." Bairuashi explained, "Also, you didn't preserve them properly. The energy is flowing, there's no way to preserve them at that time. I can't bring a few hundred specialized medicinal herb boxes there, can I?" Qin Fengqing mumbled and did not say anything else. Bairuashi continued to count lightly. After a while, she said, "The energy stones did not increase in price. Yours, 800 credits." This time, Qin Fengqing did not object. He only looked at Fang Ping with some annoyance. This guy had taken a lot of his energy stones when he was feeding the Jiao. Weapons. Most of them are of E and D quality. 200 credits. Other miscellaneous items, 500 credits. A total of 6,500 credits. Qin Fengqing was happy and sad at the same time. He was happy because he had never gained so much before. Even when he was with Wang Jinyang last time, he spent a lot of time and only managed to earn about 3,000 credits. He was sad because this guy, Fang Ping, must have gained more than him. However, when he thought of the hundreds of books in his bag, Qin Fengqing was not in a hurry. These things were worth a lot of money. However, he was not in a hurry to take them out. He wanted to see how much Fang Ping had gained. Bai Ruoxi asked, "You still have a lot of things in your bag. Aren't you going to exchange them?" "I'll exchange them later." Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping and said, "Take yours out and let me see how much it's worth." Fang Ping did not hesitate. Very quickly, he took out a large number of medicinal herbs from his gunny sack, as well as many weapons and accessories. He also took out a lot of energy stones from his military backpack. He had more than Qin Fengqing. At this moment, some of the rank 5 and 6 powerhouses present were a little jealous. These two kids had really earned too much this time. 52 medicinal herbs, Fang Ping said straightforwardly, "I've kept them better than Qin Fengqing. At least 10,000 credits." Bai Ruoxi smiled bitterly again and said helplessly, 8,000 credits. "That's the most." "Fang Ping, this isn't my own business." This was MCMAU's recovery point. She had no right to raise the price. The fat old man coughed and said, "Fang Ping, don't make things difficult for Instructor Bai." Fang Ping was helpless. He accepted his fate and said, "Then it's 8,000 credits. Energy stones. 2,000 credits. Okay. Weapons, metals, miscellaneous items. That's 3,000 credits. A total of 13,000 credits." Before Fang Ping could speak, Qin Fengqing's eyes turned green. He did the same work as Fang Ping and ran the same route, but he only got half of what Fang Ping got. How could he reason with this? Fang Ping, on the other hand, was not done. He took out some energy hearts. Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. Motherf asterisk Ker, he had forgotten about this. The others' expressions changed slightly too. The fat old man looked for a while and said in a low voice, "You guys killed rank 5 martial artists? This thing could not be faked." Fang Ping nodded and did not say much. Money was the most important thing now. "Instructor, for rank 4 and 1 rank 5. How many credits?" Bai Ruoxi looked for a while. "Early stage and middle stage rank 4 energy is mixed. The price is not high. Upper stage and above, 500 credits for upper stage, 600 credits for peak. Early stage rank 5, 800 credits for early stage, 1,000 credits for middle stage. Here, you have 2 early stage rank 4, 2 upper stage, and early stage rank 5, that's 2,000 credits. 1 early stage rank 4 costs 100 credits? Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing. Did this guy not say 300 credits last time? The ones they killed last time were all middle stage rank 5 martial artists. Bai Ruoxi looked at him and Qin Fengqing, explaining again, Qin Fengqing sold them to the black market before. The black market was cleaned up later. It was opened by the evil sect. It's very difficult for evil sect martial artists to buy these things. We're different, Qin Fengqing said sheepishly, I didn't know it was opened by evil sect martial artists. Also, I've cheated the evil sect. Instructor, it's not fun to bring this up. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. If he had known, forget it. Why would he do business with the evil sect? If he had known it was the evil sect's stronghold, he would have robbed it directly. Total 15,000 credits. Fang Ping heard this number and was overjoyed, but he was not satisfied. He said, we robbed the catacombs' high-ranked lair, and it's only 20,000 credits in total? If we convert it to money, it's only about 600 million. That's too poor. This was because the difficulty of obtaining credits had been reduced. Otherwise, it would be less. No one said anything. 2 rank 4 martial artists spent a day and earned so much. Could grandmasters do that? If they could, grandmasters would have become rich long ago. Who would still open a company outside and slowly earn money? The others did not say anything, but Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, "Give me 5,000 credits." Get lost. You have 15,000 credits, I have 6,500. I was the one who brought you there. Fang Ping, you can't be so heartless. I saved your life from the Jiao. You said that all the good stuff will belong to me. Give it to me first. Fang Ping, don't go overboard, stop talking nonsense. Do you think you can earn that much if you go alone? Don't you have any idea? Enough. The fat old man scolded, interrupting their quarrel. Be more shameless. There were many powerhouses who were not from MCMAU. Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. He felt that he had suffered a great loss. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had an idea. After some thought, he said to Bai Ruoshi, Qin Fengqing owes me 50 million. Just give him 5,000 credits. Give me 16,500 credits, I'll fight you to the death. Qin Fengqing did not want to live anymore. He picked up his Chongdao and was about to fight Fang Ping to the death. This was too much, more than 20,000 credits. He only had a few thousand. Fang Ping actually wanted to collect from him. Did he have any humanity? Fang Ping did not care. He looked at his big bag and raised his eyebrows. How about I take what's inside? You know it yourself. I gave it to you on purpose. I brought it back. That's what I gave to you. I carried it for a few hundred miles. You want to give it to me? No way. Then give me 1,500 credits. I won't give it to you. Everyone was having a headache from the quarrel. Sima Fu could not help but interrupt, guys, are the catacombs books in the bag? Yes, more than 100. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was true, and there were so many of them. Sima Fu said hurriedly, take them out and let us see. Fang Ping took out 5 or 6 books from his bag. That was all he had taken at the time. Qin Fengqing had a lot. After a quick count, there were more than 80 books. Seeing so many animal skin books, everyone's faces lit up. Energy stones and medicinal herbs were precious to individuals. However, to humans, these books were more important. Sima Fu did not say much. He flipped through the books and said immediately, guys, the government is in urgent need of these things. Once they've been deciphered, it's better to give them back to everyone so that everyone can understand the catacombs better. 10,000 credits. No bargaining. Qin Fengqing directly asked for an exorbitant price. He could not let Fang Ping gain less than him. Sima Fu looked slightly troubled. Qin Fengqing, the government is also tight on funds now. Qin Fengqing said disapprovingly, we risked the death of a high-ranked powerhouse's lair to get these. We were also hunted down by a high-ranked powerhouse. It's not too much to ask for this, is it? Fang Ping also chimed in, yes, we were almost killed. General Su, give us more. We'll be more motivated next time. When we get back, we'll destroy Skygate City's lair. Sima Fu felt a little tired. The fat old man pondered for a moment, then said, Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing, these are your own gains. Logically speaking, when you talk to the government and the military department, the school should not interfere. However, the old man still has to say a few more words about this. The research of these materials is not for personal gain. In the past few years, the government's expenditure has been too huge. Including MCMAU's source of funding, most of which comes from government grants. Now that you have the strength, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other, slightly helpless. They knew that dealing with the government would not give them much of an advantage. However, they were all students trained by MCMAU. In fact, they were also trained by the government. The books themselves were not cultivation resources. They had no use for these things even if they kept them for themselves. Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, then 5,000 credits. However, when it's deciphered, we want to be the first to know. The research department needs to provide us with a copy of the deciphered information. Sima Fu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, then the price, no room for discussion. Fang Ping shook his head directly. Consider it a friendship price. All right. Then we'll go back and deal with MCMAU, Fang Ping nodded. He looked at Qin Fengqing and asked, how do you think we should split it? Qin Fengqing's face darkened. I have more than 80 books. How many books do you have? I'll give you 500 credits. I'm not letting you down. 1,000 credits, forget it if you don't want it. Then 500 credits it is. Fang Ping was easy to talk to now. Soon, both of them finished splitting. Fang Ping received a total of 15,500 credits, while Qin Fengqing received 11,000 credits. Both of them were quite happy. Qin Fengqing did not feel so bad now. Although it was still less than Fang Ping's, the difference was not that big. In just one day, the two of them had earned almost 800 million. Most grandmasters could not achieve this kind of harvest unless they went mining. The key was that they had to come back alive. Fang Ping did not care about others. At this moment, Fang Ping was most concerned about the growth of his wealth. Wealth, 384 million. Vitality, 1080 calories, 2000 calories. Mentality, 525 Hz, 699 Hz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus, close to 400 million. Fang Ping was wild with joy. This was because he had credits in hand. If he could sell them. However, credits were not easy to sell now. Since the school lowered the difficulty of obtaining them, the cash transactions of credits had decreased a lot. This was also the school's goal. They hoped that the students could be self-sufficient and not rely on their families. No matter what, the value of credits is here. After dealing with the credits in hand, maybe my wealth can reach 500 million. At this moment, Fang Ping felt that he was really rich. This trip to the catacombs with Qin Fengqing was really worth it. As for the high ranks pursuit and encountering the Jiao, these were all minor details. It was fine as long as he did not die. Which martial artist did not have a few enemies? Oh right, those people have to compensate me 30 million, Fang Ping thought of the money he had made by scamming, and his face lit up again. His wealth was going to break 400 million soon. Earning money was really easy. On the other side, Qin Fengqing's eyes were also flickering. The money he had earned from working with Fang Ping this time was more than what he had earned in the past few years. Would he work with this guy again next time? The key was that he always felt like he was at a disadvantage when working with this guy. The key was that he was fast enough. He had gone into the catacombs a few times with Wang Jinyang and spent a few months, but he did not earn much. We'll talk about it later. I've earned so much this time. It's enough for me to cultivate to rank 5 or 6. Should I exchange it for an A-class Chongdao? No, an A-class one is too expensive. Then I'll buy a leather armor like Fang Ping's? His is only rank 5. I'll buy a rank 6? Buy a few baskets of pills and eat them as snacks? Qin Fengqing fell into a fantasy. He imagined himself wielding an A-class Chongdao, wearing a rank 6 leather armor, and carrying a basket full of pills in his hands. There had never been a moment when he felt like he had too much money to spend. Military Department. Wartime Command Center. The few Grandmaster-level powerhouses guarding the Magic City catacombs had all arrived. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had just entered when a burly man laughed. Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing, you've raised MCMAU's prestige. Good job. Fang Ping raised his head immediately. After a moment of consideration, he asked uncertainly, Grandmaster Tian? Ha ha ha, good eye. Tian Mu laughed. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He asked immediately, Senior Tian, why are you here? The Grandmasters beside him were speechless. This was a relationship. Grandmaster Tian had just become a senior in the blink of an eye. Tian Mu had graduated from MCMAU for almost 50 years. He was old enough to be Fang Ping's grandfather. Tian Mu looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, but he was not young. He was already 70 years old. How could Fang Ping call him senior? Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up as well. He said hurriedly, Big brother Tian, slap. Qin Fengqing flew out and hung on the wall. Tian Mu scolded, when your old man was in school, he called me uncle. What the hell are you calling me? Tian Mu cursed. Who taught this bastard? Qin Fengqing felt wronged. He looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping shrugged. It was okay for him to call him senior. The seniors who graduated were all senior brothers and sisters. Tianmu ignored Qin Fengqing. He laughed and said, I've been transferred back from the north. A few old guys died in Magic City. We're short of manpower now. I'll be stationed in the Magic City catacombs from now on. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He smiled and said, with Senior Tian here, we'll have more confidence. Tianmu was originally guarding a catacombs in the north. His status was a general in the military department. Of course, he did not actually command troops. The military department had several military ranks: commandant, commandant, general, and general. As for some titles, there were many. If you met a commandant, you could call him general. If you met a general, you could call him commander. You could even call him chief. Military ranks were military ranks. These two did not conflict. Fang Ping had seen Tianmu's photo. The Martial Arts Society had the information of these grandmasters who had graduated. Moreover, when the vice-chancellor and the others returned, they also said something. Tianmu was one of the grandmasters who had gone to capital city that day. A true rank 8 golden body powerhouse. The reason why he emphasized this was that they were different from the old principal and the others. These people were riddled with injuries and their golden bodies were somewhat worn out. In fact, their true combat strength was still slightly inferior to some golden body powerhouses at their peak. Therefore, they could only exchange lives for lives. If it was Tianmu, he might not need to do so. Even Wu Quishan was not as good as Tianmu. This was because Wu Quishan had not broken through for as long as Tianmu. Confidence? Master Ko was amused. What confidence do you need? The confidence to extort a grade 9 great grandmaster? Fang Ping laughed dryly. Old man Ko didn't continue to tease him. His smile faded, and he went straight to the point. Where are you going this time? Wolf Head Mountain. Wolf Head Mountain? The old man surnamed Ko looked at Tianmu and the others. There are high ranks in Wolf Head Mountain? I don't know. I've never been there. I went there once, but I didn't find anything. Tianmu was not familiar with the place. He thought for a while and said, I went to Wolf Head Mountain 30 years ago, but I was just passing by. I didn't go deep. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man walked in and said, there are high ranks in Wolf Head Mountain, but they've always kept a low profile. They didn't participate in any of the big battles. However, I've met them once. They might be related to Skygate City's Wolf Troops Commander-in-Chief. Guardian Wu. Guardian Wu, you've seen them before? The person who entered the door was none other than the Southern Guardian, Wu Chuan. As Wu Chuan said this, he glanced at Fang Ping and said with a half-smile, weren't you the one who called me senior brother earlier? Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Fang Ping looked confused. Then, as if remembering something, he said hurriedly, so it's senior brother Wu. I didn't recognize you. Senior brother, you're so brilliant, I don't deserve it. Someone wants to expel me, Wu Chuan. Fang Ping continued to look confused, but in his heart, he was cursing wildly. I've only mentioned it to Huang Jing and Wu Quishan. How did Wu Chuan know? The two vice-chancellors are unreliable. How dare they sell me out? This is a rank 9 high grandmaster powerhouse. Moreover, he's a powerhouse among the rank 9 powerhouses. He's ranked 9th, second only to the sect alliance leader, Zhao Xingwu. Wu Chuan did not continue to scare him. He asked, tell me more in detail. Fang Ping hurriedly recounted what happened earlier. Wu Chuan pondered. Has the Jiao already broken through to rank 8? No wonder the Jiao's forest is expanding recently. Fortunately, it didn't expand to the south. The south was where Hope City was. Senior brother Wu, did that person die today? No. Wu Chuan shook his head. Skygate City's castellan attacked. However, that person's injuries were not light. I felt it. His aura was dispirited. He was heavily injured. He only has rank 7 ability. If it wasn't for Skygate City's castellan's timely rescue, he would have been killed. I was just about to intercept him. There's some movement in East Sunflower City. East Sunflower City's castellan is intimidating them. It's a pity that Elder Fan just left. Otherwise, he could have stopped both of them. The Jiao should be able to kill the other party. There were too many catacombs in Sino Nation. Rank 9 powerhouses were also very busy. One rank 9 was the limit for a catacomb. As the Guardian of the South, Wu Chuan had not left since he came to the catacombs. The rank 9 powerhouse who guarded the catacombs previously had something to attend to recently and happened to be out. Otherwise, the two rank 9s would have been there to stop both of them. The Jiao could have killed the other party, reducing the catacombs' combat strength by 1. Wu Chuan was not too regretful. He smiled again. This is good too. This time, Skygate City's castellan has completely offended the Jiao. This type of beast Demon King holds grudges the most. Demon King? Fang Ping was a little puzzled. High-ranked demon beasts can all be called kings. Of course, that's just our habit. Wu Chuan continued, recently, our research on the catacombs has made some breakthroughs. We've also translated some information. In the catacombs, rank 7s can be called commander-level powerhouses. Rank 8s are venerable powerhouses. Only rank 9s are monarchs. That's why the term Beast King doesn't really apply now. Of course, it's the same. It doesn't matter. It's just a difference in names. After hearing that, Fang Ping mumbled, no wonder the Jiao seemed to feel so good when I called him King Jiao. The command center fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Wu Chuan frowned. You've interacted with the Jiao before? It's not called the Jiao. It's actually called the Golden Horned Beast King. Anyway, that's roughly what the Catacombs powerhouse called it. Could it be that the other party was also sucking up to the Jiao? Stop talking about this. Wu Chuan interrupted him and explained, the monarchs are monarchs. Calling them the Jiao Beast King means that the Jiao is the strongest existence among the golden horned beasts in this area. The Jiao is not the only one. The strongest existence in a clan is called the Beast King. Even if it's a rank 4 or 5 Beast King, it still exists. I see, Wu Chuan felt a headache coming on. Back to the topic at hand. Let's talk about the Jiao. Oh, I've known the Jiao for a long time. Everyone was speechless again. You've only come in twice and you've known it for a long time. However, when Fang Ping mentioned that he had met the Jiao the last time and had even lived with it for a night, everyone's expression changed. It was not that they were thinking of humans and beasts, but that Fang Ping was still alive despite courting death. Tian Mu asked with interest, you're saying that it didn't kill you when you fed it vitality? Fang Ping shook his head. No. The Jiao is quite smart. I'm afraid it's storing me as long-term meat. When the other rank 4 and 5 powerhouses went, they were all sucked dry by it. Because of my mutation, my vitality recovers extremely fast, so I can constantly replenish it. Also, it was probably advancing last time. I lured some middle-ranked martial artists to it, so it probably wants me to continue sending meat to it. Everyone was speechless again. Qin Fengqing seemed to have discovered a secret. He asked loudly, is that how you killed the rank 4 and 5 last time? Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, why do you care how I killed it? I already said it was a trap. Isn't that a trap? Do you, Qin Fengqing, have the ability to do that? If I didn't know it, you'd be waiting to die. Do you think it would let you go? Even if the Jiao let you go, the person who chased after you could still kill you. No one paid attention to the quarrel between the two of them. Tian Mu asked again, kid, does this mean that you can control the Jiao? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. No, how can I control it? It eats and sleeps. Unless you bring meat to it, is that so? Tian Mu was deep in thought. Wu Chuan also looked at Fang Ping as if he had discovered something. Fang Ping said quickly, anyway, I'm not going to the Jiao's forest anymore. It's too dangerous. I don't want to die. Everyone burst into laughter. Wu Chuan did not continue looking at him. He said, everyone is clear about the situation now. Moreover, Skygate City's lord made a move, which means that the person on Wolf Head is related to Skygate City. This also means that Skygate City has 8 high ranks again. Having said that, Wu Chuan suddenly asked, Where are the medals of the martial artists you killed on Wolfhead Mountain? Qin Fengqing fished out a few medals. Wu Chuan sucked them into his hand through the air. He flipped through the back and suddenly frowned. West Phoenix City. The catacombs' martial artists' medals had their rank on the front and the city's emblem on the back. At this moment, everyone saw a vivid phoenix image on the back of the medal. Everyone's expression changed. West Phoenix City's people, Skygate City's rescue, could it be that 2 cities are going to become 3 cities? We must report this immediately and strictly monitor West Phoenix City's every move. The Grandmasters were instantly on guard. This information was not a small matter. West Phoenix City's powerhouses were in trouble, but no one from West Phoenix City came to their rescue. Instead, it was Skygate City's lord who made a move. What kind of situation was this? Seeing that everyone was so concerned, Fang Ping immediately said excitedly, "Grandmasters, is this information very important? I risked my life to find out." Before he finished speaking, Wu Chuan waved his hand. Both Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing appeared outside the military camp with a blank look on their faces. What does this have to do with me? Qin Fengqing was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. How many words did I say when I came in? In the end, Tian Mu hit him, and Wu Chuan chased him out. He, Qin Fengqing, had done anything wrong? Glaring at Fang Ping fiercely, Qin Fengqing humphed. "Stay away from me." "Shut up." Fang Ping scolded. After some thought, he said, "What do we do now?" "Nothing. Go back. I've earned a fortune. I should go back and cultivate." Fang Ping nodded slightly. After some thought, he said, "Next time you come to mine, call me along." Qin Fengqing knew the location of an energy mine. Moreover, Qin Fengqing had come back alive. Fang Ping felt that he would be fine too. Qin Fengqing sneered. Did he think that he was stupid? Would he tell him where the energy mine was? Fang Ping did not mind. He said as he walked, "Without me, you should think about it carefully. If you die, no one will collect your corpse. If I go, your safety will increase by 90%. Think carefully before you decide. If you follow me, other than running a little tiring, are you injured? I heard that the last time you were with Wang Jinyang, you were beaten up like a dog and injured countless times. You even owe a lot of money for treatment." Qin Fengqing looked thoughtful. What he said made sense. He could not refute it. After some hesitation, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "If I want to go, I have to be at least rank 6. Fang Ping looked indifferent. He said calmly, "Then we'll wait a little longer." "Oh right, is it far?" "It's okay, 500 or 600 li." Qin Fengqing's voice stopped. Abruptly, a map suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's mind. He had trouble identifying directions, but he was familiar with maps. Hope City had a radius of 500 or 600 li. It was impossible to go south. That was the ocean. If it was north, 500 or 600 li would have to go past a city behind Skygate City. The possibility was not high. Northeast was East Sunflower City. Northwest was West Phoenix City. Cities were built in both places. There were many martial artists. Mines had also been discovered. In that case, it was either west or east. There were no cities in the west and east. Instead, they were barren mountains and some dangerous places. It was possible that mines had been discovered in these places. I heard that there are many ants the size of a human head in the 10,000 ants desert. Have you eaten ants before? Fang Ping asked casually. Qin Fengqing glanced at him and said in a muffled voice, "Who eats ants? There are really ants the size of a human head there? How would I know?" Oh. Fang Ping understood immediately. It was not west. The 10,000 ants desert was in the west. It was only 400 or 500 li away from Hope City. Qin Fengqing had never been there. East? 500 or 600 li away. There's an energy mine there. No one has discovered it. As expected, it's not one of the few that MCMAU discovered. Fang Ping thought about it and felt a headache coming on. 500 or 600 li was only a rough range. It would be troublesome to confirm it. Forget it. If there was a chance next time, he would look for it. If he monopolized it, who would share it with Qin Fengqing? Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping. He felt like he had missed something. Did I say something? I only said 5 or 600 li. It's okay, right? Qin Fengqing was not very confident. Fang Ping was extremely cunning. When he went on a mission with him, he felt like he did not lose out. However, when he came back, he realized that he had 4 or 5,000 credits less than him. This made Qin Fengqing feel like he had been tricked. But it did not seem like he had been tricked. Then why did he lose so many credits? I have to go to cultural studies when I get back. No, I have to go to the School of Social Sciences to learn accounting and advanced mathematics. Qin Fengqing had an idea. Maybe the accounting was wrong. Otherwise, it would not make sense for him to lose so much. Fang Ping glanced at him. He saw that Qin Fengqing was deep in thought, secretly calculating. When he said that Qin Fengqing owed him 50 million, he did not refute it. Many people heard it. Was it true now? If there was a chance, he could get this money back. Outside the catacombs. Seeing Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing leave, the gatekeeping martial artist was stunned. You're back? Both of them had only gone in yesterday. The gatekeeping martial artist's expression changed slightly. Did something happen inside? Fang Ping shook his head. No. Then what about you guys? The mission was completed, so we came out. There's no place to eat there. Are we going to stay there forever? The gatekeeping martial artist's expression changed slightly. He actually liked to see these young people moving forward bravely, so he had a whole new level of respect for Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing. Now, however, both of them could not bear the hardship. Qin Fengqing was not like this in the past. As he was thinking, he heard Fang Ping ask, Qin Fengqing, how are you going to spend the 10,000 credits you got this time? Don't worry about me. Don't you have 10,000 yourself? The gatekeeping martial artist was stunned. What were these two talking about? You're talking about credits? Fang Ping waved goodbye at him and said, yes, credits. We didn't earn much this time, less than 30,000 for both of us. Next time we come, we won't leave until we earn 100,000 credits. The gatekeeping martial artist was stunned. Both of them stayed for a day. Then, Fang Ping told him that they did not earn much, less than 30,000 credits from MCMAU. Or to put it more directly, less than 900 million. Did they rob someone? The gatekeeping martial artist watched the two of them leave and murmured. Were credits that easy to earn these days? 10,000 credits in one day. An aspiring martial artist could enter rank 4 quickly. There was almost no difficulty, right? Spending money, spending hundreds of millions, to nurture a rank 4 martial artist was still possible. As long as they had the aptitude and were not too useless. Is the catacomb safe now? The gatekeeping martial artist continued to let his imagination run wild. Should I go there too? Have the guys inside all made a fortune? As he was thinking, the alloy house's door opened again. A group of more than 10 people, all of them injured and covered in blood. The leader was an instructor from East Sino Nation Normal University. Seeing the gatekeeping martial artist look over, he said somewhat pessimistically, the situation in the catacombs has become more troublesome. We can easily meet a bunch of middle-ranked martial artists. Sigh, if this continues, we won't be able to enter the 3 lower ranks. The gatekeeper was stunned. Just now, the two of them had it easy. Their clothes were brand new, and there were no visible injuries. They had just casually said that they had earned tens of thousands of credits and were planning how to spend them. You guys, are you kidding me? Earlier, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, oh, the two of them. ESNNU's instructor shook his head and said, I think the two of them went to rob a high-ranked martial artist's nest. They've hit the jackpot this time. The gatekeeper shut his mouth. I stopped talking. These two brats went in for a day, and they raided a high-ranks old home, MCMAU. The freshmen were still celebrating. Demon King Fang had left the school. It was too exciting. This was said by a few freshmen who had just joined the Martial Arts Society. It was said that yesterday morning, Devil King Fang and another troublemaker of the Martial Arts Society, Qin Fengqing, had carried their bags and left together. It was a mission. How could he return in less than half a month? In the end, before the freshmen could celebrate, someone on campus saw Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing. At this moment, Tang Wen and the others were almost beaten to death by the entire school's freshmen. What happened to Demon King Feng leaving? What happened to him not being in school? Do you think you're so great just because you're upper stage rank 1? Are you trying to make us lower our guard? In the cafeteria, Tang Wen felt wronged when she saw her classmates' unfriendly gazes. She raised her head and glanced at Gu Longfei and Luo Xing. This year, only the three of them had joined the martial arts society. Gu Longfei was the one who told her about Fang Ping's departure. Gu Longfei's expression darkened. He said in a low voice, "I saw it with my own eyes." He swore that he saw Fang Ping and the others leave with their weapons and backpacks. This was not a short-term mission. Under normal circumstances, martial artists who carried backpacks would definitely go on a long journey. But he's back. Tang Wen looked pessimistic. As Tang Feng's daughter, with a peak rank 6 father, she should have been very happy in the school of weaponry. In the end, Tang Wen realized that she was overthinking. It had been exactly a month since she entered the school. In this month, Tang Wen felt like she was about to be tortured to death. Her father did not care, and the martial arts society did their best to teach her a lesson. Her dormitory was attacked the most at night, and it was not by rank 2 martial artists, but by rank 3 martial artists. She was beaten up the moment she entered. That was not all. Usually, other people chose their own missions, but her missions were issued directly by the martial arts society. According to the martial arts society, capable people do more work. Besides, her father was a tiger. She could not be a dog. After being taught a lesson by the martial arts society, Tang Wen asked a few seniors about it. Then, Senior Yang asked her sympathetically, "Why don't you go to CCMAU? As your father's student, it's not the first time he's been beaten black and blue. Now that you're here as his daughter, they haven't beaten you up yet because you're too weak. When you're rank 3 or 4, you'll realize, you'll be even more miserable." Senior Zhao told her not to be afraid and to cultivate hard. So what if she was beaten up? If she could not die, she could continue. Tang Wen was very pessimistic. Her father had brought her a lot of trouble. If she had known this would happen, she would have gone to CCMAU. The honest Luo Xing comforted her, "It's okay. The president isn't that scary. He's been here for so long, and the president hasn't bullied the new students. My dad said that ever since the president took office, the new students' lives have become better." Tang Wen rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. "That's because your dad hasn't bullied him." "Your dad bullied the president?" Luo Xing was shocked. Tang Wen said helplessly, "I asked my dad. He said it's because Fang Ping is narrow-minded. He takes care of every little thing. If he's not his opponent, he bullied his students. Now it's my turn." "Then tell your dad." Before Luo Xing could finish, Tang Wen sighed. "My dad said that young people should solve their own problems. If he can't beat Fang Ping, then he has to accept his fate. Fang Ping was a new student last year too. I was a year later than him. If Fang Ping can catch up to others and become president, then I can catch up to Fang Ping and beat him up next year." Luo Xing and Gu Longfei looked at her sympathetically. "Then you should continue to be taught a lesson. Fang Ping is already rank 4. Middle stage rank 4 at that. At his speed, he'll probably be rank 5 next year, right?" "Rank 5 next year?" Tang Wen was not convinced. "I'll be peak rank 1 soon. Rank 2 will be within this month." It was already October. Both of them were silent. This speed was extremely fast. Last year, when Fang Ping and the others broke through, it was at the end of the semester. They were still peak rank 1 during the Martial Arts University Championship. Now, they were almost at peak rank 1. This month or next month, all three of them had hopes of achieving rank 2. Compared to the previous cohort, they were faster. However, Fang Ping had spent a semester to go from rank 1 to peak rank 1. From peak rank 1 to middle stage rank 4, he had also spent a semester. The three most outstanding new students of grade 09 looked at each other and sighed. The days of geniuses were not easy. Inside the martial arts society, everyone was confused about Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing's quick return. However, after knowing that Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had earned a fortune in the catacombs, tens of thousands of credits, everyone felt nothing but envy. President's office. Fang Ping leaned on the chair and smiled faintly. Although I was only gone for a day, I realized that the new students seemed to have let go of themselves. How about this? The martial arts grand competition is around the corner. All rank 1 students, new and old, should sign up. I've thought about it. The rank 3 ranking list will be compiled nationwide. However, there are none for rank 1 and rank 1. This time, I want to create a national ranking list for rank 1. There are millions of rank 1 martial artists in the country. I don't have high requirements for MCMAU students. This ranking list will only take the top 100. There are no more than 10 people in MCMAU on the list. All rank 1 students, find a mine and go mining. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Mining, Fang Ping explained, to prepare for the energy mine mining in the future. You must be fast and agile. After many years, everyone will be grateful to me. Xianxia asked uncertainly, will they really be grateful to you? Of course. When that time comes, everyone will understand that everything I do today is for their sake, for their future. When that time comes, they will know how fortunate they are to have me as their president. Did Li Hansong and the others from CCMAU ever consider this? Students who don't know how to mine, when they enter the catacombs in the future and encounter an energy mine, how can they race against the high-ranked creatures to mine quickly and escape? Xianxia continued to be dumbfounded. Fang Ping saw this and laughed. Can't understand? It's right that you can't understand. Geniuses are always not understood by others. But it's okay. Some sacrifices, it's fine as long as you understand them. Oh. Right, did your grandfather agree to sponsor us? Fang Ping thought of something and asked. Xianxia said awkwardly, my grandfather, what did he say? Say it. He said that the next time he sees you, he'll nail you in the ground and not let you out for a month. Fang Ping's expression darkened. He snorted softly. Let the Martial Arts Society organize rank 3 members and go to SCMAU to hold the championship. Tell them that they won't go back unless they win. With power in hand, there was no need to waste it. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Xianxia and said, you go too. You're the team leader. This time, you have to win, and you have to win beautifully. If you lose, it means that you deliberately went easy on us. Xianxia was close to tears. Was this appropriate? She was going to beat up her grandfather's students? That's it. Go and prepare. Do your best. I believe in you, Yunqi. Work hard and strive to achieve rank 4 as soon as possible. Fang Ping looked at the time and said, I'm going to cultivate soon. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. After this cultivation, I might achieve upper stage rank 4. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Then, she nodded and said, I understand. Then SCMAU, you don't want to go? I'll go. Xianxia bit her lip. She would go then. Who was afraid of who? Her grandfather was too much. Since everyone was sponsoring, all he had to do was sponsor a little. Achoo. At the same time. Skmao. Old Mansion sneezed and frowned. Who's talking about me? As a grandmaster, he was immune to all illnesses. Which brat was scolding him? Villa number 8. Lu Fengru said in a low voice, the honing of the heart is the most difficult of the 5 viscera. Once the heart is over, the honing of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels will be much easier. Heart honing is actually a process of energizing the heart. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, I know this. But you said before that humans and catacombs martial artists are different. What's the difference? Catacombs martial artists are energizing instead of flesh and blood. Humans are not. Lu Fengru explained, what we call energizing is not to turn the heart into an energy stone, but to turn it into an engine. This involves a difference in the direction of transformation. Their transformation direction is comprehensive energizing. Our transformation direction is to turn the heart into a transit device. Fang Ping nodded in understanding. In other words, we can let the heart absorb external energy faster, transit it, and turn it into the vitality force that we need, speeding up our recovery. Yes, this transformation process is the honing process. The heart is very complicated. You've studied human anatomy, so you should know that the heart is actually divided into many chambers, left and right atriums, and left and right ventricles. Our so-called honing transformation is to combine these atriums and ventricles into one. Fang Ping suddenly frowned. The complexity of the heart is also a sign of human evolution. Mammals and reptiles all have 2 atriums and 2 ventricles. Amphibians have 2 atriums and 1 ventricle. Only fish only have 1 atrium and 1 ventricle. If we combine the atriums and ventricles now, won't that be regressing? Lu Fengru smiled faintly. How do you know that complexity is evolution? The great way is always simple. From simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. Isn't this evolution? The complexity of the heart is naturally suitable for ordinary people, but for martial artists like us, powerhouses who pursue breakthroughs, it is no longer suitable. Moreover, do you think that combining is easy? There are many nerves and blood vessels inside the heart. Transforming the heart is actually an extremely complicated process. You need to hone and strip these nerves and blood vessels one by one, rearrange them so that these blood vessels are no longer complicated and twisted, and rearrange them around the internal chambers of the heart. After that, you need to use your heart's celestial bridge to build a new energy channel. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping thought for a while and said, in other words, the other valves and blood vessels in the hollow part of the heart have to be stripped to the surrounding walls, and a new energy blood vessel will be built in the hollow part. You can understand it that way. This is too dangerous. Fang Ping said gloomily, instructor, who thought of this cultivation method. If a few heart blood vessels are broken, won't people die? It won't be to that extent. There will definitely be some danger, but people won't die to that extent. Lu Fengru said with a smile, as for who thought of it, how would I know? You can ask when you have the chance. Rumor has it that these first-generation martial artists have all shattered the void. Fang Ping pursed his lips. I'll ask when I'm dead. No wonder everyone stays at middle stage rank 4 for so long. This is indeed a martial artwork. The other 4 organs are not so complicated, right? Not really. The heart is the source. The other organs are slightly weaker. That's good. Lu Fengru thought for a while and said, your vitality is continuous. Actually, the process of honing and transforming will be simpler. Continuous honing is better than transforming one after another. Many times, danger will happen during the process of vitality interruption. You're honing well. You just moved a blood vessel away from its original position. When you're in the middle of honing, suddenly your vitality is interrupted. You can imagine how painful it is. For you, it will be much less painful. I see. I understand now. Fang Ping nodded and asked a few more questions. He had a general understanding of the steps of honing the heart and the details to pay attention to. This was the difference between having an instructor and not having one. It was also the difference between a powerhouse instructor and a weakling. In most martial arts universities, rank 3 instructors did not even touch on this. Even if they knew how to cultivate, they could not explain it in detail. Honing the 5 organs was not something that could be done by honing randomly. It was extremely dangerous for martial artists who did not know the details to cultivate recklessly. After talking about cultivation, Lu Fengru thought for a while and asked, when you entered the catacombs, did you find any traces of my father? No. Lu Fengru sighed softly and did not ask further. The last battle was so intense, but her father did not appear. Either he was not in the periphery, or he was dead. The probability of the latter was higher. If he was not in the periphery, could he have entered the central area, or was he in the central mountains, but there were countless high-ranked monsters there. The probability of survival was extremely low. Go. Cultivate on your own. Lu Fengru was a little dispirited. Her daughter was dead. Her father had also left her? MCMAU Southern Area. Energy Room. In the hall. Song Yingji helped a student with the paperwork. He could not help but glance sideways at the innermost room in the passageway. That kid has been in there for 3 or 4 days. He's really willing to go all out this time. He thought of a certain someone who walked in a few days ago. He was arrogant, despotic, and rich. Old song, give me a VIP room. I'll give you 1,500 credits first. I'll make up for it if it's not enough. That imposing manner and that tone made the arrogant Song Yingji want to beat Fang Ping up. 1 hour of cultivation in the energy room only cost 10 credits. However, that was relatively speaking. Fang Ping's so-called VIP room still existed, but it was reserved for instructors or middle-ranked martial artists. In normal cultivation rooms, the energy stones that were burned and released were of the lowest purity. In the VIP room, the energy stones used were of a higher purity. Of course, they could not reach 90% purity. Otherwise, they could be directly absorbed and digested instead of being used for cultivation. The one Fang Ping opened cost 20 credits an hour. 3 or 4 days had passed, and his 1,500 credits were almost depleted. I've stopped this kid's supply now. When he reaches rank 6, he'll definitely come after me. Song Yingji smiled and shook his head. Fang Ping's credits were now completely depleted. If he stopped his energy supply now and interrupted his honing, with this guy's personality, Tang Feng and his daughter had already been dealt with countless times. It was inevitable that he would seek revenge on Song Yingji. What I'm afraid of is, who knows how long this kid will stay and not pay when he comes out. Song Yingji sighed. Would this kid go back on his word? A few days ago, he was so rich that Song Yingji thought 1,500 credits was not a small amount. Who knew that once Fang Ping entered the energy room, he would not come out for a few days? As he was thinking about this in boredom, Fu Chongding and the others walked in. Instructor Song, is he not out yet? Not yet. Fu Chongding said helplessly, the national rank 1 competition is about to start. We're still waiting for him to host the opening ceremony. The national rank 1 competition had always been hosted by Fang Ping. The school's 2 vice-chancellors did not participate, and Tang Feng and the others were not willing to participate either. Now that the Martial Arts Society was organizing everything, without Fang Ping as the president, it would be difficult to organize the opening ceremony. Out of the 5 presidents, only Liang Fenghua was in school. However, Liang Fenghua did not want to be in the limelight, nor did he want to steal Fang Ping's limelight. Now, they were all waiting for Fang Ping to come out of closed-door cultivation. Speaking of the national rank 1 martial arts competition, Song Yingji could not help but ask, how many people have signed up? He was quite curious about this. Fu Chongding was speechless. It's beyond my imagination. Even I was shocked. The only requirement is to be a rank 1 martial artist. There are no other restrictions. From the end of last month until now, more than 30,000 people have signed up. Over 30,000? Song Yingji was also stunned. So many? They were martial artists, not ordinary people. Most martial artists had other jobs, and the martial arts competition would obviously last for a long time. How could there be so many people signing up? Fu Chongding smiled bitterly and said, that's right, we didn't expect it at first either. Now that Shanghai is overcrowded with martial artists, the Shanghai government wants us to start the event immediately, or else they'll ban us. Tens of thousands of martial artists had gathered in Shanghai. In addition, Shanghai already had a large number of martial artists. Now, the number of martial artists gathered in Magic City was probably the highest in the world. The Shanghai government did not dare to give them any more time to prepare. The closer it was to the end, the more people there would be. If this continued, it would not be difficult to gather 100,000 martial artists. In addition to the martial artists' relatives and friends, as well as other martial artists who wanted to join in the fun, there might be even more. When that time came, even the Shanghai government would have a headache. Song Yingji did not care about the ban. Instead, he asked, with so many people, the competition is not easy to arrange, and the venue, the municipal government has agreed to rent the stadium to us for free. Also, we've rented some places ourselves. The preliminaries don't have to be too formal. We'll fight for 10 days to half a month, and the remaining people will enter the second round. As for MCMAU, we just need to prepare for the final top 100 competition. As he said that, Fu Chongding smiled and said, the top 100 competition this time is the top 100 ranking of rank 1. If we can get recognition, then MCMAU's Rank 1 martial arts competition will be on the right track. According to Fang Ping, next season will be the Rank 2 competition, then the Rank 3 competition. This kid, Song Yingji, shook his head slightly and chuckled. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, he has even taken over the government's affairs. Fang Ping's ambition could not be said to be small when he was the one who created the rankings of the 3 lower ranks and made the competition he organized into the top 100 competition. If that was the case, MCMAU's reputation would grow day by day, and it would be close to surpassing the old elite CCMAU. However, whether it would work or not would depend on what happened next. Fu Changding also laughed. Fang Ping has become the president. MCMAU students are so busy now that their heads are spinning. Chen Yunqi led a team to SCMAU for the championship, and the people from SCMAU were about to cry. Zhang Chao led a team to Beijiang Martial Arts University for the championship, and Huang Chao led a team to Donglin Martial Arts University for the championship. There are MCMAU students everywhere in the country now. Why didn't you go to CCMAU for the championship? Song Yingji asked with a smile. Fu Changding's grandfather was also a leader in CCMAU. Although he was not a grandmaster, grandmasters were still a minority. Old Master Fu was also one of the leading figures in CCMAU. Fu Changding shook his head. Fang Ping said that rank 3 won't be enough to fight CCMAU. He will get a rank 14 to fight CCMAU later. Maybe they don't even have to fight. Everyone will clash in the championship at the end of the year. Right now, rank 4 martial artists are rushing to improve their strength, so they can't find time to fight in the championship. Fang Ping did not recommend martial artists in the 3 lower ranks to go to the catacombs. Fighting in the championship was also a chance to improve their martial arts. Rank 4 martial artists could not only go to the catacombs, but they could also fight in the championship at the end of the year. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not have any restrictions on rank 4 students. Song Yingji had nothing to do, so he asked, "How many rank 3 students are there in the university now?" "I noticed that there are a lot more new rank 3 students cultivating in the energy room. I just did the statistics 2 days ago. There are 78 rank 3 students now, and 2 more rank 4 students than before. Now there are 11. Fu Changding said, "There are a lot more rank 2 students. There were about 500 before, but many people have broken through to rank 2 recently. According to the previous statistics, there are close to 800 now." "So many?" Song Yingji was slightly surprised. There were only about 500 before. The difficulty of obtaining credits has been reduced, and there's a loan system. Plus, Fang Ping is abusing rank 1 students now. Everyone is working hard to advance to rank 2. When Fu Changding said the word abusing, Song Yingji wanted to laugh. He did not care too much about aspiring martial artists. It was the same for rank 2 and 3. The most unfortunate ones were the rank 1 martial artists, who had the largest base number. There were almost 4,000 of them in the university. The two of them chatted for a while. Fu Changding looked at the time and said, "Instructor, I'll leave first. He's out of closed-door cultivation. Please inform him." "Sure." As soon as Fu Changding left, Song Yingji looked at the cultivation room in the passageway again. Did that kid want to hone his heart in one go? It was not that simple. There were countless prodigies in Sino Nation, but all of them had been stuck at middle stage rank 4 for a long time. Just as Song Yingji was guessing. Inside the cultivation room, he was sweating profusely. He was concentrating, carefully moving the blood vessels inside his heart. This was a martial art job. Every time the heart was remodeled, he had to concentrate 120%. The consumption of vitality was not too serious. Plus, he was in the energy room, so he did not need to replenish his vitality. He could recover on his own. The consumption of mentality, however, was not small. It was also because of his strong mentality that he could cultivate for a few days in one go and persevere. "I've refined and destroyed the valves of the left atrium and ventricle. I feel like I'm not human anymore." Fang Ping wiped the sweat off his forehead and muttered. Had he ever seen a human heart like this? Most people had 2 atriums and 2 ventricles, but his left atrium and ventricle were now one. After clearing the membrane between the left atrium and ventricle, he could feel his vitality flow much faster. Normal humans would not be able to withstand this kind of impact. Moreover, if it was a normal person, the reverse flow of vitality would easily cause death. For martial artists, however, vitality flow without restrictions was more beneficial to cultivation. Next, I'll first clear the membrane between the right atrium and the right ventricle, turning the 4 chambers into 2 chambers, then combining them into one, completely turning the heart into a hollow state. Finally, I'll build a thick energy passageway. At this moment, Fang Ping had cleared the left atrium and ventricle. His progress was actually very fast. He was already a quarter of the way to upper stage rank 4. However, there was still a long way to go before upper stage rank 4 and completely honing the heart. No wonder Wang Jinyang and the others stayed at this stage for so long. After honing the heart, I might be able to enter peak rank 4 soon and catch up to old Wang. At this moment, Fang Ping felt that he was not far from Wang Jinyang. One was a peak rank 4, and the other was a middle stage rank 4. The gap was not as big as he imagined. Continue. This time, I have to at least combine the 4 chambers, or else I won't go out. Fang Ping made up his mind. He would go for it in one go. As for the energy room, it seemed like it consumed too many points and was not enough. Fang Ping did not think about it for now. He would think about it when he got out. Old Song still owed him a lot of money. When the time came, he would ask him to subsidize some. At the same time, NMAU. More than 100 rank 1 students had packed their luggage and were ready to go, ready to rush to Magic City. Wang Jinyang said with a serious expression, although it's only a competition, NMAU must also give it their all. Everyone, there's not much time left for us, and there's not much time left for you too. If you've reached rank 3, that's fine. Everyone has a lot of opportunities. However, if you haven't reached rank 3, your opportunities are too few. NMAU is not a famous martial arts university. We lack many things. Since MCMAU is willing to spend a lot of money this time, and the top 100 martial artists will be rewarded handsomely, then we must seize every opportunity to become stronger. MCMAU's National Rank 1 martial arts competition had now become the biggest competition in the country. It was also the competition that attracted the most attention. Since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. The competition for the ranking list was the focus of many martial artists' attention. At the same time, the rewards for the martial artists who entered the ranking list was also the focus of everyone's attention. MCMAU was really rich. Any martial artist who entered the top 100 would be rewarded with a rank 2 vitality pill and a rank 2 bone honing pill, which were equivalent to a market price of more than 1.5 million. This alone would cost more than 150 million. As for the top 10, top 3, and first place, there were other rewards. The market price of the prizes was more than 200 million. For rank 1 martial artists, this reward was not small. As long as they entered the top 100, they would not lack pills to break through to rank 2. It did not matter if they had the viscera shielding pill or not. Not everyone was as afraid of getting injured as Fang Ping. Moreover, if they entered the top 10, they would also get the viscera shielding pill. If they entered the top 3, they would even get a D-class weapon as a reward. First place would not only be rewarded with a large number of pills and weapons, but they would also have the opportunity to enter MCMAU's energy room to cultivate. The numerous rewards made countless rank 1 martial artists green with envy. In reality, the insiders knew that MCMAU would definitely make a lot of money this time. These expenses were nothing. Although it was said to be a few 100 million, that was the market price. The pills and weapons for the competition were provided by MCMAU internally. The cost price was only 1/3 of the market price. The MCMAU Martial Arts Society had also applied with the school to obtain the rewards at cost price. After calculating, the expenses were only about 100 million. However, this was MCMAU's advantage. Other schools could not do it. Even if many schools wanted to organize a few 100 million in expenses, they could not afford it. After all, they were not sure if their own competition could attract the public's attention. Victory! The NMAU crowd cheered in unison. Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. He nodded slightly, and the leading martial artist led the students into the car. After everyone had left, Wang Jingyang said softly, "Is MCMAU trying to be the leader of the martial arts universities?" Beside him, Gu Xiong, who had just become the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, said in a low voice, "It might not be MCMAU. I think it's Fang Ping." "President, is there any movement from CCMAU?" "No." Wang Jinyang shook his head slightly. After some thought, he said, "If there are no accidents, CCMAU will be going all out in the Martial Arts University Championship at the end of the year. If they defeat MCMAU, then MCMAU's momentum will be at its peak. The higher they stand, the more painful it will be when they fall. If Fang Ping can't defeat Li Hansong, all his previous efforts will be for naught." Martial artists still had to look at their abilities. No matter how beautiful you were, if you were not strong enough, it would not work. CCMAU was keeping quiet now, allowing MCMAU to expand its influence. However, it did not mean that CCMAU did not care about these things. Li Hansong was a person who preferred to be straightforward. As long as CCMAU defeated MCMAU in the championship at the end of the year, then MCMAU's current prosperity would be like adding oil to a raging fire. It would not last long. The production rights of pills and weapons were also built on the strong foundation of MCMAU's instructors and students. The students were the foundation of the school. If the students were not strong enough, it meant that the education could not keep up. Naturally, they had no right to ask for anything. When the time came, it might be possible that this power would be taken back. What about NMAU? Wang Jinyang sighed softly. We'll see. We don't know when the Nanjiang catacombs will open. Let's see if it opens before or after the championship. If it opens after, then I'll participate in the championship. If it opens before, then NMAU won't participate. Gu Xiong said with slight regret, "It's a pity that you're the only rank 4 in NMAU, President. Otherwise, this year, it might be each school participating independently." After Wang Jinyang said this, Gu Xiong's expression changed slightly. "Then who else can go against the two elite schools?" "Not necessarily. CCMAU and MCMAU only have rank 4 martial artists now. No rank 5. It's not impossible for the 8-school alliance to gather a group of rank 4 martial artists. Besides, if they're really strong enough, one person is enough." When he said the last sentence, Wang Jinyang's aura changed. Obviously, he was not talking about the 8-school alliance, but himself. If they really wanted to participate independently, with him around, NMAU would not be afraid of anyone. The key was when the Nanjiang catacombs would open. I hope that the catacombs can open a little later. I also want to try. After defeating the 2 elite schools and a normal martial arts university taking first place, how much will NMAU gain next year? Today, NMAU's annual education funding was only a fraction of MCMAU and CCMAU's. About 5 billion. After defeating the 2 elite schools, it would not be difficult for NMAU to double their education funding next year. Only by stepping on the shoulders of elite schools could normal martial arts universities have a chance to rise. MCMAU was like this back then. NMAU might not be able to do the same. This sentence was said in Wang Jinyang's heart. At the same time. Capital City. Lu Dali's face was full of struggle. Should I go or not? It was the National Rank 1 martial arts competition, a competition involving tens of thousands of martial artists. If he did not join in, what kind of reporter would he be? But he's already rank 4. Lu Dali was slightly regretful. Fang Ping was only a peak rank 3 before. What was there to be afraid of? Now that the guy had entered rank 4, the gap between them was slightly too big. How much stronger is a rank 4 martial artist compared to an upper stage rank 3? There are so many people. He won't notice me, right? Besides, I'm taking what I deserve. There's no need to be afraid of him. There are so many martial artists here. I don't believe that Fang Ping can beat me to death if no one stands up for me. I've spent all my money. I don't have any now. There's no point in him beating me up. As his thoughts ran wild, Lu Dali suddenly gritted his teeth. The bold will die of starvation. If I don't go for such big news, how can I make a living as a reporter? Lu Dali hesitated no more after making up his mind. He would go to Magic City, even if he did not have exclusive broadcasting rights this time. With his vision, he could focus on some people to report on. If these people made it to the top 100, his report would be valuable and he could make a lot of money. At this moment, many people were rushing to Magic City. Even Sun City's Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore. Fang Yuan, who had completed her once honing, had recently increased her vitality again. Although she was still far from twice honing, she felt that she was very powerful now. If not for the fact that one had to be a rank 1 martial artist to sign up for the rank 1 competition, she would have signed up too. Scenic Lake Gardens. Fang Yuan was a little anxious. She could not help but say, "Dad, help me take a few days off. I want to go to Magic City." The national rank 1 competition was set to start on October 10th, but Fang Yuan had classes then. She could not go. No way. Fang Mingrong refused immediately. After a while, he said, "The competition is long. We'll see when it's time for the top 100. They could just watch the preliminary qualifiers on TV. They could go and watch the top 100 competition." Fang Mingrong actually wanted to go to Magic City to see his son. Ever since Fang Ping went to Magic City, he and Li Yueying had not been there even once. "We still have to compete in the top 100, Fang Yuan looked regretful. After some thought, she said regretfully, "I don't think I can participate this time. I haven't reached rank 1 either. It's such a shame that the first place of rank 1 has been taken by someone else." Fang Mingrong rolled his eyes. His daughter had been too full of herself recently. Just because you've reached rank 1, you can get first place? Where did his confidence come from? There were countless rank 1 martial artists in the country and many descendants of grandmasters. What did the little girl think the national martial arts competition was? Fang Yuan continued to sigh. There are so many prizes. The prize for first place is almost 10 million. No wonder Fang Ping said that improving one's ability is the only way to make money. I feel like I've lost out a lot this time. Otherwise, this 10 million would have been mine. Alright. Fang Mingrong couldn't stand the girl's nagging and helplessly said, "Don't cause trouble for your brother and me. The family doesn't expect you to earn money." Fang Yuan was displeased. She immediately said, "Dad, you can't say that. Martial artists have to fight, stop." Fang Mingrong couldn't stand it anymore. Could the little girl not use this against him? "Study hard and keep up with your classes. When it's time for the top 100 competition, I'll ask for leave for you to go to Magic City. Your brother has bought a house there. You can go there and have a look." "Really?" "Yes." Fang Mingrong then reminded her, "Girl, disband that club of yours as soon as possible. Also, return all the membership fees you've collected." "Dad." Fang Yuan pouted and mumbled, "It's only $10 a year, and I still have to rent a place. I'm teaching everyone stance training for free. It's not expensive at all, okay? Last year, I only got 10,000, no, more than $9,000 for the membership fee." Fang Yuan felt like she was losing out. She used to charge a separate fee for her pole standing classes, but Fang Ping said that pole standing could not be practiced too deeply. Most people would not be able to withstand the expenditure, so she stopped holding classes now. Only the core members of Yuan Ping Club and those from slightly wealthier families were now practicing pole standing. She did not pay these core members their salaries. Teaching them pole standing was their salary, and she was too embarrassed to charge them. Now, Fang Yuan felt that the more people there were, the less money she earned. It was not worth it at all. Fang Mingrong's head hurt. He did not say anything else. He stood up and said, "Do as you see fit. I'll tell your brother that you've recruited more than 10,000 people." "I didn't." Fang Yuan retorted immediately, feeling wronged. "It's only 5 or 6,000, not 10,000. Fang Mingrong's expression darkened and he did not say anything. Sun City is a big place. You're just a kid. Recruiting 5 or 6,000 people is still not enough? He could not control his daughter now. He would have to get Fang Ping to teach her a lesson later. October 8th, 6 days had passed since Fang Ping entered the energy room. In the energy room's lobby, Lu Fengger frowned slightly. "He's not out yet?" "Not yet. Song Yingji smiled bitterly. He coughed softly and said, Instructor Liu, Fang Ping has spent 2,880 credits. He paid 1,500 credits in advance, so he's still a little short. What do you think? Lu Fengru glanced at him and said lightly, what are you trying to say? Seeing Lu Fengru about to start a fight at the slightest disagreement, Song Yingji felt tired. After a while, he said, nothing. Fang Ping had already owed 1,380 credits, this debt was really hard to settle. It was fine if it was a little less, but it was more than 1,000 credits. Song Yingji began to consider if he should prepare to take coercive measures. As he spoke, Fang Ping walked out of the passageway, his hair disheveled and his face dirty. His previously fair and clean face now had some stubble. 6 days and 6 nights, this time, he cultivated for a whole 6 days and 6 nights. If it were someone else, they would have broken down long ago. Fang Ping relied on his mentality to recover as he moved forward, keeping himself awake. Finally, after spending 6 days, he opened up the membrane between the atrium and ventricle, completing the honing of the heart as one. At this moment, he was more than halfway through the path of upper stage rank 4. There was only one path left, which was to communicate with the bridge of the heart, officially turning the heart into an engine that powered his body. Fang Ping glanced at his data absent-mindedly. He was still satisfied. This time, cultivating in the energy room did not consume much wealth. Wealth, 375 million vitality, 1,800 calories, 2,090 calories plus, mentality, 520 Hz, 699 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus, not bad. The transformation of the heart has strengthened my physique. The upper limit has increased, and I can continue to increase my vitality. Before this, Fang Ping's vitality and mentality limit had not increased at all. Because he had reached the limit of a stage. At this moment, as his heart was mostly modified, he could continue to increase his vitality and physique limit. As he thought about this, Fang Ping raised his head and saw Lu Fengru. He smiled immediately. Teacher, why are you here? Lu Fengru glanced at him and nodded slightly. Not bad, but don't be too eager for quick success. You have to take things one bite at a time. You've cultivated for such a long time this time. You should settle down when you get back. Don't be too eager. You've just broken through to rank 4. On August 18th, Fang Ping broke through rank 4 and entered middle stage rank 4. Only 50 days had passed. For many rank 4 martial artists, they might not even be able to build a celestial bridge in 50 days. Yes, I know, but I've been stuck at middle stage rank 4 for a long time this time. It won't be a problem for me to enter upper stage rank 4 sooner. Song Yingji looked up at the ceiling. Have you been here for a long time? Why do I remember that it was only a few days since you last broke through? This was a middle-ranked cultivation, and now it involved the modification of the heart. How long did he spend in this process? A year? No, 2 years, it seemed closer to 3 years. Yes, closer to 3 years. Song Yingji remembered that he had spent almost 3 years going from middle stage rank 4 to upper stage. He had spent about 8 years on the whole rank 4 stage. Rank 5 was not a short stage either. He had spent about 10 years. It was considered fast. He had just turned 50 this year and entered rank 6. He was a dragon among men in Sino Nation. Before this, Song Yingji was actually quite satisfied. But now, he felt that he was really old. But he was only 50. Teacher, let's go. Song Yingji was still doubting life. Fang Ping called Lu Fengru and left. Song Yingji thought that Fang Ping's mind might not be clear after cultivating for so long. He had to remind him, Fang Ping, you've cultivated for 6 days and 6 nights. It's already the 7th day. Oh, thank you for your concern, Teacher Song. I'm fine. Song Yingji's expression darkened. Am I showing concern? I'm reminding you. You're playing dumb with me, kid. You've cultivated for so many days. The credits you paid in advance, there's nothing left, right? Fang Ping. Song Yingji's expression darkened. He was ready to flip out. I knew you, kid, want to go back on your words. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. He said dryly, "Teacher, I didn't expect my cultivation to take so long this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the energy room. Do you really think I've forgotten? The point is that it's too expensive. I thought the 1,500 credits I paid in advance would be enough. Tens of millions. A few days of cultivation isn't enough? Who knew that honing the heart would be so difficult? It took me 6 or 7 days to complete the unification of the atrium and ventricle. Now you want me to pay up? Isn't this cutting my flesh? Out of the 15,500 credits I earned previously, only 14,000 credits are left now." If he asked Fang Ping to pay up more credits, he would break down. Song Yingji said impatiently, "That's your problem. Kid, did I force you to come?" When you entered the door, Old Song was shouting Old Song, inflated to the limit, extremely arrogant. Now, when it's time to pay up, you shrivel up. Fang Ping was helpless. After a while, he said, "Teacher, give me a discount. This time I've cultivated for so long. You should give me a discount, right?" "Sorry, no." Song Yingji rejected him directly. How could he give him a discount? Fang Ping looked at Lu Fengru. She did not seem to hear their conversation. It was not like Fang Ping did not have money. There was no need to worry about him. 30 million in cash. Is that enough? Fang Ping wanted to vomit blood. Cultivating here is too expensive. I won't come again even if you beat me to death. If he used his wealth to restore his vitality, he might not have spent so much. No, he definitely would not have spent so much. Of course, cultivating in the energy room was not without its benefits. The overflow of energy honed the whole body. Still, it was too expensive. 1380 credits. 30 million isn't enough. Now, credits are inflated. They're not worth much, then you can discuss the exchange rate with the school. Then, teacher, you can help me pay up the 10 million you owe me. That should be enough. Song Yingji was confused. When did I owe you 10 million? Did Fang Ping just say it? Fang Ping did not say anything else. He took out a bank card and threw it on the table. He said quickly, "There's 30 million in there. The password is written on the back. Teacher, I'll leave first." This time, Fang Ping ran away quickly. He did not stop at all. "Fang Ping!" Song Yingji shouted. He looked at Lu Fengru who had not left and said helplessly, "This kid, Instructor Lu." Lu Fengru laughed and said, "I still have some cultivation time this year, right?" "Yes, quite a lot. If it's not enough, deduct it from me. I don't need it anyway." At this moment, Lu Fengru had already passed this stage. The energy room had a limited effect on her. Unless it was an energy mine. However, as a peak rank 6 instructor, she had a lot of free cultivation time every year. Song Yingji did not say anything after hearing that. Lu Fengru did not say much either. She quickly left the energy room. Outside the energy room, Fang Ping was looking around. When he saw Lu Fengru come out, he said quickly, "Teacher, Old Song did not chase after us. Did you stop him?" Lu Fengru glanced at him. After a while, she said, "You're so stingy. Are you saving so many credits to eat? I have to prepare for the future. Cultivation costs too much." Fang Ping sighed. "I thought I could use up to rank 6 with more than 10,000 credits. Who knew it would be so cheap? It's not that cultivation costs too much. It's that you spend too much." Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. This kid used the energy room as a hotel. He stayed there for 6 to 7 days. How could he not spend a lot of money? Even the instructors could not bear to do that, let alone Fang Ping. In just a few days, Fang Ping's 4 chambers had merged into one. This speed was extremely shocking. How long will it take to reach upper stage rank 4? 3 to 5 days at the fastest. 10 to half a month at the slowest. Fang Ping replied and said, "Teacher, the Grand Martial Arts competition is starting soon. This time, you have to help me control the situation. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to. Go find Wu Quishan. The Vice-Chancellor is not willing. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either." It was rare that Lu Fengru did not say anything bad about Wu Quishan. She said helplessly, your martial arts society has 5 to 6 billion saved up. Are you going to keep it like this? If the martial arts society doesn't want to spend it, give it to the school. The money is just a number. Vice-Chancellor, you're eyeing my money? Fang Ping was shocked. The martial arts society's money, not yours. Lu Fengru corrected him. It's a concept. Fang Ping mumbled. Money moved people's hearts. The martial arts society had too much money. He did not expect that even Wu Quishan would be tempted. He had to spend it as soon as possible. I know. This money will be gone soon. I'll give everyone a year's salary first. Fang Ping had already thought it through. He would give everyone a year's welfare first, including his. The martial arts society's annual welfare, according to the current situation, was close to 3 billion. The rest of the money would be used to subsidize the new students. There would not be much left. Lu Fengru did not say anything. You're really capable. Giving a year's welfare in advance. Don't you feel guilty? Fang Ping did not think so much. He could receive 6,000 credits a year in the martial arts society. He could increase his wealth by another 120 million. When the time came, he would have 20,000 credits in his hands. He would see if he could sell them. Could he think of a way to accumulate 1 billion wealth and see if the system could be upgraded? I don't need much. Just give me a storage ring or a storage warehouse. It's too troublesome without this. Fang Ping was a little helpless. If he had a storage ring or something like that, he and Qin Fengqing would have gained more. Everything in that basilica could be moved away. Including those tables and chairs. Those were valuable too. Energy lamps and the like did not have to be dismantled and taken away. They could be packaged up as a whole. Their value would increase to 1 billion wealth. There's still a big gap. I haven't honed my skull either. Forget it. I'll put skull honing aside for now. I'll try to save 1 billion wealth. After entering rank 4, Fang Ping's recovery speed increased. His consumption of wealth was much less. Perhaps he would be able to save 1 billion in no time. Lu Fengru did not care what he was thinking. After walking for a while, she said, Nanjiang's Zhang Dingnan is looking for you. He wants you to call him back. Call him yourself later. Why is Governor General Zhang looking for me? I don't know. It doesn't look like something good. Take it easy. Let me know if there's anything. Got it. End of chapter 312. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.